Chapter 1051. Dreaming isn't illegal, right? What Fang Hao had just taken out was dragon scale. Previously, he had been looking for a craftsman willing to turn dragon scale into equipment, and now this opportunity had presented itself. Given the large quantity, Princeton naturally chose Fang Hao. Similarly, Fang Hao hadn't expected that by bringing materials from demons, he would find someone willing to make dragon scale equipment. Princeton nodded. Dragon scale is indeed suitable for making armor. If you have dragon tooth and dragon sinew, I'll also forge a decent weapon for you. Dragon tooth and dragon sinew? Wow, every part of the dragon clan is a treasure. But Fang Hao still shook his head. Only the dragon scales are left, the rest have been used up. Spencer was now an undead hero, his teeth and body still his own. Hilden T. Realinsum an orange tier dragon clan hero just to make weapons. That would be too wasteful of a hero. Ah! What a pity! Princeton showed a face full of regret and continued to ask, alright, what kind of armor do you plan to make? Any specific requirements? Who will wear it? How many sets can you make? If they're roughly your size, at least 100 sets or so, though it also depends on the level of consumption. The dragon scales were pulled from the dragon form. This large species naturally had many scales, saying thousands was just Fang Hao's rough estimate. Fang Hao thought about it. Nelson and Dimitrija had their own equipment when summoned. And their levels were not low either. Aseti already had equipment and even a horse when she appeared. These did not need equipment. What Fang Hao needed tons either was himself and the other few heroes above the orange tier. I will wear a set, and later there will be a need to make them for the Blood Clan, Orcs and Undead as well. Regional Channel. Haven't heard news from the Sea Tribe, have they overcome their difficulties? I heard from our Alliance hierarch that the Sea Tribe has relocated, abandoning their old city to develop in the Human Federation. If they abandoned their city, what is left to develop? A few days ago, I also got a message from the Alliance hierarch about providing a passage for the Sea Tribe, but it seemed to have been cancelled later, and they didn't TME. They didn't get completely wiped out, did they? I doubt it. I really haven't seen any members of the Sea Tribe out to speak recently. The crowd discussed loudly, suddenly debating the issues of the Sea Tribe. There were even those incessantly tagging members of the Sea Tribe, trying to discern some inside information. After all, if the Sea Tribe left, the spread of enemies in that area would also affect others. Soon, the Alliance hierarch of the Sea Tribe, Ma Tianyi, appeared. He made an announcement-like statement. The Sea Tribe is officially disbanded, all former members have joined Lord Fang Hao's territory, we are currently cleaning up the monster spread within the area. Please rest assured, the situation is under control. Wow! The channel exploded again. The Sea Tribe was disbanded. They had directly merged into Lord Fang Hao's territory. Moreover, the enemies that had forced the Sea Tribe to flee were also being dealt with. This was certainly revealing one piece of information. Fang Hao had helped them clear the enemies. What a terrifying thought! After signing an contract with the dwarves, Fang Hao brought Dimitrija back to the main city. He had stayed there for too long and was really worried that the people of the Dragon Clan might diver them. It would be another pointless entanglement. Ultimately, he did sign an contract with the dwarves. However, the armor had to be made piece by piece. Starting with his own, then subsequently for heroes like Rolina and Meatfist. In any case, an equipment upgrade was underway for the heroes of the territory. Straight to the top standards. Nearing dusk. The Lizardman Queen came again, this time not only by herself but also bringing some gifts. These included some fabrics, gold and silver utensils, along with fruits and wines abundant in the swamps. It even made Fang Hao wonder. She surely wasn't here to borrow money. It's just a visit from the Queen, why bring all these gifts, Fang Hao politely said. Then, he waved his hand, directing people to take them to the storage room. The Lizardman Queen, showing her teeth, said, it just happens to be the peak season, I brought you some especially. Peak season? Are swamp plants abundant in spring? You're too kind, my queen. Fang Hao gestured for the queen and her people to sit down. The maids brought up beverages and some dried fruit pastries. You went to the Trade Alliance this morning, what did you buy? The queen leaned back in the seat, her vertical pupils curiously looking at Fang Hao. Back then, he had asked the lizardman to help purchase some things from the Sea Tribe. A blueprint for a sea ship, and that's about it, Fang Hao casually replied. The thought struck him, it was better to give notice when using someone else's identity to buy things. It would be problematic if they thought he was using their name to buy some peculiar items. Oh, are you planning to go to sea? No, I was just bored and bought it as a blueprint reserve, Fang continued, turning the conversation. Did you may here for a specific matter, my queen? The queen glanced to the side. The lizardman priest Tiktata, then rose and said, Lord Fang Hao, I came here to discuss something about pilgrimage with you. Then, Tiktata runt the lizardman's pilgrimage once again. Fang Hao understood as well. Basically, it meant that on significant days, the queen and her chosen husband would unite to produce offspring with even purer bloodlines. And they believed that the life conceived on this day would be blessed by the ancient saints. The power would be even greater. In Fang Hao's opinion, this time of pilgrimage coincided with the period when female lizardmen were more fertile. As for the blessing by the ancient saints, indeed, there were divine beings, but you mate, have your fun and pleasure, and still expect them to grant blessings. It seemed a bit excessive. Oh, this indeed is a major matter, Fang Hao agreed, then curiously asked, do you need any help from us? As allies, feel free to ask anything. Tiktata glanced at the queen. She slightly turned her head away, somewhat shy. Tiktata continued, after screening, your subordinate Dimitrija has a very pure bloodline of the ancient saints. Damn! Fang Hao suddenly realized, they had me to propose marriage. Though he did not know how they verified the bloodline. But Dimitrija was a hero he had recruited, and possessing skills of the ancient saints' protection, his bloodline should indeed be superior to that of an ordinary lizardman. Call Dimitrija here, Fang Hao said. Nisbet, standing outside the door, quickly left and soon brought Dimitrija over. Dimitrija, upon seeing all the lizardmen in the hall, was also slightly startled. His gaze then met that of the queen. My lord, your majesty, Dimitrija greeted them both. Yes, take a seat, Dimitrija. After sitting down, Fang continued, Dimitrija, do you understand about the pilgrimage? I do. The queen intends to choose you as her husband, what are your thoughts? Fang Hao asked directly. Dimitrija looked again at the queen, who averted her gaze, then rose and kneeled on one knee, my lord, I am willing. Fang Hao nodded, your majesty, since Dimitrija is willing, I don't have much to say and will bless you both. The queen and Dimitrija both appeared somewhat embarrassed. Priest Tiktata then continued, Lord Fang Hao, there is another matter that we need to discuss with you. Oh, let's hear it. That concerns the offspring of the queen. Dimitrija is under your command and does not belong to the holy dynasty, so the child should belong to the holy dynasty, Tiktata said. It was about the custody of the child. Fang Hao glanced at Dimitrija and did not respond immediately. The other party had been too hasty, he wished he had sought Dimitrija's opinion in advance. But then he thought. The little lizardman, once born, would undoubtedly stay with the mother, and the lizardman's territory was more suited for lizardmen. There was no issue of belonging or not, as they weren't talking about divorce. After thinking, he smiled and said, Priest Tiktata concern is unfounded. Oh? How so? Both the holy dynasty and this territory of mine are the child's home, there's no belonging to anyone. Of course, the holy dynasty is better suited for his upbringing, and he can stay there longer, Fang Hao said. The implication was clear, the child old stay with you, but there should be no issue if he's to visit. Tiktata glanced at the queen again, saw her nod slightly and said, Lord Fang Hao has a point. Haha, then that settles this matter. When is the pilgrimage? Fang continued. There are 2 weeks left. All right, then let's wait 2 weeks. Don't leave tonight, stay for dinner. Night had fallen. The Trade Alliance residence, Succubus Taj. Urgent knocking awoke the plump succubus, who slightly opened her eyes. Picking up a pink gauze shawl, she draped it over her shoulders. She softly said, Come in. The door opened, and a petite, leather-clad succubus walked in. Sister Demon Monarch, someone carrying demon materials has appeared in the Trade Alliance, the small succubus said. The Demon Monarch was startled and became somewhat alert, Tell me what you know. Here is the situation, I just attended to a guest. In his dream, I saw a man, asking a dwarf about the use of demon materials, the small succubus continued. The business of the succubus Taj was more legitimate than their name suggested. By entering dreams, they would place people of various tribes in all sorts off-fitted scenarios. Popular themes included warfare and power. And love too. However, those who held me to the headquarters of the trade alliance generally had unique status and rarely requested such things. Of course, if the succubi met someone they liked, they would personally engage in an impassionate romance. But in business terms, it was indeed a legitimate industry. Dreaming isn't illegal, right? While entering dreams, the succubi you'll also secretly gather information about various tribes. Even secret affairs, unknowingly revealed in the dream world. If the succubi wished, they you'll collect information on any tribe. And today, the small succubus who received the guest was an organized as a master. In the dream, she saw the human, holding demon materials, questioning the dwarf craftsman. After ending the dream, she immediately went to notify the demon monarch. You said it was a human. The demon monarch became more invested. Yes, a human, and he looked like a transmigrator, the small succubus replied. Interesting, the demon monarch slightly smiled and continued, have someone draw his likeness, keep an eye on this person from now on. Yes, sister demon monarch, the small succubus answered, swinging her tail as she turned to leave. Chapter 1052. After the lizardman queen left, Fang Hao and Dimitrija had a detailed chat. It was also apparent. Dimitrija was interested in the lizardman queen as well. If the two of them mold real lime together, it would be a good thing. Having an emotional attachment would also ensure the alliance between the territory and the lizardman. In terms of work and family, actually, there was no need to worry. Witaen returned to the queen at night to deliver official reports. It wouldn't hold back anything. As long as both sides were not at war, this marriage alliance would ensure the alliance between both parties. Unless there was a particularly serious issue, it wouldn't affect the relationship between the two sides. After chatting with Dimitrija for a long time, they finally settled the matter. The two of them were willing. Fang Hao also supported them. After seeing off Dimitrija, Fang Hao went to the backyard to soak in the hot spring. The environment in the territory was still very good, which allowed for excellent relaxation of the body and mind. Lying by the hot spring, resting on Ira's soft and pale thighs. Enjoying Little White's massage. The harvest today was indeed significant. He found a craftsman for the dragon scale, and the matter between Dimitrija and the lizardman queen was also settled. In another 2 weeks, they'll be together. Then they wouldn't need various excuses to visit each other's territories. Master, is Dimitrija going to be with that queen? Little White asked softly. Yes, in about 2 weeks, they will officially be together, Fang Hao replied. Really? It was like watching a romance novel. The story of Dimitrija and the queen was also being followed by the women. With differing powers, differing statuses, various obstacles made the future of these people uncertain. Now they were finally about to confirm their relationship. Yes, Fang Hao nodded. That Fang Hao as if she witnessed a love story reach a beautiful conclusion. Fang Hao hugged her with one arm, gently stroking her fluffy tail. While enjoying the quiet moment, Fang Hao also opened the Book of Lords, accessed the World Channel, and started checking out the shops of leading transmigrators. To see if there were any blueprints he needed, so he'd stock up. While everyone was enjoying their intimate moments, suddenly an emotionless system notification sounded in their ears. Lord's Quest initiated. Quest name, Day of Grace. Quest content, explore the ancient ruins. Cur treasures, also be wary of the awakened guardians. A quest now, damn. From winter till now, it had been a while since a system quest appeared. Fang Hao had even forgotten about such a thing as system quests. Perhaps not just Fang Hao, others felt the same. Gradually getting used to this world, trying to integrate, seeing themselves as people of this world. This quest was very different from the previous ones. The previous ones were called challenge quests. The quest content involved various monsters attacking the city, and what transmigrators did was to defend the city. This time, the word challenge was absent. The quest content was to explore ancient ruins, and rewards will be obtained from the ruins. Similarly, there were guardians. Or, enemies, frankly. What to say, this quest seemed more like handing out benefits, accelerating the growth of transmigrators. There was also no option to accept or reject the quest. What's wrong? Little White, feeling that he had stopped patting her tail, curiously raised her head. Fang Hao gently tapped her pert rear, some matters. Oh. Little White implied, resting on his chest, her little hand reaching inside. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords, flipped to the regional channel. As expected, the topic had shifted to the newly appeared quest. Damn! A quest has appeared, I had almost forgotten about this thing. It's an ancient ruins quest. The system finally opened its eyes, knowing to issue some benefit quests now. How are you so sure it's a benefit and not a trap? System quests are always blatantly after your life, need it dig a trap for you to jump into. That said, anyone up for teaming up for the exploration? Having one more person is one more guarantee. The channel was buzzing with activity. Most people believed it was a benefit quest, giving out benefits to transmigrators. You'll see why. If the system wanted to kill, it would issue a monster siege quest instead. Why bother with an excuse? The Black Iron Knight sword from your shop has sold out, please restock. The military spear from your shop has sold out, please restock. TP has sold out, please restock. Your world shops, please restock. Damn! In the time spent checking the regional channel, one notification after another appeared. Both regional and world channels' equipment witnessed sold-out situations. Fang Hao immediately checked his shop. Even items such as arrows were rapidly decreasing. All transmigrators, after accumulating up to this point, started explosive purchasing. Fang Hao immediately restocked various types of equipment and armor from the warehouse to the shop and increased the quantity, just managing to keep up with the shop's sales. Seeing this, being the world's #1 actually had its benefits. At least his shop was well known. With this quest released, a large part of transmigrators came to his place to buy equipment and items. After settling the shop's affairs, Fang Hao reopened the territory channel to check on it. Inside, they were also discussing the mission, but not as intensely. After reading a few messages, they began discussing team building. People in the territory channel were more trustworthy, and backstabbing was less likely to occur. Many of the cities were close to each other, making them suitable for forming teams. Ding! A private chat notification suddenly sounded. It was Dong Jiayu. Right, they were still at the Supreme Saint Golden City helping Amanda clean up the surrounding small cities. Upon opening it, he saw Dong Jiayu's message, "Brother Hao, what should we do?" "Ah, I'll bring you back," Fang Hao replied. This mission came so suddenly, and they were still over there. "Ons migrators here, we'll stay to explore the ruins to avoid having tompat with others if we go back." That makes sense. The area was indeed empty since the people were wiped out. Apart from Amanda's territory, Rolana's Crescent Heights also had large but sparsely populated territories. Fang Hao thought for a while and replied, "All right, have Amanda provide some troops for you, so it's better to explore over there." "Understood, Brother Hao," Dong Jiayu continued. "Stay safe, and don't bother with the fighting if it's too tough. Given the strength of our territory, we can afford to miss these few missions," Fang Hao reminded her. "Okay, got it." He ended the chat with Dong Jiayu. Fang Hao then returned to the territory channel. Everyone was finding teams or forming exploration groups led by some leaders. But it was clear. Those transmigrated after, everyone wanted to team up with them. Fang Hao left a message in the group and then stopped paying attention. He ended the chat. He then enjoyed a moment wrapped in the warmth of Little White. Pulling up his pants, he led the two women back room to go upstairs. After all, they had to start the mission the next day. The next day, early morning. On the practice field. There were 2 hours left until the mission began. Fang Hao held a book in one hand, a light sweat on his forehead. 500 meters in front of him was a dummy dressed in armor and wearing a helmet. It just stood there blankly. Something wasn't right. He had followed the instructions in the book concentrate, but it wasn't working. He flipped through several pages in succession, trying to find the cause of his problem to solve it. After checking, it seemed he found a few reasons why he hadn't cast. After thinking it over, his gaze returned to the wooden target in front. Concentrate the magic. Whoosh! A mournful wail emerged from the front. Ghostly shadows burst from below the wooden target. The shadows quickly clung to the body of the target, binding it tightly. Unlocked skill, Lingering Souls. It was a success. A sudden thrill washed over Fang Hao. Learning magic required self-study, but once released, it would be rooted and thoroughly beam his own skill. Longering of effects, lasting up to 180 SNDS. Seeing the skill description, Fang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The effects of the skill were all documented in the book. Dark Group Magic. After release, it inflicted the soul possession effect on the enemies. And these 500 units were determined by distance, meaning the closest 500 enemy troops would be affected by lingering souls. It wouldn't work if the number exceeded that. Go get all the wooden targets from the storehouse, Fang Hao instructed. The undead skeletons immediately took action, bringing all the targets from the storehouse. There were over 200, scattered in front of him. Fang continued to cast, whoosh. An even louder wail sounded, and all the wooden targets were simultaneously enveloped by the ghosts. The effect is pretty good. He had the skeletons pack up all the wooden targets. Fang Hao then proceeded to the Sorcery Sanctum, the skill upgrading building. He opened the building. The last upgrade was still lunting down. Bone Manipulation Technique, 191 hours 32 minutes. God's Presence, 45 hours 02 minutes. God's Presence was about to end soon, and he had to remember Tome extract it. Meanwhile, the Lingering Souls skill appeared in the building's list as well. Lingering Souls, 22 Shadowstones, 8 Magic Essences, 80 Skeleton Troops, 1,200 Warfire Coins. The consumption wasn't small. Bone Manipulation Technique had been upgraded twice and didn't test as much as its first time. But there was no reason to hesitate. Money was external, mastering the skills was what mattered. Confirmed the upgrade immediately. The building again surged with a burst of light, also showing Ant down. Soul Fascination, 167 hours 59 minutes. At that moment, several heroes quickly approached. Dimitrija spoke up, Lord, the troops are ready and can be mobilized at any time. Fang Hao looked at the large gold watch on his hand. No rush, we still have some time. Chapter 1053. Day of Grace, the quest begins. A system notification sounded. Instantly, the sky lit up with a streak of rainbow light, flashing by. Fang Hao immediately checked the map and noticed several new special symbols appearing in the highlighted areas. Ancient ruins. Spread irregularly around the territory's perimeter. Come, follow me, Fang Hao said, mounting the bone dragon. Carrying Dimitrija and Angia, they hurried towards the north of the city. The bone dragon flew for about 20 minutes. They were already near the ruins. Below, they could see Petty, the Pigman clan leader, rushing northward with nearly 100 orc soldiers. Descending along the way, Fang Hao asked, Petty, what are you doing? My lord, someone discovered collapsed buildings and enemies near the Bloody Mountains. I am about to lead my troops there, she replied. What she mentioned seemed to be in the same location as the ruins he was searching for. Fang Hao stayed on the bone dragon without dismounting and said directly, the rest need not go, Petty, come up with me and let's take a look. Petty turned her head, briefly instructed the soldiers behind her. And then climbed onto the dragon's back, sitting in the rear saddle. Petty, now a 7th-tier warrior, possessed significant combat power. Once seated securely, the bone dragon stomped its foot. Its form shot up from the ground again, heading towards the target. This time, it was only a 5 or 6 minute flight. In the air, Fang Hao had already spotted the ruins that suddenly appeared. A considerable ruin nestled in the dirt, collapsed arches, piles of rubble made up the ancient castle, displaying a stark contrast with the surrounding environment. It was as if a piece had been cut from somewhere else and pasted onto this area. Within the ruins, aimless wandering shadows were visible. Their movements were rigid, like that of a rotten corpse. As the bone dragon approached, it landed directly. They entered the area on foot. The ground, originally covered in mud and weeds, was now paved with beige bricks. The bricks, eroded by time, were blotchy and spotted. Are these alive or dead? Angia whispered. Ahead, several shadows roamed back and forth. Ancient Guardians, level 8. The Guardian troops mainly consisted of 3 types. Shield and sword warriors, spear carriers, and crossbowmen. In groups of 3, they patrolled continuously along a set route. They looked just like humans except stiff in their movements and expressionless faces, more akin to resurrected rotten corpses. Past the front-line guardians and looking further inside, there were still quite a few wandering enemies. At least a few hundred. So many people that even if it were indeed a reward quest, ordinary transmigrators would find it difficult to break through. They're called Ancient Guardians, level 8 warriors, Fang Hao replied. What do we do, rush in? There's no need for us, Fang Hao said. Gathering magic power. Whoosh! The next second, two massive stone pillars covered in intricate patterns appeared in front of everyone, unfolding like a tapestry, forming a vast, spatially distorted stone gate. Through the stone gate, the scene behind was no longer the original forest but a dim troop-hiding cave. Inside the cave, dense skeleton warriors were visible. Fang Hao felt the drain of his magic power and immediately commanded, "Kill, eliminate all enemies ahead." As soon as he spoke, whoosh! The skeleton warriors from within the stone gate sprang into action. Flooding out of the gate, they rushed towards the inner parts of the ruins. The ancient guardians patrolling along the route heard the commotion below and looked back in confusion. They saw a massive wave of skeletons, madly charging up the stone steps towards them. The three guardians had just prepared their battle formation when the crossbowman released an arrow. It was soon overwhelmed and swallowed by the wave of undead. In the ruins, a deep horn sounded. All the ancient guardians readied themselves for battle, but the oncoming undead surged like unstoppable floodwaters, spreading relentlessly upwards, until all enemies were overwhelmed. About half an hour later, the scene suddenly quieted, the skeletons standing still, entering standby mode. Fang Hao knew the battle had ended. Angia, Petty, organize the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. Dimitrija, come with me to take a look inside, he instructed. Yes. The group divided their tasks and began to move. Angia and Petty started organizing the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, as the ancient guardians had dropped some items. Fang Hao led Dimitrija, making their way upwards. They went straight into the stone castle. The arch-shaped stone door of the castle was already somewhat eroded and weathered. The cracked crevices and falling debris on the ground seemed like they could collapse at any moment. Fang Hao glanced at it and still walked inside. The space inside the stone castle was not small, centered around a tall stone platform. Atop the platform, there was a mud statue with half of its head missing. On the statue's neck hung a pendant, thick with dust. Radiant Sovereign Talisman, Orange. Category, Talisman. Ability, increases damage reduction by 50% under sunlight. Description, a relic from a once flourishing empire, scattered across different lands. An orange pendant. This surprised Fang Hao. In this world, orange-grade equipment was among the top tier. A ruler or clan leader possessing one or two pieces of orange-grade equipment could treat them as national treasures or heirlooms. Among the equipment, accessories with special properties are even scarcer than weapons and armor. Each one that appeared could be sold for a sky-high price. Now, Fang Hao had obtained another one. See if there's anything else in the hall, Fang Hao said to someone beside him. Okay. The two spread out and began to search the spacious, dim hall. Soon, the sound of heavy objects scraping the floor was heard. Dimitrija was seen dragging a red chest toward him. Fang Hao was delighted to see another chest. He was about to open it when he saw its attributes and paused mid-action. Resource chest. Description, upon opening, you can obtain resource rewards, including but not limited to building materials, forging materials, food ingredients, etc. A resource chest, not an equipment chest. It can't be opened yet, as opening it would cause a major appearance of materials. People would need to be arranged to transport them. Suppressing the urge to open the chest, he stored the resource chest in his storage space. Then they both took the pendant from the mud statue and headed outside. Outside the stone castle, Angia and Petty had finished cleaning the battlefield and were chatting together. Seeing Fang Hao approaching, they both greeted him. Petty said, "Sir, we've collected over 1,000 pieces of equipment, but all are severely corroded and damaged. Any bodies?" "No bodies, the enemy's bodies quickly decay and vanish after death, leaving only the equipment and these blueprint fragments," Petty continued. Fang Hao took them and examined them. Guardian's sword damaged blueprint. Guardian's brass shield damaged blueprint. Description, collect 10 damaged blueprints to obtain the complete blueprint. The fragments could be combined into complete blueprints. This task was forcing transmigrators to clear out the minor monsters outside. Only by clearing them could you obtain the corresponding blueprints. Otherwise, getting 1 or 2 pages had no use at all. "How many do we have?" "We have 10 of each type." "Give them to me." Petty handed all the blueprints to Fang Hao. Combining Guardian's sword complete blueprint. Combining Guardian's brass shield complete blueprint. Light flashed, and the damaged blueprints turned into 2 complete blueprints. Guardian's sword blueprint, blue. Guardian's brass shield blueprint, blue. Just blue. Fang Hao felt somewhat disappointed. He stored the blueprints and didn't continue to look at them. Reopening the intricately inscribed Gate of the Worlds, he ordered the surrounding undead, carry this equipment, all back to the troop hiding cave. Clattering. The skeletons resumed their activity. Carrying the scavenged armor and swords, they entered the troop hiding cave. Soon, they vanished out of sight. Let's go, get on the bone dragon, and continue to the next site. Several people mounted the bone dragon and soared into the sky once more. In the area channel. Damn it, what kind of enemies are these, so fierce, and they use tactics. My forces just rushed in and were wiped out by the other side. The enemies this time are toxic, hey? I lost some troops in the first wave, and when I took new troops over, I found that the enemies had equipped themselves with the gear we lost. What's going on? I rushed over from miles away only to give them a bunch of experience, damn. Quick, let's form a team. I'm near Cold Tooth Mountain, any brothers forming a team? Looking for teammates in Chaotic Burial Valley, local brothers form a team, missing 3, powerful casters priority. Missing 1 for a 5-man team, looking for partners. Fang Hao, sitting atop the bone dragon, read through the chat in the area channel. The rewards seemed good, but the difficulty was certainly not small. Like the Guardian army Fang Hao just faced, several 108th tier soldiers. They could coordinate tactically, and most transmigrators would be just delivering themselves on a platter. But there wasn't really much danger. No one mentioned enemies from the ancient site pursuing and killing outside. Forming teams was also a good method if you couldn't beat them alone. He continued to open the domain channel. It was also filled with complaints, mentioning high difficulty and severe losses. But since people in the domain knew each other, it was easy to quickly find a team to join. Fang Hao thought for a moment, this opportunity was indeed rare. So he typed in the domain channel. Those who can't beat it, register with their respective lord, to receive a stone monster construct body to aid in battle beforehand. Those who want to buy it, wait until after the task and purchase it at a set price. Stone monster construct bodies, though 5th tier. But with tough skin, high magic resistance, they make excellent living shields. They are well suited for this kind of situation. Thank you, boss. Yay! Thank you, boss. Voices of gratitude appeared. As they neared the second ancient site, Fang Hao also closed the Book of Lords. He descended from afar. Fang Hao looked toward the enemy within the ancient site. Iron-armored Rhino Cavalry, 8th tier. Chapter 1054. This area was relatively wide. It was sparsely dotted with a few trees around. The core building of the ancient relics behind, was not some stone castle, but more like a round dome painted with red and green patterns. It was usually the hall of an orc chieftain. The troop type was the 8th Order Ironclad Rhinoceros Cavalry. They were orc cavalry wearing plate armor, riding beasts resembling rhinos. Their frames were low to the ground, exceptionally stout and burly. Fang Hao glanced from afar. He directly opened the Gate of the Worlds, and hordes of the undead rushed out. They started to charge towards the core building. The ironclad Rhinoceros Cavalry let out angry roars, raising the spiked hammers in their hands as they charged head-on towards the undead. This momentum was far more ferocious than the Relic Guardians just now. Bang bang bang! A series of muffled collision sounds erupted. The rhinos, like barrier-breaking vehicles at full throttle, were daunting, constantly tossing the skeletal frameworks into the air. They forcefully cleared paths one after another. Seeing such a scene, Fang Hao and the others were somewhat surprised. These rhinos were fierce. If it were ordinary horses, facing such a dense swarm of undead, they couldn't have charged so far. The rhino mounts were innately strong, simply unstoppable. The soldiers had already been killed by the undead, but the rhinos continued to charge forward. As herds of rhinoceros cavalry rushed over, their bodies were draped in piles of skeletons. Dimitrija and Angia immediately shielded Fang Hao. Preparing to face the enemy. Don't rush, I'll try out a skill, said Fang Hao, as he gathered his skills. The next second, sinister ghostly shadows climbed onto the ironclad rhinoceros cavalry, tightly entangling both the mounts and the bodies of the cavalry. The already exhausted cavalry halted their charge as undead from all around completely overwhelmed the cavalry who had breached their perimeter. Continue advancing, Fang Hao commanded. After clearing away the cavalry, the undead continued their assault on the interior. Some scattered beast clan warriors and crossbowmen, under the overwhelming numbers of the undead, showed no defense power. They were quickly submerged by the undead, hacked into piles of mush. Angia, Petty, clean up the battlefield. Dmitrija and I will go in. After speaking, he took Dmitrija into the central core building. This place resembled a chieftain's hall even more. Inside the empty hall, the visibility remained dim. A grayish-blue carpet extended on the floor, and in the middle of the stone platform was a mud statue of a deer's head, crowned with branching, blossoming antlers on its forehead. They appeared like corals, bizarre yet filled with beauty. Deer Spirit Horn, purple. Category, Artifact. Ability, Enlightenment plus 5%. Description: when the Deer Spirit King fell, it left behind a pair of antlers, effective only when placed within a city. A purple artifact. But its effect was still quite good. Enlightenment, this ability, he had encountered it before. It made the people within the territory smarter, more readily learning and understanding new knowledge. For now, it could be placed in the main city, since the maids were training daily and studying arithmetic with Hui. With this, they could also expect an efficiency boost in the school. Once the school was built, it could be moved there. Alas, it's a shame the effect was limited to a single city. If it had been the entire territory, it definitely would have been orange rated. Dmitrija dragged over a resource chest. Fang Hao took the two and directly stored them into his storage space. Exiting the building, Angia and the other woman had already cleared the battlefield. Petty said directly, "My lord, besides various equipment, there are blueprint fragments and these shepherd's flutes." Fang Hao took them all. The assembled blueprint was called Beast Tooth Spiked Hammer and it was still a blue blueprint. The weapon used by the iron-clad rhinoceros cavalry, thudding as it struck. It seems the gathered blueprints were mostly blue. The focus shifted as Fang Hao looked towards the shepherd's flutes. Iron-clad rhinoceros, flute. Category, shepherd's flute. Description: the first successful sounding can summon an iron-clad rhinoceros, afterwards, each sounding can call an iron-clad rhinoceros to one's side. First sounding must ensure the iron-clad rhinoceros can reach the intended destination. The shepherd's flute was not new to him. Last time, he had summoned a giant lizard through a shepherd's flute. The giant lizard was known for being amphibious. This iron-clad rhinoceros also had its own characteristics. Great stamina, immense strength. The perfect mount for a charge. Fang Hao counted the number of shepherd's flutes, exactly 125 pieces, quite a substantial haul. He reopened the gate of the worlds and sent the remaining skeletons back. Then, he continued to examine the map for the next ancient relic's location. It was nearby the main city. There were only these two relics, with the closest one to the west near Zhongbin city. Zhongbin would likely bring troops to clear it. Fang Hao shifted the map again, selecting the Troll's Bloody Mountains, where there were no transmigrators. After settling on a location, he teleported to the Troll main city, then took a bone dragon to fly there, making an effort to cut down the time spent on the road. 8 p.m. Grace Day ends. As the notification sounded, the ancient relic he had just explored, collapsing in an instant, turning completely into ruins. The thunderous sounds of collapse startled Fang Hao and his companions. "It's messed up. If it weren't for the creatures that almost killed us, being crushed to death by you at the end of the mission would have been terrible." Fang Hao turned around and cursed. Chapter 1055. Whoever happened to be taking treasures in the core structure would have been directly buried. Opened the gate of the worlds, sending all troops back. Fang Hao also released the teleportation screen, bringing Dmitrija and a few others directly back to the main city. Stepped out from the screen. Fang Hao said, "Petty, first let Angia take you around the city, have dinner, and then I'll send you back." They had been busy since 8 in the morning until now. Petty had also been following all along. Simply sending her back would be somewhat unreasonable. And if Petty got starved thinner, she wouldn't be as cute as she is now. "Thank you, my lord," said Petty gratefully. Angia acted as the guide and started showing Petty around the city. In fact, this was Petty's first visit to the main city, and the environment there was very pleasant. It was no exaggeration to call it a large park. After the others had left, Fang Hao began to check today's spoils of war. They had taken over 6 ancient relics and received 6 quality rewards. Radiant Sovereign Talisman, orange increases damage reduction by 50% under sunlight. Deer Spirit Horn, purple enlightenment plus 5%. Prisoner's Binding Belt, Orange, a binding band that can bind heroes of orange grade and above, preventing the bound target from gathering any form of power, takes 5 seconds to activate. Flytrap urn, purple, a specially made magic container, open the lid to command swarms of poisonous flies to attack the target, can only understand attack/return commands, can be fed with rotten meat. Invigorating censer, purple, produces the effect of calming incense without needing actual incense, quite practical. Giant stone mace, purple, level 4 damage with each attack carrying a frost effect. 6 kinds of rewards. Each one was a standard weapon or equipment. The first 2, the Radiant Sovereign Talisman and Deer Spirit Horn, were actually quite good rewards. But the 4 others obtained in the Bloody Mountain range seemed off. Prisoner's Binding Belt looked a bit like the bands used on the mentally ill, made of metal and leather. We had tried it on a skeleton before. Once it bound its target, the joints were bound in reverse, making it impossible to struggle free. Even when commanded to break free, the skeleton couldn't escape its bonds. It was a pretty useful shackle. Flytrap urn was just a grey-brown clay pot, which, when opened, unleashed swarms of black insects that attacked the target. It was similar to the bug control technique from the Aberme clan in Naruto, but the buzzing insects right by your ear wasn't as cool as it seemed on TV, only awkwardly uncomfortable. Invigorating censer, simply opening it up would disperse the effect of calming incense, it was quite practical. Giant stone mace was a huge stone club covered in runes, and judging by its size, it was suitable for a troll to use. Having reviewed the main rewards, Fang Hao continued to take out all the resource chests. Opened them one by one. Received, hardwood 220, ironized wood 50, fine stone bricks 180, fine crafted stone bricks 32, fine iron 42, essence of magic 5. Received, hardwood 180, ironized wood 38, fine stone bricks 180, glazed tiles 5, rich essence 3, traces of the divine 2. Received. Your hero, the corpse witch Nelson, has reached 100 loyalty points and will not be affected by any state of estrangement, betrayal, etc. Just stepping out of the Viscera Museum, he received the system prompt. He had given the invigorating incense burner obtained yesterday to the funeral priest to give to Nelson, and the loyalty finally broke through the last 3 points. It reached 100. From then on, he wouldn't have to worry about Nelson being poached by others. Like that woman who could control gold. He returned to the Lord's mansion in a beautiful mood. He opened the Book of Lords and made some minor adjustments to the shops on the regional and world channels. The exchange materials for weapons equipment were updated to include ironized wood, fine stone brick, and glazed tiles. These were all materials that appeared in the resource chests during yesterday's mission. Many people must have gotten them. He could exchange them himself. Especially the glazed tiles. Normally costing between 80–120 Warfire coins each, Fang Hao directly set the price, 3 tiles for 1 blue piece of equipment. He assumed he could collect some this way. Then, he continued with the mass production of newly obtained blue blueprints and put them up for sale on the channel. Inside the regional channel, it had already exploded with activity. Everyone was discussing today's task. Damn, it's finally over, this task was too hard. I finally have a recruitment scroll, I'll have a hero now. Wait, did you all succeed? Am I the only one who lost troops and still didn't get through? Can't get through, don't you know how to team up? So cool, just saw on the World Channel, Aragon with the help of the Dragon Clan took down 3 relics and started advertising for his own alliance. Gotta say though, he really is fierce. I wonder how many Fang Hao will take down. If the second place took 3, the boss definitely took more. Not sure though, Aragon had the Dragon Clan's help, which is kind of like cheating. If the boss managed 3 on his own, that would already be amazing. Indeed. Fang Hao looked at the chat in the regional channel. He wasn't too surprised. In a transmigrator's exploration of ancient relics, the biggest consumption of time was travel, not the battle itself. Like Aragon, who had asked for the Dragon Clan's help. Riding a dragon to travel also meant crossing a large area. After all, they were asking the Dragon Clan for help, not commanding them in battle. There was definitely a limit, they couldn't command them as freely as their own heroes. But being able to conquer 3 places was actually quite strong. Fang Hao's method was more direct, teleporting. This shortened much more time and conquered 6 places. After dinner, he sent Petty back to Pigman village. Upstairs, Little White's voice could also be heard. Master, come up quickly, let's deal with Angia together. Hearing the playful noises of several people, he also went upstairs to rest. The next day. Silverwing City, Chinatown. I heard about yesterday's mission. Su Haid and Li Rong bumped into each other on the road, and they almost came to blows. I heard too, Su Haid had called in the church's temple troops, quite impressive. Does that mean Sister Li was at a disadvantage? Sister Li, let Su Haid gain an upper hand, a beer-bellied fat man came over from behind. As soon as everyone heard he had news, they immediately crowded around him. What happened? Share it with us. Su Haid's people were indeed awesome, and they didn't even regard Sister Li highly, but later, Sister Li took out something, and it made Su Haid and the church completely shut up. Guess what it was? Several people were taken aback. Li, Sister Li is a man. Crap, what man? Then why did you use the word took out? The beer-bellied man glared at him and continued, seeing that the other party was looking for trouble, Sister Li had someone uncover the tarp on the carriage, revealing several cannons, which directly intimidated Su Haid and his people. Damn, Sister Li has cannons, one person exclaimed. The others were also a bit surprised. Cannons could be seen on the walls of Silverwing City. But taking several cannons on a mission was indeed surprising. What's so surprising about that? Sister Li has several of them, and they all use the latest dwarf technology. Hehe, seeing Su Haid lose face makes me happy. Whether the incident was true or false, it was still quite satisfying. Me too. The main city. The corpse which Nelson's loyalty to you has increased by 3 points, current loyalty is 100. To sell externally. This way, the whole morning went by directly. In the afternoon. Trade Alliance, Firehammer Shop. Fang Hao watched as the dwarf master across from him took out all the materials one by one. In addition to dragon scale, there were fine iron, cobalt iron, and some other metals to enhance magic, including essence of magic, essence of destruction, and other materials capable of facilitating magic conduction. According to the agreement, Fang Hao should have brought the materials yesterday and handed them over to the dwarf master. But a sudden mission had pushed it back by a day. Chapter 1056. Actually, when it's all added up, customizing a piece of armor really doesn't come cheap. If there hadn't been the dragon scales available, there really would have been no need to expend so much effort and money on customizing equipment. After all, the main battles are still carried out by the ordinary undead. With that money, it would be better to get a blueprint for mass production. The effect would be even greater. But having come this far, the money that needs to be spent still has to be spent. Master Brinston nodded, personally counted the quantity, and said, "Don't worry, I will save the remaining dragon scales for your next suit, no need to fret." Valuable materials are also rare treasures. Some clients inevitably suspect that during forging, craftsmen might skimp on materials and keep them for themselves. Of course, such incidents are not uncommon. I naturally trust the master's integrity, not everyone can achieve what you have, Fang Hao said. Ha ha ha. You have a way with words, laughed Brinston heartily. It seemed Fang Hao's words had struck a chord with him. Fang Hao also laughed along for a moment and then asked, "Master, how long will it take to complete?" "At least half a month or more, and that's with people helping by my side." "Of course, I will try to rush the process as much as possible. Near the end, you can bring over the second person, and I will measure them for their equipment," the master replied after taking a sip of his drink. Fang Hao had no choice when it came to commissioning equipment. All he could do was nod and say, "Good, then I'll wait for the master's notice." "Sure, if there's anything else, just come to Firehammer Shop. With this medal, you'll be received by someone when you arrive," said the dwarf as he handed Fang Hao a badge resembling both a flame and a beard. "Thank you, master. I won't disturb you any further." Having finished their conversation, he then left the Firehammer Shop. Succubus Cottage. "Demon Monarch sister, a human with demon materials has come to the shop," said the little succubus as she burst through the door. The demon monarch succubus raised an eyebrow. Had they arrived already? "Alone?" she asked softly. "There's also a lizardman. The two are in the second-floor private room, having ordered food," she explained. With a light touch to her forehead, the demon monarch said, "Give them 2 dream entering contracts." "Yes, demon monarch sister." In the private room, Fang Hao had ordered a meal, planning to have dinner here. Today, the succubus cottage seemed rather quiet. Apparently, some competition was being held at the central square again, attracting many people to watch. As a result, the shop had few customers. Knock knock. The door was softly rapped. A seductively dressed succubus walked in, swaying her hips. Her midriff was exposed through a heart-shaped cutout, revealing her fair belly round and quite cute. Esteemed guests, since you have patronized our establishment 5 times, we are offering a dream entering contract, allowing you to enjoy the dream services of our shop, the little succubus said while casting a flirtatious wink. A dream entering contract? What does that mean? Fang Hao asked. The succubus, squatting beside them, took out 2 contracts and explained, well, as you know, we succubi possess the ability to enter dreams, allowing us to fulfill guests' requests within a constructed dreamscape. Similar explanations could be found in books about humans. Victims in their sleep gradually surrender to the dark desires of their hearts, indulging in suppressed taboos and urges. Succubi skilled in dream entrance continue to amplify these desires for the victims. They entice them towards their ultimate goal. That described the succubi's actions of beguiling other species through dreams. Under the regulations of the Trade Alliance, the White Temptress demon had turned this ability into a business. Through dream entering, it provides brief fulfillment of desires unattainable in reality. The succubus continued, Sir, whether you wish to become a king with authority, defeat an unbeatable foe from the past, or meet the woman you love, all can be satisfied in the dream. Dimitrija stood by the side, expressionless. But Fang Hao was genuinely surprised. This was possible? This was just like going online. In the world of the internet, where one could achieve mental fulfillment. Whether it be through shooting games or having a virtual girlfriend. All could be accomplished. Honestly, Fang Hao found it very interesting. Thank you, we'll discuss it and get back to you after dinner, if that's all right. Fang Hao said with a smile. Of course, sir, answered the little succubus sweetly, setting the 2 contracts on the table before turning to leave. Fang Hao glanced at the contents of the contract. It was a contract from the Trade Alliance, outlining rules for both parties. Essentially, while dreaming, the succubus is not to cause any harm to the guest's psyche. On the guest's part, no excessive actions are to be taken. Fang Hao quickly schemed through it and felt that it seemed fine. Soon, the door was knocked on again. The ordered food was brought in. Setting the contract aside, he chatted and dined with Dimitrija. Activity Square. The spacious circular square was already packed with people. Members of various species gathered here, all eyes fixed on the 2 figures in the center, one large, one small. The Drunkard Challenge Contest. The Troll Tribe's hero, Yamos, challenged the champion of the Drunkard Contest, the Dragon Clan's hero, Beata. If the challenge was successful, Troll Yamos would become the new champion. He would bear the title and enjoy the special privileges of the champion in taverns. One large, one small, one black, one white. Both stood in the middle of the square, each with a barrel of ale as tall as a man in their arms. Holding them over their heads, they guzzled the ale with a gurgling sound. Behind the 2 men, there were even more empty barrels of ale. How many barrels is this now? An undead who had just arrived asked softly. The orc beside him replied, the 8th. The undead nodded, 8 barrels, not bad. Back when I was still alive, my alcohol tolerance wasn't any worse than theirs. The surrounding orcs and humans glanced at him, shaking their heads with a look of disbelief. At this time, someone who was not familiar with the situation walked over. Curiously, they asked, who's that human girl who can keep up with a troll until now? She's quite impressive. Human? That's someone from the Dragon Clan. The undead turned to look and continued, here's a piece of advice for you, humans definitely shouldn't join such contests. It will only lead to an earlier death. The contest in the arena continued unabated. To alleviate the tedium of drinking, there were some minor diversions, like darts competitions and rapid-fire quizzes. Just to test the sobriety of the 2 competitors. The bustling noise in the square had no effect on the shops in the commercial street. No matter how lively it was, the sound couldn't travel such a distance. After signing the contract, Fang Hao and Dimitrija had just received 2 more paper sheets from the little succubus. Gentlemen, you can choose the type of dream entry you'd like on these, the little succubus continued to explain with a smile, kneeling by their side. As for types of dream entry, there were only a few options. Power, wealth, status, love, and others like those. Beyond the aforementioned options, the rest involved writing one's own wishes. For instance, to make up for one's shortcomings or to meet a deceased loved one. The little succubus recommended power or status, as those were the most popular choices among men. Fang Hao smiled, indicating that he agreed with the succubus's suggestion. But as he looked at the sheet in his hand, he hesitated for a moment. As a generous lord who controlled a vast territory, his dream entry should be about expanding borders or ascending to godhood, right? But why did Fang Hao feel like all of that was just work? While awake, he was striving for these things. Now that he had the rare chance to indulge in a daydream, should he still worry about them? His gaze slightly shifted, catching a glimpse of Dimitrich's sheet before it was closed. On it was written the name of the lizard queen Anastasia. Dimitrich sure had his sights set on her. In a few days you'll be together, and now you're still filling in the queen's name, isn't that wasting a slot? If you're going to fill it in, choose someone completely unrelated. Scribbling quickly while Dimitrich tried to sneak a peek, Fang Hao wrote down a name. He handed it directly to the little succubus. What's next? Fang Hao went on to ask. The little succubus maintained her gentle smile. Sir, there's still plenty of time. You both can take a stroll around the city and just come back to check in later. Oh, all right, Fang Hao agreed. The two of them made a quick trip back to the main city. By the time they returned, the moon was already high in the sky. They settled down in their respective rooms. The room was spacious, and it was decorated to create a certain ambience. A bath had already been drawn in the separate bathroom, with flower petals floating on the surface. The rising steam created a hazy atmosphere in the bathing area. This succubus house is really thorough in their work, even the bath water has been prepared, Fang Hao said as he undressed and stepped directly into the tub. Ever since he had the hot springs, it had been quite a while since he last soaked in such a bath. Mainly because it's inconvenient having to get someone to heat the water wasn't as handy as the hot springs. He relished the comfortable feeling the hot water provided. Meanwhile, he opened the Book of Lords to check the regional channel. In the channel, the chat was still about yesterday's mission. Aside from exchanging some of the spoils of war they had obtained, it had also sparked some issues. Conflict. Those ancient sites, where they popped up, were usually situated between two or more cities. This inevitably led to multiple transmigrators attempting to conquer the same place at once. Within the same region, it was fine since everyone was looking for team members. But in the border regions, it wasn't so friendly. It was now common to see many involved in conflicts with transmigrators from other nations. And even the alliance had been dragged into it. This system mission is really sinister, it seems like it's intentionally provoking conflict, Fang Hao remarked, closing the Book of Lords. He rested his head on the edge of the tub and closed his eyes in contemplation. Border battles could likely drag all the alliances into the fray, leading to regional warfare. This is tricky. There wasn't peace for a few days before chaos erupted again. After soaking for a while, Fang Hao got back into his bathrobe. Just as he was about to step out, he heard the door open. Then came a rustling sound. Frowning, he armed himself and walked out slowly. Upon reaching the bedroom, he saw a silver-haired girl with dragon horns, already fast asleep on the bed. And on the floor beside the bed, her clothes lay scattered, the ones she had just taken off. Fang Hao furrowed his brows. Entering the dream so quickly? Smelling the lingering scent of alcohol in the air. So there's a plot twist. Chapter 1057. The effect of entering the dream was still very surprising to Fang Hao. A seamless transition, you wouldn't even realize you'd fallen asleep before it began. Moreover, a special plot had been requested. The soft moonlight streamed through the window, and the silver-haired dragon girl lay on the bed, her skin as sleek as a white python's, faintly shimmering with a delicate luster. The white dumpling underneath her spread out flat. Her head tilted to one side. Her large eyes, long and curled eyelashes, slightly chubby cheeks, and full, rosy lips sketched the shape of someone both sexy and tempting. Her waist muscles were slender, but her round hips rose high, forming a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Fang Hao sat beside her, admiring her, his fingers gently stroking down her smooth, white back. The dragon girl twisted slightly but continued to sleep soundly. Then he stood up and removed the last piece of cloth. Hey? A tiger doesn't need whiskers. In the back room of the succubus cottage, the demon monarch frowned at the accounts in her hand. This year's drinking competition had indeed stirred up quite some heat, but the consumption was more than in previous years. Who could have thought that the Dragon Clan would also participate in such events? Even a young girl, seemingly so fond of drinking. It would probably take quite some time to make back the money invested. Bang bang bang. The urgent knocking on the door interrupted the alluring demon monarch's thoughts. Come in, a pleasant yet somewhat stern voice said. The door opened, and a little succubus briskly walked in with 2 contracts in hand. Demon monarch sister, we can't enter the dreams of that human and lizardman, the little succubus said anxiously. Can't enter the dreams? Yes, the little succubus said, lowering her head. A succubus's ability to enter dreams doesn't require the other party to fall asleep. Some people with low spiritual power can even be put into a dream while awake. The contracts were signed, and preparations completed. But they still couldn't enter the dreams, which was rare. What scenarios did these 2 choose? The demon monarch continued to ask. Romance. The demon monarch revealed a smile. But choosing this on the first visit was normal. Who did they choose? The lizardman chose the southern queen, Anastasia, and the human chose the dragon clan's Beata. Beata? That young girl from the dragon clan. The demon monarch showed surprise. She had just been thinking about how Beata had spent quite a bit of money. So there were humans who liked her. What kind of fetish was this? A liking for being dominated, ravaged by a powerful woman? Yes, they filled it out when they saw the poster on the wall, the little succubus explained. In the room, there was a poster of Beata, the winner of the drinking competition. The demon monarch was slightly startled, then she laughed. She had thought there might be some reason, but it turned out they just casually chose someone without a particular goal in mind. Let me see the contracts, and which rooms are these 2 in? This time, the dream invasion regarding these 2 individuals. It was she who had arranged it, intending to find out some information related to Dusty Mud Valley from their dreams. But now the contracts were signed, and they couldn't enter the dream, missing the last step. The little succubus handed the contracts to the demon monarch. 207 and 208. The latter took them, lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and personally attempted to enter a dream. And the next second, her eyes snapped open. Unable to enter the dream. She tried the second contract, attempting the lizardman's dream, but the result remained the same. Demon monarch sister, you can't either, the little succubus said softly. The demon monarch's eyes narrowed, they must be carrying some treasure, coming here to cause trouble. If they had signed the contracts and come in possession of treasures, they could only be here to cause trouble. What should we do? The demon monarch thought for a moment, then shook her head. Since they don't wish to enter dreams, let's not bother them, have them come to see me tomorrow morning. Oh, all right. In the dead of night, Fang Hao was diligently tilling the fields. The still drowsy little female dragon had gotten used to it, no longer struggling as much. She let herself be positioned in various postures, to make it more convenient for both of them. At one point, a hefty dragon tail suddenly appeared, nearly flinging Fang Hao out. Latterly, the dragon tail wrapped around his waist, continuing their mutual pleasure. Early in the morning, Fang Hao awoke from sleep. Seeing the disarray all around and the still sleeping little female dragon in his arms, he frowned slightly. The dream was still ongoing? That's not right. He closed his eyes and activated his spiritual power, then his eyes opened wide in surprise. This was not a dream, but reality. With some hesitation, he reached out his hand, squeezed, and patted. The little female dragon murmured and turned to the other side, continuing to sleep soundly. Damn, that was close shaving. Fang Hao sprang up from the bed. He took out the Thunderhawk blade, his gaze fixed on the still sleeping silver-haired dragon girl. The grudge between the dragon clan and him actually arose because of this dragon girl. If he were to slay this dragon girl now and take her body, it would amount to some sweet revenge. However, looking at her sleeping form and her somewhat swollen body, the heavy sword raised high in his hands stayed frozen in midair, not coming down. He hesitated. Pulling up his trousers before committing murder seemed somewhat heartless. Knock, knock. A faint knock sounded, accompanied by Dimitrich's voice. Sir, the owner of the succubus cottage invites you over. Fang Hao nervously glanced again at the dragon lady. She was still fast asleep. How much wine had she drunk? Have them wait for a moment, I'll be out after I freshen up, Fang Hao said. He sheathed his heavy sword and quickly cleaned up the traces in the room. Then he finally opened the door and walked out. At the doorway, Dimitrija and the small succubus were standing at the door waiting. Fang Hao said to the small succubus, "I'd like to book this room for another day, you don't need to attend to it. Just don't go in casually, that's all." "Okay, sir," the small succubus first nodded, then continued, "Sir, my master invites you to come over." Something Dimitrija had just brought up. It was apparent that there were no special intentions, otherwise, the invitation would not have been made during the day. "Lead the way," he said. "Right this way." It was only after walking through the building that he found there was a backyard. The entire tavern was divided between the front and the rear building. It resembled the structure of a courtyard house. Inside the room, a faint, alluring fragrance lingered. Opposite the two was a stunningly mature succubus sitting down. She wore a deep teal robe and a gold floral crown, and her slender succubus tail hung beside her, curling slightly off the ground. She exhibited both dignity and seduction. Dream Eater Demon Yzabeth, Orange Tier 8 Hero. Orange Tier 8? Fang Hao carefully observed the succubus hero before him. Perhaps it was because he had ridden a dragon all night yesterday. Though the succubus before him was full of temptation, he didn't feel much urge. "Sorry to the both of you, but due to some reasons, last night's dream encounter was unsuccessful. I hope you can forgive this," the succubus said first, her voice crisp and pleasant to hear. As expected, it hadn't been successful. Last night the dragon lady had just drunkenly walked into the wrong room. Fang Hao maintained his composure and nodded slightly, as if he had just come to experience it and didn't mind that it hadn't worked out. If the dream encounter actually had been successful last night, it might not have been a good thing. Both he and the dragon lady would have been asleep next to each other. It would be rather troublesome if she woke up first. How could it fail? Fang Hao asked curiously. The succubus studied him seriously, sensing he wasn't just teasing, and explained, "Did the two of you bring any item that might block such an attempt, or any treasure that prevented us from entering your dreams?" Fang Hao subconsciously reached towards his waist. The light feather short sword he carried had the effect of warding off curses and negative states. If entering dreams counted as a negative state, then Dimitrija's skill, Ancient Saint Protection, would also activate to obstruct it. It seemed that was the reason. "Oh, so that's it. It's our first time here, so we didn't know," said Fang Hao with a smile. It wasn't the other party's fault, nor could he blame himself. The succubus nodded with a smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she continued, "I invited the two of you over this time because there's something else I wanted to inquire about." Her large, seductive eyes suddenly turned serious. "Oh? What is it?" Fang Hao asked with curiosity. "I heard you sold some demon materials at the dwarf shop, and I wish to inquire about the origin of those materials," the succubus said. Fang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. When he had brought out the demon materials, there were many onlookers around. It was not surprising for someone to have recognized them. Moreover, demons had no influence on this continent, so he didn't have to worry about demons coming after him. "Why do you ask?" The succubus languidly leaned back, her bosom nearly spilling out of her gown, and then said, "You must have heard that we white temptress demons have broken away from the demons, so we are quite attentive to demon affairs." Fang Hao nodded and replied, "A friend accidentally found a demon camp and obtained these materials after a battle. I got some of them." "Oh, the ugly brutes didn't escape, did they?" the succubus pressed. "No, you can rest assured on that point." The succubus smiled in relief, "Well, that's good." She then continued, "Since the dream encounter wasn't successful this time, Succubus Cottage will remain available to you. Whenever you want to try again, just come over." Fang Hao nodded, "All right, if there's nothing else, then I won't disturb you any further." The succubus nodded, and Fang Hao left the place with his companion. 100 Cities Federation. Southern Coast. Mountain and Sea Alliance disbanded and joined Fang Hao's territory. Bai Xian frowned as she read the content in the Book of Lords. She had just received this news. No wonder, there had been no news on the migration of the Mountain and Sea Alliance lately. Ma Tianyi was no longer searching for allies everywhere. It turned out they had resolved the demon issue. And after that, they had disbanded the Mountain and Sea Alliance and joined Fang Hao's territory. For the regional forces, this was a significant event. "How strong exactly is this Fang Hao?" Bai Xian exclaimed. As she pondered, Su Yuanhang's voice came from outside. "Sister Xian, are you there?" With Su Yuanhang's territory abandoned, he was now residing in Bai Xian's domain. Come in. The door opened, and Su Yuanhang entered. He pulled out a single-page map and said, Sister Xian, I've investigated thoroughly, and this is a deep-sea tomb. The mission from the day before yesterday. The Straw Hat Nautical Group Alliance obtained a treasure map. Su Yuanhang and some members of the alliance had followed the map to the sea. Chapter 1058. In the Grace mission, the alliance obtained a treasure map. The need to continue searching for the treasure while looking at the map surprised Bai Xian and the others. After all, in the channel, everyone talked about equipment and tool rewards. Not a single person mentioned obtaining a treasure map. Moreover, the rewards for others are labeled with colors like purple and orange, and they even have ratings. The treasure map was just a tattered, yellowed piece of leather. Some within the alliance who had studied medicine even recognized it as human scalp. This made everyone in the alliance feel somewhat uneasy. But Bai Xian and the others were still curious about this treasure. Such a peculiar and bizarre reward. The treasure's location, at the very least, should also warrant a purple rating. So they had Su Yuanhang and several core members follow the map to search for it. Today, they finally had some news. Bai Xian took the single-page map and devoured it using the Book of Lords. The single-page map merged with the large map, revealing the location of the treasure. It was located far off at sea, exactly in the middle of the boundary between two sides. Are there any enemies nearby? Bai Xian continued to ask. Some ships from Wakoko have appeared nearby, seeming to search for this location as well, and there are many merfolk around, so it's very dangerous for ships to pass through. Su Yuanhang reported all his findings. Those little devils are also searching for this treasure location? This surprised Bai Xian. Did they also get a treasure map or know about this place from other sources? Either way, it was not good news. It significantly increased the difficulty of finding the treasure. And there were merfolk around. The merfolk and the sea tribe are not the same species. The sea tribe has a complete social order, belonging to one of the major species, while the merfolk are like wild creatures, though they also have some form of community and rules but are closer to a primitive order. They resemble fish-headed humanoids, with colors mainly in greens and greys. The merfolk have a simple method of dealing with humans, they bore holes into the bottom of boats and drown you underwater. Thus, merfolk pose little threat on land, but at sea, they are extremely dangerous. Once they appear, they do so in massive numbers. What's the situation over there now? Bai Xian continued to inquire. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuanhang said, everyone is probing around, not approaching, but the little devils have the sea tribe on their side, and the longer we delay, the less advantageous it is for us. Bai Xian frowned and finally nodded, okay, you first keep an eye on that area, I'll think it over. Okay. Su Yuanhang nodded and then left the room. Bai Xian also opened the Book of Lords. In the channel, searching for the blueprint. To deal with the merfolk and the sea tribe, or even for defense, one must possess a sea vessel that cannot be easily breached. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to leave the shore, let alone resist the merfolk and salvage the treasure. Similarly, she felt some anticipation inside. Could this also mean that the location indicated by the treasure map hides treasures of a higher level? Having returned from the trade alliance, Fang Hao was thinking about the succubus seeking him out. It was clear that there was no obvious malice on their part. But their view of him was filled with curiosity, a very intense curiosity. This made him wonder whether those two suddenly gifted dream-entering contracts were really given away for entering the store 5 times, or if they were specifically intended for them. Doubtful, yet intriguing. Dimitrija returned to her abode. Fang Hao also went to the backyard and lay on the rocking chair, continuing to ponder. Where were you last night? The inquiring voice sounded. Angia came over, carrying the chubby red general. Speaking of last night. The first thing that flashed through Fang Hao's mind was the dragoness, resembling a great white python. I stayed the night at the tavern in the Trade Alliance, Fang Hao replied, and then asked, why didn't you follow along with the training? Oh, the Lion King is training them. Angia, holding a parrot, sat in his lap. The rattan chair creaked under the weight. Fang Hao wrapped his arms around her. So you're slacking off then? Hee hee. Angia giggled foolishly, curling up entirely in his embrace. The Red General, feeling a bit uncomfortable, tried to fly away. But after Angia held it down and tapped its head a couple of times, it obediently laid in her lap, no longer stirring. Fang Hao. Angia said softly. What is an amusement park? Angia continued to ask. Well, the word amusement park did not exist in this era. Unless it was heard from another transmigrator. Well, it's a place built with many large entertainment facilities, designed for children's amusement, Fang Hao thought for a moment and explained. What are facilities? They are like large machines and buildings, Fang Hao finished explaining and curiously asked, where did you hear about amusement parks? Angia shifted a bit. From a novel, with things like pirate ships and roller coasters, it all seems very fun. Fang Hao smiled and ruffled her little head. Those are for children to play with, the experience still isn't as thrilling as riding a bone dragon. Sitting on a skeletal frame, soaring into the sky. This sensation is much more exhilarating than any roller coaster or pirate ship. Oh, I was just asking, Angia responded and continued to lie there quietly. In the afternoon, Fang Hao went to Frostwind Mountain Range. He checked on the development of Frostwind City and made a large number of production tools for various mining areas. Now, in both Frostwind and the Bloodstained Mountain Range, skeleton miners had replaced the regular living creature miners. Living creatures need rest and food, whereas the undead do not require these things. Once commanded, as long as they do not fall apart, they continue working indefinitely. This not only increased efficiency but also saved on expenses. After dinner, by the hot springs, a group of rabbit women and fox women in various attire kneeled in a circle, all looking down at Fang Hao. What are you all doing? Fang Hao widened his eyes, curiously asking. He was just lying here passing the time. A group of maids rushed in, surrounded him in a circle, and stared together. From this angle, he felt like a patient who had just woken up, with a circle of white coats looking down at him. The maids looked at each other. Then, one massaged his left arm, another his right arm, one his shoulders, and two squeezed his thighs. There were also those who fanned him and fed him fruit. They took care of him meticulously. Chewing on the fruit that was forcefully stuffed into his mouth, Fang Hao asked in surprise, what are you all doing? Have you seen my medical records or something? Master, we have all been training hard recently, a woman said, gently lifting his head and placing it on her lap. Another maid, a rabbit, spoke, indeed, we have even gotten suntanned, it's been so tough. My back and waist are sore every day. My tail is even starting to lose fur, it doesn't look good when I shake it. It's been so tough. Since winter, the maids had indeed been training hard. And now, it had even become a routine for them, train, work and then train again. Add to that various tools and potions. The results were noticeable. They were all already between tier 7 and 8, and Millie, a youthful giant, might soon reach tier 10. Hearing the maid's words, Fang Hao understood what they meant. Did they want to go out for a while? Indeed. The maids used to have vacations, but now they didn't even have those. If they wanted to go out and stroll, it wasn't a problem. Cough, tell me, what do you want to do? Fang Hao swallowed the fruit in his mouth, finally getting the chance to speak. One of them said, Master, may we make a small request? Let's hear it. The maids looked at each other and said softly, Master, do you think building an amusement park here would make it a better place? Cough cough. Fang Hao choked. An amusement park? Damn. It must be Angia's doing. His gaze swept around and, indeed, he saw a few figures peeking from behind the door. Looking at those hopeful eyes, Fang Hao hesitated a bit. It seemed that everyone wanted an amusement park. But it wasn't as if you could just build one whenever you wanted. Can the amusement park be built just by saying so? We don't even have the talents for that here, Fang Hao said, shaking his head. Master. A chorus of cooing arose from around him. Fang Hao's body was jostled back and forth, above him, a pair of plumpness swaying back and forth. Ma Tianyi's territory. The hazy moonlight spilled down. In the bedroom, Ma Tianyi lay on the bed, already deep in sleep. However, he seemed not to be resting peacefully. His brows were furrowed, and his forehead was already covered in dense sweat beads. In his dreams, Ma Tianyi was surprised to find himself standing before a dusty mud valley. This dusty mud valley, demons. Ma Tianyi was somewhat panicked, his mind instinctively thinking of demons. The once empty valley suddenly became noisy, filled with ugly and fierce demons. Damn! Ma Tianyi stumbled, nearly falling over. Looking at the menacing demons, Ma Tianyi felt weak in the knees and even more panicked inside. Who can save me? Suddenly, he felt something was off. Weren't these demons cleared out by Fang Hao's undead army? Ah! He abruptly turned around. The empty space behind him was now filled with an army of undead. Among the army, a young figure slowly descended from a carriage. Seeing this figure, Ma Tianyi felt like he had seen his savior. He staggered back, entered the midst of the undead army, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The undead began to confront the demons head-on. The fight was exceptionally fierce. Ma Tianyi walked to the back of the army, and the figure became clearer. Fang Hao, you scared me to death, it's good you're here, really good. Ma Tianyi leaned on his knees, heavily panting. In a dark corner outside the Lord's manor, a lovely figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She smiled and glanced at the room upstairs. Wings sprouted from her back and she disappeared into the night sky. In the room. Hey! Ma Tianyi suddenly woke up from his dream. He touched the sweat on his forehead, somewhat puzzled and unsure. What's going on? This dream is so weird. The next day, morning. In the main hall of the Lord's manor, Fang Hao looked at the blacksmith, stone carver and goldsmith below him. Then glanced at the hopeful Angia and the maids at his side. He softly asked, I'm thinking about building an amusement park on a vacant lot outside the city, any ideas on how we could do that? The three head craftsmen were momentarily stunned. Even without eyeballs, one could sense a bit of confusion. Sir, what is an amusement park? Chapter 1059. Last night, Ira also spoke many good words at the bedside. In the main city, these rabbit and fox women really don't have much in the way of entertainment. They cannot leave freely like Fang Hao, and most of the time is spent idling away in the city one day at a time. Fang Hao thought it over carefully. It's not that building an amusement park is a bad idea, he had plenty of skeletons and ample materials. Not to mention an amusement park, building a whole city could be completed. The main issue was how to get the pirate ship rocking and the roller coaster needing to run on tracks. In the current environment, it was really hard to say whether it could be completed or not. In the morning, seeing pairs of hopeful big eyes, he felt somewhat unwilling to refuse. So he called over all the craftsmen in the city to discuss whether the construction could be completed. Even if it was just constructing some simple, similar entertainment equipment, it would still be good to make the maids happy. Fang Hao simply explained to the three people what an amusement park was, and the facilities needed to be constructed inside the amusement park. After listening, blacksmith Kowlin asked softly, Sir, what use is constructing these facilities? The moment these words came out, pairs of angry eyes uniformly glared at Kowlin. You can think of it as a place for relaxation, where the craftsmen can also go there to play cards and chess during their free time, Fang Hao explained. Oh, I understand, sir, Kowlin nodded and continued, Sir, what do these facilities look like? We can try to think of a way. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hao began to describe it simply. The three craftsmen, while listening to Fang Hao's narration, were rapidly sketching on paper. In the Trade Alliance outpost, the Succubus cottage. The succubus hero Elizabeth smiled as she filled up a cup of mixed fruit tea for the person opposite her. Our champion, are you here for something? Sitting opposite, a silver-haired dragon woman, with slightly swollen lips and a gloomy expression, coldly asked, Elizabeth, the night I came to drink, who stayed in room 207? I need to know their identity. Beata returned to Mount Dragon Peak, feeling more and more amiss. She was not foolish, after sobering up and giving it some thought, she knew what had happened. It was no dream, there really was someone who had taken advantage of her intoxication and had mounted her. The succubus looked curious, what happened? Beata's expression remained unpleasant. How could she possibly tell the other party what had happened? That would dishonor a dragon. She coldly said, that's none of your concern, just tell me who it was. The succubus smiled and did not respond directly. As a business dealer, it wasn't prudent to reveal clients' information, especially for those like them who could induce dreams. If word spread out, her business would likely be severely impacted. But the Dragon Clan, these guys were the most troublesome, even the Trade Alliance couldn't handle them. After a thought, still smiling, of course, but you must keep it confidential, and can't reveal that you got the information from me. Agreed. A transmigrator, with black hair, black pupils, wearing the succubus softly described. And as the appearance became clearer, astonishment and disbelief appeared in Beata's eyes. It was him. Half an hour later, after seeing off the gloomy-faced dragon woman, the succubus stood by the window, watching the silver-haired dragon woman walk out of the shop. The dragon clan is looking for this transmigrator. This truly is interesting. Thud thud. The door was knocked again. A little succubus walked in. Lord of Succubus Sister. The succubus lord looked at her and nodded. How did it go? Any information? Yes. The little succubus stepped forward, closed the door behind her, and spoke softly. Through the dreams of the transmigrator, I got detailed information about the Dusty Mud Valley. Let's hear it. In his dream fragments, I saw hordes of white bone undead that could use dwarf firearms and magic, wiping out demons in the valley and flattening the entire valley. This wasn't an exaggeration, but an actual flattening. The Lord was somewhat astonished herself. In the domain of the orcs, how had an army of the undead emerged? So, there was a conflict between the undead army and the demons, asked the Lord. The little succubus shook her head. No, that undead army was the human transmigrator's team, namely the human who last brought demon materials. His name is Fang Hao. Lord Elizabeth widened her eyes even more. Then her gaze intensified. The little succubus's eyes instantly lost focus, and her body went limp, collapsing downward. The Lord entered the little succubus's dream. She re-examined the information for herself. When she saw legions of undead, cannon fire covering the valley, and magic bombarding the entire sky, even she was startled. With such firepower, it was no wonder the demons could not survive. In the midst of the undead, a young transmigrator slowly stepped down from a carriage. Looking ahead, it turned out to be the transmigrator she had met before. It really was him. The Lord stopped the dream exploration, and the little succubus groggily stood up. She continued to report, the target of my dream, upon seeing Fang Hao appear, was no longer panicked in the face of the demons, and was filled with confidence in him. The Lord nodded, smiling. Good job, don't mention this to anyone else. Yes, Lord Sister. All right, go rest. The little succubus left, and the Lord leaned against the window, deep in thought. It seems she had come into contact with someone extraordinary. My lord, we can't achieve electricity yet, but making the ship's body sway back and forth isn't really that difficult, Blacksmith Cowlin and his companions discussed briefly before replying. As soon as these words came out, all the maids' eyes were filled with stars. They suddenly found those skeletons quite cute. How can it be done? Fang Hao asked. Just a moment, my lord. Blacksmith Cowlin turned back and started drawing again on the paper. After carefully studying for a while, a blueprint appeared in front of everyone. The front half was the pirate ship facility that Fang Hao wanted. Next to the pirate ship, there extended an area with a huge wheel inside. It depicted several humanoid beings running in sitting positions. My lord, the energy provided by turning the wheel can move the pirate ship. When it's not needed, we can just stop it, Blacksmith Cowlin explained. Ah, this. Fang Hao understood the concept from the drawings. It was somewhat like a bicycle. The power from the wheel was transmitted to the pirate ship through various gears. It enabled the ship's body to swing back and forth. If it were humans from the past, this really couldn't be accomplished. But here, it wasn't a problem, as ordinary warriors possessed great strength. Especially within the territory, there were plenty of skeleton trolls. Arranging a few to keep the maids' company in play was no issue. Drying clothes, changing lampshades, all done by skeletons. Is adding a few more to pedal the wheel any different? Will it work? It shouldn't be a big problem, they replied. If this could be done, then roller coasters and Ferris wheels could also be achieved. After thinking it over, Fang Hao said, then let's first make a miniature model to test it. If it can be driven, we'll proceed with construction. As you wish, my lord. All right, thank you for your hard work. The three craftsmen bowed once more and then left together. After the craftsmen had left, Fang Hao continued to observe the maids, all of whom were brimming with joy. He said sternly, don't get too excited just yet. Building the amusement park also comes with conditions. Ah? What conditions? Angia asked. Apart from the first pirate ship, every two of you who become heroes will earn one additional recreational facility. If you can't meet this criteria, no amount of pleading will help, Fang Hao continued. Ah, this. The women looked at each other. Does Angia count? Angia does not count. Their gaze collectively turned towards Millie, who was advancing the fastest and seemed to be near the 10th rank. Millie, somewhat evasively, chuckled and said, "Ha, I'll try. I'll try hard." Fang Hao clapped his hands. He continued, "All right, go train now. The future of this park depends on your effort." The women left in a flurry, heading towards the training grounds. After lunch, the Book of Lords delivered a message from Li Rong. She told him that the hot pot restaurant in Silver Wing City had opened, but not many customers were visiting. She thought this was a loss-making business. Teaching these people to use chopsticks and eat hot pot was a foolish idea. Still, focusing on the female market was the right decision. Fang Hao didn't mind and simply asked her to tell Winnie to keep the business running as usual. Food and drinks would be regularly supplied to them. That's how it is with hot pot restaurants. Initially, they are less popular. This style of eating is new, and learning to use chopsticks is necessary. Most people would understandably be reluctant to accept it at first. But as long as some are willing to try, it will gradually spread to others. Pruel City and Lyss City have both validated this. And the customers in those places are still booming. The flavors of hot pot are definitely much more delicious than just smoked slices of meat and toasted bread. "I don't care, you'll be the one crying if it loses money," Li Rong said before ending the conversation. Just after ending the chat, a voice announcing Nisbet rang outside the door. "My lord, an orc from Pigman village wants to see you. Let him wait in the main hall on the first floor." "I'll be right down," Fang Hao replied. Descending the stairs, he saw a knoll sitting in the main hall. Pigman village had now become a collective term for a cluster of villages. It represented the orc villages led by Petty of Pigman village. On seeing Fang Hao, the knoll immediately saluted, "I've seen the lord." The abundance of various undead in the city had been quite a shock to the knoll. It was as if this place was a kingdom of the undead. Fortunately, he hadn't gone to the wrong place, the lord truly was here. "Yes, what is it?" Fang Hao gestured for him to rise and then asked. The knoll subconsciously shook off the fur on his body and answered, "Clan leader Petty asked me to bring this to you, my lord, to see if it's of any use." Saying so, he took a token from his backpack. Fang Hao took it and started examining it. The token was small, with 2 characters inscribed on it, Succubus. A recruitment token? Chapter 1060. Recruitment token, Harpy. Category, Item. Description: in the wilderness, magical strongholds and facilities occasionally appear, filled with dangers and opportunities. Recruitment tokens can recruit special troops from corresponding facilities. He had seen this type of token before. Previously, he had obtained a recruitment token for the purple-scaled horse. With this token, he had recruited a large number of purple-scaled horses. In the very beginning, when he lacked the ability to teleport, the purple-scaled horses greatly increased the speed of travel between cities. Even now, purple-scaled horses were still very good mounts. How was it obtained? Fang Hao looked at the knoll. This morning, someone delivered it to Pigman village, saying that some migratory flying beasts appeared to the north, and these little tokens were dropped. Clan leader Petty asked me to bring it to you to see if it's useful. The knoll tried hard to organize his language to make himself clearer. Fang Hao nodded. It must have spawned some kind of wilderness building. "Call Dimitrija over," Fang Hao said. Before long, Dimitrija was brought over. Fang Hao nodded, "There's some business in Pigman village, come with me." "Yes, my lord," Dimitrija nodded in response. Then, Fang Hao directly released a teleportation screen, leading Dimitrija and the knoll holding his horse, into the light screen. They stepped out from the light screen. Petty the Pigman, along with several orcs, was already waiting on the side. After exchanging greetings, Fang Hao asked directly, "Where was the token found? Tell me about it." Petty looked behind him, and an orc stepped forward respectfully and said, "My lord, it was in the northeastern direction, near the Cold Wind Mountain range. Suddenly many flying beasts appeared there. After we cleared them out, we found this little token." "Cleared out? How many?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "There are 10 tokens," Petty presented 10 tokens, all the same as before. Engraved with the word Harpy. Fang Hao took them and said to the orc who had provided the information, "Lead me to the place where the flying beasts were." "Oh, of course, my lord." Riding the bone dragon, they soared high into the sky towards that location. After circling the dense forest twice, they soon found the target building. The bone dragon descended, and the three of them dismounted. In front of them was a nest built on a tree, which wasn't particularly pleasant looking. If it weren't for good eyesight, it would have been quite hard to spot. Forest nest. Category: Wilderness building. Recruitment: Harpy. Harpy recruitment token: 0/10. Residence countdown: 1 hour 12 minutes 24 seconds. Description: Wilderness nests in the forest can recruit up to 10 harpies. Recruited harpies cannot reproduce. As expected, it wasn't much different from the purple-scaled horses. Both relied on wilderness buildings for recruitment. It's an opportunity for transmigrators, I suppose. The remaining time is just over an hour. It was close to disappearing. Set the recruitment number to 10. Confirm recruitment. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, 1010 harpies recruited. Great flashes of light appeared in the sky. Over 1,000 figures, flapping their wings, drifted down from above. As her name suggests, she had the appearance of a human female, but on her back, she bore large wings similar to a hawk's. Her arms and lower legs were covered with thick feathers. Her feet were not human, but were sharp talons like those of a hawk. They could easily grasp the trunks of trees beneath them, allowing her to stand erect on the trees. Harpy, rank 8. A rank 8 troop, not bad. Whoosh whoosh. The sounds of rushing winds filled the surroundings. Can you understand what I'm saying? Fang Hao looked up at the flock of harpies. He wasn't sure if these wild troops had sentience. Yes, my lord, the leading harpy spoke. The other harpies also stared curiously at the three of them. Able to communicate, these commanding troops were quite good. Fang Hao nodded and said, "Good, I am your lord, and now I will take you back to our territory." "Understood, my lord," the harpy still spoke. "Well, good. In a moment, I will open a portal, and all of you will go through," Fang Hao instructed. The harpies nodded. Fang Hao immediately opened the gate of the worlds. When the harpies saw the multitude of undead, they were taken aback at first. But upon urging, they still flew in. After the harpies left, Fang Hao and the others rode the bone dragon back. Harpy, rank 8. Alignment, none. Racial traits, living creatures, flight, dark vision. Skills, scouting, deception, rapid progress, rend. Innate skills, advanced flight mastery, advanced scouting mastery. Dark vision, this unit's vision is unaffected by night. Scouting, passive, enter a scouting state, enhancing the 5 senses. Deception, active, in the quiet night, lure the lost into the darkness. Rapid progress, active, speed plus 50% while flying. Rend, active, leg talon strength plus 25%. Description, a hybrid of human and bird of prey, adept at reconnaissance and hunting. They often play roles not seen as very honorable. The skills of the harpies were quite distinctive. In short, they were scouts. Flying scouts with high mobility and night vision. For a power, scouts are indeed an indispensable part. The main city. Over 1,000 harpies stood on the treetops, watching warily below. And below, there were many living creatures and undead encircling the area. They couldn't quite understand what was going on. The city was well built, but why were living creatures and undead coexisting in the same city? They even whispered to each other. It seemed that not only did they not repel each other, but their relationships were also amicable. While the two sides faced each other with indifference, Fang Hao and Dimitrija stepped out from the light curtain. Glancing around at the situation, Fang Hao introduced, "These are the new harpies joining our territory. Everyone, get acquainted, no need to worry." Harpies, hey! New arrivals. The people below were also discussing in hushed tones. After Fang Hao finished with the introductions, he turned to the harpies standing on the trees and said, "Discuss amongst yourselves and choose a squad leader, then tasks will be assigned to you." The harpies huddled together, whispering as they discussed. Soon, a brown-haired harpy with shoulder-length hair flew out, gracefully landing on the ground and said while bowing, "Zuleika, at your service, my lord." From her face, she didn't look much different from a human female. It was just her body that had very apparent avian characteristics. Welcome everyone." Fang Hao smiled in response, and then continued, "Before nightfall, I need to build accommodations for you. Do you have any requirements? We can reside both in tree nests and human buildings, Zuleika said softly. All right, then let's move. I'll build ground houses for you, each house with 5 rooms. 2 of you will share 1 room. The warehouse has all the living supplies you'll need, you can go get them later. Fang Hao said as he led them to the residential area, introducing the place. Above their heads, a group of harpies was flying with a whooshing sound. They actually provided some shade from the sun overhead. After dealing with the harpies' affairs, the sky had dimmed. Fang Hao returned to the lord's residence to rest. But today, the maids were particularly diligent. After dinner, they went to the training grounds in groups. And began training with laughter and chatter. The next day, the entire city was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, someone from the Lizardman area came to inform them that the Lizardman's pilgrimage was in 3 days' time. Which was also the day of Dimitrija and the Queen's wedding, as well as the completion of their mating. This was a major event for both individuals and both sides of powers. Early in the morning, the skeleton tailors began fitting Dimitrija for a wedding garment. Ira, Little White, Hui, and a few others were also tallying up the people who would accompany them and making arrangements for corresponding matters. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the city, near the river, countless skeletons were building a theme park under unified orders. The blacksmiths began forging the support frames and bodies of pirate ships. The stone carvers were also drafting hundreds of sketches, including stone bridge ornaments, garden rockeries, and garden sculptures, ensuring they arranged plenty of work for themselves. So they wouldn't end up idle again in the end. The newly joined harpies were also assigned tasks. They patrolled around the main city, mainly responsible for the airspace. Fang Hao calculated the time and arrived at the sorcery sanctum. Opening the building, the skills appeared before his eyes. Bone manipulation technique, 146 hours 30 minutes. Drink soul undissipated, 122 hours 57 minutes. God's presence, completed, ... Fang Hao clicked on God's presence. The next second, a ray of light merged into Fang Hao's body. God's presence upgraded to level 3, skill range plus 50%, additional target for incarnation plus 1, control body compatibility plus 20%. God's presence upgraded once more. In addition to the numerical improvements, the number of targets he could incarnate in at the same time had increased by 1. Meaning he could now control 3 undead or 3 DM dolls at the same time. And in the Viscera Museum, there were dolls made by Nelson, which were just right for his control. God's presence, Shadow Stone 60, Essence of Magic 20, Skeleton Soldiers 300, Warfire Coins 4500. The materials had increased. Confirm the upgrade. The countdown appeared again. God's presence, 479 hours 59 minutes. Closing the building information, Fang Hao walked back. Mount Dragon Peak. Inside Beata's Dragon Cave. Aragon looked carefully at Beata in front of him, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Why was this NPC so difficult to court? He had brought wine and novelties he got from the transmigrator. But he hadn't received any good responses. She was icy cold, as if she wanted to kill someone. Just as he was about to say something, the silver-haired dragon lady, Beata, spoke first. Have you found that Fang Hao's territory yet? Aragon was startled. He had come today for 2 reasons, to improve her favorability and to discuss this very matter. It seemed he had asked the right person. He hurriedly replied, I was just about to tell you, we've located the exact position. Tell me. It's situated between the Human 100 Cities Federation and the Orc territory. Just need to go there, and 1 glance from the sky should reveal it, Aragon said quickly. Are you certain? If there is an error over such a distance, I can't guarantee your safety either. It's certain, definitely there, he assured. This was hard-earned intelligence he had obtained, it could be said to be quite accurate. Beata's expression grew colder. Fine, you go prepare. I will speak to the elders and set a time, then we'll go and kill that Fang Hao. Yes, Ms. Beata. Beata leaped out of the cave, transforming into a dragon form, and flew toward the mountain peak. Aragon stood there, mounted the winged dragon while muttering, what's going on? Why does she seem even more eager for Fang Hao's death than I am? Chapter 1061. There was only 1 day remaining before the Lizardman's pilgrimage. Early in the morning, the Lizardman Queen, Anastasia, arrived in Fang Hao's territory with even more lizardmen. However, this time, the accompanying group was different. Instead of fierce and strong guards, they appeared more like a ceremonial squad. Before Fang Hao could speak, a lizardman who appeared to be a minister stepped forward and said, "Lord Fang Hao, in view of the long-standing relationship between our two sides and future cooperation, the Sacred Court presents this alliance contract and wishes to establish an alliance with your territory." Well, both forces have called each other allies, but until now, it had been only verbal friendliness. Now, the day before the lizardmen's pilgrimage, they brought out an alliance contract. This was about establishing an alliance. An alliance symbolized mutual recognition of each other's powers and the willingness to foster relations. Furthermore, to delve a bit deeper, it meant both powers could back each other up and compensate for each other's shortcomings. In times of battle, having a reliable ally was crucial. At least, they wouldn't stab you in the back or play foul at crucial moments. Otherwise, there would be no need to bother signing such a contract. Initially, in the 100 Cities Federation and Dwarf Grey Iron City, they signed such an alliance. They were united against the Undead and the Blood Clan. However, as time passed and leaders changed, this kind of alliance contract became just a piece of scrap paper. Fang Hao took a look at the contract. The content was an equal contract, there were no issues. "What do I need to do?" Fang Hao asked. Reminded by the lizardman beside him, Fang Hao gently pricked his fingertip and pressed a thumbprint onto it. Immediately thereafter, a system prompt appeared. "You have established an alliance with the lizardmen, Southern Lands, forces. You have gained map sharing from the allied forces. Your territory has attracted the attention of an ancient saint, territory procreation bloodline talent increase plus 2%. 3 prompts appeared in succession. Fang Hao was surprised, as there were even prompts for alliances. With map sharing, Fang Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords map and saw, in the lower left corner of a large area, the fog of war had disappeared. It showed dense jungles and swamps. The third prompt mentioned the ancient saint, the deity worshipped by the lizardman tribe. After the alliance, the ancient saint also bestowed a blessing on him, with a 2% increase in bloodline talent. It seemed that both the lizardman and the ancient saint cared greatly about bloodlines. Even the blessings provided were related to bloodlines. But it was unknown if it would be effective on his side. After the contract was completed, one copy was handed to Fang Hao, and the other was quickly collected by the lizardman official. Then he stood properly to the side. Only then did the queen speak, "Now, we are truly allies. It's just a piece of paper, we were already allies before, and our relationship will be even stronger in the future," Fang Hao replied with a smile. Dimitrija's loyalty 100 points, it's impossible for him to betray himself. After being with the queen, unless something particularly severe happened, this marriage alliance would be maintained. "Yes, that's right," the queen lifted her teacup and took a sip. Fang Hao continued to ask, "Tomorrow is the pilgrimage. Do I need to arrange anything on my part?" The queen still shook her head. "We have already arranged everything. Then I will bring people over then. During the pilgrimage, the territory will be closed off. Lord Fang Hao, if you wish to go, you can come a few days later," the queen replied softly. "Ah! It means that the lizardman's pilgrimage does not welcome outsiders. He had thought he could partake in the wedding feast. That's probably for the best, to avoid trouble. All right, that works. Then I will visit the holy city after the pilgrimage." Fang Hao nodded, then turned to Dimitrija. "Dimitrija, you'll go with the queen to the holy city in a while and take care of the pilgrimage matters. Don't worry about the territory here." "Thank you, my lord." Dimitrija immediately stood up to express his thanks. After chatting for a while, Fang Hao and the lizardman strolled around the city. They walked to a construction site on the east side of the city. The lizardman queen looked up at the aerial ship slowly drifting by, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Goblin aerial ship. Years ago, when aerial ships were phased out, many great clans tried negotiating with the trade alliance, planning to purchase the blueprints of the aerial ships to produce their own. The lizardmen were among them. But ultimately, the goblins sealed the blueprints, and the last few complete aerial ships were sent to museums and parks, serving as artifacts. "How do you have an aerial ship?" the queen asked, puzzled. Several people looked up, watching the aerial ship slowly lower heavy metal supports into the prepared ground. Fang Hao answered, "We obtained it by chance, we usually use it for transporting goods or something." The queen grew more curious, glancing at Dmitrija. Seeing him nod slightly, it seemed that Fang Hao's statement was not an exaggeration. So, you can make them? The queen asked, still maintaining a tone of surprised inquiry. Fang Hao glanced at her, curiously counter-questioning, is the queen interested in these aerial ships? Yes, if possible, I would like to purchase some aerial ships to use in my territory, the queen stated openly. The lizardmen's living area in the south is a combination of swamps and forests. The road conditions are not good. The transportation methods are also all carried out by livestock. This is why the lizardmen originally wanted to purchase aerial ships. If transportation could be conducted from the air, it would be more convenient and efficient than by land. Fang Hao nodded, quickly weighing his options, and said, what's there to buy? When you leave later, take 20 ships back for use. Do you have technicians? If not, I'll give you a few skeleton technicians. The lizardmen, during their few visits, had brought quite a few items. Especially this time, various gold and silver utensils, and even several hundred four-legged giant lizard shepherd's flutes. He had been thinking about what could be given as a return gift. Giving away some aerial ships was also a good way to support Dmitrija's face, so as not to be seen as clinging to the queen. These are rather too valuable. What's too valuable? It's all appropriate, Fang Hao said nonchalantly. Seeing Fang Hao's generosity, the queen did not refuse. However, taking them away still required a pilgrimage afterwards, and arrangements for Fang Hao and the transmigrator to connect. The transaction of the aerial ship then took place. After the affair of the aerial ship had passed, Fang Hao took them around the vicinity, discussing possible future cooperative ventures. After dinner, the queen and her entourage planned to leave. Everything that needed to be taken was fully prepared for Dmitrija. Dmitrija, if there's nothing important in your domain, stay longer with the queen, Fang Hao said. It was like giving him a marriage leave. Thank you, my lord. Following this, Angia, Ira and others also came forward and expressed their congratulations to Dmitrija. It was as if he was never coming back. After everything was ready, only then did Dmitrija follow the lizardman troop and enter the Trade Alliance's teleportation screen. When Dmitrija returns, let's have him take us there for a visit, Angia suggested. Sure, I've heard it's all swamps over there and very dangerous, Little White added, somewhat scared. What are you scared of? If you fall in, I'll just pull you out. Inside the Lord's residence, Fang Hao opened the map in the Book of Lords and started checking it. After the Alliance map sharing, the lizardman's territory was still very clear. Located in a region to the southwest of the domain. If divided according to the transmigrator's area, part of the lizardman's territory was in the same area as Fang Hao's. A larger part was in another area. In between the two areas, large regions covered by the war fog were unclear about their affiliations. Plans to avoid the trade alliance and establish private trade were not feasible, as the merchants could not make it through. Such a long distance made any strategic support unthinkable too. Fang Hao had teleportation and could support the lizardman, but the lizardman supporting him was impossible. Ding! Suddenly, a private chat notification rang. It startled Fang Hao, making his hand tremble. He closed the map and checked the private chat. It was Ma Tianyi. Previously the hierarch of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, Ma Tianyi. Whether in leadership or capability, he was actually very strong. Opening it, the first message he saw was, "Boss, do you have any enemies?" Fang Hao frowned. Well, not a few enemies. But his enemies should be unreachable by Ma Tianyi. Thinking about it, he replied, "What do you mean?" Ma Tianyi replied, "Recently, many people in the World Channel have been inquiring about your news and location through various means." World Channel? Being curious about him was not something unusual. Now when he opened the chat, countless messages would come in. But Ma Tianyi, having been a hierarch, would not speak carelessly. Explain further. Fang Hao continued to ask. There was a slight pause on the other side before continuing. A foreigner contacted a girl in our alliance, and although she didn't reveal any information, it was clear that they were intentionally probing your location. Fang Hao's brows furrowed. The members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, including Ma Tianyi, did not really know his situation. And it wasn't a big deal to reveal anything. But the ceaseless probing by foreigners still made him vigilant. At the same time, a name flashed through his mind. Aragon. Can you still contact that foreigner? Fang Hao continued to ask. No, they've been blocked, that's how we suspect they have some ulterior motives, Ma Tianyi said. Alright, I understand. Keep me informed if there are any news, Fang Hao said. Okay. The two ended the chat, and Fang Hao fell into deep thought once again. From Ma Tianyi's description, it was clear that someone was ceaselessly gathering his intelligence. Apart from the many alliances interested in collecting his information, the most likely was Aragon. The Dragon Clan had been looking for him, and Aragon was affiliated with the Dragon Clan. He was the only one who would keep collecting his information to demonstrate his value to the Dragon Clan. With Dimitrija going to the Lizardman's territory, it seemed he had to fill the vacancy of heroes again. If the opponent really had a way to cross world regions and attack him, a hero capable of combating the Dragon Clan, such flying class units. Rolina. The only candidate who could fly and had the required strength was Rolina. It seemed that no matter what, he had to coax her over. He would have to stay in the main city for a while. After deciding, he activated the teleportation screen and disappeared from the spot. Stepping out from the screen, he had already arrived at Blood Castle. The cold ancient castle was no longer the grey-white walls and floors. Wall paintings and hangings were mounted on the wall, and a layer of dark red carpet covered the floor. Even the windowsills were decorated with plants resembling screaming mushrooms and droop-beard mushrooms. It was no longer as bare as before, yet it still seemed somewhat bizarre. Lounging on the main throne, Rolina in a purple long dress, her straight legs in black stockings resting on one side, the hem of her dress trailing down to the tops of her thighs. Her head tilted back, her hands holding a stack of papers, seemingly uninterested in Fang Hao's sudden appearance. "Why are you here again?" she said indifferently. Chapter 1062. I think you're almost done with the novel, so I brought it over early for you. Rolina gave a skeptical look, clearly not buying it. Fang Hao smiled slightly, walked over, picked her up and then sat down with her in his arms, continuing, "Why have you been cooped up in Blood Castle lately?" Rolina was someone who feared loneliness. This was quite the opposite of the vampire's characteristic of hiding from the world. On the contrary, it felt like she had recently stopped wandering around as much. "Not really. I just came back from Rebecca's place the day before yesterday," Rolina said with a stretch and a soft voice. "Ah, guess it was just my imagination then." Before Fang Hao could continue speaking, Rolina, with one arm around his shoulder, asked curiously, "Have you noticed anything odd about Rebecca recently?" A bit off." "Ah? I haven't seen her in such a long time." Unexpectedly nervous, he asked back, "What happened? Has she been bullied?" Rolina thought for a moment and hesitated for a while before speaking. She then said, "I noticed Rebecca hiding something, it's something those noble women sometimes talk about in private." "What? Some kind of hallucinogen?" "No, it's something to ease worries, for women, it's shaped like a rabbit's tail." Rolina sighed, continuing, "I feel like Rebecca is a bit too lonely." "Oh." Upon hearing about the rabbit's tail, Fang Hao immediately understood what she was referring to. He was the one who had helped Rebecca with it, after all. They were messing around with it all night long. But he couldn't just say it outright. He simply said, "It's unavoidable, really. You should look after Rebecca's mood too, just pretend you didn't see anything to avoid embarrassment." "Hey, I know." Rolina shifted a bit before asking, "Did you need me for something?" Fang Hao replied, "They're building an amusement park in the capital, and I was thinking of taking you there for a few days to give some input and such." His purpose for this visit was to take Rolina to the capital. Dimitrija would be on leave for his wedding for a while, and there was no rush to call him back. Thus, the defense of the capital became an issue. Missing an orange hero, they needed to find another to fill the gap. Especially with the threat from the Dragon Clan. A flying hero like Rolina was more than enough to hold down the capital, and it would also help them grow closer. An amusement park? What kind of amusement park? Rolina asked, raising her head curiously. She hadn't caught up with the latest novel yet. So she didn't have a concept of an amusement park. "It's a place with many large entertainment facilities built," Angia and the others wanted one after reading about it in novels. "You'll stay in the capital, and we can build whatever you feel like playing with," Fang Hao said gently, patting her back. "Angia, hey? You really do spoil her," Rolina suddenly remarked, her tone tinged with acidity. "Oh, someone's vinegar jar is tipping over." What vinegar jar? Ah, not understanding that saying was really annoying. Fang Hao hugged her further into his embrace, continuing, did you know Dmitrija is getting married? Ah? To whom? Rolina immediately became intrigued. The queen of the lizardmen from the south, impressive, right? Rolina was surprised for a moment, then asked after processing the information, how did they meet? Given the location of Fang Hao's lands and Dmitrija's character, it didn't seem quite right that he should be in contact with the queen of the lizardmen. Fang Hao held her and briefly recounted his encounter with the lizardman queen. And Rolina loved hearing this kind of story. After hearing it, she snuggled deeper into his arms, not bad, it's nice they got together. Yeah, now call Kong Yang for me. After I give him some work instructions, we'll head to the capital to check out the amusement park, he said, patting her on the buttocks twice to signal her to get up. Rolina sat up, gave him a glare, and walked towards a corridor. Before long, Blood Hunter and Kong Yang followed her in. Rolina rarely managed Crescent Heights, so Blood Hunter was responsible for the defense and management of Blood Castle, while Kong Yang dealt with the transmigrators. My lord. Boss. They saluted in their own ways. Fang Hao nodded, instructing, Blood Hunter, I have some seeds for alchemy materials. Have your men plant them to diversify the trade goods from Blood Castle. Since Rolina will be away for a bit, we'll need you to oversee these matters. The population of Crescent Heights, which was previously scant, had gradually increased with the influx of surrendered bandits and outlaws. And its environment was suitable for growing many alchemy materials. So he left these tasks for Blood Hunter to manage. Even if Rolina stayed in Blood Castle, she likely wouldn't bother with such matters, at most, she would delegate them to Blood Hunter, just as Fang Hao would. Understood, my lord, Blood Hunter responded, nodding in agreement. Fang Hao then turned to Kong Yang and asked, Kong Yang, how many transmigrators do you have under you now? Boss, a total of 23, all scattered around Crescent Heights. Good, the land around Crescent Heights is expanding. You should scale up development. You can arrange for your farmers to plant the seeds I gave to Blood Hunter, and he will buy them at a fair price to resell, Fang Hao said. Got it, boss, Kong Yang acknowledged. Fang Hao thought again, feeling there was nothing else to address, all right, that's all for now. You can go back. Yes. They nodded and left. After giving out his instructions, Fang Hao took Rolina and stepped into the light screen. Capital of Lizardman Zereth Silan. In the palace, Queen Anastasia was still lazily reclining on a couch, her slender red tail swaying gently. Wafting scents rose from one side, filling the great hall. To ensure the health of my offspring, I've been constantly replenishing my nutrition, I even got a bit fat and less pretty. She complained with some resentment in her voice, yet her eyes were filled with expectation as she looked at the person opposite her. Dmitrija glanced at the queen, saying, You are still beautiful, just as beautiful as the first time I saw you. The queen's face was full of smiles. It was as if no compliment could match the pleasing words spoken by the man before her. So, you're saying I haven't gained weight? Her body leaned forward slightly. I can only see that the queen has become even more attractive, said Dmitrija, his tone even but very earnest. The corners of the queen's mouth curved up even more. I didn't realize you were quite good at winning a woman's favor. In her heart, she was very satisfied with his response. Changing the subject, she continued, Are you nervous about tomorrow? Not really, Dmitrija responded calmly. Good, there's no need to be nervous, I have arranged everything, the queen said confidently. Just as she lifted her head, she saw the other's eyes watching her. With eyes locked, they fell silent. The queen's tail, from behind her, wound its way to the front, reaching out in front of Dmitrija. The latter gently grasped it, stroking it tenderly as if it were a precious treasure. The queen felt a bit uneasy. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. The queen's tail instantly withdrew. The two also put distance between themselves. Your Majesty, it's time to get ready with makeup, an attendant spoke up to remind her. Once again becoming the dignified queen, she said, Yes, let us go. The two were led away separately, preparing for the day's pilgrimage ceremony. Stepping out from the light screen, she could hear the lively chatter not far away. Angia led the maids, chatting while walking in this direction. They discussed where to build pavilions, and where to construct flower beds. It seemed they too had just come back from the amusement park. Rolina, you're here. Angia immediately noticed Rolina, who was being pulled along by Fang Hao. The latter quickly let go of Fang Hao's hand, saying, Fang Hao said there was an amusement park built over here, so I came to have a look. Sure, I'll take you there. After saying that, she took the initiative to lead Rolina towards the east side of the city. Compared to the other maids, Angia wasn't really afraid of Rolina. She was willing to talk to her. Watching the two leave, running towards the outskirts of the city, Fang Hao could only call out from behind them, telling them to come back early. Waiting like this, an entire night passed by. The next day, in the early morning, Zirith Silan. For the Lizardman dynasty, the pilgrimage is of great significance, tied to the faith of a race and the blessings of ancient saints. There is not a single monarch who takes it lightly. And when the reigning sovereign reaches the reproductive age, that year's pilgrimage will become a grand ceremony. Extraordinarily solemn and formal. The pilgrimage rite is to birth royal offspring, which is an important duty of the sovereign. This year, it is Queen Anastasia, along with her husband, who will perform the pilgrimage rite. From within the temple came the sound of lingering bells. The 1,000-step staircase was covered with a red carpet. The royal guards and temple priests stood respectfully on either side, bowing their heads, silently waiting. The Lizardman Queen, clad in peacock blue with gold-threaded cloud patterns, wearing a crown and holding a golden scepter, walked up the carpeted steps at a gentle pace amidst the soft spring breeze, ascending the lengthy stairs. Half a step behind the queen was Dimitrija, dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery. He had a long sword decorated with ribbons hanging at his waist as he followed, ascending the steps with her. Further back, were the royal family, ministers, generals, the influential citizens of the city, and ordinary residents of the Lizardman dynasty. Everyone had gathered here. If one were to stand at the top of the 1,000 steps and look down, one would see the Lizardmen packed densely together as far as the eye could see. Time slowly passed. Finally, the queen stood at the end of the stone stairs. Priest Tiktata, along with several ancient saint priests, briskly emerged from within. The bells of the temple rang once again. The queen, with all of her subjects in the city, knelt toward the temple, praying for blessings from the ancient saints. The ritual was long and meticulous, and the air itself seemed imbued with an atmosphere of solemn solemnity. After the rites, the queen and Dimitrija, hand in hand, entered the temple. The heavy doors slowly closed behind them. The two would complete their mating inside, conceiving a new member of the royal family under the witness of the ancient saints. In the capital, Fang Hao had just woken up. He saw Rolina sitting on the windowsill, her purple dress hiked up to her thighs. Her right leg crossed over the left, revealing straight calves sheathed in black stockings. She leaned casually there, her skirt taut, drawing the contours of her shapely behind. A couple of glances is enough, no need to stare hard. Chapter 1063. Fang Hao snapped back to reality. He dressed himself while asking, "What were you up to last night? I thought you went down to the worksite to work by yourself." Last night, he had brought Rolina over, intending to connect emotionally with her in the evening, to raise the last bit of affection and break through the final barrier. But after Angia took her away, she hadn't come back all night. Fang Hao waited for a while before going to sleep. It was not until he got up this morning that he saw her again. "I didn't have anything to do last night, so I finished all the novels I had, and even went to the amusement park area," Rolina said, covering half of her calf with the hem of her dress. Rolina, though not afraid of the sunlight, still kept the Blood Clan's habits of feeling more comfortable in the night. But reading novels all night, it felt like the old times for him. Fang Hao continued, "I'll have someone clean your room later, so don't go back to Blood Castle just yet. Stay a few days to get familiar with the place." Rolina's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Jumping down from the windowsill, she said, "That wouldn't be good, would it? Rebecca might misunderstand." Fang Hao stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then he said, "In that case, the main city is not safe right now. As a hero stationed here, it should be fine for you to protect the main city here, and Rebecca shouldn't get angry over such a thing." Rolina hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded her head. Fang Hao gave a slight smile. Pulling her arm, he kissed her hand and then left the room. He went to reorganize the territory's defenses. Although he was very confident in his military strength, the reputation of the Dragon clan was indeed significant, and there was still some pressure. Mount Dragon Peak, Council of Elders. Above the splendid palace, there were 3 tall thrones. But only on the leftmost throne sat a man with an indifferent face. Gazing downward, his eyes were full of questions. Beata, are you sure the intelligence is reliable? The silver-haired dragon woman, Beata, bowed slightly and said indifferently, Elder, the intelligence is reliable. The transmigrator who killed a member of our dragon clan is called Fang Hao. His territory lies to the north of the Federation of the 100 Cities and is not hard to find. The elder of the dragon clan pondered for a moment and then continued, since it's to the north of the 100 Cities Federation, our dragon clan's forces cannot reach there. Have you considered this? The dragon clan was born strong and liked to rely on force to solve problems. But they were not foolish. They couldn't just traverse through the skies above various races' territories to attack the domain of a transmigrator after a lengthy journey. Along the way, every time they crossed another species' land, conflict would arise. Let alone getting there, they would certainly provoke widespread anger. The dragon clan didn't care about a single transmigrator, but sending troops over was an issue. Beata said directly, Elder, you can rest assured, I will not act impulsively and cause trouble for the dragon clan. These days, through the trade alliance and transmigrators, I have acquired many teleportation scrolls. When the time comes, we can teleport nearby and then rush to the enemy's territory. The elder of the dragon clan curiously looked at Beata. The identity of the deceased dragon clan member had been confirmed, it was the long-lost fire dragon Spencer. Normally, Beata and Spencer were not acquainted. So why did it seem Beata hated the transmigrator who killed a member of the dragon clan so much that she even spent her own money on scrolls to hastily go and carry out the killing? Youth indeed. But this sense of kinship with a fellow clan member was still commendable. With a slight sigh, are you not afraid of falling into an ambush there, with the situation being unclear? If he could kill Spencer, it means he has the power to contend with the dragon clan. Beata stood tall, her chest swelling as she declared, Elder, the dignity of the dragon clan cannot be trampled upon. If we delay too long, other species will see and think that the power of the dragon clan is waning, which might encourage them to act against us. The dragon clan was a treasure trove in itself. It could also provoke the greed of other races. The fear that the other races have towards the dragon clan now is also the result of the dragon clan's ferocious retaliation. After some hesitation, the elder nodded, very well, this matter has indeed been dragging on for too long. Tell me, how many dragons do you need? I and Aragon, plus an additional 200 giant dragons. 200. The elder was startled. That was enough to flatten a whole power. Moreover, although giant dragons were just troopers for the dragon clan had great difficulty in reproducing. The 200 dragons available, if lost, would indeed seriously weaken the dragon clan. The elder said, I do not have the authority to give you 200 giant dragons, but I can grant you 100. With 2 dragon clan heroes and 100 giant dragons. It was enough to flatten the federation of the 100 cities, let alone deal with a single transmigrator. Of course, deploying so many giant dragons was also a statement to the other species. Anyone who dares to kill members of the dragon clan will be met with relentless revenge, and their affiliated forces will be crushed. Beata nodded, thank you, Elder. Main city, skeleton conversion field. Fang Hao, with the dragon crystal he had just wished for, came to the conversion field. He opened the interface and directly chose to recruit. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruiting bone dragons 1818. Woo! Over 1800 massive bone dragons. They covered the sky above the city. The sudden sense of oppression tightened the hearts of all living creatures in the city. Head to the area north of the city and await orders, Fang Hao called out loudly. Hush! The bone dragons flapped their wings, and with a whooshing sound, they headed toward the north of the city. Fortunately, Fang Hao gave his orders in time. Otherwise, the landing of over 2,000 bone dragons would have likely crushed numerous buildings and flowers. These bone dragons had been obtained by Fang Hao all along, through wishing and accumulating dragon crystals. He had not used them before. Now, knowing that the dragon clan was still investigating him, he grew somewhat worried about the safety of the main city. He decided to summon them all at once. Worst comes to worst, he would just have to build more troop hiding caves. Hush! A sound of rushing air came from beside him as Rolina landed, folding her enormous bat wing. What's happening? From all directions, the rapid footsteps of heroes and military units could be heard rushing over. Even though they recognized the bone dragons, the recent event had caught everyone's attention. Fang Hao explained, "It's nothing, just summon some bone dragons, there's no danger." Seeing it was just troop recruitment, everyone dispersed. But Rolina didn't leave. Where to next? Outside the North City. Rolina wrapped her arms around his shoulders, and with her great bat wing spread wide, she carried him toward the North City gate. First to the blacksmiths, to call on Cullen and the others. Halfway through the flight, they immediately changed direction and headed for the blacksmith's shop. Outside the city gates, Fang Hao had crafted an appropriate number of dragon armor pieces, which he handed over to the blacksmiths to fit onto the bone dragons. After a recount, the number of bone dragons within his territory had reached 3,328. Aside from those spread across various locations, over 2,000 were in the main city. Unless the entire dragon clan came to attack him, these bone dragons should have no problem defending themselves. Even if the whole dragon clan did indeed come to attack, the multitude of bone dragons would last long enough for him to evacuate everyone from this place. In fact, his advantages were already quite clear. Even if the main city fell, as long as people survived, he could continue to develop in any other city. With these thoughts, he proceeded to upgrade all the troop hiding caves, making arrangements for the bone dragons to be placed inside. With the bone dragon matter settled, Fang Hao made some simple rearrangements within the city. The skeleton archers in the troop hiding caves were checked, their equipment, and their quivers replenished. The anti-aircraft devices on the city walls were also inspected and repaired by the skeleton engineers. There had been no war in the main city for quite some time, and the equipment had barely been touched. But they couldn't ignore the threat of the Dragon Clan, so they replaced what needed replacing and repaired what needed repairing. "Zuleika!" Fang Hao called out softly. The harpy stepped forward. "My lord, your command." "Yes, harpy, I need you to work a bit harder recently, expand the scouting range, and report back immediately if any flying targets approach." "Yes, my lord," she said, then flapped her wings and took off. Inside the cave on Dragon Tooth Mountain, Aragon sat in a stone chair and softly said, "Ms. Beata, I can offer some help with the force of arms." He looked at the stacks of alcohol at the eastern gate and felt it peculiar. The wine-loving Beata had suddenly stopped drinking, the various fine wines he sent her were still piled up, untouched. Was she abstaining from alcohol so abruptly? Beata glanced at him and said, "The upcoming journey could be dangerous, human bodies are frail, better you don't go." She had actually taken quite good care of this human subordinate. Aragon nodded, "Thank you for your concern, Ms. Beata, but please allow me to express my own thoughts." "Go ahead." Beata looked at him. Having witnessed several Dragon Clan battles since his birth in Dragon Clan territory, Aragon didn't think Fang Hao could hold off an assault by the Dragon Clan. If not for his quick escape the last time, he would have been dead in the Trade Alliance headquarters already. After a moment's thought, he hurriedly said, "A transmigrator usually has many allies, with a mixed and disorderly crowd. As a transmigrator myself, I could occupy an affiliated city nearby, recruit troops, and assist the Dragon Clan in battle, clearing the battlefield and capturing enemies. Dragons have their inconveniences, after all." It was indeed a concern. Many of the Dragon Clan's troops could not transform into human form until they became heroes. Cleaning up after a battle and chasing down scattered enemies would indeed pose a problem. They really did need manpower for that. If Aragon occupied an affiliated city and recruited troops, it could also increase their own forces. After thinking it over, Beata nodded, "All right, then follow along. When the time comes, recruit some soldiers too." Aragon's face brightened, afraid that Beata would leave him behind. He immediately said, "Yes, I definitely won't let Ms. Beata down." While they were talking, the voice of the Dragon Clan hero Ashivern sounded outside the door, "Ms. Beata, the troops accompanying us are ready to move out at any time." Beata nodded, then turned to Aragon, "Go get ready, tonight we'll take down that Fang Hao." "Right away, Ms. Beata." Chapter 1064. Aragon returned to his own territory. After delegating all the preparatory work, he sat in his chair and fell into deep thought. He had been plotting for so long, and his plan had finally reached this stage. Actually, even now, he was not sure if it was Fang Hao who fought against the Dragon Clan at the Trade Alliance outpost. But that no longer mattered. The person had to be Fang Hao, and Fang Hao himself must die at the hands of the Dragon Clan in tonight's operation. Only then could he become the world's #1 and acquire everything that Fang Hao possessed. Thinking this, a smile already appeared on his face. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the Alliance channel. In the channel, people were discussing forming teams to explore the map. Aragon thought for a moment. He composed a message and sent it out. Quiet down, I have something important to say. After I finish, this matter is only to be discussed within the Alliance. Anyone found leaking this information will be treated as a traitor to the Alliance. The previously lively channel instantly quietened down. In the Alliance, Aragon had considerable prestige. Seeing that no one was speaking, Aragon continued, Tonight, I will act with the Dragon Clan to attack the territory of the world's #1 Fang Hao. Afterward, I will be the world's #1, and we will become the top alliance. After a brief silence in the channel, it suddenly erupted. Damn, Alliance Hierarch Aragon, you are going to wipe out Fang Hao. The Hierarch should have acted long ago, letting him be the world's #1 for so long. Finally taking action, the world ranking has always been unfair. That Fang Hao, what right does he have to be the first? While flattering Aragon, the channel was also filled with mockery towards the world's #1, Fang Hao. Apart from flattering the Hierarch, many truly believed that Aragon was the rightful world's #1. The combat power of the Dragon Clan was already at the pinnacle of the hierarchical pyramid. As powerful as Fang Hao may be, he could not possibly be more formidable than the Dragon Clan. The title of the world's #1 rightfully belonged to Aragon. Aragon, seeing the comments popping up in the channel, smiled even more proudly. He had also considered whether divulging this plan could potentially leak information to Fang Hao beforehand. But on second thought, the two sides had little interaction and it was unlikely that information would be divulged. Even if they shouted in the World Channel that the Dragon Clan was going to attack Fang Hao, it would not create any waves. Especially since Fang Hao was like a reclusive turtle, with hardly any news about him in the outside world. Watching the channel, as it showered praises for a while, Aragon then composed another message. To better promote our alliance and recruit members, at 6 AM tomorrow, all members should post in the World Channel, collectively declaring our ascent to #1. By 6 AM tomorrow, with the capabilities of the Dragon Clan, they would have already started clearing the battlefield. He also wanted to use this opportunity to promote both himself and the alliance. And at that time, the number of people being few, it would be the perfect timing to dominate the screen. Then, accompanied by the members' advertisements, he would post the pictures of himself seizing Fang Hao's territory. This would solidify his position as the world's #1. At the same time, the whole world would know that the former world #1 had been defeated at his feet. Understood. Got it, Hierarch. Aragon nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the voice of a guard came from outside the door again. Sir, Ms. Beata has notified you to go over, it's time to depart. Aragon's expression grew serious. The time to depart had finally arrived. He put on his battle armor and strode out of the room. Main city. Night had fallen, but the lights were still bright inside the Lord's Hall. At a central position in the hall was a square wooden table. A hand-drawn blueprint was spread out on the table, a blueprint of an amusement park. Rolina, the blacksmith, the stone carver, and several dwarf engineers from Grey Iron City were gathered around the table, earnestly discussing the layout of the amusement park. The discussion was taken very seriously, as people took turns speaking and some continuously modified the blueprint based on the feedback. Fang Hao was sitting nearby, somewhat unsure what to say anymore. He merely wanted to build a simple amusement park, a place for those inexperienced bunny and fox girls to relax and enjoy themselves outside their training. A better living environment. But after visiting the construction site twice, Rolina insisted on using her experience in designing and constructing castles as a pretext to completely revamp the layout of the amusement park. Listening as they discussed digging ponds and constructing large artificial mountains, Fang Hao suddenly realized this was heading towards creating a large-scale scenic area. The night grew deeper. The vampire and the undead craftsmen were getting more excited as they conversed, and the blueprint was redrawn several times. As if they were not making an amusement park, but some sort of artistic landscape. But Fang Hao was getting sleepy and sat with his arms around himself, yawning constantly. Cough, cough. Rolina, there's no rush. Look at the time, it's late, perhaps it's time everyone went back to rest. Fang Hao coughed lightly, interrupting their grand ideas about mountainous designs. Rolina frowned slightly and looked at the undead craftsman beside her. Apart from the two muscle-bound dwarf engineers, it seemed nobody else needed to rest. "All right, you two go back and rest, we have more to discuss," Rolina said to the two dwarfs. The implication was that she intended to continue the discussion with the undead craftsman. Just as Fang Hao was about to say that he, too, needed to sleep and that if not, they should continue their conversation outside. A ding sounded, and a notification came from the Book of Lords. Fang Hao checked it and saw it was from Ma Tianyi. Had another foreigner come seeking information about him? With a puzzled heart, he immediately opened the private chat. "Boss, our members saw a large number of the Dragon Clan coming, they've occupied an orc village, not clear what their goal is," came the message. Upon seeing this message, Fang Hao's heart tightened. The Dragon Clan had come. Last time he chatted with the Lizardman Queen, he had inquired about the location of the Dragon Clan. They were not in his region, and furthermore, they were quite far away. To come here by flight was very difficult. Yet unexpectedly, they had suddenly appeared on the east side of the main city today. "Are you sure it's the Dragon Clan? Were there any casualties? What are they doing occupying orc villages?" Fang Hao asked all at once. Soon, Ma Tianyi sent a response. "It is the Dragon Clan, and their numbers are large. Members reported seeing a transmigrator, and it's possible they plan to convert the city to recruit new troops." Converting cities was not a unique ability of Fang Hao, but rather a capability provided to transmigrators by the Book of Lords. Now that both the Dragon Clan and a transmigrator had come, their intentions were quite clear. They knew his location, or rather had a rough idea of it. They planned to eliminate him tonight. "Okay, I understand. Tell your people to avoid conflict with the Dragon Clan as much as possible, everyone who is in the nearby cities should leave and hide," Fang Hao replied. "Understood." Ma Tianyi nodded. End chat. Seeing the few who were about to leave, Fang Hao spoke seriously, Gray, inform all the craftsmen, funeral priests and non-combatants to gather at the Lord's mansion. And several other craftsmen were stunned, not understanding why they were just asked to leave and now were being gathered again. Without waiting for them to ask why, Fang Hao continued to Rolina, "Summon all the stationed heroes in the city to a meeting. The Dragon Clan is coming. They're about to attack the main city." Gasps. Everyone was startled. The Dragon Clan was attacking. After a brief moment of chaos, they quickly followed Fang Hao's orders to notify others. They swiftly left the Lord's mansion. Main city, east side. An orc village. The original orcs had been driven away, leaving behind only the empty village and the surrounding area littered with huge dragons. "Aragon, when can you recruit?" Beata asked. Aragon immediately replied, "It can be recruited right away." As he watched the countdown on several buildings commence, a wave of excitement, mixed with anticipation for the upcoming battle, rose in his heart. "How much do you know about this Fang Hao?" Beata asked, sitting down on a wooden box by her side, suddenly inquiring. As the decisive battle neared, she felt a bit bewildered. Aragon promptly replied, "This Fang Hao, although he's ranked first in the world, his combat power definitely cannot match the Dragon Clan. Miss Beata can rest assured on this point." He had previously told Beata that Fang Hao's faction was very likely the undead. Hearing her ask again, he only thought she was unsure of the opponent's strength. Beata sighed lightly, deciding not to say more. Soon, they would kill Fang Hao, yet suddenly a difficult-to-describe feeling surged within her. As if by killing him, she might later regret it. Seeing that Beata did not respond and the building still had not succeeded, Aragon continued, "Miss Beata, if Fang Hao is captured, could you leave him to me to deal with?" Beata looked at him with confusion. Aragon went on, "All of us transmigrators are part of an alliance. Capturing Fang Hao, I plan to execute him through the World Channel to boost promotion for our alliance and recruit more members who will serve the Dragon Clan in the future." Beata's brows furrowed deeper. She could clearly hear that he wanted to use the disgrace of Fang Hao to promote his capabilities through that World Channel. If it had been before, she might have agreed. But now, even if they were to kill Fang Hao, she wished for him to die a swift death, not a humiliating one. "I want to take him back to Mount Dragon Peak for handling." "We'll talk about it then," Beata said. Okay," Aragon did not expect Beata to refuse, but he agreed nonetheless. Even if he couldn't execute him, taking a couple of photos for promotional purposes would have the same effect. Soon, the countdown on several buildings ended. Aragon greeted everyone and began recruiting troops. A large number of pseudo-dragons and pterodactyl riders appeared, circling above the city. Once recruitment was entirely complete, Aragon pointed in a direction, and all dragon clan members soared into the sky, flying toward the west. More than 2 hours later, Aragon, riding a winged dragon, rapidly approached a giant, shimmering silver dragon. Against the whooshing wind ringing in his ears, he shouted, "Miss Beata, Fang Hao City is just ahead." The silver dragon glanced at him. Its huge vertical pupil blinked once to show understanding. The wings flapped again, speeding up the dragon clan. Chapter 1065. All the nightstones on the street lamps had been removed, and even the moonflower grass planted by the deer was covered with cloaks one by one. The entire city had fallen into dimness. It seemed like a ghost town. Fang Hao stood in front of the Lord's mansion. From afar, he saw the leading silver dragon. It shimmered under the moonlight like a beautiful white jade stone. It was indeed her. The silver dragon, Beata. Even in dragon form, the appearance of the silver dragon was even more dazzling and magnificent. The dragon clan has deployed a substantial number of troops. There are at least 100 giant dragons, with even more smaller dragon-type creatures behind them. Rolina approached and whispered. The senses of the blood clan were significantly enhanced at night, making everything seen farther and clearer. Seeing so many giant dragons flying towards them, there still was some worry in the heart. Nobody expected the dragon clan to be so determined to kill Fang Hao. "It's okay, I've been preparing for this for so long, waiting for them." Fang Hao was also slightly nervous about the imminent battle, but still somewhat confident. He had prepared so thoroughly and knew in advance of their arrival. The possibility of failure was not large. The advantage was with him. Rolina looked at him and said, "I'll protect you nearby, and if there's danger, I'll take you away first." Fang Hao didn't think he would lose, and even if there were problems, he had ample time to take everyone away. But he didn't want to say much at the moment, just nodded his head. While they were talking, the dragon clan continued to approach quickly. The figures of more flying creatures appeared within sight. Pseudo-dragon guards, and pterodactyl riders wielding long spears. No wonder Rolina said the dragon clan had a lot of troops. Scattered about, the number was indeed substantial. "Hey!" The sound of landing was heard. The harpy Zuleika alighted nearby. She opened her mouth and said, "Sir, the dragon clan has entered the shooting range in full force." Fang Hao nodded, and once more looked at the distant dragon clan. He said in a deep voice, "Beat the drums." The messenger quickly departed. Boom, boom, boom. A low, rhythmic beating of the drums began not far away. Then, within and outside the city, the drum sounds continued to rise. The beats gradually unified, reverberating through the night sky. The dragon clan members flying overhead, hearing the sudden drumming below, were also stunned. What's going on? Discovering the enemy's approach, it should be the ringing of the alarm bell. Why are they even raising the beat for an attack? But, before they could clear up the reason. Pop pop pop. The dense sounds rang out, orange bullets streaked across from all around. One by one, the mets were lifted, exposing underneath, a dense crowd of skeleton soldiers. Holding strangely shaped muskets, the muzzles were already pointed at the sky. The crackling sounds rose from below. The dense bullets, like a giant orange net enveloping from above, trapped all kinds of dragon clan troops within. There was no way to dodge, nor any place to hide. Pup pup pup. The sound of bullets entering flesh, the painful screams of the dragon clan troops followed one after another. In just a moment, a considerable number of winged dragon riders and pseudo-dragon guards began to lose balance, plummeting downward. Directly crashing into the midst of the undead, they were overwhelmed by the surrounding skeletons. Surprise also filled Beata's eyes. Nobody expected the enemy to possess so many undead and advanced firearms. They hadn't anticipated that the enemy would know of their arrival in advance and had prepared accordingly. Split some off to clear the skeletons below, the dragon mouth moved as it commanded. The giant dragons behind nodded in response. Immediately, a portion of the giant dragons, along with the winged dragon riders and the pseudo-dragons, stopped rushing inwards. Instead, they dove downwards, beginning to approach the swarms of undead below. Roar! Successive dragon roars resounded. Flame breath, with its terrifying power, swept through the ranks of the undead. Great flames ravaged the area below. Innumerable undead turned to ash within the flames. The pseudo-dragons and winged dragon riders also began to plunge into the ranks of the undead. Grabbing skeletons one by one, they carried them into the sky to tear them into pieces. For a moment, the entire area glowed with fire. Bones rained down from the sky. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the dragon clan's assault, there was no impact or panic among the undead. Crackling. The bullets continued to pour down, continuously causing dragon clan members to fall from the sky because of body damage. They were instantly overwhelmed by the surrounding undead. The two sides seemed to have entered a war of attrition, continuously incurring losses, depleting each other's forces. Why not let the bone dragons go out? If we keep fighting like this, we'll lose a lot of troops. Rollina looked at the battle outside the city and asked. The bolt-action rifles indeed worked well. The number of undead also held a great advantage. In the initial moment, they obliterated swathes of pseudo-dragons and winged dragons. But these bullets, only capable of level 3 damage, did limited harm to the giant dragons. The bullets hitting the scales caused damage, but it was not fatal. Amidst the dragon's breath, the undead died in masses, but the giant dragon's losses were not significant. So, Rollina asked, why not send out the bone dragon? At least it might entangle with the giant dragon for a while. Fang Hao shook his head and replied, sending out the bone dragon now might scare them off, therefore exposing our trump card without retaining the enemies. That would be a loss. Let them come deeper into our territory. The dragon clan's bodies were strong and agile. Now, if the bone dragon went out, once the dragon clan felt they couldn't win, they would brave the bullets and turn to flee. Then our trump card would be exposed, and the dragons would have escaped. That would truly be a loss. Losing some ordinary skeletons outside the city walls wasn't really a big deal. As long as we could retain these dragons, that would more than compensate for the loss of ordinary undead. During the conversation, the silver dragon, leading the dragons behind it, had already approached the city walls. Above the city wall, the dragon-locking crossbows and air defense crossbows began firing bolts. This type of crossbow possessed enough power to penetrate the dragons. The swarm of dragons instantly scattered, dodging the swiftly flying bolts. The giant's dragons scattered again. Streams of dragon breath swept over the top of the city walls. The undead died, and the machines liquefied into molten metal under the dragon breath. This was the terrifying nature of the dragon clan. High agility, a sturdy body capable of resisting many forms of damage. Yet their own breath could wipe out swathes of enemies. They quickly cleared several machine positions. The silver dragon, leading the giant dragons, stormed into the airspace over the city. Their enormous dragon eyes quickly scanned the area below within the city. They soon spotted the man in the brocade robe, being shielded by many, at the front of the Lord's manor. Looking back at the dragon clan, which had already suffered heavy losses, it let out an angry roar and with the giant dragons by its side, charged into the city. The target was confirmed, killing him would end this battle. Release the bone dragon and all flying units. Fang Hao ordered loudly. The messenger ran down swiftly. The next second, from the troop hiding caves in 4 gate positions, a swarm of bone dragons clad in shimmering silver armor poured out like swarming birds from a nest, along with hordes of skeleton giant bats and skeleton vultures. The sudden appearance of these skeletal flying troops rose like 4 spreading plumes of smoke, swirling above the city's skies, covering the sun and striking fear with their presence. The dragon clan, rushing into the city's airspace, were startled by the sight. What's going on? The number of bone dragons, at least, was in the thousands, and there were even more of the smaller flying troops. Not giving the dragon clan much time to consider, the whirlwind of bones began tightening the encirclement. Death's breath swept towards the giant dragons from all directions, and countless bats and vultures, like a swarm of bees, also plunged into the attack. Even the living giant dragons, more agile than most, could not resist such numerous attacks. In an instant, the bones and bodies of giants dragons fell from the sky. Silver Dragon Beata was filled with horror. She had never imagined that the transmigrator, who had always kept his identity hidden, whom she had been investigating, could possess such formidable military power. Now all their dragons were encircled within the range of the bone dragons. Trying to break out seemed nearly impossible. Ms. Beata, if we kill that transmigrator, we can win and break through the encirclement to escape, the dragon hero Ashivern reminded nearby. With him dead, the leaderless undead would naturally scatter and flee, or even start fighting among themselves. Silver Dragon Beata glanced below, her enormous dragon eyes filled with hatred towards that man. She had initially felt somewhat reluctant to kill him. Now, since he had caused the deaths of so many of their kind, she had no choice but to kill him. "All right, I'll kill him," Beata roared angrily. As she spoke, swarms of skeletal troops tightly surrounded her massive body. Layer upon layer, covering her completely. "Ms. Beata!" Ash Ivern shouted. As his voice fell, a thunderbolt struck the sky. The sky suddenly thundered, and numerous thunder snakes, like falling silver-white war spears, descended from the sky. In an instant, the surrounding undead were pierced by thunder swords, turning into a rain of bones, falling from the sky. The silver dragon dove downward, her body flashing with silver arcs of electricity. Just as two bone dragons blocked her path, the thunderbolt transformed into two flashing giant swords, piercing through the chests of the bone dragons. Killed instantly again. Continuing downward, just as she was about to reach her target, a blood-red energy spear shot upwards from below. The silver dragon quickly twisted her body to dodge, and looking down, she saw an incredibly stunning woman with bat wings blocking her path. Blood Clan. Another powerful Blood Clan hero. Just how many trump cards did this transmigrator have? Blood Clan, you dare interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Clan? Aren't you afraid of dragging Eternal Night City into this? Beata's voice grew even colder. She could feel that this woman was very dangerous. Rollina just smiled slightly. "Why say so much? Killing him will only make things more difficult for me." As she finished speaking, dark red spears converged from all around, and shot towards the silver dragon. Beata was shocked. Facing the densely packed and powerful blood spears, she dared not meet them head-on like she would bullets. As the blood spears neared, her body quickly shifted into human form and she rapidly descended from the sky, dodging the blood spears at the last moment before transforming back into a dragon form and charging towards the humans in front of the Lord's manor. Seizing the opportunity. Roar! A blinding light suddenly flared up. A silvery column of light instantly covered the target. When the dragon breath dissipated, the spot where he had just stood was empty. Only a pool of molten metal remained, flowing and spreading across the floor. Success. Chapter 1066. The effects of thunder attributes spread around, continuing to ravage the surrounding undead. But that man's figure had already disappeared. Vanished completely within the dragon breath. Beata, along with all the dragon clan watching this, were pleased. The leader was dead, these soulless undead would soon disperse. But, the joyful expression did not last long. For, the surroundings did not change despite the man's death. Up in the sky, the bone dragon was still crazily spewing black pillars. On the ground, skeletons relentlessly fired bullets and magic missiles into the sky. How could this be? Is this your plan? Rollina, flapping her wings, approached and looked at her calmly. You. Beata's heart tightened. Rollina continued, what if I told you that the person you just killed wasn't the leader here? How would you find him? This. Beata's mind exploded. Wrong person. Her gaze swept downwards again. On the dim ground, swarms of undead stood, how was she to discern the true leader among them? Then I will kill everyone here, including you. A fierce expression crossed Beata's face as she soared into the sky again. Thunderbolts rained down, crackling as they fell amongst the ranks of the undead. Rollina followed closely, unleashing a series of dark magic spells, aimed at the silver-white dragon. Elsewhere. Roar. A roar of fury. The dragon hero Ashburn spewed intense flames sweeping towards swarming white bone bats. The dead undead fell as a bone rain. Seeing Beata entangled by a bat-wing woman and roaring in anger, he was about to go help. But at that moment, from left and right, two swiftly shot chains instantly wrapped around his ankles, forcefully pulling him back to his original spot. At the same time, two figures leapt onto the bone dragon and soared into the air. Their hands and feet smashed towards their own head. Close combat with the Dragon Clan? Ridiculous. Ashburn, breaking free from the chains, just tried to rise. Suddenly, a flash of chill appeared in the darkness, and a dagger materialized out of nowhere, stabbing towards his eyes. Ashburn's heart tightened as he immediately closed his eyes. Thwack! The dagger pierced the closed eyelids. The sharp blade was blocked by the eyelid, unable to harm the eyeball inside. However, this attack also brought fear and rage to Ashburn. Towards the position that just stabbed the dagger, he breathed out. The flames passed through the darkness, hitting no targets. This delay allowed the two figures to reach the top of his head. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds sounded as Yoxabarn's forehead was struck heavily by punches. The formidable force made his head buzz. At the same time, swarms of undead bats lunged towards him, attempting to entangle him. Two figures, however, brushed past each other and were caught by bone dragons as they descended. After circling once, they soared again, launching an attack towards him. Below. Clatter. A troop of 100 undead emerged from a corner. They were taller than normal undead. Clad in heavy armor, wielding battle axes. However, the bones of their heads were not human, resembling more the shape of a hyena or wolf. They pushed aside the undead before them, trampling over the scattered bones covering the ground. They reached the center position. Their hollow eye sockets, burning with soul fire, looked up at the stubbornly resisting dragon swarm above. The tall undead, each finding their target, stretched out a hand to point at it. Trait stripping was sequentially activated. The dragons spinning in aerial combat instantly lost balance and began falling from the sky. Though it lasted only a brief few seconds, it still provided an opportunity for the undead, as beams of black light struck the dragons. Without waiting for any reaction, swarms of giant bats and vultures madly lunged forward. They enveloped the dragons' bodies, frantically tearing at their scales and flesh. The air was filled with painful roars. More dragons fell from the sky, beheaded directly by Nisbet wielding a huge axe. Among tens of thousands of ordinary skeleton soldiers, one ordinary skeleton, with ghastly blue ghost fire burning in its pupils, looked up at the battling sky above, but did not dare make any significant movements. It had just been engulfed by a blast of silver dragon breath. Fang Hao was also startled. Who would have thought, the silver dragon was fierce enough to spit at him while braving a barrage of attacks? Although his body was that of a demon doll, the moment it was swallowed by the dragon breath, he genuinely felt like he was about to die. Even now, thinking back on it, he still felt a bit frightened. Luckily, he had many avatars, so he generally did not personally appear in battle. Beneath the silver dragon's breath, he had also lost that doll body. It was a warrior doll, and he felt quite distressed about it. It also served as a wake-up call for him, no longer controlling the demon doll to swagger out but instead invoking God's presence and blending with ordinary skeletons. The city was full of skeletons, go find them. Even if you find it, I can switch to another one. The hollow eye sockets continued to observe the battlefield above. As bone dragons and flocks of airborne units joined the battle, the outcome became increasingly clear. The dragons of the dragon clan kept dying without interruption, falling from the sky. Go, organize the team, collect all the fallen dragons, and don't let them be wasted. Fang Hao turned his skull to instruct the bound spirit guardian nearby. Yes, master. The bound spirit guardian quietly withdrew. He then started beckoning to the skeleton soldiers to gather the fallen dragon corpses and transport them to a safe place. Although the dragon was not as heroic as the dragon clan heroes, every part of its body was valuable. By then, its flesh and scales could be sold for money, and its bones transformed into a bone dragon. Ah! Nothing should be wasted. Bayada's silvery figure flitted through the night sky like lightning. After flipping to dodge the incoming dark red long spear, she gathered streams of silvery spells, continuously striking back. Silver dragons, within the dragon clan, possessed a high status. Even if she neglected her training, her strength would still enhance with age. Of course, the prerequisite was to stay alive. Their robust dragon scales boasted high magic resistance. But facing the dark red long spear, it could still easily pierce through her scales and impale her body. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets from below kept striking her body non-stop. The relentless attacks also began to scar her scales. The massive dragon body flew low past the tall towers, immediately spread its wings to slow down at a blind spot in the bat-winged woman's vision, then flipped to face the rear. The woman's figure had just appeared. Roar! A stream of silvery breath burst forth instantly, shooting toward Rolina. Rolina's form dodged swiftly, the dragon breath narrowly missed her. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon breath exploded against the building behind, instantly causing the structure to crumble. The pervasive air's thunderous nature also affected Rolina. Is this all you've got? Rolina's eyelids twitched, also startled. Staring at the silver dragon, her anger grew. The previous strike, had it really hit her, would have left her dead or severely wounded. The silver dragon gave no answer, her body transformed back into human form, shifted direction, morphed into a giant dragon again, and prepared to circle back. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Rolina's figure burst forth even quicker than before. In the moment the giant dragon had just reverted back, Rolina had already reached above the dragon's back. Her hands surrounded the fine iron Valkyrie longsword with dark red energy. The sword's gleam was like a crescent moon, slashing towards the silver dragon's nape. Pfft! The sound of scales splitting and flesh tearing resounded. The longsword's edge wound, opening a huge gash on the silver dragon's nape. Ayo! The silver dragon let out a painful cry, her form tumbling downward. Once again transformed into human form mid-air, gritting her teeth as she conjured spells. Countless thunder snakes fell once more from the sky, sweeping indiscriminately across everything around. Bang! Rolina, against the brunt of the thunderbolt, landed, and with one foot stepped on her chest. One foot stomped on her chest. Amid the continuously falling thunderbolt, the curved long sword was raised again. Her eyes gleamed with a human's crimson. It's over. The dragon hero Ashburn of the Dragon God dodged an incoming punch at the last moment. The orange tier 3 dragon hero was brought to the state by 2 melee heroes and 1 assassin from the shadows. His heart was exceptionally stifled. But he had no better solution. The 2 heroes below, coordinating very tacitly. After each attack, the bone dragons would catch them, forcefully turning the aerial combat into the situation as it was now. But what troubled him the most was still the assassin hidden in the shadows. He knew that man was lurking in the dark, yet he couldn't catch him. Instead, he had to be cautious of the periodic attacks. Bang! A dull sound, as Ashburn's body fell hard. With a thud, he crashed into an unusually thick oak. What was imagined as breaking didn't happen. But the treetops swayed slightly. Damn it! Ashburn cursed as he staggered up from the ground. His gaze quickly scanning the sky. No longer seeing Beata's silhouette, his heart panicked even more. His eyes, when turned to the 2 oncoming melee heroes, grew fiercer. Ashburn, taking in a deep breath, quickly gathered magic, readying a major move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, swooshing sounds resonated next to him. Countless branches lashed towards him from all sides, wrapping around his wings and body instantly. Ashburn, alarmed, immediately tried to free himself from these branches, but these seemingly ordinary branches had strong resilience. More and more branches wrapped around his body. Even though he flapped his wings, it was as if he was anchored by a massive weight, pulling him back to his original position. Ashburn was shocked to the core, knowing well that if he didn't gain any advantage in the air, landing would only worsen the situation. His body rapidly morphed into human form, attempting to escape. But the branches still tightly wound around him, constricting with increasing force. As Angia and the Lion King charged rapidly from a distance, watching the Dragon Clan hero progressively being bundled up tightly. Without hesitation, they began to thrash him with a barrage of punches, hitting him with a rhythmic thud. Angia, what's happening here? A miniature Shinasura formed from oak branches, looked down. Angia looked up and said, "Oh, nothing much, just the Dragon Clan attacking." Dragon Clan? And it's nothing serious. Shinasura, looking back at the situation above, felt like the sky was falling. Spare her. As Rolina swung down her final sword, aiming to decapitate Beata, a shout came from behind. A skeleton warrior ran into the alley, his armor clattering, quickly fastening a strangely shaped strap around the fallen Beata. Chapter 1067. Obtained during the Day of Grace mission, an orange item. Once used, it could bind the orange hero with its restraint locks, preventing the bound target from gathering any form of power. At the time of acquiring this item, he was quite dismissive of it. He even thought that whoever researched this item must be crazy. If they don't obey, you could just kill them, he thought, why waste materials and effort to create something specifically for binding? But now, he found this thing to be quite useful. When the restraint belt touched Beata's body, clickety-clack, the sound rang out as the restraint belt began to wrap around Beata's entire body. All her joints were twisted backward, and her head was fixated facing upward. Soon, Beata was contorted into a bizarre shape. It was as eerie as watching the arts performance at the Tokyo opening ceremony. Not going to kill her right now. Rolina asked him, surprised. Having fought the dragon clan to this extent, one could say it was a fight to the death. Killing a dragon clan hero wouldn't make any difference to the situation on either side. In fact, keeping Beata alive would only pose a risk to everyone. Rolina herself had almost suffered a loss just a moment ago. Fang Hao said, "Don't kill her yet, I have some things to ask her. This restraint belt is a treasure I obtained, so we don't need to worry about her escaping. You go and help the others first." Rolina glanced at him, casually tossing aside the rolling blade longsword in her hand. "Fine, as you say." Having said that, she unfolded her bat wings and continued to fly outside. Fang Hao then summoned more skeletons. "Take her to the blood prison." Several skeletons immediately lifted her up and headed towards the blood prison. Beata was bound and gagged, but her eyes were still filled with hatred, glaring at him fiercely. "So, the dragon clan has been attacking for several hours now?" Shinasura said, surprised. Angia nodded, "About that, yes. The dragon clan suddenly came over, it was quite unexpected." Shinasura was even more shocked. Although she didn't know what grudge Fang Hao had against the dragon clan, the fact that he could suddenly attack and bring the dragon clan to this state showed that Fang Hao's power had grown even stronger than before. Especially the sight of a bone dragon tornado in the sky. Even knowing they were allies, her heart chilled. A scene not even seen in purgatory, right? Are all the dragons in the sky enemies? Shinasura pressed down her emotions and continued to ask. "Yes." "Oh, okay, I'll go help," Shinasura said. Not knowing before was one thing, but now that she knew and didn't help, Fang Hao would surely be displeased. It was best to try and show some effort. After saying that, Shinasura's figure disappeared. Underneath the giant oak tree, there was only Ashbourne, transformed into a humanoid, hanging in the air like a punching bag. Listening, the white-haired beast-eared young girl was chatting with a treant while punching and kicking. As part of the dragon clan, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Fury rose in her heart, and she spat out blood. It flowed down along the binding branches. "Hey, don't spit, dragon blood is precious, it's very valuable," Angia hastily said. Ashbourne grew even more annoyed and spat out 2 more mouthfuls. Just as he raised his head to curse, he saw her actually bring over a barrel and place it below him. Ashbourne's face turned pale. What kind of people were these? Did they come from a background of bandits? He struggled a bit, still unable to free himself. "Miss, there must be some misunderstanding between us, I hope we can stop making things worse and talk this out. You've attacked even my doorstep, what misunderstanding could be there?" Angia again adjusted the position of the barrel. Ashbourne continued, "There is a misunderstanding, our dragon clan is willing to offer a substantial compensation to settle this matter. Please inform your leader not to harm that silver dragon." Angia looked at him curiously. After a while, she finally said, "Oh, all right, I'll report that after it ends." Bang bang bang. As she spoke, she gave another 2 punches. Hoo! A series of whooshing sounds arose. The trees of the city, as if coming to life, transformed their branches into arrows, stabbing at the still circling, fleeing giant dragons in the sky. In an instant, the city became a hedgehog covered in barbs. The dragons, already struggling to hold on, fell from the sky again, becoming kebab meat hanging above. The branches continued to wrap and encase the fallen giant dragons. Soon, the city streets trees were hanging with giant branch cocoons. When the battle finally ended, the sky was already slightly bright. The craftsmen and the maids cautiously came out from the Lord's mansion's basement. Seeing the bones covering the ground and the collapsed buildings, they still showed considerable shock. Underground, they had also heard the fierce battle sounds from above. Yet they hadn't expected it to be so brutal. How many skeletons had died to cover the ground with bones? "Is it over?" Ira asked quietly, clinging to Fang Hao's arm. "Those dragons from the dragon clan won't come over again, will they?" Little White hugged another arm and asked as well. Fang Hao nodded and said to everyone, "It's not easy for the dragon clan to come once, they won't likely come again soon." Then, he looked toward Nelson standing aside and asked, "Scholar, we killed quite a few giant dragons this time, though they are not heroes, their skins and scales are very strong. Is there any use for them?" Knowing that every part of a dragon is valuable, but it was really hard to be sure what was useful and what was not. Nelson nodded and replied, though these giant dragons are not as notable as the heroes of the dragon clan, their whole bodies are still very precious treasures, their blood, scales, and even their flesh can be utilized. The folk tales of dragon slaying also involve killing ordinary giant dragons. Only the top leaders of a race can manage to kill heroes of the dragon clan. Even materials from ordinary giant dragons are rare treasures. Oh, then I'll trouble you to arrange for the collection of materials from these giant dragons, Fang Hao said with a smile. Nearly 100 giant dragons, this was no small harvest. Just thinking about it made him happy. Yes, I will arrange for the funeral priests to handle it, the adults can rest assured, Nelson nodded and said. This battle did not require Nelson to take action. Now there were plenty of combat-type heroes in his domain, so his participation was not needed. Fang Hao nodded with a smile and had the maids start moving, ordering the skeleton soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Mass-produced carts were made to transport piles of bones outside the city. And the corpses of the winged dragons and pseudo-dragons would be thrown directly into the transformation fields for processing. After giving all instructions, he walked with a few Nisbets towards the direction of Blood Prison. In the dim, damp Blood Prison, Fang Hao saw Beata, her eyes bloodshot, glaring furiously at him. Filled with grievance, hatred, and deep resentment. Tears were constantly swirling around in her eyes as well. After all, she was still quite young, among the dragon clan, she was considered a little girl. First, he checked her wounds. Although they had not healed, the bleeding had stopped, which wouldn't endanger her life. Speaking of which, the bodies of the dragon clan are really robust. To survive Rolina's sword strike at the neck and live. Standing back in front of her, he began, Spencer and the orcs allied to attack my affiliated towns. I was forced to counterattack and killed him. The cause was actually Fang Hao taking advantage of Spencer's absence to move his treasures. But now, he couldn't just honestly confess that. Beata continued to glower at him with hatred, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Fang Hao thought for a moment and continued, I didn't want to conflict with the dragon clan. I was avoiding you all, steering clear of you, but now that you come to kill me, I can only retaliate. He shrugged, you've seen the strength of my domain, sufficient to withstand an attack from the dragon clan, but I didn't act that way not because I feared you, but because I wanted to coexist peacefully. Positioning himself on the moral high ground, critiquing them. He spoke several sentences, but Beata, bound and gagged with a round ball in her mouth, couldn't respond. Only her eyes could move. It was still necessary to clarify things with her, given how the situation had turned out. The dragon clan bore at least 80% of the responsibility. Looking into her big eyes, more and more filled with mist. Fang Hao said, I will ungag you, and we can talk, if you want to talk, blink twice. After a long silence, Beata finally blinked twice, indicating that she agreed to talk. Fang Hao walked over and removed the spherical object from her mouth. Beata took several deep breaths of air before cursing out, Fang Hao, you are inhuman, you degenerate. Her curses echoed continuously in the vacant blood prison. Fang Hao frowned slightly, if you curse me again, I'll put that ball back in. Whoosh. Beata stopped cursing but still breathed heavily, her eyes filled with unabated anger. I have a few questions, he said. Beata stayed silent. Who is the transmigrator who came with you? Is he in your team? Fang Hao asked. Beata sneered but did not answer. Hey! You really think I dare not kill you, then you are so wrong. You can kill me. If I fall into your hands, I, Beata, will accept it, but the dragon clan will avenge me. Sooner or later, you will pay for my life, Beata continued. Fang Hao was somewhat speechless, as it was impossible to communicate with her in such a state. Just as he was about to gag her again to let her calm down a bit longer. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were heard. Angia walked down briskly. Glancing at the bound Beata, she said, we captured a hero of the dragon clan alive, and 21 heavily injured giant dragons. That dragon clan hero also said that as long as we don't kill them, the dragon clan will offer compensation. Late into the battle, after the heart of the deep forest Shinasura joined. Some of the dragons were directly enveloped by trees, losing their combat power. That at least saved their lives. Hearing about compensation from the dragon clan, Fang Hao scoffed internally. It would be strange if they actually offered compensation. The dragon clan always appeared dominant, suppressing any race that tried to challenge their authority. If they were willing to pay damages, it would be a sign of submission. The Dragon Clan would not do that. Fang Hao thought for a moment and promptly said, "Kill them, keeping them is too dangerous." "Oh, okay." Angie replied and then walked outside. On the side, when Beata, who heard that some of the Dragon Clan had survived, turned even paler. Seeing the white-haired orc about to leave, she completely broke down, crying out, "Fang Hao, please don't kill them, I beg you not to kill them." Tears burst forth, as she sobbed and pleaded, "Please don't kill them." Chapter 1068. Ah! Vrak, vrak! The pale-faced Aragon limped outward, running. The handsome and elegant appearance was no longer there. His hair was scattered, sticky with bits of grass, and his armor bore multiple dents, making him look like a fleeing soldier, staggering in his efforts to walk in the opposite direction. He continued to mutter curses under his breath. Thinking back to last night's scene sent a chill down his spine and a wave of cold fear. He had seen it clearly from outside the city. The skeletons of the undead had formed an air army, creating a huge whirlpool of white bone. In an instant, it had surrounded the dragon clan that charged in. After that, he never saw a single dragon fly out again, not even one. Fang Hao was not human, he was a demon. How could an ordinary transmigrator possess so many troops? After escaping, he must tell everyone. Do not trust Fang Hao, he simply cannot be a transmigrator, cannot be human. He dared not look back, only able to keep walking outward. Trying to leave this place as quickly as possible. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from above. Aragon's heart tightened, and then he saw a harpy blocking his way. Her gaze curiously observed the human trying hard to walk outward. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" the harpy asked, blocking his path. Swallowing nervously, his eyes flitting about, Aragon faced an 8th-rank soldier. He straightened his disheveled hair and, forcing a smile, said, "I am a resident of a nearby village. I encountered some trouble on the road and was just about to head back." The harpy glanced at the Book of Lords hanging at his waist. She then took in the dents on his armor. A mocking smile formed on her lips. Aragon became increasingly stern. He began to think of a strategy. Even if he was unlikely to be a match for an 8th-rank soldier, he still had to fight, much better than being captured and taken back. The moment it became clear what he had to do, a faint red glow emitted from the ring on his left index finger. He raised his hand and pointed it at the harpy. The next second, 3 fire arrows coalesced out of thin air. With red tails trailing behind them, they shot out swiftly. After unleashing the fire arrows, Aragon immediately reached for the long sword at his waist. He was determined to fight to the death. Crack! With a crisp sound, Aragon's hand, which had been reaching for his weapon, was forcibly stopped. His pupils widened with surprise and fear as he looked at the harpy. She easily dodged the 3 fire arrows and didn't attack him. Instead, she held a revolver, pointed at him. If he dared to draw his sword, he would face a barrage of bullets. Vrak! Why would that kind of soldier be wielding a modern weapon? What on earth was going on? This creature, holding a handgun, the dissonance. Vrak vrak! Vrak! Don't be rash, let's talk this through. Aragon slowly raised his hands, signaling for the other party not to shoot. Actually, I'd prefer to bring your corpse back, it would be less trouble, the harpy said flatly. No, I'll come with you, Aragon quickly responded. A gun. In this world, it might not be the most powerful weapon. But in the hearts of transmigrators, it held an immense deterrent force. No one was sure whether their bodies could withstand a few bullets, and no one wanted to test that. The harpy took away his ring and sword. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, began walking back the way they came. After leaving the blood prison, Fang Hao headed towards the Lord's mansion. He learned from Beata that the transmigrator who accompanied the dragon clan was Aragon. Only now, they had not found the man. Probably, he was shot to death in the confusion last night, if not, landing on the ground would mean being chopped into mincemeat by skeleton soldiers. Still, Fang Hao ordered a thorough search. Not for anything else, but to devour the Book of Lords. The world's second Book of Lords surely would unlock many blueprints. Later, Fang Hao confirmed with Beata the stance of the Dragon Clan and how they came over. According to her, the Dragon Clan didn't fully support this long-distance attack. But the experience Beata had in the succubus cabin made her so furious. She used a large number of teleportation scrolls and brought the dragons over directly. Little did she expect that this attack by the dragon clan would turn into a suicide mission. Fang Hao continued to ask her about the internal situation of the dragon clan. But Beata stubbornly refused to say anything, so he didn't press further. Some things could be inferred. Beata was an orange-ranked, 8th tier hero. The dragon clan must have dark gold level heroes. There was a good chance there was more than one of them. In front of the Lord's mansion, a large number of skeleton troops were filling the holes left behind. Many skeletons were also transporting stones from nearby collapsed buildings. The entire city looked bleak, like the ruins left behind after a disaster. Master, let's have breakfast first. Ira had prepared breakfast as usual, just a bit earlier than before. It was now just past 6 o'clock. Fang Hao, Ira, Angia, and Rolina sat around the dining table, starting their meal. Last night's losses must have been considerable, Rolina spoke up. Yes, a preliminary estimate would suggest casualties reaching tens of thousands, Fang Hao acknowledged with a nod. The dragon clan was indeed a formidable force. Fang Hao had ambushed them in advance, where any race caught under intense gunfire would have been wiped out. But against the dragon clan, a large number of skeletons still perished, along with a puppet avatar. Frugnoelo. They even braved bullets to charge into the main city for combat. Utterly terrifying. That young girl isn't one of the top heroes among the dragon clan, you need to think this through clearly. If the dragon clan attacks again, the danger might be even greater than it is now, Rolina warned once more. He was clear about that as well. But it wasn't a big problem, as long as he was given some time. He would be able to accumulate enough forces to resist the dragon clan. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for the dragon clan to retaliate against him. This time, the teleportation scroll was used by Beata, so exploiting large-scale teleportation again clearly wouldn't be possible in the short term. He could continue to strengthen his force's defenses. I understand, I will arrange everything when the time comes, Fang Hao nodded in response. Angia's big eyes spun around, sweeping over the two men while she busily shoveled food into her mouth. Completely unconcerned with matters like the dragon clan or danger. Blood prison. The dragon hero Ashburn, who was barely alive, was also sent into the blood prison. He was tightly bound all over. Lying on the cold stone bed, he was surrounded by several Nisbets standing guard. If he attempted to break free, he would be immediately killed. Ms. Beata, are you all right? Ashburn struggled to lift his head, looking toward the cage beside him. On the other side of the iron bars was Beata, also restrained. I am fine, Ashburn. You all right? Beata also turned around to ask. The Silver Dragon held a special status within the Dragon Clan. When they were young, they would be assigned a grown Dragon Clan hero to protect them, to accompany them as they grew up, serving the role of a guard and steward. Ashburn was Beata's guardian. He had watched over her as she grew up. It's all right. Since the leader here hasn't killed us, there's still hope. The Dragon Clan will negotiate with him to rescue us, don't worry, Ashburn continued to speak with effort. He believed that the two of them were still alive because of the compensation he had offered. Beata forced a bitter smile but said nothing more. Lord's Hall. Fang Hao looked at the somewhat disheveled man before him, feeling somewhat speechless. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome man had lost his usual charisma. It turned out that the Harpy had captured Aragon and brought him back. He had thought that Aragon had been killed by random gunfire the previous night. To his surprise, the man had survived and nearly escaped. What a stroke of luck! Cough, cough. After coughing lightly, Aragon was the first to speak. Mr. Fang Hao, I never imagined we would meet in this way. I want to express my deepest apologies for my foolish behavior before, he said and then bowed deeply. His attitude was sincere, and his bow was perfectly executed. Fang Hao's eyelid twitched. You damn well know when to bend and when to stand, don't you? Isn't it a bit late for apologies now? Not at all, not at all. For you, the victor, now is the most appropriate time, Aragon said with a smile, continuing without a hint of shame for his own words. Was it you who found out my location? Fang Hao continued to ask. A slight look of discomfort flashed across Aragon's face as he quickly explained, I had no choice with the demands from the Dragon Clan, but fortunately, they were not successful. Are you saying you don't support the Dragon Clan making a move against me? Fang Hao asked with a smile as he looked at him. Of course, it was only that silver dragon Beata who insisted on pursuing you. I've been trying my best to delay them. Taking a deep breath, his gaze firm, I may be affiliated with the dragon clan, but I would never go out of my way to undermine a fellow transmigrator. We came over here together, and I still remember the Earth Village from the 2008 Olympics. We lived together in Earth Village. These natives are the real outsiders. Wow, what a way with words you have. Even the Olympics have been brought into this. Actually, the fact that Aragon has lost heart, I can guess the reason too. It's just that he wanted to rely on the Dragon Clan to get rid of me. That way, not only could he gain the recognition of the Dragon Clan, but he could also jump from second place straight to the top spot. It seems Ms. Beata is in a hurry to kill me, which is probably true as well. After all, a few days ago, I did do something not so nice to Ms. Beata in the succubus cottage. But who could have imagined such a coincidence? The dream infiltration failed, the drunken dragon lady wandered into the wrong room. At that time, I only thought it was all just a dream. If it were now, even if we were enemies, I wouldn't do something so humiliating to her. Just as Fang Hao was about to speak, Aragon continued, Mr. Fang Hao, here's the Book of Lords. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to serve you from now on. After saying that, he lifted the Book of Lords with both hands as if he were offering up a treasure. Ding! At this moment, a private chat notification came from Aragon's Book of Lords. He opened it reflexively and took a glance. It was from the Alliance channel. After the Vice Hierarch @ed Aragon, he sent a message that @ed everyone. It's 7 o'clock, everyone post the message of killing Fang Hao in the World channel, to advertise for the Alliance Hierarch and the Alliance. Aragon's heart tightened instantly. Damn, it's 7 o'clock already. He was just thinking about escaping quickly and had forgotten about the task he had entrusted the day before. He was about to type and stop it, but messages had already started flooding the World channel. A chill ran down Aragon's spine. It was over, he was totally screwed now. Ding! Ding ding! On the throne. Fang Hao's Book of Lords also started receiving a flood of private chat notifications. When he opened it, it was Dong Jiayu, Fu Lei, Lan Yang, as well as everyone he knew. The questions, however, were all pretty much the same. Brother Hao, did the Dragon Clan come to you? Are you okay? Boss, are you okay? Boss, if you die, remember to leave your inheritance to me. At the same time, the messages were also rolling crazily in the regional channel. Damn, what's going on? The Sanctum Army of the Dragon Palace people are saying that Aragon has killed Lord Fang Hao. I saw it too, it's spamming the chat. These foreigners must be hyping it up again. Aragon is an internet-famous Alliance hierarch, he's always pulling stunts. I think so too, they're not even in the same region, how could he possibly assassinate someone cross-region? Fang Hao's brows furrowed slightly, and he quickly flipped to the World channel. Sure enough, a large number of people were spamming the chat with one message in a screen-dominating fashion. Sanctum Army of the Dragon Palace Hierarch Aragon has led troops of the Dragon Clan to annihilate the Fang Hao territory, executed Fang Hao himself, and officially claimed the title of the world's #1. What the fuck? Are they already declaring my execution? His gaze turned to Aragon below him, whose face was as white as a sheet. You've arranged the plan well, right on schedule for the spam attack. Chapter 1069. And by 7 am, transmigrators were preparing for the day's work. That timing for a screenshot strategy was the best. It allowed the message to stay on the screen for a long time without being immediately pushed out. And the uniform screenshot strategy by the Dragon Temple Holy Army clearly had been pre-arranged. Threatened by the Dragon Clan. We all live together in Earth Village. Mr. Fang Hao did not believe his words to begin with, but now it felt like he had been slimed by a toad, which was extremely uncomfortable. You're insulting me, rambling nonsense in person, yet you've already declared my execution behind my back. Fang Hao closed the Book of Lords and smiled as he looked at Aragon. Although nothing was said explicitly, the atmosphere in the hall had become grave and tense. Thump. Aragon's legs went weak and he knelt down, hastily explaining, Mr. Fang Hao, I only ordered my members to create some noise for me at 7 o'clock, it certainly wasn't as they said. Fang Hao couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with him and ordered, someone, tie him up. Standing by, Nisbet immediately stepped forward and bound him with rope. Tight enough to make him cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Fang Hao's Book of Lords continued to chime with private messages. People kept asking about his safety, non-stop. Afraid that their leader had really been slaughtered as the Dragon Temple Holy Army had claimed. One person suggested it might be a rumor. But with such a large-scale screenshot strategy starting to shake an increasing number of people's convictions. Fang Hao glanced at the contents of the Book of Lords. He thought about it and felt that he should explain, or else everyone might think he was dead. Not to mention the regional channel, even the territory channel could become chaotic. He signaled Nisbet to make some space, then took out the Book of Lords and, facing the bound and gagged Aragon, clicked several photos. Then he posted them in both the territory channel and the regional channel. Aragon has come to visit, we're having a great chat and he plans to stay with me for a few days. Everyone, don't worry, I am still here and very safe. Image. The moment the message was sent, the regional channel exploded. Damn, Aragon really did go, but as the punching bag. That's really Aragon. Oh my, look how professionally he's tied up. I knew this Aragon was full of himself, daring to go head-on against Mr. Fang Hao without seeing his own limitations. Exactly, who was the one saying the boss was in trouble just a while ago? Come out and face the music. So does this mean Mr. Fang Hao wiped out the Dragon Clan? Aragon was a well-known alliance hierarch. He often showed up in the World Channel, familiar to almost everyone. Though he looked disheveled in the photos, he was recognizable at a glance. Messages in the regional channel scrolled at breakneck speed, and the territory channel grew lively as well. This dumbass Aragon really came. Just a pighead, giving up being number 2 just to seek his own death. Aragon's alliance is even more idiotic, speaking out in the World Channel without even understanding the situation. Boss, please give him to me, I want to keep him in the territory as a male pet. Damn. The majority of messages in the territory channel were rather colorful. After all, Aragon's Dragon Temple Holy Army was thoroughly an enemy force to Fang Hao's territory. With fighting already occurred, what politeness could be left in their words? It was a joke, they sent their regards to his entire family and alliance. Lambasting began on the World Channel as well. Fang Hao glanced at it and continued speaking, everyone, be more careful recently, don't leak any information about our territory to foreigners, and anyone who discovers traces of the Dragon Clan should report to me immediately. Ma Tianyi's intelligence this time was very useful, come find me later for a reward of 10 level 8 shepherd's flutes as your mounts. Ma Tianyi replied, thank you, boss. I was only doing my part. Wow, level 8 mounts, I don't even have level 8 troops yet. 10 heads, hey at Ma Tianyi, buddy, sell me one. At the same time, the photos released by Fang Hao were rapidly shared in the World Channel. The Dragon Temple Holy Army, which had just been highly praised, suddenly found itself in an adverse situation. They were overwhelmed by countless responses. Everyone was too familiar with Aragon. You claimed you were going to attack Fang Hao, now how come you're the one tied up? As messages appeared, they started cursing them as a bunch of useless fools, their alliance hierarch was bound, and yet they were celebrating. In a normal situation, the two forces would trash-talk each other for a while. But at that moment, not a single member of the Dragon Temple Holy Army said a word. They had been stupefied. They all zoomed in on the photo, looking at it closely. It really was their alliance hierarch. What's going on? This isn't following the script. Weren't we supposed to capture Fang Hao overnight and announce it to the world promptly at 7 o'clock? How come you're tied up now? But then, everyone realized the severity of the situation. Fang Hao had not only withstood the Dragon Clan's onslaught but had even captured Aragon. What level of strength did he possess? It's over, the Dragon Temple Holy Army is finished. Mr. Fang Hao looked at Aragon, whose mouth was sealed. He continued, bring over his Book of Lords, and then search him for anything valuable. At first, he considered whether to spare Aragon and support him as a mole within the Dragon Clan. But now it seemed that Aragon was too tricky to handle and hard to control. If he were released, he would only cause trouble for himself. So, it was better not to keep him. Nisbet frisked his body and brought several items over to Mr. Fang Hao first. In total there were 3 items. The first 2, a ring and a single-handed longsword, had been found by the Harpies. There was also a heart-preserving mirror that had just been found. Flame of Krula, purple. Category, ring. Ability, release up to 3 magic energy fire arrows, causing 75% magic power damage, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Description: wearing it will make you look more like a magic scholar. Accessories with special abilities are precious objects everywhere. This kind of ring allows someone who has not learned magic to release fire arrows. Even if fire arrows are elementary magic and the damage is limited. At critical moments, 3 fire arrows that do not require personal energy can play a vital role. Of course, this was of no use to Mr. Fang Hao. He already knew how to use fire arrows and had become proficient to the point of fast condensation and accurate release. Sword of Champion, Purple. Category: Single-handed sword. Damage: Level 4 damage. Ability: First hit on the target, damage plus 120%. Description: a weapon for victors only. The purple single-handed sword was still fairly decent. It could be awarded to a hero later. Dragon Scale Breastplate, Orange. Category: Heart-preserving mirror. Ability: blocks any fatal physical hit and recovers 10% of the wearer's health, cooldown of 10 hours. Description: tales of it have been quietly circulating in the halls of Mount Dragon Peak. This breastplate, polished from ancient dragon scales, remains one of the most coveted items in the world. Holy shit, an orange item. Mr. Fang Hao now knew how Aragon survived. Because the heart-preserving mirror before him had entered its cooldown state, it had clearly been used once. Being able to block a fatal hit, even as an orange caliber effect, was top tier. Such a fantastic item, whether he obtained it himself or was given it by the Dragon Clan, was now Mr. Fang Hao's spoils of war. Aragon, with wide-open eyes, squirmed on the ground, seemingly suggesting through his actions that this was a tribute for Mr. Fang Hao, pleading not to kill him. Mr. Fang Hao paid him no mind, these matters were no longer important. Having reviewed the various items, he picked up the Book of Lords that was besides him. The Book of Lords is consumable. Next, Aragon's Book of Lords transformed into specks of starlight and merged into Mr. Fang Hao's Book of Lords. You have gained decision-making rights over the territory that belonged to Aragon. Occupy/abandon. Occupy, it will become your affiliated territory, capable of further development. Abandon, you will receive 50%-80% of the territory's resources, and the territory will be abandoned. Mr. Fang Hao didn't immediately choose. He first checked the world map. In the map, the location of Aragon's territory was marked, a great distance from Mr. Fang Hao's location. Both territories were depicted as small dots when fully displayed. It seemed that the Dragon Clan's position was indeed far from his own. Trying to fly here to attack him would exhaust any wings to the point of breaking. Occupy or abandon. If he chose to occupy, he would possess an affiliated city from the Dragon Clan, which could also serve as a teleportation point for attacking the Dragon Clan. But with his current strength, sending someone as an affiliated city lord would be like sending sheep to the slaughter. They would die one by one. Directly abandoning it would yield 50%-80% of the territory's resources, with no other benefits. After a brief consideration, he chose to occupy. Although he couldn't immediately arrange personnel to take over, it was harmless to occupy without tending to it right away. And he could make plans based on the situation later on. You have occupied an affiliated territory and now possess it, along with 8 affiliated castles. You can set a proxy governor in your Book of Lords. The first thing Mr. Fang Hao did was prioritize resource consumption for Aragon's city. In the future, construction and such will be supplied primarily from there. As for the lords of the affiliated castles, that was a matter to be discussed later. There were no people to send over at the moment. Book of Lords upgraded to level 8, marching speed plus 6%, resource exploitation plus 7.5%, troop attack plus 2.5, regional channel message capacity plus 80. Aragon's Book of Lords wasn't too low level. His Book of Lords went straight from level 6 to level 8. New blueprints unlocked: Dragon Blood Laboratory Construction Blueprint, Orange, Pterodactyl Riders Barracks Construction Blueprint, Purple, Pseudo Dragon Nest Construction Blueprint, Purple, Dragon Power Swordsman Training Ground Construction Blueprint, Purple, Agile Dragon Rider Suite Production Blueprint, Purple, Pseudo Dragon Steel Suite Production Blueprint, Blue, White Steel Lance Production Blueprint, Blue, Pterodactyl Arched Wooden Window Production Blueprint, Wind Chime Production Blueprint. In an instant, a staggering number of blueprints appeared in the notification. Even opening several platinum treasure chests wouldn't yield such a rich reward. Chapter 1070. In this world second, there were indeed no shortage of blueprints. After his surprise, Fang Hao began to take inventory of the blueprints. First up were the construction blueprints. The Dragon Blood Laboratory was a building that improved bloodlines, effectively serving the same purpose as his own Sorcery Sanctum. The Sorcery Sanctum consumed materials to improve the level of skills. The Dragon Blood Laboratory, however, improved physical strength, although the enhancement was relative and couldn't truly match the physique of the Dragon Clan. The construction condition was a Dragon Clan camp, meaning he couldn't build it in his main city. But that was not entirely impossible. After all, the city of Aragon was still available. The Pterodactyl Riders Camp, Pseudo-Dragon Nest, and Dragon Power Swordsman Training Ground were all purple blueprints for military barracks that recruited pterodactyl riders and pseudo-dragons. The prerequisite for building was still the Dragon Clan camp. The blueprints weren't bad, but it was a shame he couldn't meet the construction conditions. Fang Hao schemed over the rest of the building blueprints but did find one that was useful. Shadow Screen Dome Machine, Purple Ironized Wood 220, Fine Stone Brick 180, Fine Iron 50, Precision Parts 22, Essence of Magic 2, Perfect Essence 1. Description: A spectacle building. Once constructed, the owning city cannot be recorded by the map. A spectacle building offered not utility, but rather, special abilities. And this Shadow Screen Dome Machine provided the ability to not be recorded on the map. Although this effect had a limited practical use, it did add a degree of concealment. After recording all the construction blueprints, Fang Hao continued to check the equipment blueprints. There were many pieces of equipment, aside from those for pterodactyls and pseudo-dragons, there were also quite a few excellent blueprints. Agile Dragon Riders Set Crafting Blueprint, Purple. Level 5 Defense. Set Effect, Maximum Health plus 20%, Movement Speed of Flying Mounts plus 25%, Physical Strength plus 10%, Physical Defense plus 20%. A Purple Dragon Knight set would be top-tier equipment even on the World Channel. Fine Iron Lion Shield, Purple Thick Leather 12, White Steel Ingot 8, Fine Iron 5, Fine Iron Ingot 3, Metal Parts 12, Rich Essence 1. White Steel Lance, Blue Thick Leather 3, Cast Iron Block 5, White Steel Ingot 4, Metal Parts 6. Magic High Crown, Blue Linen Cloth 12, Soft Leather 8, Silk 5, Spun Thread 22, Mithril 3. Thief's Shoulder Guards, Blue. Fang Hao was checking one blueprint after another. Many of the pieces of equipment were very practical. Even if they were of no use to him personally, they would become hot merchandise if put on sale in the channel shop. He didn't look too closely at the subsequent window, wooden door, stone chair, and other blueprints. They weren't of much use at present. After recording all the blueprints, Fang Hao's gaze returned to Aragon, who was tied up assuredly. Getting so many blueprints made him much less angry. Open his mouth. Nisbet unwrapped the burlap from his mouth. After taking 2 deep breaths, Aragon immediately said, "Mr. Fang Hao, I was wrong. I won't try to be clever again. I truly admit my mistake." Fang Hao glanced at him and sat down again to the side. He asked in a soft voice, "Besides Beata, what other levels of heroes does the Dragon Clan have?" Aragon was taken aback, then hurriedly replied, "Many. When dragons ascend to heroes, their rank quickly increases. It only slows down once they reach orange. The biggest flaw of the Dragon Clan is their low reproductive rate. Throughout Dragon Tooth Mountain, very few of the Dragon Clan can be seen." His answer was quite comprehensive. "Are there any heroes above the orange level?" Fang Hao continued to ask. Aragon hesitated but finally said, "I have never seen any, but there should be higher level heroes." "How so?" "The Dragon Clan has an elder council and a leader, and it would stand to reason that they are of a higher rank than Beata. These are all my conjectures, and they may not be accurate," Aragon continued to reply. Beata was tight-lipped about internal information of the Dragon Clan. Now, some answers were obtained from Aragon. There still existed an elder council, which sounded like it was a structure similar to human society. Fang Hao nodded but did not keep questioning. "Mr. Fang Hao, I know what I did wrong. Could you give me a chance? Please don't kill me. Whatever you need, I'll try my best to cooperate," Aragon said when he saw Fang Hao was not continuing the questioning. Fang Hao glanced at him. It seemed that he could be a source of information. For now, he would be locked up in the blood prison. If there was anything he wanted to ask later, he could continue questioning him. After all, Aragon wasn't as tough as Beata. After coming to a decision, Fang Hao said, take him to the blood prison. If he attempts to escape, execute him on the spot. Nisbet picked him up and began to walk out. Aragon did not struggle and allowed himself to be taken away. After Aragon left, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and got in touch with Dong Jiayu. He sent a message asking, is Amanda busy? I need her to come here. Dong Jiayu quickly replied, Amanda asks what it is about. Oh, I've captured a few prisoners, and it's not convenient to kill them right now. I need her to seal a couple of gold blocks, Fang Hao said. Amanda says she's busy right now and will notify you when it's time to pick her up. All right. After ending the chat, he was just about to go out. Then he saw Rolina flying in directly and took a seat on a wooden chair nearby, crossing her long, black silk-clad legs. Finished with your work? Yes, I'm temporarily finished. I have to go out to build a structure, Fang Hao replied. There are not enough shovels in the warehouse, make more when you can, Rolina said. Fang Hao curiously asked, what do you need the shovels for? Shovels are not the small cooking spatulas but mean for digging. Rolina turned her head, saying, well, I'm overseeing some people to expand the river outside the city. You don't need to worry about these things, just make the iron shovels. Well done, they had just finished battling with the Dragon Clan. The recovery construction should start here. Okay, I got it. I'll make it for you later. Lorana's lips curled into a smile as her gaze fell on the Sword of Champion beside her. She picked it up and swung it a few times. This sword isn't bad. Whose is it? Just got it as battle loot. Oh, then it's mine. I haven't had a fitting weapon yet, Lorana continued. Lorana had a proficiency in swordsmanship in her attributes. She used swords in close combat. She used to have a blood-red longsword, only it got lost somewhere in the fight against the Red Duke. Lorana wasn't in a good state at that time, and no one dared to question. You want a sword? Indeed, in last night's battle, the ordinary purple longswords she used all became nicked and dull. It was time to equip Lorana with a weapon that suited her. What? You don't feel like giving me one? Lorana raised an eyebrow. Hat, glowering at me? Who are you trying to intimidate? Then, he took a dark red giant sword out of the storage and handed it to her. Can you use a heavy sword? This is an orange weapon we obtained last time, Fang Hao continued. Hatred Tooth, an orange weapon dropped by the demon hero. Fang Hao was still somewhat reluctant to hand it over to her. One of the weapon's attributes was a hatred effect, which was a bit dangerous. Hatred increases the flame effect by 5% every 10 minutes, and the holder loses 5% of rationality, recovers gradually after combat ceases. This thing, in Lorana's hands, indeed made him fear she might lose control. But ordinary purple weapons wouldn't last long in her hands. With the recent threats from the Dragon Clan, after considering it, he decided to let Lorana use it. If she really lost control because of the weapon, it must be a life and death crisis already for the Dark Gold hero. Whether she lost control or not wouldn't make much difference then. Seeing the somewhat sinister-looking weapon, Lorana's eyes lit up. Where did you obtain it? Got it after killing the demon hero. If you like it, I'll give it to you, said Fang Hao. Lorana picked up the giant sword and vigorously swung it through the air. With each swing, a blaze followed. Not bad, I like it. Lorana nodded in satisfaction. The beauty of the lonely knight Lorana Antibias has increased her loyalty to you by 1 point. Current loyalty, 100. Hero under your command. The beauty of the lonely knight Lorana Antibias has reached 100 points of loyalty and will not be affected by any sowing discord, betrayal, or other states of division. Fang Hao was delighted to see the notification. 100 points. The final point had finally been increased. Had he known this, he would have given it to her sooner. Do you have a storage space item? Lorana continued to ask. No. Later, I'll ask Dujin to keep an eye out in the trade alliance. If there's one available, I'll buy it for you, Fang Hao said immediately. Okay, thanks. Fang Hao took a step forward. Is that a perfunctory thank you? What do you want then? Of course, something substantial. He cradled her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. In the afternoon, at the city hall of Furious Lion City, Fang Hao appeared with Lorana. This caused the orcs, who were in a meeting, to be collectively startled. Lord, Miss Lorana, Bronze Bull immediately paid his respects. He had seen Lorana, although only once, but the impression was quite profound. The rest of the orcs, hearing it was their lord, also paid their respects in unison. Fang Hao nodded. Are you in a meeting? Just finished, my lord. Bronze Bull said. Good. Let everyone go back first, I have something to discuss with you, Fang Hao continued. Bronze Bull nodded and immediately had all the orcs leave. If there were any matters, they would be called back. After the hall was left with only 3 people and a few Minotaur guards. Fang Hao continued, last night, was anything unusual spotted over the skies of Furious Lion City? There were no abnormalities detected. Bronze Bull answered. The Dragon Clan's flying units could reach above the clouds. Coupled with the night, it was difficult for people below to detect anything above. Fang Hao nodded and said, yesterday, the Dragon Clan came from the east and launched an attack on the main city. Bronze Bull was taken aback before his expression drastically changed. The main city had been attacked. And it was attacked from the east side. It was an oversight on my part. Please, my lord, punish me. Bronze Bull stood up and immediately knelt on one knee. The reason a faction's main city is at the center is because of its importance. In the event of a war, it's the peripheral cities that first receive the news and protect the central city. Now, they had not detected a thing, and the main city was almost breached. Fang Hao waved it off. It's not your fault. It's normal that you didn't detect the Dragon Clan flying that high. After Bronze Bull got up, Fang Hao continued, I came to discuss some matters with you this time. Please command me, my lord. Starting now, enhance the patrol in the orc territory. If the Dragon Clan appears, notify me immediately. Furthermore, I will arrange for undead air troops to patrol the skies so that the Dragon Clan won't pass through again. Fang Hao stated his purpose directly. Understood, my lord. I will immediately make the arrangements. Chapter 1071. Across the vast expanse of sea, several ships with straw hat flags drifted with the waves. Inside the constantly swaying cabin, Bai Xian looked at the Book of Lords, furrowing her brows one moment and relaxing them the next. That morning, the World Channel was abuzz with a shocking twist. The Dragon Temple Holy Army had just spammed messages about having killed Fang Hao. Less than half an hour later, the story took a 180-degree turn. Aragon was captured and bound. Bound tightly, with a torn rag stuffed in his mouth. Who didn't know Aragon? The second-ranked player in the world, an internet celebrity. Bai Xian sometimes envied him in secret for being able to join a special faction. Now, it was getting interesting. The perennially public second-ranked player had been captured by the top player. It was news for the world. Interesting. Bai Xian saved a picture, planning to show it to members who hadn't seen it when she returned. After all, such events were rare. Boom. Boom. The door to the cabin was knocked on, and a voice from a member of the Alliance called out. Alliance Hierarch, we're all ready. Good, I'll come out now, Bai Xian said, closing the Book of Lords and heading out. She made her way to the deck. On one side of the ship hung a giant bronze bell. The bell was iron grey, with some decorative patterns on its surface. It was the gong often seen in the channel, mostly used in tower warning bells. That is, the kind rung when enemies approached. Next to the bell stood a man, bare to the waist, leaning against the ship's railing with one hand holding the bell. Zhang Minjiu, how is it? Any issues? Bai Xian shouted loudly. Zhang Minjiu smiled, giving a thumbs up, rest assured, Alliance Hierarch, everything is going as planned. I'm the expert here when it comes to waves. Bai Xian nodded, all right, good, let's begin. Let's begin, prepare to dive. The others shouted out. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Clank. Clatter. The sound of the metal chains was piercing to the ears. As the bell plunged into the water with a plop, Zhang Minjiu went down with it. They kept descending to a certain distance. Only then did they stop, suspended in the water. Diving bells, when submerged, can preserve a certain amount of fresh air inside. They are used to allow divers to breathe. It's a rather old-fashioned method. After reaching the seabed, Zhang Minjiu checked his bearings. He then swiftly swam in one direction. Passing by wreckage of sunken ships, he longingly gazed towards the area marked by the treasure map. In the distance was a mountain formed by dark reefs covered in various barnacles. Around the reef swam numerous fish-like creatures. He took out the Book of Lords and snapped photos rapidly. Immediately after, he swiftly returned to the diving bell to take a deep breath of the fresh air inside. He continued to change positions and take photos, searching for the possible hidden treasure. Logically, since it was marked on the treasure map, it couldn't be that there was nothing there. He just hadn't found it yet. After going back and forth 3 times and taking photos, Zhang Minjiu had just closed the Book of Lords. Whoosh! A sound rang out. Startled, he turned to one side only to see a trident spear slicing through the water towards him. Glug glug glug! In alarm, he gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Zhang Minjiu immediately covered his mouth and narrowly avoided the trident spear. He turned and fled toward the diving bell, with water churning behind him. Countless fish creatures charged in his direction, continuously throwing the steel forks they held in their hands. Zhang Minjiu cursed his luck. Even though he had been careful, he was still discovered by these creatures. He pulled out a scroll from his briefs and tore it open. A stream of water swirled around him, making him swim even faster. At least not much slower than the fish creatures. 2 meters from the diving bell, Zhang Minjiu sent out a message with the Book of Lords, "Pull me up." Then, he grabbed the chain connected to the bell. While anxiously watching the approaching fish creatures and dodging spears, he opened the latch connected to the bell. Click! The latch opened, and the bell fell downwards. While the chain, pulled from above, quickly pulled Zhang Minjiu up with it. He had just been pulled out of the water. When Zhang Minjiu immediately shouted, "Go now, fish people pack!" Everyone was startled. The water's surface also seemed to boil, agitating non-stop. "Turn around, set course for home!" Bai Xian ordered loudly. "Heading back, hurry, everyone move it!" The transmigrators and sailors yelled. The ship received the command and began to turn, heading towards land. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Handfuls of trident harpoons were shot from underwater, puncturing the sides and deck of the ship with crackling sounds. Everyone immediately ducked for cover. After one round of hurling their weapons, the attack paused, but beneath the ship came a series of dull thuds. Someone was smashing the ship. Everyone's faces changed at once. "Full speed ahead, release the oil barrels, quick! The rest of you, meet the attack," Bai Xian shouted loudly. Everyone fought back while steering the harpoon-studded sea vessel, speeding up their departure. "Alliance Hierarch, no one followed us. We're safe," someone reported. A sigh of relief washed over everyone. The ship's location was already on the outskirts, and after the mermen had chased for a while, they gave up and stopped pursuing. Even so, there were still many who were injured. And even more people were constantly bailing out water and repairing the breached cabins. "Let's head back. We can make a profit by selling these tridents." The entire hull had become a porcupine, studding with metal tridents. It was actually quite strange. Living underwater and unable to forge iron, how did the mermen make these tridents? They couldn't possibly have made them by hand. A grass boat borrowing arrows, hey! "I'm impressed," a member commented. After instructing on the repairs, Bai Xian called the corps members into the captain's quarters. She began, "Zhang Minjiu, have you found anything?" Zhang Minjiu, opening up his photographs, spread them out on the central table and reported, "No significant discoveries. The region marked on the treasure map is a sea-floor mountain. If there's any treasure, it's likely inside the mountain." Inside the mountain? Everyone was at a loss for words. With so many mermen around, who could get into the core area to explore? Just when everyone was feeling somewhat depressed, feeling as if the treasure was out of reach, Su Yuanhang suddenly spoke up, "Do you think the location captured by Zhang Minjiu's photos looks like part of a ship's bow?" Everyone was first stunned, then shocked. But they quickly denied it to themselves. Part of a ship's bow? How could that be possible? That would mean it was a giant's ship. "Bring out all the photos you've taken these few times," Bai Xian ordered. The rest displayed the Book of Lords at the photo section, laying them out on the table. After Bai Xian reviewed and rearranged the sequence several times, a complete, clearer picture emerged before her eyes. "How is this possible?" everyone exclaimed in unison. As dusk was nearing, Fang Hao brought the gold-eating Queen Amanda over. He turned the heroic dragon clan member Aragon and a few critically wounded, dying dragons into huge gold ingots. Except for their heads, the rest of their bodies were encased in gold blocks. As for whether they could breathe comfortably or deal with the necessities, Being part of the Dragon Clan, they should be able to solve these difficulties themselves. He had not killed the Dragon Clan hero outright. First, he had made a promise to Beata, and second, he wanted to see if he could entice both to become heroes. For the remaining dragons, Fang Hao let the skeleton merchant Dijin purchase slave contracts, planning to sign them directly as slaves. Those who resisted would be killed and turned into bone dragons. If he could have these captive dragons sign the contracts and then have them ascend to heroes, it would be more beneficial for the development of his territory than adding a few bone dragons. After leaving the blood prison, Amanda took a few steps before stopping to look at Fang Hao. Are you serious? Has the conflict with the Dragon Clan escalated to this extent? Fang Hao simply shrugged. I don't think they'd forgive me now even if I knelt and kowtowed. His demeanor suggested that things had already reached this point, and nothing she said would make a difference. All the races fear the Dragon Clan. In fact, Fang Hao also did not wish for the conflict with the Dragon Clan to escalate further. Unlike Aragon, he thought it was fine to honestly be a lord, not worrying about food or clothing, and then slowly increase his divinity, enjoying a long life. Previously, he had always tried to avoid escalating conflicts with the Dragon Clan. But when they came to kill, what could he do? He couldn't just wait for death, so he could only fight back. Don't worry, I have my plans. Unless the entire Dragon Clan comes over, they can't do anything to me, Fang Hao reassured her. Amanda wanted to continue, but she remained silent. After all, things had already come to this, and she lacked a viable solution. Fang Hao spoke again. You've seen the situation in the territory. Send back Aceti and Spencer, and the transmigrators like Dong Jiayu need to manage their own cities. Amanda thought for a moment. Let Spencer come back first. I'll arrange for someone to replace them in their duties before sending the rest back to you. That's fine. They returned to the Lord's mansion, only to see the long table placed again in the middle of the hall. Rolina, the skeleton craftsman, and the dwarf engineers were gathered, engaged in intense discussion once more. Seeing them enter, Rolina turned around and called out, Amanda, come quickly. The entertainment construction needs a three-dimensional sandbox model created. Please help with that. Amanda, curious, stepped forward. Entertainment construction? What's that? Fang Hao slapped his forehead. Damn! Why had this started again? Seeing that Amanda would not be returning any time soon, Fang Hao went back to the square. He opened the Book of Lords and found the blueprint for Shadow Dome Projector. Shadow Dome Projector, purple ironized wood 220, fine stone bricks 180, fine iron 50, precision parts 22, essence of magic 2, perfect essence 1. He picked a spacious area next to the Queen's Gold Tower. Confirmed the construction. In an instant, beams of light rose, constructing a columnar building. Chapter 1072. By the time he returned to the center of the square, the shadow screen vault mechanism had already been built. In front of him stood a column-like structure. At the top of the pillar was a monster with its mouth wide open to the sky. A rainbow light spewed forth from the monster's mouth, coalescing high above the city. The building was constructed, but its function was still somewhat unclear. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to check the map page. Damn, this thing is not easy to use. On the map page, the main city's location remained visible, with no concealing effect whatsoever. The building didn't have any settings that could be toggled on or off. And there had never been a case where the building's function failed to work. Not believing in bad luck, he took out another blank map and did a field recording. Sure enough, the effect was there. On the blank map, the recording showed wasteland, without any information of the main city buildings retained on the single-page map. Oh, so that's the deal. Fang Hao pondered for a bit. There were two possibilities. One was that the single-page map couldn't record the area covered by the shadow screen vault mechanism, but the Book of Lords map could. The second possibility was that the Book of Lords map couldn't either, and the reason his own map showed it was because this was his main city. Being the master, he naturally wouldn't be included in the area blocked off. The construction was not bad at all, and it was quite an effective protection for the safety of his territory. Having completed the construction, Fang Hao went to the equipment warehouse, where he began mass production of the blue equipment blueprints he had unlocked that day. Then, he listed them for sale in the regional channel and world channel shops, to expand the variety of equipment on offer. Back in the Lord's mansion, In the hall, the few people who had been discussing the amusement park had already left. Amanda was sitting silently in a chair to one side, waiting. Undead creatures are quite fond of daydreaming. Once they sit or lie down, they remain still for a long time. Just like statues or mummies. Are you done talking? Fang Hao walked in and sat down beside her. Amanda nodded, yet. You can't let Rolina run wild, building up the land excessively can cause labor fatigue and harm the wealth. The territory is still developing, don't focus too much on that aspect. Did you just talk to her about this? Fang Hao asked. No, you should be the one to say that. I wouldn't dare, you say it. Are you kidding me? I tricked her into coming here with the amusement park. Now to say she can't do it, would Rolina agree? Besides, building an amusement park doesn't actually cost Fang Hao too much financially. The labor force consists of soulless skeletons, which stand idle in the troop hiding cave. There's virtually no difference between them standing there and digging canals or moving stones. The main consumption would be materials like iron and stone. But these are basic materials, and the territory has an ample supply, so they're hardly considered a drain. Hearing Fang Hao's reluctance, Amanda didn't insist on his taking action and said, well, let's drop it then. Send me back, please. Tonight I will swap out Spencer, and you can take him back tomorrow morning. Wait a moment, I'll grab a book for you. Fang Hao said this and then went upstairs into the library. He took down the undead magic book Relentless Spirits. Giving it to Amanda, he said, take it with you, see if you can learn the skills in there. Initially, he had intended for Nelson to learn from it first. But with Nelson, once he gets into the museum, there's no telling when he'll come out. Better to hand it over to Amanda first. Seeing the magic book, Amanda nodded, took it in her hands. Fang Hao didn't delay, releasing a teleportation light screen, connecting to the Supreme Saint Golden City. Amanda, book in hand, stepped into the light screen. After sending Amanda on her way, he sat down nearby. He opened the Book of Lords and took a glance. The screen was buzzing with discussions about Fang Hao and Aragon. During the day, the people talking about it were in the minority. Now that it was evening, after dinner, most people habitually scrolled through the regional channel and the world channel. When they found out everyone was discussing the matters of the world's first and second, and accompanied by various tied-up pictures, the discussion exploded in popularity. Fang Hao pressed on the screen to slow the scrolling messages. He began to get an idea of what everyone was saying. Damn, why did Aragon go after Fang Hao? Does anyone know the scoop? Unsaid yet inherent, Aragon certainly does have good looks, especially that pert little backside when tied up. Isn't Aragon from the Dragon Clan? How could he possibly fail? Who knows which faction the world's first Fang Hao is from? For sale, a comic about Fang Hao and Aragon, narrating the process from their first meeting to falling in love, pure romance, uncensored. This picture is fake, right? Was Aragon killed or let go? Who has information? Come share. Messages were rolling past swiftly. Usually, at this time of day, it's all various advertisements. But now, the goal was unified, all discussing the same topic. Actually, when it came to popularity in the World Channel, Aragon was much more sought after than Fang Hao. The Dragon Clan's background, on top of Aragon's knack for marketing, often saw him appearing before everyone. And Fang Hao, that first place? Apart from his name on the leaderboard and his shop's plentiful goods, there was no other news or intel. Even many people believed Aragon to be the actual first in the world. Fang Hao might have exploited a bug or used some special methods to reach today's first place. But now, nobody was disputing who was the first anymore. Second place was still lying down in the first place's territory. Even with a rag stuffed in their mouth. Squeak! Fang Hao chuckled as he watched the World Channel chat. The sound of the parrot rang out. The Red General landed beside him. Then, tilting its head, it pressed its face against Fang Hao's. What's the matter, hungry again? Fang Hao pushed it away. The Red General squawked once more and continued to nuzzle forward with its head cocked. Fang Hao frowned and took a look. Then he was taken aback. Who burned you? He saw that a patch on top of the Red General's head had been singed bald. This was clearly a complaint. Upon hearing that its master had noticed its miserable state, the Red General chirped several times. It looked as if it were saying, I've been bullied, you must take revenge for me. Fang Hao also felt a surge of anger. He had taken care of this parrot well, feeding it until its feathers were sleek and shiny. And now it had been burned bald. Who had the audacity to bully a parrot? Seeing that his master was also very angry, the Red General began tugging at his collar, pulling him outside. Let's go see who did this. Fang Hao stood up. The Red Duke also started flapping its wings, taking flight. Heading toward the backyard. Following the Red Duke into the backyard. Under a nearby oak tree, Rolina was sitting, reading a novel in her hands. Under the moonlight, Rolina wore a deep blue, form-fitting long dress, her straight legs covered in black stockings, crossed over each other. Not bad, reading at night. Do vampires truly not go blind from this? The Red General flew to the stone table and landed, chirping indignantly at her twice, as if cursing some profanity. Then, fearful of being hit again, it immediately turned and flew a circle back to Fang Hao's shoulder after its outburst. Rolina glanced over, then her attention returned to the novel in her hands. Cough cough. Did she hit you? Chirp. The Red General nodded vigorously, the bald spot even more noticeable. Fang Hao was somewhat speechless. He wasn't sure whether to scold Rolina for bullying the parrot or blame the Red General for provoking the wrong person. But it seemed like neither would be useful. Rolina might not give him a good expression, and the Red General probably wouldn't understand anyway. Let them resolve their own grievances. Survival of the fittest, right? Chirp. The Red General urged him once more from his shoulder. Fang Hao stepped forward and sat down opposite Rolina, saying, "Why did you burn the Red General bald? Its feathers were so beautiful, and now they look awful." The Red General, perched on the stone table, nodded vigorously, agreeing with what was said. Rolina continued to look at her book, casually responding, "I was trying out the giant's sword. It flew over suddenly with a dry fruit or something in its beak, and it ended up like this." Hatred Tooth produced flames when swung. It must have been when the Red General suddenly flew by and caught some sparks. Otherwise, if it had been directly hit, the Red General, being a parrot, would have been cooked well done. "What are you practicing in the backyard?" Confronted with a harsh glare, Fang Hao then said to the Red General, "All you think about is eating. Why would you fly toward someone who's practicing with a sword?" The Red General was stunned, its eyes filled with shock. "What's happening? I came to you for vengeance, and now you're blaming me? I'm a bird, and a victim at that. What did I do?" All right, as long as you're not injured, that's good. I'll get you some tasty food tomorrow." Fang Hao rubbed its little head. The Red General flew away, huffily annoyed. Ignoring the man who didn't keep his word. The backyard quieted down once more. Only the hazy moonlight illuminated the surroundings of the stone table. Fang Hao moved a chair closer and sat next to her. With one arm, he hooked around her waist, pulling her closer to him, saying, "Stop reading, night reading is bad for your eyes. Eyes are so important." Rolina glanced at him and remained unresponsive. It was the first time she'd heard that reading at night was bad for the eyes of a vampire. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Fang Hao picked her up in one swift motion and placed her on his lap. "What now? Don't disturb me while I'm reading." Rolina spoke. "What's the point in reading these? Go on, go away." As she spoke, her elbow nudged him. Fang Hao didn't leave. During the daytime, his loyalty had reached 100 points. He had nothing to be afraid of now. Being nudged in the waist, he slapped her well-raised buttock. Smack! A crisp sound, equally resounding. Rolina's eyes narrowed sharply, evidently not expecting such boldness from Fang Hao. Before she could voice her reprimand, she felt the hand that had slapped didn't withdraw but started to knead. Being treated so suddenly, a special sensation rushed straight to the bottom of her heart. Rolina's entire body stiffened. Every nerve tingling, her eyes slightly panicked, yet, her voice still bite, "Don't tempt fate." Fang Hao, knowing loyalty had reached 100, wasn't worried and continued to embrace her. "Be good, let me kiss you, just one kiss and I'll let you go. I don't believe you for a second. It's not like you haven't kissed me before, and you're supposed to leave afterward?" Rolina struggled slightly. Sigh. Distracted for a moment, Fang Hao seized the opportunity. He kissed Rolina's moist red lips directly and held her tightly. Rolina leaned back, her straight legs kicking about in a panic, but she didn't continue to flail wildly. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her arms wrapped around his neck, and one hand still holding the novel's pages. The two kissed softly. The Crimson Lips, a mesmerizingly sweet addiction. Chapter 1073. Rollina gently patted Fang Hao's back with her hand and turned her head to avoid him. She said, "Quick, get up, someone's coming." Ah! Fang Hao was stunned and was about to say that the maids were in the training area, who could possibly come now. But Rollina had already wriggled out of his embrace and sat down on the opposite chair, still holding the novel, while she licked the water off her lips and pretended to read intently. Bang! With a muffled collision, the door was pushed open. Angia burst in, followed by several huffy maids, storming straight in. She didn't even wait to get a good look at the people and shouted loudly, "Who did this to my parrot, who?" Immediately after, came the Red General's twittering chirp in succession. Ah, this! It seemed to snitch again. In this main city. If you had to say who was the most troublesome, that would be Angia. Even the undead would avoid her. She had once even flipped Nelson's chessboard. Although Angia did not tend to the Red General much, the bird was still her pet, almost learning to talk. Seeing the beautiful parrot turned into a bald-headed vulture, how could she not be angry? Following the Red General, she stormed all the way here. After shouting, she then got a clear view of the situation in the backyard. Fang Hao and Rollina were both seated next to the stone table. Who bullied you? Angia asked the Red General. The Red General, flying up into the air, called out twice towards Rollina, chirp chirp. Well done, Rollina, it really was you. As soon as her voice fell, her figure had already charged out. In the blink of an eye, she was close to Rollina and threw a punch directly. Boom! There was a loud noise. Rollina's bat wings spread wide, and she flew straight into the air. But under Angia's punch, the chair beneath the table shattered into splinters, scattering everywhere. The other maids, who had come with Angia seeking justice, were also startled. Angia, don't push your luck. Rollina's face also darkened. Normally, Angia was indeed willing to speak with Rollina, and it was Angia who told her about the amusement park. You bully my parrot and accuse me of pushing my luck. Angia pushed off the ground and her figure took off again. She leapt several meters high and threw another punch towards Rollina. The latter flapped her wings violently, and a strong gust of wind howled. Angia, who had leaped into the sky, already had little force, but upon encountering this fierce wind, she fell straight down. Fang Hao caught her from below, firmly holding Angia, who still wanted to go up, and said, "Don't be impulsive, the Red General flew into it by itself and got some feathers burnt, they'll grow back in a few days." Nonsense, the Red General is so smart, how could it crash into the fire on purpose? Angia didn't believe it at all. Really, that fire-spouting weapon I obtained from defeating the demon, I gave it to Rollina, and when she was practicing swordsmanship, the Red General flew over with some food and got burnt, Fang Hao hurriedly explained, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, Angia would charge again. If Rollina lost her temper as well, that would be the end of it. Angia saw Rollina rise another level and knowing she couldn't fly. She pounded Fang Hao's chest forcefully, her voice full of grievance, "You always take her side and let the Red General be bullied like this." Having said that, she turned around holding the bald parrot and left. The other maids at her side also huffed coldly towards the air in unison and followed her out. Angia, it's not like that. Fang Hao wanted to explain, but Angia and the maids had already left the backyard. With the people gone, his gaze returned to the airborne Rollina. She also looked upset, and said coldly, "Look at how you've spoiled her." After speaking, she too flew off huffily. Damn it! Am I to blame for everything? Fang Hao stood rooted to the spot, somewhat dumbfounded. I'm just a mediator, how come it all ends up being my fault? After the two women left, the backyard quieted down. Fang Hao cleaned up the scattered stones before making a new stone table and chairs to replace the originals. Then he went upstairs to check on the two women's situation. As expected, both of their doors were tightly shut. After whispering a few words of persuasion at the door, he could only go back to his own room to rest. Before going to sleep, he explained the situation with the Red General to Ira, asking her to speak to Angia about it tomorrow. The matter was not that serious. The next day, at the residence of Trade Alliance, room 032 of the tavern's second floor, Fang Hao sat at the table, with Nisbet standing behind him, axe in hand. On either side of the table were Ma Tianyi and his orc heroes, and also a young, spirited-looking woman. "Boss, this is the captain of the Straw Hat Nautical Group, Bai Xian," Ma Tianyi introduced with a smile. Then he introduced her to Bai Xian. Bai Xian, this is our boss, Fang Hao, you probably know him already so I won't say much more. This morning, after breakfast, Fang Hao received a message from Ma Tianyi. Bai Xian had contacted him wanting to meet Fang Hao through his introduction to discuss some matters. In the morning, Fang Hao had just brought Spencer back. After briefly discussing the main city situation with Spencer and assigning some tasks, he brought 2 Nisbets to the trade alliance to meet this female captain. After Ma Tianyi's introduction, Bai Xian immediately got to her feet. Boss Fang Hao, I've heard a lot about you, I must also thank you for saving Su Yuanhang last time. Fang Hao also stood up, the two shook hands for a moment, and then sat down again. After some simple pleasantries, Fang Hao directly asked, Captain Bai Xian, what did you want to see me about? Just call me Bai Xian, boss, she replied. Ma Tianyi's alliance was even larger than Bai Xian's, but it too was subordinate to Fang Hao. Put simply, it was like being a squad leader. She naturally didn't have the status to act like a group leader. Bai Xian continued, here's the thing, our alliance is having frequent conflicts with the Sea Tribe and the Little Devils in the coastal regions recently, and we want to purchase some weapons and equipment from you. Weapons and equipment for sea warfare? What I have, I've already listed in the shop. It seems there's nothing specifically for naval combat. Okay, what do you need? Fang Hao asked. Firearms and cannons. Since Bai Xian was talking about firearms and not rifles, it meant she was referring to the kind that shoots pellets. In the past, Fang Hao had sold white steel firearms, but they didn't sell as well as crossbows. At sea, isn't black gunpowder afraid of getting damp? Fang Hao countered. We'll be careful with that, but the cannons and firearms will significantly strengthen our firepower at sea, Bai Xian immediately said. It seems like in those Caribbean movies, they all have cannon battles. There shouldn't be any problem then. Fang Hao didn't answer right away but started to seriously consider. There were rifles and revolvers in the territory. Should he provide some to Bai Xian? He thought about it but quickly dismissed the idea. Once rifles and revolvers spread, they would be completely beyond his control. How much do you need? Fang Hao asked. 500 firearms and 50 cannons, Bai Xian replied. Fang Hao nodded, mentally calculating the price. A firearm for 80 warfire coins, and a standard field cannon for 30,000 warfire coins, what do you think? The dwarves' white steel firearms were priced at 100 warfire coins each. Selling them to her for 80 was already giving her quite a break. Hearing the price, Bai Xian's expression turned a bit awkward. Fang Hao, big brother, we don't have that much money. This. Ma Tianyi was also taken aback. It seemed like she had come for a freebie. In this world, it's not easy for anyone to survive, everything has a clear price tag. On the channel, people argue fiercely over the price of a single piece of equipment. No one gives out equipment for free. Especially not in such large quantities. Commander Bai Xian, that's not how you do business, Ma Tianyi spoke up first. If he had known Bai Xian intended to scrounge for free, he wouldn't have acted as a middleman. Bai Xian immediately explained, Alliance Hierarch Ma, don't be hasty, let me finish. She pondered for a moment, then turned to Fang Hao and said, Big brother Fang Hao, I have spent all my money on shipbuilding, so I really don't have much on hand, but I can pay with other things. The most common way in the channel is through trade, right? Like what? What can you offer? We can offer anything that is available from the coastal regions, and at a friendship price, cheaper than others, Bai Xian continued. This reminded Fang Hao of seafood. The hot pot restaurant in Silver Wing City had already opened, and the stores in the other cities were also in the planning stages. Fulei's freshwater lake could no longer meet the supply of the shops. As a result, several shops only sold seafood hot pot on certain fixed days. He had considered buying seafood from the Sea Tribe before, and now it seemed a good idea to consider a partnership with Bai Xian. While he was lost in thought, Bai Xian waited nervously by his side. She wouldn't have made this proposal if she wasn't in a tight spot. She really had no money and didn't want to give up the locations on the treasure map. So, this was her only option. As she grew more and more nervous with her random thoughts, Fang Hao spoke up, can you procure seafood? Ah? Oh, yes, most people within our territory are fishermen, that's no problem at all, Bai Xian replied, visibly delighted. Fang Hao nodded, I will provide you with the firearms and cannons you need, but you must ensure you give me seafood of equivalent price, and I need to be assured of its quality." "Sure, no problem at all," Bai Xian immediately agreed. The two then discussed the details at length. One aspect involved the transmigrator's trading function. Fish, when considered live animals or corpses, cannot be traded via the Book of Lords. But once the system classifies it as food, it can be traded. After discussing this, the two thought it could be put to use. It would also bridge the gap between the territories. Having agreed on the details, the two completed the deal. Both got what they wanted. Returning to his territory, Fang Hao immediately went to the warehouse to check on the white steel firearms and green forest firearms that had been phased out into a corner. After counting the inventory, he also proceeded to make field cannons and shells. After adding Bai Xian as a friend, he traded everything to her. And they agreed on a time for the seafood delivery. After dealing with Bai Xian's business, Fang Hao then headed for the city lord's mansion. As he passed by the Blackstone training ground, he saw Angia sitting dejectedly in a chair at the door. Fang Hao walked over, sat beside her, and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "What's the matter, still upset?" Angia shrugged off his hand, turning her head to the side. Fang Hao leaned in closer and immediately said, "Last night, before you came, I had a big fight with Rolina. You're full of it, when I walked in both of you were sitting there." Angia turned back, her face full of disbelief. "No, you see, Red General came to me first and I had a huge row with Rolina right then. Can you just singe a parrot bald if it pleases you?" That's how it went. Fang Hao patted his thigh hard, expressing his anger. Chapter 1074. Members of the group gazed at the stack of muskets and cannons filling the open space. Their faces were filled with joy. Su Yuanhang, caressing a cannon, said, "With these fellas, we'll definitely show those little devils." "Exactly, and with these muskets, we can scare them to death." Following that, someone else asked, "Alliance Hierarch, did you buy these from the dwarves? This many must have cost a lot." The alliance was really broke now. Every day, Bai Xian just traded for some meat pies to eat from the shops. All the money was spent on buying materials to build a few high-quality ships. It was only by relying on these ships that they were able to withstand the attacks of the fish people and gather intelligence. Looking at the excited crowd, Bai Xian said, "These were all obtained on credit from Fang Hao." The people playing with the muskets were startled. "Fang Hao? On credit? Not bought from the dwarves? Sister Xian, what's going on?" Su Yuanhang asked. Bai Xian briefly explained to everyone about the affairs in the trade alliance. Meaning, these weapons were all obtained on credit from Fang Hao, to be gradually repaid with seafood. Bai Xian continued, "When we get back, start arranging for people to train with the muskets and cannons, and let the fishermen catch seafood in the nearshore areas to repay Fang Hao's debt." "Okay, Sister Xian," everyone responded. Actually, it was nothing. Being able to provide weapons to them in advance was already a huge favor. Nobody else would have trusted them this much. Everyone nodded and agreed, collected the weapons in batches, and went back to train and arrange for people to go fishing. "Really?" Angia looked at him seriously. "Of course, really." Fang Hao, with his arm around Angia's slender waist, continued, "At that time, Rolina also knew she had made a mistake and even said she felt quite sorry for you, and she felt so bad about burning your parrot." "Could she say that?" Angia was somewhat skeptical. Fang Hao earnestly said, "I wouldn't have believed it either in the past, but haven't you noticed Rolina has changed a lot? She used to never talk to people, and now she even holds meetings with the undead and draws design plans." "That is true. Now, with the dragon clan eyeing us covetously, we still need to rely on her to hold down the main city. Later, we'll supplement the Red General with some nutrients, and in a few days, the bald spots will grow back." He gently patted her lower back. "You're also the mistress here, give her some leeway, will you?" Angia struggled a bit, thought for a while, and then said, "We'll see when the time comes." Actually, Angia was quite easy to mollify. Angry today, she might forget about it in a couple of days. Now she had noticeably calmed down a lot. "Yep, our Angia is the best behaved." He hugged her tightly, giving her a couple of big kisses. Angia's dusky skin instantly reddened a bit. The couple were affectionate by the door for a while. Angia then got up, cheerfully entered the training ground, and continued training with the maids. Back at the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao did not see Rolina. Just as he sat down, the skeleton merchant Dijin came in right after. Lord. Dijin, holding a scepter in one hand, bowed slightly. Yes, Dijin, is there something you need? Dijin stood in the middle of the hall, without any intention of taking a seat. Speaking directly, he said, My lord, I have come to deliver the received slave contracts and would also like to request an increase in the number of merchants. Saying so, he stepped forward and handed the slave contracts to Fang Hao. Slave contracts weren't really anything rare. But they hadn't been needed for a long time in the territory, so they weren't stocked. Fang Hao took them, counted them 1, 2, 3, 4 contracts, with more to be procured. Do we not have enough people now? Fang Hao continued looking at Dijin. Yes, my lord. Business in the trade alliance is very good now. Even though we do not need rest, we still don't have enough hands. Fang Hao nodded, okay, then let's go and recruit the people right away. Yes, my lord. The two left the lord's mansion and went towards the trade alliance building. In the building, they recruited 505 skeleton merchants in one go and handed them over to Dijin. Then, they went to the undead living area and built a large number of housing structures for daily rest. The word rest isn't accurate. Should say, for usage. After sorting out the matters with the skeleton merchants, Fang Hao headed directly toward the blood prison. Inside the blood prison, it was still damp and dark. It was overseen by Blackthorn, with numerous Nisbet heroes stationed, guarding the various cages. If any dragon attempted to escape, they would immediately send it off to the other world. Fang Hao walked down the stone steps at a leisurely pace. Sir, Blackthorn and several Nisbets bowed slightly. Yes, I'll go in and take a look, said Fang Hao. Blackthorn nodded, leading several Nisbets and accompanying him into the cage. Inside the cage, the silver dragon Beata was still tightly bound, her face paler and weaker than before. Beata! Fang Hao called out. Beata kept her eyes closed, unresponsive, and did not look at him. Fang Hao continued, I was just told that among the captive dragons, several are worsening, and if this continues, they will soon die. Hearing this, Beata's eyes snapped open, glaring at him furiously. What exactly do you want? Beata gritted her teeth and asked. I'm also hesitating whether to save them or to continue this standoff, Fang Hao said. Beata took a deep breath and continued, I'll stay, just let them go. Beata, do you think this is a game? You attacked my city, killed tens of thousands of my soldiers, and you still want me to just let them go? Fang Hao's tone rose sharply. The blood prison was silent and empty, and their conversation traveled to each cell. Whether it was the dragon clan or the still imprisoned Aragon, all could hear clearly. They're dying, don't release them, and they're dead, Beata screamed frantically again. Yes, I know, Fang Hao took a deep breath, I can't just let the enemy go. On your behalf, why don't you discuss it among yourselves, and if you can assure me that there will be no danger, I'll arrange for someone to treat the seriously injured. If not, then there's nothing I can do. You. Beata was even more flustered but couldn't articulate anything. Fang Hao felt that he had said enough and said, all right, discuss it and I'll come back tomorrow morning. With that, he walked straight out of the first cage. Just as he was about to leave, deep inside, Aragon's voice came through. Mr. Fang Hao, when will you let me out? I pose no threat to you, Aragon immediately said. The place was cold and damp, and he no longer wanted to stay here. Fang Hao glanced into the dim depths of the dungeon. Couldn't see in which cell Aragon was actually imprisoned. I'll let you out when I need you. Mr. Fang Hao, you still have to provide food, right? I haven't eaten since I was locked up here, Aragon continued to shout. Fang Hao paused in his tracks. He glanced at Blackthorn, the undead in charge of the blood prison. Hadn't they provided food? Blackthorn, give him 2 meals a day. Yes, sir, Blackthorn nodded in agreement. After giving the orders, he walked outside, with Aragon's thanks echoing behind him. Fang Hao did not directly choose the Dragon Clan's slave contract. Under such resistant wills, contracts cannot be forcibly completed. Otherwise, anyone with a contract could go around capturing slaves at will. It was more like an agreement that was only valid if the other party agreed. Fang Hao said so much to Beata, also to convince her to persuade the dragons to not resist if they could avoid death. Nightfall descended. He returned to the Lord's manor. In Rolina's room, he saw her. Still dressed in the blue gown from last night. Seeing that she had no objections, he entered the room and sat down on the bed, smiling and asking, "What's wrong, still angry? Angia is just a child, why stoop to her level?" Rolina leaned against the headboard, legs crossed, looking at him. "What do you want to say?" Fang Hao moved closer, placing her long legs on his knees. "I just talked to Angia, she misunderstood you, it was the Red General who accidentally bumped into her." Rolina did not stop his action, shifting her legs a bit more onto his knees. "So, did Angia believe you?" "True. What's there not to believe?" "Humph. She believed, because you made up some tales again." Rolina looked at him as if she knew him all too well. Fang Hao did not deny it. "All right, Angia isn't angry anymore, so don't hold a grudge. She's young and was raised in the orc tribe, cut her some slack." "Yes, I know." Rolina's expressionless face remained cold. Fang Hao blinked. Her tone was calm, but her quick agreement surprised him. It's a good thing if all is well, he thought, preferring not to say more to avoid potential misunderstandings. With a slight smile, he took her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Then he moved to seal her lips. Rolina dodged left and right a few times, but finally, her lips were firmly sealed. The two kissed for a while. Fang Hao blinked and said, "Tonight, I'll stay over, okay?" Rolina's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of hesitation on her beautiful, cold face. Eyeing him, she asked, "Do you desire me?" "Yes." Hearing this, a blush spread across her aloof face. Glancing at the door, feeling it was safe, she suddenly sat up, casually pushed Fang Hao onto the bed, lifted her skirt, and straddled his waist. Fang Hao was startled. Was such assertiveness necessary? Beneath the skirt were the best-selling nightfall silk stockings, soft and smooth to the touch. Her waist twisted lightly, bringing an indescribable warmth. Chapter 1075. While peeling some dry fruit for the bald Red General, Fang Hao said, "I have avenged you." The Red General nibbled on the fruit, tilting his head curiously as he looked at him. "I took care of the woman who burnt your feathers, last night with a beating of my club," she begged for mercy. The Red General hopped twice, chirping. As if asking, "Really?" Fang Hao patted his chest, "Of course, it's true. Would I let you be wronged?" He peeled 2 more dry fruits and fed them to it, saying, "See, I've taught her a lesson for you, and since we will all live together in the future, do me a favor and don't hold a grudge against her anymore, how about it?" The Red General pondered for a moment, then finally bobbed its bald little head. It was an agreement. Outside the Lord's mansion. Angia. As Angia prepared to leave, she eyed Rolina with displeasure. "What is it? Looking for trouble?" Rolina smiled, "This is for you, a compensation for the little parrot." Angia took it and spread it out on her palm to check. It was a small leather hat, about the size of a parrot's head. The design was quite nice, similar to those leather caps worn by flight units. "Did you make this?" "Yes." Angia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Rolina. She couldn't understand that Rolina could have made it. Then she remembered what Fang Hao had told her. Still, she pocketed the small cap. "All right, I got it." She then walked off into the distance with her maids, laughing and joking. After lunch, a chair was moved to the open space outside the blood prison. Fang Hao sat on the wooden chair, his gaze fixed on 4 critically injured dragons not far ahead. The dragons' bodies were wrapped in huge gold blocks, with only their heads exposed. Placed on the ground, their heads faced downward. This was to prevent the dragons from recovering their strength and unleashing a couple of dragon breath attacks. Facing down, any dragon breath would only hit their own faces. Fang Hao sized up the 4 dragons. He began to speak, "You are defeated invaders, not heroes. Your deaths here will concern no one, not even the dragon clan." He continued, "I offer you a choice, if you wish to live, sign a contract with me. Those who don't, will be killed and turned into soulless bone dragons." He had little patience for these dragons. But continued resistance would only burden the main city. So, Fang Hao wanted them to make a choice. Join his territory, or simply die. After speaking, he took out the slave contracts and handed them to a few Nisbets. The Nisbets approached the dragons, their battle axes slicing through the neck flesh, and allowed blood to drip onto the contracts. The next moment, a light flew out from the contracts and entered the bodies of the successful dragons. Lord, this dragon failed, a Nisbet returned with a blank contract. Fang Hao glanced at it and saw a particularly robust dragon. Try a different contract, send this one to the priest to be skinned and bled. Hearing this, several dragons were taken aback. Evidently, they were also startled. Death was not what frightened them, but the prospect of what came before it. As a few skeleton trolls began to lift the dragon away, the dragon struggled violently, bawling. Before becoming a hero, it leaned more towards a high-level warcraft, with languages not translated by the system. Fang Hao didn't understand the sounds but felt it was begging for mercy. Give it another try, if it still fails, send it straight away, Fang Hao commanded. The Nisbet nodded, holding the contract, now standing in front of the lifted dragon. As blood dropped, the scroll emitted a beam of light that penetrated the dragon's body. The contract succeeded. Always delaying things, Fang Hao muttered, collecting the 4 contracts and adding them to the Book of Lords. At the same time, he opened a private chat. He contacted Dong Jiayu. He had Amanda come over and free the 4 dragons from the gold blocks. Fang Hao continued, since you've chosen this path, you must understand what you should and shouldn't do. Those who perform well will be given the chance to advance to heroes in the merit training ground by me. Dragons are a 10th tier unit. Contracting with a 10th tier unit was a very profitable affair. Even if you later became an orange or dark gold hero, the contract's effect would still apply. No need for new contracts. The 4 submissive dragons, hearing Fang Hao's words, glanced at each other. But they obediently prostrated themselves. Just as Fang Hao had said, they were now defeated captives, no longer the arrogant dragons that strutted everywhere. Watching the docile dragons, Fang Hao nodded in approval and directed Spencer beside him, Spencer, take charge of these 4 dragons. Let them recover, then assign them work. Spencer nodded, as you command, my lord. With the matter concluded, everything seemed to be going smoothly. The 4 dragons had demonstrated submissiveness, and the rest were likely to resist less vehemently. This was a positive development. Having a few surviving dragons was also advantageous. As he was leaving, he added, let Bayada know that these 4 dragons have been arranged for treatment. Blackthorn nodded, understood, my lord. Transmigrators are really keen on gossip. Ever since Aragon was captured by Fang Hao, even though he had never shown himself on the World Channel. The most discussed topic on the World Channel is still who exactly is Fang Hao. This kind of trivial topic. There were once rumors in the regional channel, about being a special forces soldier with extraordinary abilities. Which has once again spread to the World Channel, rapidly becoming widespread. Inside Grey Dwarf City, Wady's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the World Channel. He hadn't checked the World Channel for 2 days and couldn't believe Aragon had been kidnapped. My god! Aragon was one of the 3 transmigrators he had met through the Trade Alliance. He didn't have a particularly good impression of Aragon, especially since he had been pressured to reveal news about Fulé. For a long time, his status among the Grey Dwarves was jeopardized. Wait! Fulé? Aragon? Suddenly, a flash of insight swept through his mind. Wady's pupils dilated instantly, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He knew who Fulé was? No, that wasn't Fulé, it was just a fake name. Looking at the World Channel where everyone was guessing Fang Hao's information. How old he was, what he looked like. A surge of excitement rose in his heart. He quickly typed out a message, about to send it, then stopped himself. Muttering, don't be a fool, don't be a fool. And then, he silently deleted the message he was about to send. After hesitating, he still tried to add Fang Hao as a friend on the World Channel. Radiant Valley. The region ruled by the graceful elf clan. Dozens of elves in blue and white armor were escorting a lavish carriage, moving slowly. Inside the carriage was a young woman sitting. Her skin pale, with golden hair and blue eyes, deep-set eyes, and she was wearing a simple grey hoodie paired with dark blue jeans, her golden hair braided into a plait, giving off a youthful and lively aura. She was holding the Book of Lords, the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. Her name was Savannah, ranked 3rd on the World Combat Power Leaderboard. However, with Aragon's ranking now gone, she had become 2nd. She had done nothing, simply returned from exploring the map to find herself in 2nd place. Looking at the Book of Lords with its endless stream of messages, a smile appeared on her face. How nice it would be if something happened to the first place so I could become number 1. 2 days later. At the Trade Alliance quarters, Firehammer shop. Fang Hao, accompanied by Rolina and Nisbet, strode into the shop. Without waiting for the dwarf to speak, he tossed a badge shaped like a fire beard into the other's hand. I want to see Master Brinston, said Fang Hao. The dwarf frowned at the badge and nodded, Sir, Miss, please come this way. He led the 3 into a room and then went to fetch Brinston. Soon after, the door opened again. A dwarf with a bare chest and bronzed muscles, Brinston, entered with large strides. Seeing it was Fang Hao again, his expression soured. Kid, do you think of this place as your own backyard, showing up every few days? The temperamental Grandmaster Craftsman cursed out loud. But his glance at the tall woman accompanying them softened his demeanor into a smile. It's not that you aren't welcome, it's just I'm worried about being too busy to accommodate you. He said this while patting Fang Hao's shoulder. I'm here for 2 things this time. First, I want the master to take her armor measurements for a second suit, and second, I want to continue to commission a batch of armor from the Firehammer shop. Fang Hao said with a smile. Brinston paused, wiped his hands with his leather apron, and looked at Rolina. Measurements can be taken, but what kind of armor do you want to order? We can't spare another Grandmaster Craftsman to work on it at the same time. We don't need a Grandmaster Craftsman, I see plenty of craftsmen in the shop, Fang Hao continued. Craftsmen. Brinston's thick eyebrows knit together, pressing further, even a craftsman has material requirements. What materials do you have? Fang Hao didn't say much more. With a thump, he threw a sack on the floor. A stench of blood instantly filled the room. Have you brought in a dead body? Fang Hao shook his head, just take a look inside. Brinston opened the sack, and his face changed instantly the next second. He quickly tied the sack back up and exclaimed, You've killed another. His words halted on his lips, and he lowered his voice, How did you manage to kill another dragon, are you insane? Now, Brinston was also getting anxious. This guy's a madman, returning again with a large bag of dragon scales, clearly freshly skinned. Don't worry, this isn't from a heroic dragon, it's from an ordinary dragon. A dragon is still part of the dragon clan. What's the difference? Unless it's a winged dragon or those pseudo-dragons, normal dragons are part of the dragon clan. To put it in human terms, they are like citizens. So, killing a dragon is also a serious matter. No problem, it won't implicate you. He then asked directly, with these materials, is it enough to hire craftsmen? Chapter 1076. His armor, 500 sets. Brinston shook his head slightly. Not doing it. Fang Hao asked in confusion. No, this amount of dragon scales can't make 500 sets. Fang Hao then continued, enough, start with the measurements, I'll send the materials over when it's time. Brinston was completely stunned. This wasn't just a single dragon. But he quickly composed himself and said, I'll have someone take the measurements first. Whether I take this job or not, I'll have to discuss it first. Okay. Soon, 2 dwarf master craftsmen came in and took Rolina and Nisbet's measurements. Everything went rather smoothly. Only, Brinston didn't take the dragon scales, saying that he would let him know whether he would take the job or not after some discussion. He was still hesitant, afraid of getting into trouble. After leaving Firehammer shop, Fang Hao and his 2 companions continued to stroll through the Trade Alliance. It was Rolina's first visit to the Trade Alliance headquarters since waking up. She was somewhat curious. Only when passing by the Blood Clan's shop did they quicken their pace a bit, as if afraid of being recognized and taken away. Sir, my shopkeeper invites you to come over, a petite figure ran over from the side. A succubus? Fang Hao glanced at Rolina. If she knew he brought Dimitrija there to dream of spring. He felt it would damage his image. Cough. We're busy, we'll visit another day, Fang Hao said. The little succubus hesitated for a moment, but still said, Sir, my shopkeeper is waiting over there for you, it won't take much time. At this point, it would be rude to keep refusing. Following the little succubus, Fang Hao made his way into the back courtyard of the shop, to the same small cabin that had hosted him and Dimitrija last time. From the incense burner, a wisp of fragrance rose. The Lord of Succubus poured fragrant tea for the 2, yet her large eyes occasionally drifted towards Rolina with an unmistakable curiosity. It was clear she was intrigued. The two women each had their own style. One cold and beautiful, the other seductively enchanting. "Shopkeeper, is there something you needed me for by calling me here?" Fang Hao withdrew his gaze and asked curiously. He actually didn't have much of a relationship with the succubus's cabin. Upon entering, he was served tea and pastries, making him feel like a regular visitor. The succubus still sported her smile as she replied, "I'd like to buy some of the demon materials from last time to make a few whips for the children in the shop." Props, too. "Of course, which kind do you need?" Fang Hao asked, his expression unchanging. He had inquired about demon materials. They were rare, but not particularly valuable. Because the inherent demon power had little use to the races on this continent. If the succubus wanted it, he was willing to sell. Keeping them in his possession only meant they'd gather dust in storage. 10 demon's teeth, I'll charge you 200 warfire coins each, 5 hard hooves, I'll charge you 320 each, how does that sound? The succubus continued. The prices seemed fair. Even slightly more than he had expected. A blue piece of equipment cost just over 100 warfire coins. "All right, since the shopkeeper has spoken, I'll sell them to you for any price." "Haha, listen to you. Do you have them now? It would be best to make the trade right away." This succubus seemed quite wealthy. Fang Hao nonchalantly took out the specified materials from the Book of Lords and placed them on the table. The other party swiftly prepared the corresponding warfire coins and handed them over to Fang Hao. The transaction was completed. "Shopkeeper, is there anything else?" Fang Hao asked again. The succubus shook her head with a smile, glancing at Rolina, "That's it, come visit when you have time." "Okay." Fang Hao and the others left. The Lord of Succubus stood at the window, watching as the two and the undead departed. She muttered, "Beata hasn't given him any trouble." At that moment, the little succubus re-entered the room. The demon monarch said, "Tonight, gather some information on Firehammer's shop. I want to know what he's up to now." "Yes." At Mount Dragon Peak. The Dragon Clan elder leaned forward, looking down at the transmigrator. "What is your name?" "Wesley, Wesley Hill." "Good, Wesley, you may now state your purpose." "I hope you bring important news," the elder's voice remained deep. Wesley, with his head bowed, lifted it slightly. He saw the corner of a brown cloth embroidered with gold from the second-floor balcony. Continuing, he said, "We, the transmigrators, have received a message that Aragon's attack on Fang Hao's territory has failed. He is now captured by the enemy, and it's uncertain if he's still alive." The very instant his words fell silent, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became oppressive. Then, the Dragon Clan elder continued to press, "Are you referring to the transmigrator who was handled by Beata?" "Yes, Aragon, the Alliance hierarch, accompanied Miss Beata on the journey," Wesley continued. The hall fell silent once more. Beata failed. A tremendous pressure bore down on Wesley, gathering around him. It bent him over even further. "Let's not be hasty, elder. We only have the intelligence that's been circulating among the transmigrators. It's confirmed that Aragon has been captured by Fang Hao, but there's no news concerning Miss Beata or the Dragon Clan," Wesley quickly added. The hall lapsed into silence again. After a while, the Dragon Clan elder spoke up, "All right, I understand the situation. Stay on Mount Dragon Peak for the next couple of days, we'll call for you if needed." "Yes, elder." Wesley nodded once more and carefully exited the hall. After dinner, Fang Hao sat in his chair and randomly opened the World Channel. Servant of Dragon Wedded serialized comics are now on sale, showcasing the love story between Fang Hao and Aragon. Ambiguous probing, surging emotions, everything you want to see is here, come and buy it now. What the hell? The very first message made Fang Hao slightly stunned. Come on, there's got to be a line for making money, right? 2 guys, and you still manage to make up a story? Fang Hao clicked on the seller's information, which apparently was a Korean female artist. Okay. I'll remember you. When I see you, I'll tear your paintings apart. I got a spot at the Trade Alliance headquarters. Anyone want to meet up at the Trade Alliance? Looking for a lady, not a man. Breaking news, the Dragon Temple Holy Army has changed its alliance hierarch. It's rumored that Aragon's avatar has gone grey, a sure sign he's been cut down. So Fang Hao really killed him, hey? Even if we're fellow transmigrators, Killing someone that casually is too much. Selling a level 7 flight mount the twin-headed Greyhawk, interested parties please DM. I'm 180 centimeters tall, 180 centimeters long, looking for a lady lord for maintenance. What a mess. Why does the world channel seem to be getting less serious? The mention of Aragon's avatar turning grey was actually because Fang Hao had devoured his Book of Lords, which doesn't mean the person is dead. According to online definitions, it simply means he's gone offline. But to outsiders, coupled with speculation, it seems as if Aragon has been killed by Fang Hao. After all, who would forgive someone who tried to kill them? While Fang Hao was passing time and enjoying the lively discussion, a private message notification popped up. Li Rong, Dad, I've got hold of a single-page map. I've arranged for an initial exploration, and it seems to be a temple ruin as well. Let's explore it together, shall we? Before Fang Hao could reply, another message bounced in. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone, and it would be a pity to give up on it. Whenever you're free, let's go together. There might be special gains. Fang Hao was somewhat surprised by the message from Li Rong. What's with this woman? A treasure map collector? The last time, the undead tomb at the lake bottom was discovered by her. From it, the gold-eating Queen Amanda was rescued, and he acquired a dark gold level hero. Now she's got another map pointing to a temple ruin. Some people just have all the luck. You're used to calling me that, aren't you afraid of being seen? Li Rong sent an angry emoji first. You even want to show others? What kind of perverse hobby is this? Feeling that he couldn't win the argument, he directly asked, how did you get the map? I got it from a noble in the city, passed down from the previous generation. I collected it, she said. How far is it? It's hard to say for sure, come by tomorrow and we'll discuss it, continued Li Rong. Actually, in Fang Hao's view, with the current strength of his territory, the task of exploring maps could be left to the city lords to complete. Unless it was an especially important map, it wouldn't be much help to him. But since Li Rong mentioned it, he might as well take a look. With teleportation available, it wouldn't delay much time. Having decided, he replied, okay, I'll have time tomorrow. I'll come over. Alrighty. After closing the private chat, he continued watching the chatter of the crowd and checked a few shops in the World Channel. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't curb his curiosity. He bought 2 copies of the Servant of Dragon Wedded comic. After receiving them, he started reading. Seeing them, Fang Hao felt somewhat relieved. Aragon's image did resemble the real person, but Fang Hao himself had been turned into a burly middle-aged man. A figure composed entirely of muscle, a tough guy image. It couldn't be further from the truth about Fang Hao. The artist's skills were quite good, that much was certain. But it was also clear that this artist hadn't been in the business of drawing serious comics before. Her style was just too peculiar. After flipping through a couple of pages and shivering, he threw them into the stove to burn. Better safe than sorry. The mates in the city loved their novels and comics, and seeing this, his image would be utterly ruined. Coming out of the kitchen, Fang Hao went to the backyard for a soak in the hot springs. As he pushed open the gate, he saw Angia and Rolina, sitting at the stone table putting a little green hat on the red general. You two made up. Chapter 1077. Millie had reached the 10th level. This talented yet mischievous and playful young giant rabbit had finally reached the 10th level. This made everyone in the city very happy. Fang Hao was happy to see his little rabbit, who had grown from a timid slave into a potential hero. The rest of the maids in the territory were happy because, with 2 people becoming heroes, they could build 1 more piece of entertainment equipment. In any case, Millie was about to become a hero. Inside the hall, the youthful giant lop-eared rabbit stood with her arms folded across her chest, her little head tilted back, having maintained this posture for over 20 minutes. Calmly accepting Fang Hao's praise. All right, Millie, when can you advance to a hero? Fang Hao looked at Millie. The latter thought for a moment and said, the Lion King instructor told me to stabilize for 2 days and then try to advance. Mentioning advancing to a hero, Millie, who had just been a bit proud, started to worry. Advancing also had a success rate. No one could guarantee a success on the first try. Fang Hao nodded, okay, then first get used to it for 2 days. Don't worry about the trials, just do your best. Oh, Master is the best. Millie stepped forward and hugged him, her white lop-eared little head actively nuzzling in further. He patted her little head. "All right, go train." "Okay." Millie hugged him tightly again and scampered out. She spoke softly with the maids outside for a moment. Then they all ran towards the training ground. Watching several figures disappear, Fang Hao also showed a smile. Races like the giant spiders or the bronze bulls Tauren were also having troops advance to hero status. But this was very different from the growth of the maids. It wasn't just the sense of achievement from nurturing maids. More importantly, it was these maids' trust. Aside from heroes from the undead whose memories had been altered, these maids were the people he trusted most. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them confidants. Therefore, their advancement was an enhancement of Fang Hao's own strength. It was more delightful to Fang Hao than the advancement of those subordinate races. After breakfast, the territory gradually became busy. The maids continued their training, and the funeral priests also organized a large number of skeleton soldiers to handle the dragon's corpse. Fang Hao had visited the skeleton area once these past 2 days. The entire square had huge wooden frames set up, and on those frames were spread out dragon corpses. It looked rather like drying bat specimens. It was a bloody sight and quite frightening. Fang Hao walked around the territory. He handled some matters and then returned to the Lord's mansion to contact Ms. Li Rong. After a brief chat, he directly opened the holographic screen in the hall. The next moment, Ms. Li Rong, dressed in a magic robe and holding a magic wand, along with the purple-skinned Morse, stepped out from the holographic screen. Ms. Li Rong curiously looked around, while Morse bowed and said, "Lord. Thanks for the hard work, Morse. I hope Ms. Li Rong didn't give you a difficult time." Morse had been forcibly recruited by Fang Hao as a hero. He specifically checked her loyalty. Shadow Stabber Morse, current loyalty 53 points. After recruitment, she was sent to protect Li Rong and had not really increased her loyalty since then. "Ms. Li Rong didn't make things difficult for me," Morse immediately replied. Li Rong is a business elite and is quite good at managing interpersonal relations. Her relationship with Morse is, in fact, a bit better than between Morse and Fang Hao. Kind of like best friends. Hearing what Fang Hao said, Li Rong also gave him a stern look. "What do you mean bullying? Why do you speak like that?" She motioned for the two to sit down, and Fang Hao continued, "How have things been in Silverwing City lately? You haven't mentioned it." Previously, Li Rong used to love chatting with him. Besides various explicit images, she would also talk about the situation and politics of Silverwing City. Recently, she seemed to talk less about it. Li Rong didn't answer directly but coughed lightly and straightened a badge on her chest. "What does that mean?" Fang Hao didn't recognize it. He only knew a few official flags. "I have just been appointed as a mid-level mage by the Magic Association and have gained significant trust within it to monitor the misconduct of mages below my rank," Li Rong said slowly, but a bragging tone was very evident. Was she now officially on the staff? And it seemed like a position with considerable power. "Wow, congratulations! You must take good care of us in the future," Fang Hao quickly flattered. "That depends on whether you understand how to behave properly. Tonight come to my..." Her gaze shifted to Morse and she swallowed the latter half of her sentence. Li Rong's promotion was good news for Fang Hao. The Magic Association held a high position in human territories. Having someone he knew in such a place was important. It would make gathering information and handling affairs much easier. Not continuing with that topic, he asked further, "How is the Federation's integration of transmigrators progressing?" "It's not going smoothly. The Church is still endorsing Su Haid, but you know his reputation. Though it has improved a bit, it's still so-so," Li Rong continued after a slight pause. "I've heard that the Council plans to wait until the internal disputes settle down a bit and then forcefully integrate. I don't know if that's true. People don't willingly hand over their destinies to someone else for no reason. Especially Su Haid, who has been exposed by the media, nobody really trusts him. But if the Federation forcibly integrates, they probably plan to deploy the military to coerce the transmigrators. This kind of job is tough to handle, it could lead to more chaos within the Federation, and might even provoke a surge of bandits and outlaws. Bandits formed by transmigrators could be much more terrifying than the original inhabitants." The two exchanged a few words. They roughly caught up on the situations in Silverwing City and the Federation. Fang Hao continued, "What about that map you mentioned? Let me see it." While getting the map, Li Rong casually asked, "Why don't you come over to my place? Do you not know about what happened with Aragon? Of course, I know, wasn't he captured by you? I even bought some comics about you guys, do you want to see them? Fang Hao's expression froze. Damn! My lifetime of reputation! Focus less on these trivial matters. You're not getting any younger, Fang Hao glared at her, explaining, the situation is a bit chaotic right now, and I try to avoid going to dangerous places. It sounds as if I would harm you, Li Rong said discontentedly. I certainly trust you, but forcing Doherty to compromise on Lyss City entering the upper Senate means he might hold a grudge. All right, I understand, I'll come over if there's a need in the future just the same. Ms. Li Rong spoke as she handed over the single-page map. After integrating with the Book of Lords, Fang Hao displayed the location on the grand map. The location on the map was somewhat remote. It was located southeast of Silverwing City, quite a distance from where he was. Is there any intelligence on this location? If it's just a normal exploration map, I can arrange some troops for you to explore it yourself, Fang Hao said. Ms. Li Rong had been developing quite well. Fang Hao didn't think she couldn't even explore a normal map. I went there, got driven back, hence why I'm seeking your help to explore, Ms. Li Rong explained. Fang Hao understood that Ms. Li Rong had explored it before, but hadn't succeeded. High-level enemies. A group of trolls, levels 7 and 8, in dense forest terrain. Human soldiers going in would find it difficult to gain any advantage, and besides, the map's intelligence points to a temple, which definitely harbors higher-level enemies, Ms. Li Rong continued. Level 7 and 8 trolls were indeed troublesome. Ms. Li Rong cutting her losses in time was also in line with her character. What kind of temple, which deity? Within the human clan's domain, there were few temples besides those of the god of light and the goddess of harvest. No intelligence. Fang Hao nodded, indicating he understood. A temple in the wilderness was a good find. Perhaps, they might even uncover something like divinity as a reward. He glanced at the map and frowned slightly. The distance on the map is a bit far. I've already occupied a nearby subordinate village where we can head over at any time, Ms. Li Rong replied with a smile. Fang Hao realized she had thought ahead about everything. All that was left was to go there. Fang Hao nodded, having a transport point made things easier. Good, I'll make arrangements, and then we can head over. Fang Hao summoned several heroes from the city. He briefly delegated the task of guarding. Although, the possibility of the Dragon Clan causing trouble again was virtually nil, it was still better to be cautious. Once everything was prepared, he shared the map with Ms. Li Rong and activated the transport light screen. Several figures disappeared within the light screen. When they reappeared, they were in a simple wooden hut. The hut wasn't large, with vegetables hanging from wooden beams visible. It appeared the village wasn't wealthy. At the very least, it was far below the current state of Pigman Village. Just an ordinary little village with hardly any villagers. By the way, how did you bring your troops over? Ms. Li Rong asked curiously. There were 4 beings in total, Fang Hao, Angia, Ms. Li Rong, Morse and a running giant lizard with 4 legs. Don't worry, you'll see soon enough. Let's head over to the place you mentioned first, Fang Hao replied. They left the village and headed directly toward the target. About 3 hours later. We're almost there. Ms. Li Rong, sitting in the back, spoke up to give a heads up. Fang Hao lightly patted the giant lizard's neck. The giant lizard began to slow down, gradually stopping. Looking in the direction Ms. Li Rong pointed, there was a dense forest. Intertwined vines and shrubs about half a person's height made entering no simple task. No wonder Ms. Li Rong said the terrain here was challenging. This area is desolate and close to the border of the Federation, hardly anyone comes here, Ms. Li Rong softly explained from the side. Fang Hao nodded, then asked, so the temple you mentioned is just beyond the forest? It should be. Only the trolls you described. I encountered a type of creature known as decrepit trolls when I brought troops here before. They range from level 7 to 8, and their bodies explode upon death, releasing a poisonous gas difficult for living creatures to handle, Ms. Li Rong continued. Troll military units. Judging by the story arc of this region, the trolls had once launched a campaign from the Bloody Mountains and almost drove the orcs and the human clan out of this area with their strong bodies. But then the trolls got overconfident, killed both a dragon and an elf princess, and were pushed back to the Bloody Mountains. They had recovered some over the years, then were cleared by Fang Hao once. These remaining trolls here, although far-fetched, still made some sense. Fang Hao nodded, extending his hand to summon an owl, composed of thunder attributes, condensed by his side. Flying deep into the forest, it rose above the trees, peering down through the gaps in the tree crowns below. In the forest, there were small gathering spots, one after another. Creatures similar to trolls, but uglier, gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Looking out, there were indeed many of them in the forest. With Ms. Li Rong's forces, even if she pulled over all the artillery, it would be tough to deal with these enemies. Commanding the Thunder Spirit to move a bit closer below. Then he saw the names of the monsters. Decrepit Troll, Level 7. The Thunder Spirit dispersed. Outside the dense forest, Fang Hao dismounted the giant lizard. How is it? Ms. Li Rong asked. There are quite a few enemies, prepare for battle. Battle? Just the few of us. Fang Hao didn't respond, starting to conjure magic. In the next second, a gigantic stone door formed out of thin air. The gate of the worlds opened, revealing densely packed, neatly arranged skeleton troops. Out. Clink clatter. The sound of bone friction and armor clashing filled the area. Chapter 1078. This was the first time they had seen Fang Hao use such an ability. It seemed he had linked with some kind of space, able to transport troops from the other end without the constraints of distance. This ability was simply terrifying. Fang Hao himself possessed a teleportation skill, enabling him to instantly travel to any place. Combined with this skill, it was unimaginable. Whoever offended him could find himself facing an army of millions atop his Kong bed the very next second. Such power was too fearsome. As the two mulled over this in their minds, the gate of the worlds had already disappeared. In the dense jungle ahead, the skeleton warriors formed tight ranks. At a glance, there appeared to be 20 or 30,000 of them, all skeleton warriors. Advance! Fang Hao ordered loudly. Clang clang clang! The sound of armor colliding rang out once more as the undead army marched in neat steps, entering the dense jungle. As they marched on, the noise of the troops soon drew the attention of the trolls in the forest. The sound of running and breaking through the trees arose from all around. Dozens of ugly foul trolls leaped out from the bushes. Howling to the sky, they were bloodthirsty and ferocious. But in the next second, their excited expressions became stuck. Why are there so many skeletons? There seemed to be quite a few. Before they could register the sight, Fang Hao had already given the order. Kill them! At his command, the skeleton warriors raised their weapons and charged wildly. The trolls released furious roars, swinging their enormous wooden clubs, aiming at the approaching skeleton ranks. Bang bang bang! With each hit, 3 or 4 skeletons were sent flying. But more skeletons kept swarming in, raising their weapons and chopping at the trolls. The rank of skeleton warriors wasn't high, but their equipment was far from shabby. Even the core forces of various groups had only such equipment. Most of the time, skeletons were knocked away, suffering deformities in their armor, broken arm bones. They would stagger to their feet, pick up their own bones, and continue the charge. Why only use this kind? I see you have higher level skeleton soldiers, Li Rong asked curiously. She felt Fang Hao particularly liked to use these skeleton warriors. In the few battles she had seen, aside from skeleton warriors, there were skeleton archers. Either that or a combination of warriors and archers. She rarely saw usage of other, higher-ranking troops. The recruitment requirements for these are low, and most importantly, I don't feel pain when they die, Fang Hao explained on the side. Moreover, skeleton warriors were not weak. Once equipped with Thunderbolt Strike Viscera jars, they could unleash damage output and mass attack tactics. Fine, as long as you like it, she conceded. As they were talking, the trolls, having taken heavy losses, began to flee. Stumbling with heavy steps, they ran towards the rear, their bodies clanking with hanging skeletons. But the escape was clearly futile, the terrain unsuitable for their massive bodies. Having not run far, they were overwhelmed by skeletons again. Bang bang bang! The foul trolls, once dead, exploded like balloons. Visible toxic particles scattered through the air, forming clouds of green poison gas. Fortunately, the poison gas only lingered near the corpses and showed no signs of spreading. This is the toxicity I mentioned, many of my soldiers were poisoned to death, Li Rong continued. Although they were at a safe distance, she still instinctively took 2 steps back. Right, let's keep our distance. This poison gas affected living creatures, but had no effect on the undead. After killing them, the skeleton warriors stood in place, awaiting orders. Waiting for the toxic gas to disperse. Regroup. Fang Hao ordered again. The skeletons reformed their ranks. Fang Hao then collected the equipment and weapons of the fallen skeletons. As for the dozens of troll corpses, he decided not to take them back for conversion. They were difficult to carry, and he feared that bringing back toxic bodies could be dangerous. Skeletons weren't affected, but many living creatures still resided in the main city. Besides, his domain was not in need of skeleton troops, and the loss of these trolls had no impact. After checking the target location again, he ordered the troops to move forward. After 5 or 6 minutes of marching, they came upon an abandoned troll gathering place. A few crude huts, with a huge iron pot in the center, stewing something unidentifiable. Fang Hao stirred it. The contents had turned into a mushy mass, with bits of meat and bone, and on a second scoop, he dredged up a sizable fish head. It was quite discomforting. He tossed it back into the pot. The 4 of them continued to search the area but found no treasure chest. From the huts, they found a green iron nail club blueprint and a large number of white steel tridents. Fang Hao collected them all. Metal items could be recycled in the furnace for future use. With no further spoils, the army then resumed its journey, pressing deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered several groups of trolls. The deeper they went, the more numerous the trolls became. No wonder Li Rong hadn't ventured in. With her forces, it really would have been difficult to conquer this place. Even the armies of the indigenous people, when they went to battle the trolls in the dense forests, mostly never returned. The great army continued to march. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from ahead. Countless trolls, bursting from the mountain forests, blocked the path of the undead army. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they did not immediately launch an attack but instead stared at the skeleton troops with wide eyes. And behind the trolls, 4 large trolls carried a huge wooden litter on their shoulders, with an obese troll sitting on top of it. The obese fat squeezed out through the gaps in the robe, and in his hand, he held a scepter. On his head, covered with pustules, a golden crown was tightened around like a hoop. It looked like a mass of fat was being carried. The pile of flesh troll, after eyeing the undead in front for a few moments, squished his facial features in the gaps of his fat, making a terrifying sight. In a sharp and angry voice, he said, "Damn it, just a bunch of undead, these bones have no nutrition at all. No, not right, I'll use these bones to boil a soup, hee, boil a soup." It was not the language of the trolls, but the system translated it nonetheless. Moreover, it seemed that the trolls here were not very clever. How to put it, the trolls of the Bloody Mountain still knew how to develop and compete for power. But this loathsome troll leader was all about whether something tasted good or not. Gluttonous Titan Basbahan, Orange Tier 3. Let the Thunder Spirit fly to the front of the troops. When he saw the name and attributes of the opponent, he immediately restrained his mocking expression. This pile of flesh was actually an orange hero. My apologies, my apologies. What is that thing? Li Rong stepped closer and asked softly. She was even more excessive, actually using the word pile. The distance was far, but wearing the crown, one could still differentiate him from the common trolls. An orange hero, pretty awesome. That guy. Stop talking, they are about to attack. Fang Hao immediately said. The crown-wearing pile of flesh, after muttering to himself for a while, noticed that the undead across did not pay attention to him. An angry and ferocious killing intent appeared on his pustule-ridden and fatty face. His high-pitched voice roared, "Kill them, we'll stew bone soup tonight." Roar! 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 The loathsome trolls let out a series of angry roars, wielding their wooden mallets, and charged toward the troops ahead. Thud thud thud! The heavy footsteps made the whole forest tremble. Fang Hao looked at the approaching trolls and showed no sign of nervousness. Lightning strike, ready! Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Sheathing his iron sword, the skeleton warriors raised their right arms above their heads, and in their open palms appeared spears flashing with lightning bolts. In front, the area where the trolls are, fire! Whoosh! The whooshing of cutting wind arose. The thunderbolts flew through the sky, crashing into the ranks of the trolls. In an instant, a vast number of trolls fell to the ground, sustaining significant injuries. Attack, kill them, Fang Hao ordered again. The skeleton warriors drew their long swords from their sides and charged towards the trolls ahead. In a flash, they were engulfed in battle. The bloodthirsty and brutal trolls, once in battle mode, became as fierce as if they were injected with chicken's blood. The undead, fearing no death, slashed and bit, utilizing any means to press their attacks. Bang bang! Skeletons flew everywhere under the swing of the massive wooden mallets. Likewise, some trolls were overwhelmed by skeletons, dying in the chaos of blades and tearing. Continuously, loathsome trolls exploded upon death, and poisonous gas permeated the surrounding air. The crown-wearing pile of flesh, seeing this scene, showed even deeper anger on his face. "I will kill you all." His angry roar resounded once more, and with his scepter, he pointed towards the crowd of skeletons in the distance. At that moment when Fang Hao and the others were unsure of what he was going to do. Boom! Where the scepter pointed, the magic bullets the size of human heads rapidly converged. They shot towards the dense area of skeleton warriors. Boom boom boom! In an instant, a large number of undead were blasted to pieces. Even some loathsome trolls were affected and were blown to bits. Fang Hao was startled by the scene before him. He quickly pulled his comrades aside. "Is that a mage?" Li Rong also widened her eyes. "More like a cannon." This flesh heap was not very mobile, but his skills were powerful, which was just like a cannon. "What now? Can we still fight?" Li Rong continued to ask. Fang Hao nodded, "We can." Then, Gate of the Worlds opened again, and more skeleton warriors and skeleton giant bats poured out. "Skeleton warriors, join the battlefield, eliminate all trolls, skeleton giant bats go attack that troll hero," Fang Hao immediately ordered. Crash crash crash! Upon receiving the order, the skeletons immediately sprang into action. Once again, they surged into the troll ranks. From the rear, so many undead suddenly attacked, causing the troll pile of flesh to be momentarily stunned. Several more magic bullets flew out. But suddenly he found that the sky above had darkened. Clumsily he lifted his head to look at the sky, and his face changed instantly. His arm, thick as a tire, tapped on the wooden boards underneath. "Quickly go, there are enemies above, quickly!" The trolls carrying the boards tried to leave. They were swiftly enveloped by swarms of giant bats. The pile of flesh let out pained howls, randomly releasing magic in all directions. Chapter 1079. A muffled sound. The wooden litter slammed onto the ground as four flustered trolls wielding weapons furiously hacked at the skeleton giant bats swarming around them. The meat heap hero was directly thrown onto the ground. "Collapse there," he screamed loudly, "Ouch, it hurts like hell, damn undead." As the meat heap screamed, strings of magic spells chaotically flew around. Sizzle! A laser shot out from the center surrounded by skeletons, cutting through everything it touched. The undead perished, and even the great ancient trees were split in two. A massive clearing was plowed open. Then, another huge magic warhammer materialized. It spun and flew out, killing swathes of the undead. Following that were rings of fire, spears of energy, magic storms, and various skills appeared. Like uncontrollable turrets, they wreaked havoc all around. Each skill possessed astonishingly immense power. The surrounding trees and skeletons, under these magic skills, were as fragile as porcelain. With a mere touch, they shattered into pieces. In the distance, Fang Hao and his companions were surprised by the magic flying chaotically. Although not lying on the ground, they also took cover behind a massive rock. "An orange mage, is he that fierce?" Fang Hao asked. "It's different, a human mage's spell-casting power isn't this huge," Li Rong immediately responded. This meat heap hero had previously been casting only low-level magic. Even those were already comparable to bombs. A human mage, even if reaching the orange level, could not turn low-level magic into the power of bombs. "Don't you have a troll on your side? Don't you know if they are fierce?" Li Rong, realizing this, asked him again. Fang Hao frowned, "Trolls don't have mages." "What?" the group discussed in low voices. Yet, the battle continued. The dense forest was ravaged by the chaotically flying magic, leaving it unrecognizable. Around, trees were severed in half, leaving the ground littered with deep pits. "Ouch, it hurts, I was wrong, stop hitting me, damn it, you damn food, how dare you strike at the great king, it hurts, get away from here." The meat heap cried like a child while unleashing terrifyingly powerful magic skills. Vast numbers of skeleton giant bats, caught in the skill's damage radius, turned into shattered bones, falling from the sky. Bones scattered on the ground. And on the ground, the meat heap, without the trolls carrying him, could only struggle to crawl on the ground. Like a laboriously moving snail. Crying, casting skills randomly, and crawling. With the loss of the meat heap's magic support, the periphery's ordinary desolate trolls didn't hold out much longer. They quickly were overwhelmed by the skeleton army, and amid continuous explosions, they turned into clouds of poison gas. After the desolate trolls were defeated, the undead turned their attention to the still struggling meat heap. A frenzy of slashing ensued on his body. Soon, the moving meat heap stopped, while the skeletons returned to their original places, entering a standby mode. Fang Hao, utilizing Thunder Spirit, observed the situation. The immobile meat heap began to rapidly expand. Like a balloon, in a blink of an eye, it swelled to over 1 person tall, towering over the standing skeleton warriors. Fang Hao was startled. Pulling Anjia and Li Rong along, he shouted loudly while running, "Quick, retreat, all undead follow me." A myriad of army followed Fang Hao's footsteps, retreating backward. Behind, the body of the troll hero had inflated to over 3 meters tall, its wrinkled skin fully stretched. Like a balloon with a face. Boom! With a loud explosion, a gust-like airflow staggered them all for a moment. The 4 fell to the ground, dizzy, with a ringing in their ears. After a while, Anjia and Morse were the first to recover, helping the others to stand up. Looking back, the previous area had been blasted into a huge crater about 3 to 4 meters in radius. The area was enveloped in an even denser poisonous gas. Fang Hao was shocked inside and immediately took out a detox potion from his space. All 4 of them took it. The recent powerful wind had spread everywhere, it was uncertain if the poisonous gas would affect them. After taking it and witnessing the devastation ahead, Fang Hao couldn't help but curse, "This is like a fucking suicide truck." This power was genuinely terrifying. Despite Fang Hao giving the order to retreat early, the damage among the undead was still very severe. The survivors, only tens of thousands in strength, many of whom had been blasted into the surrounding trees. They were struggling to free themselves from the branches, trying to climb down. After the poisonous gas had dispersed, Fang Hao then loudly said, "It looks like there's no danger now, clean up the battlefield." Danger, this explosion had also attracted attention. It seemed that the trolls had been entrenched here for a long time, and this time they had been eradicated collectively. 4 began leading the undead to clean the battlefield, the explosion had blasted equipment everywhere. They had to collect and expand the search area. Soon, the 4 returned with the collected equipment. Most of it was the undead's gear, blasted beyond recognition. There were also troll-used clubs, classified as green weapons. They were composed of hardwood and metal sheets, somewhat resembling a wolf fang club. As for the troll's armor, the trolls here didn't have much armor, at most binding a couple of broken wooden planks. "I also picked up these." Li Rong held up a tattered cloth, shaking out its contents. A king-sized crown belt and a broken golden scepter. Both were dirty, covered with grease and bits of meat. No wonder Li Rong was displeased, not vomiting was already impressive enough in this world. Chief's Crown, Purple. Category, Crown. Abilities, Troll Rulership plus 50%, Defense plus 25%, Magic Attack Power plus 20%. Description, a large crown, it witnessed the decline of the tribe, while also longing for a splendid resurgence. It's called a crown. Actually, there isn't much difference from a crown. This crown is also considered a nice treasure. It can greatly increase the ruling power of trolls. The second item, however, is an ordinary scepter. Made of gold, it's been bent and deformed by an explosion and does not display any properties. It's just a common prop used to display one's identity and status. Some people like to use gold to highlight their status. Fang Hao put the 2 items away separately. Then, while opening the Gate of the Worlds to replenish troops, he also moved all the collected armor and weapons into it. He reopened the map and figured out the direction. The army continued to advance. It took about more than 10 minutes. They entered an area that was once inhabited by a large group of trolls, now abandoned. There were no city walls, nor permanent buildings. Disorganized shacks, with skeleton heads held high by sticks. It looked like a refugee camp, messy, dirty, densely chaotic. This place was obviously the living area of those destitute trolls. However, all the people had been wiped out by Fang Hao, leaving it deserted. "Search, bring all the spoils of war to the central clearing," Fang Hao said loudly. All the skeletons scattered, searching for spoils as ordered. Soon, both useful and useless items were gathered. They were thrown onto the clearing. A large number of metal items used by trolls, such as iron pots, iron knives, leather items, and triangular steel forks that did not fit the size of trolls. Bang! A dull thud sounded beside him, and a golden treasure chest was placed heavily beside him. "This run-down place, yet it has a golden treasure chest. Do you want to open it?" Fang Hao asked Li Rong, looking at her pitiable state. "I've never opened such a high-level chest before." "Then you open it. See how lucky you are." Li Rong nodded and directly opened the chest. A flash of light appeared, revealing a large number of blueprints. Obtained: white steel helmet blueprint, blue; white steel armor blueprint, blue; white steel boots blueprint, blue; white steel gloves blueprint, blue; iron nail maul blueprint, green; glutton's pure gold stew pot, purple; troll stone plus 18, warfire coin plus 195. The white steel set blueprint, a blue troll set. Fang Hao already had troll set blueprints. This set was not very helpful to him, and there was no need to replace it. It was even less useful for Li Rong since she didn't have any troll troops. Even if she did, it wouldn't be allowed near Silver Wing City. The green maul was a duplicate. Having just obtained one, this one could be sold. Finally, both of their gazes landed on the glutton's pure gold stew pot. A pot, evaluated as purple quality. This stew pot, used by trolls, was especially large and, from a human perspective, was more like those big pots used by marching troops. One that dozens of people could use to eat without much trouble to fire up once. Glutton's pure gold stew pot, purple. Category: stew pot. Effect: cooks special ingredients, retaining their special effects. Description: gluttons often become better gourmets. What does that mean? Li Rong looked at Fang Hao. Does it mean that cooking with this pot has special effects, like being more nutritious? Fang Hao speculated. Li Rong immediately thought of the spread of fat on the wooden board stretcher. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. She just felt a bit nauseous, and didn't want to eat fat for a year. "Do you want it?" Fang Hao asked. "Ugh! What do you mean by that?" Li Rong glanced aside, patted her chest, and waved her hand at him, signaling not to talk to her about these things. Fang Hao nodded, put away the blueprints, and shared a copy with Li Rong. Regardless of whether she would use it or not, since they obtained it together, she deserved a share. After packing up various iron implements in a cluttered manner, Angia came over from the opposite side, stuffing some fruit into her mouth as she walked. Fang Hao glared at her, stuffing the remaining fruit into his small backpack. Then he handed over a few old books to her. Magic books. Containing the legacy of troll mages. Whoa! Trolls really have mages and a legacy. Could this be an opportunity to form a troll mage legion? No, that's wrong. Trolls aren't very literate, which makes it difficult. He praised Angia for her treasure hunting skills. After collecting the books, they emptied the campsite of anything left. Reopened the map to confirm the location of the temple. Fang Hao frowned slightly. How is it still so far away? The others came over to look as well, noting they still had some distance from the destination. Wasn't that just the boss? Li Rong was also surprised, as she had commanded troops without even entering the outer area before, naturally unaware of the situation here. After all, having defeated the boss, they should have reached the map's reward by now. Could it be that we got the wrong person? Fang Hao suggested a possibility. That can't be, Li Rong said. Checking the map, the target point was still a distance away. Helplessly confirming a direction, they could only continue to advance. After another 20 minutes of walking, there was a bright ray of sunlight shining into the dense forest ahead. They had reached the end of the forest. Stepping out of the dense forest, everyone was somewhat dazed. They saw a large, bright lake about 100 meters away. The lake was nearly circular, with no connecting rivers. The water surface was calm and waved with a faint, flowing light. Fang Hao opened the map to check. According to the location on the map, this target point was located at the center of the lake. Chapter 1080. Last time, the map Li Rong found had led them through the bottom of the lake into a tomb inside a mountain, And now, there was yet another huge lake before them. I don't know, I haven't even gotten through the dense forest before, said Li Rong, also puzzled. According to the map, the marked point was indeed in the center of the lake. Since the map was there were likely no problems. Move forward, close to the lake shore. Splashing sounds. The undead army stepped out of the dense forest and approached the direction of the lake. At the same time, Fang Hao gathered surveillance magic Thunder Spirit and flew it ahead of the group. He took the lead in scouting the lake's surface. If the useless giant troll was not the guardian of the map, then the real enemy must come from this lake. The ground, along with the movement of the undead army, began to tremble slightly. Ripples formed on the edge of the lake. Stop moving, form a defense formation. Fang Hao suddenly shouted. The others standing on both sides of the group also loudly issued the stop command. Through the eyes of the Thunder Spirit, the originally clear lake water now teemed with numerous dense shadows. It was as if groups of fish were swiftly approaching the shore. Here, the undead army, upon hearing the command, raised their shields. They shifted into a defensive formation. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, the lake surface began to boil, and countless triangular steel tridents were shot from underwater. Like dense rainfall, they clattered into the ranks of the undead. They covered the shields and the ground around them. Then, numerous grotesque fish-headed, humanoid creatures emerged from the water surface. From a distance, they stared in this direction. They possessed fish-like heads with sharp teeth and round bulging fish eyes, and their toothy jaws protruded outward like saw blades. Their bodies resembled underdeveloped humans, their skin covered with fish scales. Fierce, bizarre. Spike-tail fishmen, rank 5. Through the eyes of the Thunder Spirit, Fang Hao also immediately saw the names of these fishmen. He finally understood where those useless giant trolls got their fish soup from. Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Prepare for a thunder strike. You think you're the only ones who can throw things? Let's see if your tridents are more formidable, or my thunder is more fierce." The skeleton warriors simultaneously raised thundering light spears in their hands. They geared up for action. Forward, to the lake area, fire! Hoo! The thunder spears, accompanied by a whistling sound, were thrown. They arced through the air towards the lake. The fishmen in the lake chattered rapidly and turned their heads to dive back underwater. In the blink of an eye, the lake surface, once full of fish heads, was left empty. Clatter! The dense thunder spears plunged into the lake water. Electric arcs rapidly spread through the water. Did they miss? Then, various twitching bodies quickly floated up from the bottom. It was unclear whether they were stunned or killed by electricity. However, those that floated up were only a few. The effect of the electricity, though it spread widely after entering the lake, was not significantly noticeable. At this moment, the fishmen below the lake once again stuck their heads out of the water. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! Once again, a large number of steel tridents arced through the air and into the ranks. The tridents clanged as they landed. They filled the ground and the shields of the skeleton warriors. But after this second volley, there were no further throws. It seemed they had run out of tridents. Suddenly, both parties fell into a deadlock. The skill for the thunder strike had cooled down. Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Thunder strike!" The thunder spears had just been formed in the hands of the skeleton warriors when the fishmen turned and dove back into the water. "Fire!" Fang Hao instantly ordered. Once again, the thunder spears fell upon the lake surface. Another batch of fishmen floated up. At this moment, the lake surface was already dotted with numerous fishmen electrocuted to death. After the thunder passed, fish heads reappeared across the lake surface, their gaze fiercely set on this side. Seeing that the distance and undead were unable to outmatch them, one fishman, holding a wooden staff, retrieved a huge conch shell from underwater. He placed it to his fish mouth and blew hard. A hoo-hoo sound rang out. The next second, a dense crowd of fishmen, wielding various weapons, burst out of the lake surface and charged towards the direction of the undead. These fishmen, though small in stature, ran onto land without slowing down, almost matching human speed. Fang Hao was also waiting for the fishmen to charge out. Simply hiding in the water was troublesome to deal with. Relentlessly diminishing them with thunder strikes was too time-consuming. Bam! Clang clang clang! Instantly, fishmen and undead collided. Each brandished their weapons and immediately engaged in close combat. From behind, Li Rong joined the fight, summoning Fire Spirit Servant and multi-headed Fire Python, burning the enemy and emitting a fragrant aroma. Meanwhile, Fang Hao's gaze, through Thunder Spirit, fell on a position at the back. At the rear of the charging fishman army. Accompanied by even bulkier fishmen emerging from the lake. Military Governor Kaosi, 8th tier. These fishmen were more robust, holding fishhooks in one hand and lobster staves in the other. Any slow-moving fishmen were whipped and devastated by the military governor using his fishhook and lobster stave. They let out loud wails from their mouths. This scene even surprised Fang Hao. It wasn't that he found the opponent cruel, but rather, he was surprised that these fishmen, who were like a group of wild beasts, actually had a military governor. It gave an incongruent feeling. Besides the military governor, there was still that old fishman in the lake, who had been watching from afar with a scepter in hand. He did not come out. He seemed like the leader of the fishmen. The battle on land continued. The ranks of the undead and the fishmen were similar, but the side of the undead had clearly superior equipment and weapons. The fishmen, covered in scales, were not as durable as the dragon clan. They couldn't withstand the slashes of swords and knives. Soon, large numbers of fishmen began to die. Some tried to escape back to the lake but were stopped by the fishmen military governors on the riverbanks and driven back into battle. The fishmen were clearly fearful of the military governor. Even when charging back into the ranks of the undead, no fishman dared to bypass the military governor and escape back into the lake. Meanwhile, the shores were densely strewn with fishmen, their crimson blood flowing into the lake. The surface of the lake turned a vivid red. "Attack! Kill them all!" Fang Hao ordered again. The defending skeleton warriors began to move. They plunged more frenziedly into the midst of the fishmen, wielding their weapons and fighting fiercely. It was the moment the skeleton army took action. The offensive momentum of the fishmen completely collapsed as they retreated in groups. Even the military governor couldn't stop so many fishmen from retreating. The skeletons advanced, pushing their way to the shore. The waters near the shore turned red. The fishmen in the lake, under the roar of the military governor, regrouped. "Charge in!" Fang Hao hesitated briefly but still decided to give it a try. The skeleton warriors immediately charged into the lake, attempting to leverage their recent advantage and completely eliminate the fishmen. But once the fishmen were in the water, their movements became more agile and their speed increased substantially. Conversely, the skeleton warriors became sluggish under the water, their weapon swings clumsy and weak. The fishmen began to counterattack, and large numbers of white bones floated to the surface. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage underwater, and that it might boost the fishmen's morale, Fang Hao immediately ordered all skeleton warriors to retreat from the lake. They regrouped at the shore to form a defensive line. And the fishmen merely watched from afar in the lake, not daring to come out again. Both sides fell into a standoff. Undead dared not enter the water, fishmen dared not come out. "What should we do? It looks tough to fight," Li Rong remarked. Fang Hao pondered. Under the water, he had heroes under the water too. "Anjia, continue to have the skeleton warriors strike with lightning," Fang Hao immediately instructed. Anjia nodded and began organizing the skeleton warriors to conduct the lightning strikes. They aimed to deplete the number of fishmen, seeing if they could be forced out again. Fang Hao then took out the sound-transmitting shell. He sent a message to Ira in the main city, asking her to notify the snakeman hero Biahu, to go to the troop hiding cave and wait. After receiving the reply from the sound-transmitting shell, he immediately cast Gate of the Worlds again, summoning Biahu and replenishing the number of skeletons. "Milord." Biahu surveyed the surroundings after arriving and bowed slightly. Biahu, the Sea Tribe hero, had participated in a battle against demons once since joining the territory. Aside from that, she had been cooped up in her residence and rarely interacted with others in the main city. Suddenly being given a task was somewhat surprising. Fang Hao nodded and said, "There are fishmen under this lake, take some troops and clear them out later." It was obvious from the shore, which was also covered with fishmen corpses. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Biahu nodded, signaling she understood. The reason for bringing Biahu over was not for her to fight alone. But rather, among the hero's army skills, there was one called riding the winds and waves, which increased movement speed by 50% in river, lake, and ocean environments. Although the effect was unclear, it at least constituted a buff, reducing some obstructions skeletons faced under the lake. Fang Hao had also previously purchased some marine troop bones at the Trade Alliance quarters. He hadn't recruited them until now. Who could have expected to face underwater combat today? Going back now to recruit was clearly not feasible. He could only let Biahu lead the troops into battle. Understood, my lord, leave it to me, Biahu immediately nodded, showing great compliance. She took command of the skeleton warriors. After casting one more lightning strike, all the skeleton warriors plunged into the water plop by plop, like dumplings being boiled. Fang Hao also released a warrior, Demon Doll, to enter the water with them. They followed far behind the main forces. Upon entering the water, the fishmen launched their attack. Both sides engaged in fierce combat underwater. Biahu, swimming in the middle of the troop, cast mirror image and summoned 3 bodies identical to her own. She began charging and casting magic to kill the enemies. Whoosh! Still, a rapid water arrow shot from the opposite side. Biahu quickly dodged. Following that, whoosh, 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 a dense barrage of water arrows, like bullets, were fired towards her. Water blades, water tornadoes, creating whirlpools. Trying to trap Biahu. Biahu rapidly performed flips to dodge, her eyes also locked on the position across. High Priest Girlwear, Purple Tier 5. Chapter 1081. The Fishman High Priest, a purple hero. That is, the fishman who previously held a wooden staff in the lake. His appearance was not much different from that of an ordinary spiky fishman. Beyond his tattered grey robe, armor resembling a heart-preserving mirror hung at his chest, and below that was a metal skirt armor. A necklace made of broken bones and seaweed hung around his neck. It looked somewhat disordered, yet it was the most fully equipped among the fishmen. The 2 water elemental heroes exchanged glances and unleashed their magic at the same time. Biahu extended his hand, and immediately a turbulent, swirling flow of water formed underwater, rushing towards the fishman high priest. The high priest pushed his wooden staff forward, creating a curtain of water to shield himself. Then, with crossed hands, he pointed forward. A column of water emerged, compressing the surrounding water and surging toward Biahu. Biahu's serpent tail moved swiftly, dodging the attack. The mirror image skill activated once again. The originally summoned duplicates shattered and once again condensed into 4 identical duplicates. 4 duplicates, 5 figures in total, simultaneously performed the summoning action. Whoosh! In an instant, 20 water elemental servants continuously appeared around them. Seeing this scene, the face of the fishman high priest instantly changed. In his eyes, surprise and fear emerged. The duplicates and numerous water elementals began a frenzied attack on the fishman high priest. Water bullets and water arrows, these low-level, quickly condensed magic spells, were intensely shot at him. This forced the fishman high priest to hurriedly respond. And the real Biahu, under the cover of the duplicates and water elementals, quickly closed in on the fishman high priest. It seemed he was preparing for close combat. The fishman high priest did not expect his opponent to be able to release magic in such a manner. After frantically dodging the water magic attacks, he turned to flee. Ah! The approaching Biahu hummed softly. The Sea Tribe's soothing skill activated, causing the fishman high priest's body to stiffen instantly, and he bizarrely turned and swam head-on towards them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rapidly shot water arrows instantly hit the priest, piercing several wounds. The moment the fishman high priest regained consciousness, the approaching Biahu, with the wave slash skill activated, directly severed his head with a sword. A fishman's head separated from the body and floated upwards toward the surface of the water. Fang Hao, using the perspective of the demon doll, saw it quite clearly. At this moment, his expression also revealed surprise. Just like that, a purple hero was beheaded? The fishman high priest was actually not weak. He had various water elemental skills, seemingly even more than Biahu. Especially that water curtain which could actually block a skill. But there was still a significant difference between the fishman high priest and Biahu. Biahu's skills resembled a combination punch from a video game. They were a set used in combination. Once the skills were in effect, there was basically no chance to resist. Adding the soothing skill for control and the wave cut sword for close combat burst, he was directly taken out in one go. The death of the priest also affected the nearby fishmen. More fishmen were still entangled with skeletons. Biahu rejoined the fight, killing those fishmen. The battle continued. The entire lake turned red, filled with the corpses of white bones and fishmen. 2 hours later, Theo. Biahu emerged above the water surface, revealing his small head. His body remained underwater, indistinguishable from a human. Sir, all the fishmen have been eliminated, Biahu spoke. Fang Hao nodded, good job. Have the soldiers clean up the battlefield and look for any buildings like temples. Yes, sir, Biahu leaped up and dove back into the water. The remaining skeleton warriors began to move. Some started transporting items used by the fishmen from underwater, while others salvaged the corpses of the fishmen. The fishmen's living environment was quite primitive. The items brought up consisted of stone, beast bones, and shells. The only thing that could be considered ironware was their weapons. Then, 2 skeleton warriors walked up from the underwater. They carried a gold treasure chest. Another gold treasure chest. Fang Hao felt nothing particular, but Li Rong's face was full of joy. Getting 2 gold treasure chests at once. Even if placed in the channel, there are very few who could achieve this. Fang Hao signaled Li Rong to open it. She did not hesitate, stepping forward to directly open the treasure chest. Received, Agile White Steel Heart Preserving Armor Blueprint, Blue, Agile White Steel Skirt Armor Blueprint, Blue, Agile White Steel Headgear Blueprint, Blue, Agile White Steel Arm Guard Blueprint, Blue, White Steel Harpoon Blueprint, Blue, Sea Scale Stone plus 22, Warfire Coin plus 185. Another batch of white steel type blueprints. White steel is the standard material for blue blueprints. Basically, using white steel as the material would classify them as blue level. The Agile White Steel Set, standard equipment of the Fishman tribe. The one worn by the Fishman High Priest earlier was this set of equipment. Above the body was a piece of heart-preserving armor, that is, a round iron armor fastened at the chest. The lower part was a skirt armor, which provided additional protection. Besides the set blueprint, there was also a white steel trident blueprint, which didn't seem like it would be used often. The shore was filled with tridents, enough for use over a period of time. After inspecting the equipment, he directly collected the blueprints. Soon, the body of the Fishman High Priest was also carried up by several skeletons. Besides the body, there was also the priest's wooden staff and a conch. Fang Hao took the staff and closely inspected it. The staff was the weapon of the Fishman priest, an odd stick that was thick at both ends and thinned in the middle, about the thickness of an arm. At the top, various shells, bone fragments, and other items were tied with a thin hemp rope. With a clatter, a whole bunch fell down. Servant's Phalanx, purple. Category, Bone Staff. Effect, Water Elemental Magic Damage plus 20%, Water Elemental Magic Casting Cost 30%. Description, a bone staff crafted from a distant phalanx, exuding a strong water elemental energy. The item information surprised Fang Hao. Is this a phalanx? How is that possible? The staff itself was as tall as a person. If it was just a phalanx, the original owner of this bone must have been enormous. And how did it end up in the hands of the fishman? What's the matter? Li Rong and the others came over. Fang Hao asked, what is meant by distant phalanx? Li Rong looked at her own palm and pointed to the top joint of her index finger. Here, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just a phalanx, specifically a distant one. How could that be? Li Rong and the others also showed surprised expressions. Passing the bone staff to Li Rong to examine, Fang Hao turned his attention to the conch. Conch horn, blue. Category, horn. Effect, when blown, boosts allies' morale by 5%, movement speed by 10%, and attack by 2%. Description, the sea god will grant us the power to forge ahead. A horn, indeed. During the battle, he seemed to have seen the Fishman priest blowing the horn. The horns of various clans varied somewhat. The Beast clan and Human clan often made horns from animal horns. The Undead used war drums, while the Sea tribe used these kinds of conch shells. Different types, but the effects were essentially the same. Plop. At this moment, Biahu also swam up from underwater, speaking, "My lord, at the east side of the lake, I've discovered a location that might be the temple you are looking for." "What does it look like?" Fang Hao asked. Biahu answered, "A giant stone gate. I haven't found a way to enter, but if there's a temple underwater, it's very likely behind the stone gate." Fang Hao glanced at Li Rong. He nodded and said, "Good, let's all rest for half an hour, then go down and take a look." By rest, he actually meant transporting equipment. Fang Hao repeatedly opened several gates of the worlds, moving piles of steel tridents and bodies into the gate. The entire lake shore was suddenly much emptier, only a layer of fresh red blood remained, slowly flowing like a river. After handling the miscellaneous matters, Fang Hao released the warrior doll again and said to Biahu, let's go check out that stone gate. Yes, my lord, Biahu walked towards the lake. Together they entered the water, with Fang Hao holding onto the snake waist of Biahu, quickly diving towards the lake bottom. The lake bottom wasn't as beautiful as one might imagine. Not only were there hardly any fish, but it was also muddy and filthy, filled with holes dug out by the fishmen. Heading east. Soon, they arrived at the stone gate Biahu had found. It was a stone gate built into the shore wall, tightly closed and engraved with many reliefs on the surface. Gently brushing off the surface mud and seaweed, one could see the pattern of a giant deity overlooking numerous fishmen believers. So, it really was a temple. A temple associated with the fishmen. Fang Hao tried to open the stone gate, but it wouldn't budge, not even slightly shaking. It was as if someone had placed a fake door on the stone wall. The two stopped using brute force. They began looking for a way to open it. On the lake shore, Fang Hao was relaying the situation below to the others. Can't open it? Li Rong asked. Yes, we still haven't found a way to get in. What about explosives? Just blow it open, Angia suggested from the side. That wouldn't be good. Not to mention whether our explosives would be effective underwater. If we cause a collapse, it would be even more troublesome. Fang Hao shook his head. Angia thought for a moment, use the iron claw rat, just dig a hole. The iron claw rat could dig through hard rock. That could be worth trying. Let's keep looking, if we still can't find a way, we'll try using the iron claw rat. Of course, having the iron claw rat work underwater was not feasible, they could only dig from the shore down. That would be a substantial amount of work. While they were discussing below, Biahu discovered an important detail. Biahu, pointing at a relief on the giant stone gate, said, "My lord, look here, isn't there a hollow?" Indeed, on the relief of a fisherman priest, the position of a raised hand had a circular hollow. Fang Hao frowned, recalling the phalanx bone staff in his mind. Chapter 1082. Seeing Fang Hao sitting silently aside, Li Rong asked somewhat anxiously. They had cleared 2 waves of enemies. Though they had found 2 gold treasure chests, the true purpose of their trip was to find the temple recorded on the map. Everyone was busy till now and no one wanted to return empty-handed. Should we call over a few iron claw rats? Angia softly suggested on the side. At that moment, Fang Hao looked at Li Rong and said, "I found a clue, hand that bone magic wand over to Biahu." As soon as he had spoken, a sound of swishing was heard, and the snake woman Biahu emerged from beneath the lake. Her gaze turned towards them. Li Rong handed the magic wand directly to her. After the snake woman left, Li Rong approached Angia and whispered, "Is this a newly recruited hero? What race is she?" Below the lake, Fang Hao took another look at the stone door in front. He gestured for Biahu to move back a bit. Then, Fang Hao directly inserted the bone into the hole in the stone door. When the last segment had completely entered, it fit precisely and seamlessly. Following that, there was a crisp click. The stone door revealed a connected array along a peculiar line. Accompanied by a slight rumble, the giant stone door blocking their path suddenly swung open. Below the lake, it stirred up large waves. It really is a key made from a finger. Besides the joy of solving the puzzle, the ingenious ideas of the Fishman Temple also surprised them. Who would have thought to use someone's bones as a key to open a door? The currents created a whirlpool that tossed the two several meters. Stabilizing their position, they looked back at the stone door. And were shocked once more. They saw that behind the stone door, there wasn't a passageway leading to the next area. But rather, a layer of glowing, colorful water curtain that isolated the stone door. It looked like the bubbles from childhood, transparent and vibrant. Separating the lake water and the area behind the stone door into two separate worlds. Through the water curtain, the inside was visible. The ground was covered with white fine sand, and various sizes of white pebbles were scattered across the sand. The deep blue lake water floated in the air, and waterfalls streaming down poured gently along the white sandy beach. And behind all the scenery stood a huge, magnificent temple. Fang Hao looked in astonishment at everything displayed behind the water curtain. Struggling to believe it for a moment. He had never imagined that the temple he sought would be presented in such a manner. "My lord, what should we do next?" Biahu, in her surprise, came over and asked. Fang Hao thought for a moment before saying, "Bring over some skeleton troops, I'll go in and check the situation. All right, my lord. Soon, a mass of skeleton troops followed Biahu down. They densely packed the area underwater. Fang Hao controlled the Diem doll and extended his right hand to gently touch the water curtain. Without any resistance, it was as if he was putting his hand into water, causing ripples but directly going through. He waited silently for a few seconds before withdrawing his hand. His arm was still intact and seemed to bear no danger. He then used several other methods to inspect the inside, which still showed no danger. After briefly instructing Biahu, he directly walked into the water curtain. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he had already entered behind the water curtain. Originally, he was still pleased that the water curtain couldn't block the effects of God's presence. However, once inside, the scene in front of him made his soul fire tremble slightly. The previously clean and beautiful scene was no more. In its place was a land full of decay and filth. The fine sand had turned into sticky, rotten mud, the lake water above his head floated with dead, decaying bodies, and dark red sticky water flowed down the waterfall. And the temple in the distance, although still huge and impressive, didn't shine as brilliantly as it did from the outside. It was dilapidated and desolate. Eerily chilling. What's going on? Is there also auto-retouching here? It looks different from the outside, Fang Hao said, looking up at the inverted water surface. Just then, a decayed, bony giant turtle corpse drifted by with the water. The scene outside had seemed so beautiful, but now it was utterly unbearable. The cover of heaven, merely a promotional poster for hell. He didn't immediately let all the troops come in. Instead, he observed the surroundings and saw no enemies appear. Then he cautiously continued toward the now dilapidated temple. If the fish people in the lake were the temple's guardians, then having cleared the enemies, the next step should be to receive the rewards. But it was still better to be careful. Treading on the rotten muck, he carefully moved forward. He walked up to the front of the temple without encountering any enemies. Just as he was about to continue and step onto the temple's stone stairs, suddenly, a huge shadow expanded under his feet. Fang Hao abruptly looked up. He saw a massive body, as big as a small hill, falling from the lake above his head. His heart tightened. He controlled the Diem doll and quickly leaped toward the back. Boom! A loud roar shook the entire space non-stop. He rolled over and stood up, then turned back to look. He saw a giant fish-headed giant, already standing in front of the temple door. The giant's body, clad in tattered armor. Chapter 1083. His head and belly were rotted away, big gashes allowed one to see the sludge and shredded flesh hanging off the skeleton. A pair of eyes scanned downward, the gaze dull, devoid of any emotion. It looked more like a dead rotten corpse or an undead. Ancient blood servant Gulra Kyubagu, Dark Gold Tier 5. A dark gold hero of the Fishman tribe. Fang Hao's heart startled once more. The difficulty of this map exploration turned out to be a bit too much. After successive battles with two clan groups, encountering orange and purple heroes, he finally found the last temple, only to suddenly encounter a dark gold 5th tier hero. Such a battle, even for an alliance of transmigrators, would be exceedingly difficult to conquer. If Li Rong had to solve it herself, even calling over the Mage Association might not be enough to clear it. Fang Hao's gaze fixed on the giant in front of him as he carefully retreated. He wanted to preserve his own demon doll body. The consumption of puppets had been rather large lately. Intruders of the temple, die! The ancient blood servant let out an angry roar. Its gaze also fell upon the carefully retreating figure, wrapped entirely in iron armor. Cough! I am the high priest Girlware of the Fishman, with important news for the servant lord. Fang Hao stopped in his tracks and said in a low voice. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Saying whatever came to his mind. The name Girlware belonged to the high priest of the Fishman who had been killed earlier. High priest? What information? The ancient blood servant looked at him with confusion. Indeed, it seemed a bit slow-witted. The trolls on the shore are preparing an assault on the temple, they have already. On the lake shore. Fang Hao's expression suddenly turned serious and fearful, drawing the attention of the others. Angia immediately asked, is there a problem down there? Yes, are there any enemies? Li Rong also inquired. Even Morse, who had been hanging back and tagging along, also joined in. Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll and multitasking, was also capable of controlling himself. He spoke solemnly, a guardian has appeared in front of the temple, a dark gold hero. A dark gold hero. The rest of them also widened their eyes. What kind of luck was this? They had simply received a map from a noble. And they ended up with a dark gold hero. What do we do? Is there any way to handle it? Asked Li Rong. After all, being underwater was also a crucial part of affecting the battleground. Let's retreat, and if any danger arises, Morse will protect Li Rong and leave first, Fang Hao instructed. At the same time, he released another Warrior Series Demon Doll. He jumped into the lake and rushed towards the area where Biahu was. Lord? What is this? Biahu looked up, curiously asking. You don't have to worry about this part, go up and stand with Angia. If that dark gold fishman came after them. And in the underwater environment, it was very likely that Biahu would be taken out in one fell swoop. That would be a huge loss. Oh, all right, Lord. Although somewhat confused, Biahu agreed. And swam towards the shore. Fang Hao then turned to the groups of skeleton warriors behind him and commanded, go in and kill all enemies you see. Splash! Splash! With the skeleton's movement, large bubbles surfaced. They swarmed towards the curtain of water ahead. Within the curtain of water. Damned undead, you dare to desecrate the gods in this place. The ancient blood servant, finally sensing that something was amiss, let out an angry roar. It raised the battle axe in its hand, bringing it crashing down towards Fang Hao. Fang Hao was already prepared, and as the servant roared in rage, he turned and fled. Hearing the whooshing sound behind him, Fang Hao dove forward. Barely dodged the giant axe's cleave. Boom! The giant axe struck the ground, and the entire space shook incessantly. For the great deity, offer up your soul! Bellowed a voice. Fang Hao tilted his head slightly and saw the massive ancient blood servant holding an axe in its right hand while pressing down the air with its left. Just as Fang Hao thought it was about to give up the chase. A tremendous force greatly reduced his speed of escape. Looking down. His legs were already wrapped in a whirl of water, hindering his mobility. Next, a thick column of water shot from a distance. Bang! With a loud noise, his body was sent flying in an instant. The armor on his chest caved in, and several bones inside broke, but it didn't kill him outright. After all, this body was also that of a hero. It had some strength to it. It was at this moment. A large number of undead surged in through the curtain of water. Gazing around dumbly, they searched for the enemy mentioned in the commands. Fang Hao shook his body and got up, feeling somewhat more confident in his heart. Pointing at the giant, he shouted, "Go! Kill him!" Whoosh! Skeletons found their target and began to rush toward the enemy ahead. The gaze of the ancient blood servant, still vacant, noticed even more undead pouring in. His rage and restlessness grew. Roars shook the lake surface overhead, causing ripples to spread. The left hand pressed down again. At the feet of the undead creatures, water whirls entangled, and their movement speed instantly slowed down. After releasing that, another move was made. Countless water columns fell from the inverted lake overhead, bang bang bang. They crashed into the ranks of the undead. In an instant, the undead at the forefront were smashed to pieces, their bones shattered. Even their armor twisted and deformed under the impact of the water columns. Fang Hao was amazed in his heart. Those skills were fierce. Prepare for a thunder strike. The advancing undead stopped in their tracks as if a pause button had been pressed. On one hand, a spear crackling with lightning appeared. They also stopped just outside the area of the water columns. Throw spears at the enemy's upper torso, Fang Hao continued to shout loudly. The area here was not spacious. Throwing at the ground could hit allies up front. But this giant was over 10 meters tall. Throwing upward at its chest wouldn't be much of a problem. Hearing Fang Hao's command, lightning spears from all directions were hurled at the body of the ancient blood servant. Crackling sounds echoed. The exploding bursts of thunderbolt caused the giant's body to stagger, retreating 2 steps. As the thunder strike ended, so did the water column skill. Fang Hao continued to shout, "Attack!" Skeleton warriors launched another assault. Seizing the moment the ancient blood servant staggered. They were already upon him. Swarming in, they pounced. On the lake shore. Fang Hao cast Gate of the Worlds, summoning groups of troops again. This time, it wasn't just skeleton warriors but also a large number of skeleton archers and skeleton giant bats. Under the water, the warrior-like demon dolls loudly issued commands to the skeletons swimming down, ordering them to enter the water curtain. Meanwhile, another demon doll within the water curtain directed the soldiers in beating up the tall and fierce giant. Chapter 1084. The sound of weapons colliding filled the space. The head-on battle was even more brutal than imagined. The ancient blood god servant continuously swung his battle axe, cleaving scores of the undead in two, scattering their bones across the ground. In addition to his slashing, the ancient blood god servant also unleashed powerful water elemental magic. Columns of water continuously fell from above. Water dragons, like violent whirlwinds, rampaged around, sucking in skeleton soldiers and tearing them to shreds. The strength displayed by the ancient blood god servant was still somewhat surprising to Fang Hao. Luckily, this all took place within a confined area. Otherwise, set loose in a vast expanse of lakes and seas, Fang Hao feared that no matter how many troops he had, they would stand no chance against him. Skeleton giant bats, attack its head. Skeleton archers, shoot at its upper body. Fang Hao, squeezed in the rear of his ranks, issued orders loudly. At this moment, the entire area was filled with skeleton soldiers, those at the back just stood silently, waiting for those in the front to fall before rushing forth to continue the attack. Whoosh! Crack, crack, crack! Upon the command, swarms of skeleton giant bats charged at the massive ancient blood god servant. Due to the overhead inverted lake, there was a significant height restriction. The skeleton giant bats could only charge head-on at the giant. The ancient blood god servant, seeing the densely packed bats approaching, immediately stretched out his webbed left hand, directing it towards the swarming bats. In an instant, another column of water surged out, shooting into the midst of the bats. Splash! The bats that were hit turned into bones and fell from the sky. More bats, however, dodged the water column's attack and flew to the top of its head, starting to tear at the rotten flesh there. From the back, the bullets of the skeleton archers, amid the sound of gunfire, densely entered the body of the ancient blood god servant. But at this moment, the servant was apparently in a near undead state. The bullets entered his flesh but elicited no signs of pain. Crackle and pop. The battle in front was still horrendous. Torrential arrows, water columns, water vortexes. Various forms of water elemental magic converged above and below, killing the onrushing undead skeletons. And the dense skeleton warriors, leveraging their numerical advantage, congregated at the feet of the god servant, continuously chopping at his body with their weapons. More skeletons even directly climbed up the ancient blood god servant's legs. Clinging to the thigh and waist areas, they grasped their iron swords, stabbing relentlessly. The bats perched on the god servant's head also thoroughly enclosed his head. From afar, the colossal body was already laden with skeletons. The ancient blood god servant ceaselessly tore at the bats on his head with one hand, while the other hand wildly swung his battle axe, swinging wildly as if mad. Crack! Suddenly, a snapping sound echoed. One of the ancient blood god servant's legs snapped under the relentless chopping of the undead army. His body also lost balance and toppled to one side. Boom! A massive roar resounded as the god servant fell to the ground, causing another violent tremor in the space. Quick, kill him, don't let him get up, Fang Hao immediately shouted. The surrounding undead instantly pounced, covering the fallen body in the blink of an eye, continuously stabbing. The ancient blood god servant still struggled ceaselessly, his arms flailing wildly, sending swaths of undead flying. But even more skeletons continued to cover him. Blood gushed like a fountain, splashing over all the skeletons around. Fang Hao's controlled demon doll, though devoid of smell, visualized the sticky dark red blood, even imagining its rotten, fishy stench. No! You lowly souls dare defile the abode of the gods. You will be punished by the gods, your souls tormented for all eternity. Amid the furious roars, the towering ancient blood god servant was decapitated. A massive head rolled to the side, crushing rows of skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors then hacked away for a while, before simultaneously stopping their actions and standing at attention. Dead? Fang Hao looked ahead. The originally muddy ground was now covered with a layer of white bones. These were the skeleton soldiers who had perished in battle, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Helpless, this dark gold hero, proficient in both melee and ranged combat, and positioned in this lakebed area abundant with water elements, had a massive advantage in unleashing water magic. Pushing aside the skeletons in front, he gazed at the now dead ancient blood god servant. Even as a dark gold hero, its body's toughness could not withstand the relentless slashing of this human wave tactic. Its current state of death was somewhat too gruesome to behold. Not to mention blood and flesh, but its legs, arms, and even neck had been chopped off, desecrating his entire body. After confirming his actual death, Fang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. At the same time, he felt a bit of joy. Because unlike the rotten corpse, which quickly decayed and disappeared after death, this body was preserved. Thus, taking it back would earn him another dark gold hero. Splash! While Fang Hao was overwhelmed with joy, a tremendous sound erupted from above his head. He turned around abruptly and saw a massive crack forming in the inverted lake above, resembling broken glass. Dark red water cascaded down like a waterfall. Fang Hao was shocked, realizing this place was about to collapse. Quick, clean up the battlefield, and take this corpse out, follow me, Fang Hao shouted loudly. There was still some time to quickly search for any treasures. Swoosh! Upon hearing the command, all the skeletons sprung into action again. A group of skeletons began to carry the corpse of the ancient blood god servant out, while more skeletons started picking up weapons and armor from the pile. Fang Hao, along with a few skeleton warriors, hurriedly stepped onto the stone steps and rushed toward the dilapidated temple. They made their way into the temple. No further dangers emerged, nor did any enemies appear. The main hall was empty, somewhat resembling the temple where they had encountered the Lord of Thunder. The ceiling and walls were adorned with nightstone chandeliers and wall lamps. The stone pillars and walls were carved with images of the sea tribe and various races worshipping deities. At the center of the hall was a divine platform. On the platform, there was a statue resembling a fishman. The statue's body was cracked, and one of its arms had fallen off to the side. After inspecting all the items in front of the statue without finding any attributes, "Quick, move everything that can be taken from here, and do it fast," Fang Hao urged loudly. The skeletons immediately went to work, taking down the chandeliers and nightstones. Fang Hao, unable to hesitate any longer, stepped onto the platform and started feeling the statue, to see if there were any treasures left by the god of fishmen. When his hand reached the lower back of the statue, he suddenly felt something odd. He immediately went to the back and saw a palm-sized scale, half embedded in the statue. Fang Hao forcefully pulled out the scale. God's scale, orange. Category, item. Effect, rich with water elemental. Rich with water elemental, loaded with intense water elemental energy, practice of water elemental magic in the covered area plus 75%. Description, a scale left by ancient deities, unpredictable effects when placed. A single scale, capable of enhancing the study and practice of water elemental magic. The effects were quite good. He quickly pocketed it and continued to feel around the statue a few more times. Still, he found nothing. Fang Hao exerted some force, and the statue instantly toppled backward, crashing down with a loud noise. But still, no treasures were found inside. He swiftly called the skeletons to move the gold and silver artifacts from the divine platform as well. Then he led all the skeletons as they ran outside. The inverted lake had already cracked open in 3 or 4 places. The water poured down in torrents. The dark red blood water had already reached their shins. No need to search for equipment anymore, everyone out, hurry. Fang Hao continued to command. The skeletons, still searching and picking up fallen equipment, all straightened up. They rushed toward the outside through the water curtain. When all the undead had exited, crack! Whoosh! The lake above completely shattered. The surging lake water fell from the sky. Boom! Holding the god's scale and a fingerbone magic wand, Fang Hao had just walked out of the lake water. He felt unstable under his feet, and the ground trembled. A calm lake suddenly rose in several meter-high waves, slamming toward the shore. It knocked all the undead off their feet, and the neatly arranged loot was swept back into the lake. Fortunately, the giant wave appeared only once. It gradually returned to calm. The skeletons began to salvage the items again. Soon, the loot was reorganized. Apart from various gold and silver objects and several nightstones, a white gold treasure chest was also placed in the center. Li Rong's eyes widened a bit at the sight of the white gold treasure chest, seemingly already guessing what wonderful items would be inside. Regarding the treasure chest, Anjia, Biahu, and a few others focused their attention on the corpse that was as large as a small mountain. "What is this?" Anjia asked. It's the dark gold fishman I mentioned, Fang Hao answered while directing skeletons. The others widened their eyes when they heard this. You call this a fishman? Li Rong also approached and exclaimed. It doesn't look like a fishman, Anjia agreed. The head over there looks just like a fishman's head, if this isn't a fishman then what is it? Fang Hao pointed at a nearby skull. Indeed, it was a fishman's head. Anjia looked toward the snake woman Biahu. Have you seen such fishmen? Biahu shook her head. No, I haven't seen any. The fishmen I know are the normal-sized ones seen before. She, a member of the sea tribe, had never seen such a creature. Yet you still say it's a fishman. Fang Hao waved his hand and said, what's so strange about that? There are small fish and whales in a school of fish. Does it stop being a fish because it's bigger? My god, you make a good point, Li Rong said. Afterward, the group didn't linger any longer. They opened the gate of the worlds, directing the skeletons to move all the items inside. Then, they returned to the main city with the others. Chapter 1085. In front of the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao and Nelson were sitting on the wooden benches in front of the museum, watching skeleton soldiers carry the corpses of the ancient blood divine servants. A dark gold hero's corpse could not only enhance the strength of a territory, but for funeral priests and the corpse witch alike, it could also help improve themselves. It's like how combat heroes increase their levels through training. Powerful corpses could also benefit the corpse witch. Now, the only problem was that the Viscera Museum wasn't big enough. Nelson proposed building an enclosed factory behind the plaza to complete the construction of this enormous body. Fang Hao, of course, had no objections, so he arranged for skeletons to start building the house. Scholar, why can gods also die? Fang Hao voiced the question that puzzled him. Why do you ask? Nelson looked at him, confused. Fang Hao thought for a moment, then continued, today's exploration of the temple, where the statues of gods are shattered, and the guardians have also become like this, makes one curious whether gods can die. The existing gods were few and far between. They were also the ceiling of combat power in this world. He had already encountered 2 dilapidated temples. Were the gods also suffering such losses? To speak of death as if it were nothing, are gods and humans only different in combat power? Nelson was slightly hesitant, but still explained, it's obscurely recorded in the texts that the Fishman tribe worships what once were ancient gods. He paused for a moment, then added, it's best for you to have a cursory understanding of these matters, but delving too deeply might draw the attention of others. Fang Hao nodded, indicating he understood. Nelson was reminding him that these records had to be obscurely written in the texts. If he pursued these topics too deeply, he might stir up unnecessary trouble. The original inhabitants still held an innate reverence and fear for the gods. They were unwilling to discuss these matters at length and cause trouble for no reason. Unlike the transmigrators, who didn't have such strong reverence and would discuss gods and spirits all day or even capture a goddess to serve as a maid. However, he had received the answer he was seeking. Ancient gods. The description of the item god scale also mentioned ancient gods. Since they were called ancient gods, the gods now must be the new ones. Like kings, they could be replaced. In an instant, the status of a god seemed to drop significantly. Oh, I understand. I won't discuss these matters, Fang Hao nodded. Nelson nodded and steered the topic back to the corpse, saying, the body is severely damaged. Many internal organs have decayed and rotted. We're uncertain if the museum currently has the ability to turn it into a living dead. The damage to the body was indeed severe. In that environment, the sky lakes were filled with decaying corpses, and the fact that it could maintain itself like this was testament to the robust body of a dark gold hero. Can't it be repaired? We will use materials for repairs, but there's still a risk of failure, Nelson continued. Fang Hao nodded, showing he understood. There was no other way, only Nelson was capable of creating living dead. The corpse witches from the Supreme Saint Golden City were not as good as Nelson. Well, just do your best. The two chatted at the entrance for a while. Soon, a maid called him back to have dinner. Nelson also stood up and headed towards the Viscera Museum. After dinner, Fang Hao took out all the spoils of war. Apart from the various items moved out of the temple, there was also a dazzling platinum treasure chest. This haul was the biggest one he had received from exploring the map up to that point. He had already obtained 2 gold treasure chests before, but after defeating a dark gold hero, he found a platinum treasure chest. along with a purple hero's corpse and a dark gold hero's corpse. One could say the gain was substantial. At that moment, the platinum treasure chest was moved over. Li Rong, as the provider and participant in this exploration, had also made a significant contribution. You open it, stop staring, Fang Hao reminded from the side. Treasure chests were all the same, no matter who opened them. Hearing that she should open it, Li Rong shook her head, isn't that inappropriate? After all, you defeated the enemy. I just went on a tour, and now I should open the treasure chest. What's the big deal? Just open it. Forget it, you go ahead. I'm afraid I can't handle it, it might shorten my lifespan. Come on. Fang Hao was speechless, but still went to the chest. He opened the chest directly. In an instant, a dazzling light went off, appearing before his eyes. Gained, Wanderer's Crown Blueprint, purple, Wanderer's Scale Armor Blueprint, purple, Wanderer's Scale Armor Gloves Blueprint, purple, Wanderer's Boots Blueprint, purple, Exquisite Sextant, blue, Fishman Divine Servant Ship Totem, purple, Water Binding Skill Scroll, Blessing of the Sea God, orange, 4 Water Curtain Rune Stones, 288 Sea Spirit Stones, 895 Warfire Coins. The dense rewards spread over the surrounding area. Not only was Li Rong's eyes widened with shock, but Fang Hao was also momentarily dazzled. It seemed the rewards were quite splendid this time around. Other than purple, there were orange rewards, the quality was very high indeed. The first set was the purple Wanderer's outfit. Wanderer's Crown, Fine Iron 1, Thick Leather 5, Tough Scales 3, Yarn 10, Metal Parts 8, Mithril 2. Wanderer's Scale Armor, Cast Iron Block 5, Fine Iron 3, Thick Leather 10, Tough Scales 8, Yarn 15, Metal Parts 12, Mithril 3. Wanderer's Gloves, Thick Leather 5, Sturdy Scales 3, Spun Yarn 8, Metal Parts 10, Mithril 2. Wanderer's Boots, Fine Iron 2, Thick Leather 8, Sturdy Scales 5, Spun Yarn 5, Metal Parts 8, Mithril 2. The Wanderer's set, in fact, belonged to the leather armor category. Among them, a material called Sturdy Scales had been included, which Fang Hao did not have in his possession. It was estimated that this material could be found in the coastal regions. In the set's attributes, 3 effects were added in total. Effects: underwater movement plus 20%, physical damage 5%, water elemental resistance plus 25%. The skills weren't bad either. One could say they were suitable for troops intending to go underwater. If on land, the advantages of this purple set of equipment wouldn't be as significant. After checking out the set, Fang Hao passed it over to Li Rong to see. He himself continued to pick up the next piece of equipment. Exquisite Sextant, blue. Category: Instrument. Description: an optical instrument for measuring the angular distance between 2 distant targets. Fang Hao fiddled with it for a moment, then looked through the middle hole towards the distance. He wasn't very adept at using it, but it seemed to be of some use. Better to hang on to it for now. Next came a huge wooden statue. Fishman Divine Servant Totem, purple. Category: Ship Totem. Effects: ship sailing speed plus 35%, sea monster deterrence plus 30%, Fishman Ultimatum. Fishman Ultimatum: passing through regions where fishmen reside will not incur attacks from fishmen, effect is nullified when attacks are initiated. Description: a devout servant of the gods, who will protect allies braving the waves on long voyages. Ship totems, he'd seen in sea tribe stores. They were items hung on ships, providing various attributes. Sailing speed and deterrence against sea monsters were also quite practical abilities. But the third item, Fishman Ultimatum, seemed somewhat superfluous. After all, the sea was vast, and the chance of passing through Fishman territories wasn't high, so it'd probably rarely be used. Thinking about it, it didn't seem right either. His main city's region was on this piece of land, this item couldn't be used there. He decided to see who would use it in the channels and sell it. Water Binding Skill Scroll, condenses a vortex, reducing the action power of enemies within range by 25%, the strength of the water element influences the skill's effect. At the time, he had personally experienced this skill which could slow down his own action abilities. The skill's description stated 25%, but at that time, he felt it was certainly much more than that, even taking a step had been extremely difficult. It was actually similar to his own Lingering Soul skill. It could be handed over to Li Rong. Water curtain wall runestone, creates a barrier isolating water elements, 4 pieces make 1 set. Fang Hao now understood how the water barrier was formed. It turned out to be these rune stones. The last item was finally the main event. Blessing of the Sea God, Orange. Category, Talisman. Ability, Water Elemental Skill Casting plus 45%, Water Elemental Damage plus 50%, Magic Recovery plus 75%, underwater you can breathe freely. Description, Devout believers, who traded thousands of lives for the blessing of the deity. Damn, another pendant. Why were all the orange accessories he obtained pendants? The skill effects were good, though. Not only did it increase casting speed, but it also increased damage and magic recovery. One could say it was a divine artifact for a water mage. However, neither he nor Li Rong were water mages. That was a bit regrettable. Li Rong, take a look at what you need and pick something, Fang Hao said. He casually gathered all the blueprints and then shared them with Li Rong. Li Rong put the last orange necklace back and shook her head. Forget it, you fought for it, what right do I have to take it? Besides the blueprints, there wasn't much for them to divide. The only good thing was the orange pendant, which could increase a mage's magic recovery. But she couldn't just take the best thing away, after all, she had only followed him on a trip. Moreover, the unclean magnet Fang Hao had left with her last time was still with her. That too was orange, and she couldn't wear 2 pendants. Then take this water binding skill scroll, I have a slowing skill, Fang Hao handed her the scroll. But I'm a fire mage. Using the skill scroll doesn't require learning it, having an extra one might save your life, Fang Hao said. Well then, I'll take it. Fang Hao nodded and continued, if there's nothing you need here, let's go to the warehouse later to see if there's anything you want, and you can take it along. Ah! You do have a conscience after all. Li Rong cheered happily and stepped forward to give him a hug. These rewards weren't of much use to her. But the armor and weapons in the warehouse, even cannons and rifles, that's what she really needed. This time the rewards were so generous. Of course, some compensation was due for her. Chapter 1086. Fang Hao headed to the undead area and glanced at the factory that was under construction. Calling it a factory, in reality, it was just one large, light-proof flat building. If they worked through the night, it could be completed within 2 days. By then, Nelson would start producing the ancient blood divine servants' corpses from within. After making sure there were no issues, he walked towards his residence. The Lord's mansion was still quiet. The ladies had probably gone to supervise the amusement park construction site again. The liveliest spot in the main city was the amusement park construction site in the eastern part of the city. At least tens of thousands of skeletons were working on construction and building. Pushing open the door to the backyard, he saw Rolina still sitting by the stone table, seriously reading through several pages of paper in her hands. Today, she wasn't wearing that purple robe. Instead, she was wearing a lotus-colored silk pajama tailored by a skeleton craftsman, revealing her delicate arms and long straight legs. Her legs crossed, she leaned back in her chair, her shoes dangling from her pale toes, gently swaying. Since the two had confirmed their intimate relationship, Rolina had become less restrained than before, dressing more casually. In the backyard, she simply wore a plain silk pajama. The silk pajama, with its incredible drape, outlined her stunning figure. Are you done with your tasks? Rolina asked without lifting her head. The huge corpse of the fishman had caused quite a stir in the city. Not only were the maids gathered around it, but even the undead craftsmen, generally indifferent to anything but work, were watching the excitement from afar. Whispering quietly, they discussed where such an unusual corpse had come from. Although Rolina had been asleep during the day, she was aware of the incident. Yeah, there wasn't much to be busy with, the rest I left to Nelson. Fang Hao sat down beside her, resting his palm on her leg and stroked back and forth. I heard from Angia that it's a fishman, a whale fishman. Rolina smacked his hand away, asking softly. Whale was Fang Hao's impromptu explanation to convey that fish came in all sizes, which Angia had gone on to disseminate among the people. It's called an ancient blood divine servant. I guess the fishmen from the past might have had different body types, but I'm not sure why. Fang Hao still offered an explanation. This wasn't completely a wild guess. Rather, it was deduced from analyzing the murals within the temple. In the murals, the proportions of the fishmen's bodies from the past were more harmonious compared to current fishmen. Not as bizarre and deformed as they are now. Oh, Rollina simply replied and continued reading her novel. Seeing she had no reaction, Fang Hao went forward and picked her up in his arms. Hey! Rollina exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his shoulders. Fang Hao ignored the gaze she darted at him, carrying her straight into the adjacent hot spring. The two sat down along the edge of the pool, with Fang Hao's arm around her shoulder, reaching into the open front of her garment. Slap! Again, he gave a firm, chastising slap. What are you doing? Your hands are so naughty even outside. When I arrived I checked, Angia and the rest are at the amusement park construction site, it will be a while before they come back, Fang Hao chuckled slyly. Rollina hesitated, but eventually let go of her grip, allowing him to reach further into her increasingly loose garment. The two nestled together, fidgeting with each other. Rollina's cheeks grew rosier as she leaned on his shoulder, her breathing becoming heavier. No longer pretending, she tossed the novel aside, stood up to look down at him, cupped his face with both hands, and kissed him deeply. Her body sat on his lap, positioned to leverage herself. Fang Hao, aggressively kissed, did not resist. He simply reached into the water, finding the right spot that would allow them a little more comfort. Under the moonlight, her fair skin seemed to brighten the backyard a few notches. Her large watery eyes locked onto his, her vibrant, slightly purple lips glistening with water droplets. Her silk pajama clung tightly to her body, the cinched waist accentuating her perfect figure's rises and falls. As the hem floated, her long jade legs were exposed. After gazing at each other for a moment, she leaned into his embrace, regaining her strength. Is this all you got, dark gold hero? Fang Hao teased as he patted her back. Rollina didn't say anything, simply twisting around on his lap, sitting backward against him. You keep playing your tricks. With her movements, ripples traveled across the pool water. Fang Hao smiled slightly, his hands encircling her from the front. Rollina grabbed his hands, her complexion having regained some seriousness. Have you thought about what comes next? Next? I can keep going, are you sure you can handle it? Her face reddened further, and she pinched him, saying, I mean, after what's happened between us, how should we explain to Rebecca? She trusts us so much. Oh. Damn, I misunderstood. It's no big deal, right? Just tell her, she should be able to understand us, Fang Hao said directly. Ah. Understand what? Sometimes your brain is really too simple, Rollina immediately retorted. Actually, Rebecca had previously intended to mediate between her and Fang Hao. So what do you think we should do? Rollina thought for a moment, then said softly, what do you think of Rebecca? Me? Fang Hao didn't understand why she was asking, she's quite nice, what about her? Rollina continued, I can feel that her impression and feelings towards you are pretty good, and she's always subtly praising you in front of me. What are you trying to say? Do you want to have her, especially since you guys are already married in the Federation? Rollina kept on. Fang Hao was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood her meaning. She didn't want to lose Rebecca either, so the only option was to find a way for the three of them to move closer in their relationship. It was the same idea that Rebecca had back then. I always feel like, after all this roundabout, we've come full circle. What do you want to do? I'll think about it, and we'll discuss it later, Rollina said. With that, the two fell silent. The waves kicked up again. 3 days later, Fang Hao handed over the hero heart in his hand to the maid Millie with droopy ears. While instructing, Millie, just do your best, no pressure. The normally bold maid was a bit nervous this time. Her already droopy ears sagged even more. She looked at the other maids beside her, then puffed out her chest and asked, Master, does your earlier promise still stand? She's still concerned about these things with an advancement trial imminent. It stands. As long as you become a hero, and another succeeds, we can add another amusement park ride, Fang Hao said. No, you also said that becoming a hero, I could have my own dwelling in hot spring, Millie emphasized again. Oh, right. That's a given, once you're a hero, you'll get a separate mansion all to yourself, and the hot spring is exclusively yours too. No, I also want to bathe in the hot spring in the Lord's Manor backyard. Ah, this. Fang Hao glanced at Ira, who gave him a slight smile. Fang Hao thought for a moment and nodded, it's not impossible, but you'd need to get your sister Ira's permission. Yay! Millie clenched her fist, making a victorious gesture. All hot springs are the same. But for some reason, the maids are particularly fond of the one behind the Lord's Manor. The group made their way to the merit training ground. Everyone whispered words of encouragement. It was like they were going to battle. Millie took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the training ground. Amidst a burst of light, she vanished from sight. Ira, you must work hard too. Millie is naturally mischievous, you'll have trouble managing her, Fang Hao teased and, making sure no one saw, sneakily pinched her little tail. Ira's cheeks burned red, and she unconsciously leaned closer to him. She wouldn't dare, and I'm not far behind anyway. I'll be advancing to a hero soon enough. Ira had also reached level 7 and was progressing quickly. Of course, Ira is second to none, Fang Hao said with a smile. To him, Ira, who had been the first to follow him and took care of the whole territory, had long surpassed the status of a maid. But since the two were used to the master and servant titles, they just stuck with them. Ira blushed and fidgeted, but she was too bashful to get too carried away in front of the other maids. Then, all of a sudden, she said, Master, I've figured out how to use that big pot you gave me the other day. Oh? What's the use? Ira immediately said, the maids used it to stew a pot of meat soup, and clearly, they felt more stamina during training and their spirits improved a lot. Gluttony Fine Gold Cooking Pot. It's a stew pot used by trolls. The pot was too large. So, for now, it was given to the maids, everyone could eat together, which was perfect. It has such an effect? Let's check it out together at dinner time, Fang Hao was also surprised. It seems that this pot did have some special uses. Sure, Master. Ira's face was full of smiles, pleased to be of help to Fang Hao. While the two were chatting quietly, Skeleton Merchant Dujin hurried over. Lord Fang Hao, Miss Ira. After bowing, he continued, My lord, the Lizardman Queen requests to teleport here. The Lizardman Queen? Has she come back with Dimitrija? Fang Hao nodded, take them directly to the Lord's Manor. Yes, my lord. Dujin turned and left immediately. Fang Hao then said to Ira, Ira, wait here for Millie. It doesn't matter if she doesn't succeed, Angia. Come with me to the Lord's Manor. All right, Master. Ira nodded. Angia followed Fang Hao towards the Lord's Manor. Two figures emerged from the light screen. It was Commander Dimitrija and the Lizardman Queen. This time, Queen Anastasia did not bring attendants or guards. Just the two of them, sweetly passing through the Trade Alliance teleportation screen to Fang Hao's side. Commander Dimitrija, Your Majesty the Queen. Dujin greeted them and then bowed to the Queen. For the undead, Dimitrija's political alliance through marriage. As for physical pleasure, it is merely an obstacle to becoming immortal, clouding their judgment and hindering their decisiveness. Mr. Dujin, Dimitrija replied. This way, please. Lord Fang Hao is waiting for the both of you in the hall, Dujin answered calmly. He then led them towards the Lord's Manor. The Trade Alliance building was situated in the Undead district. Heading to the Lord's Manor, one must pass through a lengthy stretch of the Undead residential area. Usually, there was nothing remarkable about it. But recently, the area was adorned with a multitude of Dragon Clan corpses, strung up like giant bats left to dry, filling an entire square. Beneath the corpses, special containers were collecting dragon blood. The entire air was heavy with the scent of blood. The Lizardman Queen, well accustomed to many grand sights, could remain composed, analyzing any situation calmly. But the scene before her still shocked her to the core. She nearly grabbed Dimitrija and turned back. What situation is this? Had Fang Hao butchered Mount Dragon Peak, or what? Why were there so many Dragon Clan corpses? Who exactly had she found as an ally? Chapter 1087. Dimitrija shook his head too. He was in charge of the defense of the main city, and there was no Dragon Clan territory nearby. He was also curious where so many dragon corpses had come from. But one thing was certain, during the time he had been away, a major event had taken place in the main city. The Queen hesitated, but Dimitrija quickened his steps. Along the way, they met some undead craftsmen, who greeted Dimitrija. The entire city seemed to be divided into two areas. One side was filled with dragon corpses, blood-red sky. The other side was business as usual, producing and playing chess. Inside the Lord's mansion, The queen's expression was still not good, despite Fang Hao's enthusiasm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she went straight to the point. Fang Hao, what exactly happened here? Killing members of the dragon clan was no small matter. Even though she and Dimitrija were deeply in love, she still regretted allying with Fang Hao. This wasn't an ally, this was a bomb. A bomb that could drag her down with it. Fang Hao drank a sip of tea and explained, a few days ago, the dragon clan, with their troops, launched an attack on my location. Fortunately, my forces were sufficiently prepared, and it did not cause too much damage. He spoke lightly, as if it was just a raid by bandits. But those rows of dragon corpses didn't seem as simple as he described. How many troops did the dragon clan deploy, and what level were the leaders? The queen continued. Well, in terms of troop numbers, there were 100 giant dragons, along with some winged dragons, pseudo-dragons, and such. The leaders were 2 orange heroes from the dragon clan. Fang Hao didn't hide anything. When he mentioned 100, the queen's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. She had sworn such a deep enmity that there was no room for easing tensions. She wanted to criticize him for causing trouble, but when the words reached her lips, they didn't come out. After all, they were not from the same power. And, with things as they stood, speaking more of it was pointless. She took 2 deep breaths to keep from getting angry. Now wasn't the time for her emotions to run too high. She also decided that she would visit this place less in the future. So, what are your plans now? Dealing with the dragon clan? With the current military power of the main city, as long as the dragon clan does not come out in full force, there is no danger, Fang Hao said confidently. The lizardman queen was taken aback once more. What grandiose confidence! That was the dragon clan, a top force capable of destroying the vast majority of other powers. You made it sound as if they were just the neighboring orc city-states. Fang Hao didn't want to linger on this subject, so he changed the topic. How is your married life going? The queen and Dimitrija glanced at each other. Not bad, the queen responded curtly. Looking at the two of them, it seemed there were no issues with their conceiving pilgrimage. The queen continued, I came here this time to confirm if you still need the glazed tiles. I can start preparing them for you now. The pilgrimage had ended, and all the temple repairs had come to a close. At this point, the production of glazed tiles was solely for external sales. And as an ally, Fang Hao would naturally be given priority. Although, at this moment, she was quite dissatisfied with this ally. She almost wanted to tear the alliance treaty to shreds. Hearing that she came for this matter, Fang Hao was also delighted. That's great, we still need glazed tiles in my territory, and the more, the better. Didn't you say you only needed 5,000 pieces? Why the more the better now? Fang Hao smiled slightly, for providing to other subsidiary cities. The queen didn't want to ask more. Okay, then I will start preparing them for you after I return. Thank you very much, queen. We're allies, it's only right. But I hope for some matters, you'll make your decisions more cautiously to avoid unnecessary trouble. Exactly. The queen and I think alike, develop low-key. You. After the main discussion, they moved on to more trivial matters. They talked about lizardman affairs and the situation in the main city. From tomorrow, Dimitrija could return and resume his post, strengthening the defense of the main city. Although they were in 2 different places, it didn't affect his life with the queen. Going back to the lizardman side was actually quite convenient through the teleportation array. After all, they were newlyweds, in the honeymoon phase. After their conversation, Fang Hao asked Dimitrija to take the queen to check out the amusement park construction site in the east of the city. In front of the construction site, there was a preview drawing, hand-drawn by a craftsman. After all, the only thing worth mentioning was this project where tens of thousands of undead were working simultaneously. The queen had just left. Outside the door, several small heads appeared, peering through the frame into the room. Seeing no outsiders were present, Ira, Little White, Millie, and a host of maids all squeezed in. Millie of the Lunar Virtue White Lion Level 2 Green. Success. Seeing the change in Millie's name, Fang Hao was pleased. The name Lunar Virtue White Lion was a bit of a mouthful, though. And what did rabbits have to do with white lions? But it didn't matter, the important thing was that her abilities had improved, and her physical condition was better. In the rules of this world, level impacted lifespan and health. Fang Hao also hoped that these rabbit-like creatures would live longer. Humph! Millie huffed, crossing her arms with a tsundere expression. Not bad, Millie, I thought you couldn't succeed. Fang Hao teased on purpose. Millie lifted her head even higher, how could I possibly fail? Well then, how about we have a party tonight to celebrate for Millie? Fang Hao drew out the suggestion. All the maids' eyes lit up. Great, great! Millie immediately started bouncing up and down with excitement. Fang Hao looked at Ira beside him. Ira, do you think we should celebrate? Ira nodded, as you wish, master. Alright then, finish today's training early and come back to prepare. We'll have a banquet tonight. Yay! All the maids cheered in unison. Once the cheering had subsided, Fang Hao stood up and said, let's go, Millie. I'll build a mansion just for you. You'll have your own house and hot spring from now on. Okay. Millie nodded. Fang Hao, leading the maids, majestically proceeded to the hero's residential area. On the way, they happened to see the snake woman Biahu, lounging on a sunbed, soaking up the sun. Her slender snake tail sprawled and trailed onto the ground. She always seemed to give off a perilous aura. Lord, Miss Ira. Biahu sat up and bowed slightly. Biahu seemed like a completely different person during this time, nothing like the pirate she used to be. Biahu, Millie has become a hero. You'll be neighbors now, look out for each other, Fang Hao instructed. Biahu nodded, and Millie gave a shy smile. They reached an open space on the side. Fang Hao began to build a house and hot spring for her. At sea. Fire! Bai Xian ordered coldly. The crew next to her immediately echoed, fire! The order was passed down in succession. The gunners, who were ready, directly lit the fuses. Boom boom boom! Cannon fire erupted, and the cannonballs howled as they smashed toward the opposing vessels. At the same time, the other ships of the Straw Hat Nautical Group also opened fire one after another. For a moment, the sound of cannon fire was deafening. Gunsmoke started to spread continuously through the air. 2 hits, 3 misses. A sailor reported loudly. No sooner had he spoken than the lookout shouted, enemy cannonballs. A shock ran through everyone's hearts, and they immediately ducked low. Bang bang! Cannonballs crashed down, sending wood splinters flying everywhere. In an instant, the ship was filled with the cries of the severely injured crew. Sister Xian, are you all right? Su Yuanhang rushed over from the bow, pulling up the bleeding Bai Xian. I'm fine. Organize a counterattack, Bai Xian said, leaning on the railing. All right, be careful, Su Yuanhang said before returning to the deck and shouting loudly, carry the wounded down, reload the cannons, and fire at them. Hurry, get moving. The stunned crew staggered to their feet and began preparing according to the orders. Here at sea, it was either kill the enemy or die. There was no third option. Boom boom boom. The cannons relentlessly spat out cannonballs, and gunsmoke filled the air. Cannonballs exchanged back and forth, and the sailors leaned against the railing, loading gunpowder and shot into their muskets. At this range, muskets proved ineffective. But once the battle started, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Boom boom boom. Cannonballs were fired again, crashing into the enemy fleet. Similarly, the enemy's retaliation also hit the hull. Muskets were tossed onto the deck, and more people ran below deck to repair the damaged hull. They did their best to keep the ship in the best possible condition. Bai Xian opened the Book of Lords and flipped to the Alliance channel. Gentle breeze, severe hull damage, immobile, needs cover. Tiger Shark has arrived, buying you time for repairs. Glancing at the ship directly engaging her own, she immediately sent a message. East number, the second sea vessel, gentle breeze, concentrate fire with me, take it out. Understood. Lifting her head, Bai Xian shouted to Su Yuanhang, second ship, prepare for broadside fire. Okay. Su Yuanhang immediately ran down, adjust the angle, target the second sea ship, fire. Boom boom. At the same time, the ship beside them joined in with a volley of cannon fire. The opposing vessel was actually hit by at least 5 cannonballs directly. It was crippled and could no longer move. Just as Bai Xian was about to order a sinking strike, the lookout shouted, merfolk are moving in, a large group of them are approaching. Bai Xian's expression changed. Watching the dense shadows under the water in the distance, Bai Xian immediately ordered, retreat, we're not fighting them. At the same time, she issued the retreat command over the channel. The Transmigrators' war seemed extremely ferocious. But at sea, once the merfolk and the sea tribe intervened, they stood no chance of resisting. Not only were the Straw Hat nautical group's people frantically retreating, but the other side was also organizing a retreat. Once out of the area, Su Yuanhang reported, Sister Xian, tallying up, we lost 22 crew and have 75 injured. The gentle breeze didn't get repaired in time when the merfolk arrived, they boarded other ships to retreat early, so we essentially lost a sea vessel. Bai Xian nodded, her mood growing increasingly somber. After acquiring cannons, they had a great advantage in the first two encounters. But today, it became clear that the enemy had also obtained cannons, and their firepower was no different from their own. Without the sea tribe getting involved, if they were to help the other side, her own would stand no chance at all. Sister Xian, should we give up on the treasure? Su Yuanhang whispered. The entire alliance had invested all their effort and finances for the treasure marked on the map. They even owed Fang Hao a huge debt. Not to mention, they had yet to secure a significant advantage. If this continued, it might collapse the entire alliance. Bai Xian sighed and said, if we give up now, we won't even have a chance to go to sea in the future. Then we'll just be stuck being beaten at their blockade. Main city. After building the residence, Fang Hao then began to check Millie's properties. Lunar Virtual White Lion Millie, Green Level 2. Chapter 1088. Fang Hao silently returned to the Lord's Manor and checked Millie's attributes. Mundal White Lion Millie, Green Level 2. Faction, Orc. Racial traits, Living Creatures, Agile, Vigilant. Legion Talent, Bouncing Hero, Close Range Commander. Skills, Rapid Draw, Precision Shooting, Charge, Strength, Bully, Intimidation Shout, Half Moon Kick, Lion King Punch, Leg Strength Enhancement. Innate Abilities, Intermediate Combat Mastery, Intermediate Herbalism Mastery, Intermediate Bandaging Mastery, Intermediate Calculation Mastery, Intermediate Swordsmanship Mastery, Intermediate Firearms Mastery, Intermediate Horsemanship Mastery, Advanced Physical Mastery. Agile, physically agile with speed far beyond ordinary, capable of performing challenging maneuvers. Vigilant, Rabbitman Clan, naturally vigilant, able to sense approaching dangers. Bouncing Hero, this unit commands the troops, leg strength plus 25%. Close Range Commander, this unit commands the troops, close range attack power plus 15%, defense plus 10%. Rapid Draw, passive, draw speed plus 10%, firearms accuracy plus 5%. Precision Shooting, passive, skillful use of firearms, plus 5% accuracy while moving, plus 10% accuracy when stationary. Charge, active, movement speed plus 8%, attack power plus 5%. Strength, active, strength plus 12%. Bully, passive, when at a disadvantage, all attributes plus 8%. Intimidation Shout, active, a ferocious shout that induces a brief panic in the target for at least 3 seconds. Half Moon Kick, active, spin in the air, striking enemies with a crescent-shaped kick. Lion King Punch, active, a skill learned from the Furious Lion Clan, a furious flurry of punches and kicks, increases attack power by 100% for 72 seconds. Leg Strength Enhancement, passive, heroic leg strength enhanced by 120%. Description: unlike other members of the Orc faction, Rabbitman Clan does not follow the attack first, think later principle but is inclined towards thoughtful actions. Millie's attributes somewhat surprised Fang Hao. What a hodgepodge of skills! Rapid Draw and Precision Shooting were understandable since Fang Hao had trained them in firearms. The initial purpose was to give them some self-defense capabilities. Apart from those two, the subsequent skills resembled an amalgamation of various abilities. Charge, Strength, Bully, and Intimidation Shout were bandit skills, also present in Grey Bear Reed's attributes. Lion King Punch was obviously derived from the Beast King Punch of the Furious Lion Clan, though its power was significantly lesser than that of pure main Lion King at Orange Level 2. The techniques also shifted from purely punching to physical moves involving both fists and legs. The final skill called Leg Strength Enhancement was a passive skill, meaning it activated automatically. An increase of 120% in leg strength was actually quite good. No wonder Millie's thighs seemed firmer. And the last innate skills were a bit more exaggerated. Apart from combat mastery, skills in herbalism, bandaging, calculation, and others were all present but none at a high level. Jack of all trades, master of none. Anyway, it didn't matter as Fang Hao didn't expect Millie to rush to the front lines. Being a healthy hero was sufficient. After reviewing Millie's attributes, Fang Hao continued scrolling through the regional channel in the Book of Lords. Messages were continuously flowing. Recruiting teammates. Exploring ancient tombs in Green Skeleton's Valley, anyone for team exploration under contract, need strong soldier types, loot shared equally. For sale, dwarf-made blue quality shields, lightweight and strong defense, interested parties PM. Exposing a person, the vice hierarch of the Green Flames Alliance Chen Boyi, left without paying after putting on his pants, with chat screenshots attached. Image. What? That explosive? Kids nowadays, playing it so wild, slurp. At that moment, the hierarch of the Green Flames Alliance responded personally. Vice Hierarch Chen Boyi has been temporarily relieved from his position, the Alliance will conduct an investigation and provide a response afterward. As time passed, the situation stabilized. Transmigrators were not as chaotic as when they first arrived. How things were before might not have concerned anyone, but now a bad reputation could make it difficult for alliances to recruit members. They might even become the target of collective hostility. Therefore, major alliances began to focus on their reputation. At least outwardly, they needed to exude positive energy. It was somewhat reminiscent of the major guilds in games from before, where those with bad reputations were shunned by players. The discussion about not paying after exploiting services lasted a while until other topics took over. Just as Fang Hao was about to close it, he paused again. Straw Hat Nautical Group, recruiting members again, experts in naval battles and seafaring preferred, good compensation, let's fight sea battles against the little devils together. Image. The speaker was Bai Xian. The accompanying pictures showed huge sea vessels and the shiny cannons on their decks. These images caught quite a bit of attention. Holy crap, giant ships and big cannons, that's a man's romance. I want to be the king of the pirates. At Bai Xian, what if my territory is not by the sea? Who has a remedy for athlete's foot, willing to exchange blueprints? It's killing me. Fang Hao was curious about Bai Xian's situation. Not long ago, he had traded muskets and cannons from his side, and now she was recruiting transmigrators again. Looks like there were plans for expansion. Not bad, the cannons provided seemed to have been of great help. As the channel started discussing remedies for athlete's foot, Fang Hao switched to the world channel. Information was rapidly scrolling by, nothing of significant importance. Fortunately, the hype around Fang Hao and Aragon had gradually settled down. He took a special look at that comic artist. The best-selling product had also become a popular comic describing urban magical abilities. However, through the Dragon Servant Marries Off comic, they had promoted the shop's popularity. This urban magical abilities comic was selling very well. Fang Hao also got a copy and planned to show it to Rolina and the maidservants. After all, they liked these new and novel items. The sky had just begun to darken. The maidservants then began to prepare for tonight's banquet. The banquet hall was redecorated, brightly lit and festive, just like a holiday. The long dining table was also covered with new table flags. Foods emitting tantalizing aromas were brought to the table. In the kitchen, Iris stood on a built wooden stool and vigorously stirred the contents of a huge stew pot. Bursts of food aroma instantly diffused. It made everyone nearby swallow their saliva together. This stew pot, although the same type used by the trolls, was a prize from an unopened treasure chest. There was no fear of it causing illness. Fang Hao, smelling the aroma, also felt a surge of hunger. Soon, the food was ready. Iris served him a small bowl of meat soup. Master, everyone had this soup yesterday. Dusk beef soup, green. Category, food. Effect, stamina recovery plus 10, focus plus 4%, lasts 120 minutes. Description, stewed with musk ox shoulder meat and vegetables, this soup has a light nomadic flavor. Oh my! They actually added attributes to a food item. Although people often say seafood is good for health, this is good for the waist, that is good for the liver. No system had provided any assessments. Now, this bowl of meat soup provided stamina and mental focus recovery. Think of it another way. It's like a low-level version of an alchemical potion that not only relieves hunger but also tastes better than potions. Alchemical potions use expensive materials and take a long time to grow. As for this meat soup, musk ox, yam, radish, and fennel are all common ingredients. It drastically reduced its cost. Master, how is it? Seeing him staring blankly at the beef soup, Ira asked. Ira, have you tried other ingredients? Ira came down from the stool. Not yet. Is there anything special about this soup? It's very good. After drinking this soup, for 2 hours, it can improve stamina recovery and increase focus, explained Fang Hao. Oh, no wonder everyone said they felt stronger during training after having this soup. Ira smiled in response, seemingly just finding the soup impressive but nothing extraordinary. Fang Hao continued, a potion with the same effects would cost at least several dozen warfire coins per bottle, so isn't this pot a huge money saver? Hearing this, Ira and a few other maidservants nearby showed surprised expressions. That way, this big pot of meat soup. Wouldn't it save thousands of warfire coins? Fang Hao smiled and said, Ira, I'll leave this matter to you. Record both the production materials and effects. Okay. Ira immediately agreed. All right, let's serve the dishes now, let's start the banquet. All right. The maids began moving the food to the dining hall. After a brief commendation for Millie's efforts and promotion, the banquet started. Several long tables were filled with maidservants, earth spirit girls, and harpies. Amidst laughter and conversation, they enjoyed the abundant food. On the other side, the undead craftsmen also attended the dinner. However, contrary to the laughter here, that side was quieter, several tables of undead with focus incense lit before them, quietly chatting. Some were even doodling and making adjustments to the blueprints. Gluttony, too, is a lower-order desire. Immortal ascetics don't need these. After dinner, the maids sang and danced. Even Rolina was pulled into the middle by Angia, joining everyone in an unknown dance. The whole estate was filled with laughter. The next day, in the morning, Fang Hao first went to the blood prison. Over the past few days, he had successfully signed slave contracts with 7 dragons. Now, they were managed by Spencer, responsible for patrolling the surrounding airspace. Next, he would focus on the silver dragon Beata and that one dragon hero. Entering the dim dungeon, Beata looked disheveled and more haggard. Closing his eyes, he chose not to look at her. Beata, the dragon clan hasn't contacted me so far, nor have I received any messages about searching for you. I can't keep you locked up forever. Beata opened her eyes, glaring at him full of grievance and resentment. What are you trying to say? Let's make a deal, work for me for 50 years, and I'll set you free. Staring into her eyes, 50 years, for your dragon clan, is merely the time for one hibernation. That's not too hard on you, right? Chapter 1089. At Mount Dragon Peak, it was common for the dragon clan to hibernate for decades, simply finding different places to pass the time. However, the current situation was not a matter of how much time there was. Humans wanted to enslave the silver dragons, who held a unique position within the dragon clan. That really took some nerve. But, what wouldn't these humans dare to do? The dragon clan had been slain before. You think to enslave me, you're delusional. Ms. Beata roared angrily. This isn't enslavement. It's reform through labor. Doesn't your tribe punish its members when they make mistakes? Fang Hao responded, sitting down on a stone chair nearby. Ms. Beata stopped talking and turned her head to one side, avoiding looking at him. At that moment, the neighboring dragon warrior, somewhat weakly, spoke up, Lord Fang Hao, I can stay and serve you for 100 years, hoping that you will let Ms. Beata go first. She is still a young dragon, and staying here might affect her growth in the future. Fang Hao looked at him, puzzled. His body was wrapped in gold, face pointing downward, barely an inch above the ground. There were visible wounds on the exposed part of his neck. This was to prevent the dragon clan's healing abilities, keeping him in a weakened state. Honestly, this environment was actually quite cruel for them. You want to trade for her leave? Fang Hao's gaze shifted to him. Yes, Mr. Fang Hao, I believe Ms. Beata will convince the dragon clan not to oppose you anymore and to coexist peacefully, the dragon warrior continued. No, I don't need that, he promised, and I will not just leave like this, Ms. Beata shouted loudly. The relationship between these two was previously discussed with Spencer. The dragon warrior and Beata's relationship resembled that of a protector in fantasy novels. That is, they guard the young or those with inadequate abilities, ensuring their safe growth. I won't let you go, but you can choose to serve me together, each for 50 years, and once the time is up, you'll be free. You can think about it. Fang Hao figured he'd make them obey gradually. After that, he planned to give them some time to think it over. Without further discussion, he headed outside. Meanwhile, from the depths of the prison, Aragon's voice emerged again. Mr. Fang Hao, I am willing to serve you, 50 years, or even 100 years, please let me out. Fang Hao glanced at the depths. He said, you have no use like the Dragon Clan. As his footsteps gradually faded, Aragon continued pleading, Mr. Fang Hao, let me go out and work, I can't always be locked up here, my body isn't like the Dragon Clans, I can't withstand this environment. Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, if there's something suitable, I'll arrange it for you. Thank you, thank you. Leaving the blood prison, Fang Hao went to the trade alliance shops and browsed around. The situation with Ms. Beata and the Dragon Warrior was still full of uncertainties. For example, in the absence of an hero contract, how could he guarantee their service once released rather than them turning against him with a single dragon breath? Thus, even if he verbally agreed to let them serve the realm, even if they agreed, he wouldn't release them until he had a reliable method of controlling the two. Saying it beforehand also banked on the fact that Ms. Beata wouldn't agree immediately. He let them thoroughly consider the pros and cons. Staying and working for 50 years, or being imprisoned until death. They were well aware of which was better. At the Trade Alliance shop, he talked with Dujin for a while. Among the goods, there were no items capable of controlling an orange hero. In the end, there was still no good solution. He returned to the manor. Call Dimitrija, accompany me to Bloody Mountains later, Fang Hao told the guard at the door. Yes, my lord. Bloody Mountains, town of the north. The clan leaders' hall had changed its appearance. The floor was covered with a new carpet, the windows had curtains of good fabric. Many paintings full of artistic taste hung on the walls. It was a notch above what it used to be. The entire troll tribe, by trading with the outside world, started to improve. Regarding profits, they also began introducing foreign goods into the tribe. On the throne of the clan leader, Troll clan leader Stella, sat above, her face somewhat somber. Below, sat several strong, large-bodied troll males. After a brief silence in the hall, a male troll spoke, Leader Stella, these are the strongest, most potential males in our tribe. You must choose one as your husband or let them fight to decide the best candidate. Choosing a husband for the clan leader. This wasn't the first time this matter was brought up within the trolls. Stella was a candidate forcefully supported by Fang Hao, inherently a woman with no talent for fighting. Despite consuming many potions, she only reached the 7th rank. For naturally strong trolls, this was just the rank of an ordinary troll. As the tribe gradually stabilized, although they dared not overthrow Stella, they figured out another method. Selecting a husband for Stella, who would then slowly erode her power. Stella, of course, understood the intentions of these people. But there was nothing she could do about it. The several tribes below had obviously conspired together. The Lord needed someone to manage the trolls, whether it was her didn't actually matter. Before Stella could speak, the people below began to press her. Clan leader, if you keep dragging this out, there will be strong objections from below. The finest man of the tribe is right here, you eventually need a husband. Your age is such that you should already have children. You eventually need a strong man. I suggest a contest, and the winner becomes the husband of the clan leader. One voice after another made Stella's expression increasingly ugly. Sweat had already appeared on her forehead. They were forcing her to choose a husband today. Just as, below, a group of trolls had privately settled on the matter. A light screen appeared in the center of the hall. Two shadowy figures walked out from the light screen. In an instant, the noisy hall suddenly fell silent. They were not seeing this kind of light screen for the first time. Naturally, they knew the Lord had arrived. Done for, this forced marriage was only halfway through when their backer arrived. The trolls immediately panicked. Lord! The trolls saluted in unison. Fang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the trolls in the hall. Oh, you're holding a meeting, you go on, I'm not in a hurry. No, just discussing some matters with clan leader Stella, a troll immediately said. What a joke, this human lord had nearly wiped out the entire Bloody Mountain range. If he found out they were pressuring Stella to choose a man, who knows, he might just chop them all down. Another troll also chimed in, yes, just some small matters. Fang Hao curiously glanced at Stella, what's the situation? Stella, not wanting Fang Hao to know about her lack of authority, directly said, "All right, you can go back first. I will consider the matter from earlier." "Yes, clan leader," the trolls saluted, immediately retreating. When only a few people remained in the hall, Stella quickly walked down from the upper throne. She respectfully saluted, "Lord, Commander Dimitrija." Stella, increasingly unlike a troll, wore a dark red split dress and gold ornaments of good quality on her neck and wrists. Such attire made her appear mature and noble. Additionally, with the troll's tall stature, she emanated the aura of a giant among men. Fang Hao nodded, his eyes sweeping over the hall decorations. "Stella, it seems the trolls have changed quite a bit." Stella saluted again, gratefully speaking, "We must thank you for your support, Lord. The caravans have brought goods and funds to our tribe. Sit down and talk, no need to keep standing." Stella took a seat beside him and continued asking, "My lord, is there something you've come to instruct this time?" Stella, troll 7th order warrior. Still 7th order. For trolls, a race naturally far superior in physique to most others. She is still at the 7th order. This indicates that Stella's talent in combat is very limited, basically hard to improve. "Nothing particular to instruct, mostly I've brought you some items this time," Fang Hao said, taking out the chieftain's crown and several of the trolls' magic books. The chieftain's crown, worn by leaders of the decayed trolls, increased troll governance by 50%. It was of no use elsewhere but to give to Stella. The remaining books, also found in the camp of decayed trolls, could only be studied by trolls. "These?" Stella hesitated, not reaching out for them. "Right, can you read?" "I mean, in the troll's script," Fang Hao asked, seeing her look at the books. "One could hardly find a literate troll in 100 miles. If it's the troll script, I can read it." Fang Hao nodded, saying, "This crown will enhance both your attack power and defense and will increase the governance among trolls, it's quite suited for you." He pushed the books forward a bit. "These are the troll magic books. Your promotion has been too slow, making it hard to command respect among trolls. Try learning magic during this period. If successful, your strength will greatly improve." Stella's eyes widened, almost in disbelief at the items before her. Her heart violently throbbed with each word Fang Hao said. A crown, magic books. The situation she faced within the tribe, only she knew. Increase in governance, and a path for improvement. Fang Hao had somehow prepared it all for her in advance. A sour sensation suddenly surged in her heart. "Thank you, my lord. Stella's life is yours to command, she will do all she can for you from now on." With a thud, Stella knelt again, her forehead pressed against the ground. "Troll Stella's loyalty to you increased by 3 points, current loyalty 100. Under your command, Troll Stella, loyalty reached 100 points, will not be affected by any state of betrayal or provocation." Chapter 1090. Stella's loyalty had reached 100 points. At this point, there could be no betrayal. Fang Hao hadn't expected that the final 3 points would jump up during this instance. But it was worthwhile, considering the support he had given her. Stella had always done well. The only issue was that her rank advancement was too slow. For other races, this might be less of an issue, but for the troll race, power was the standard by which authority was measured. If Stella continued to be weak, it would definitely cause problems over time. Stella lay prostrate on the ground. Underneath the loose folds of fabric was the deformed shape of something huge. Fang Hao's gaze shifted as he said, "Stella, get up." "Yes, my lord." Stella rose and sat back in her place. "Try on the crown and see if it fits. If not, I'll take it back to the goldsmith for adjustments," Fang Hao continued. Stella, somewhat embarrassed, still picked up the golden crown and placed it on her head. It looked large, but the size was just right when she put it on. Instantly, her entire demeanor changed from that of a tribal leader to a queen with real power. She gained an extra touch of nobility. "Not bad. It looks pretty good on you. Wear it tomorrow, and focus on your magic studies. Don't teach it to anyone until you have mastered it," Fang Hao praised, with a reminder. Naturally, he prioritized support for Stella, who now had 100 loyalty points. "I understand, my lord." Afterward, Fang Hao listened to her report on the troll's situation and the merchant convoy's future plans. Once there was nothing left to discuss, he returned to the main city with Dimitrija. 2 days later, A light rain drizzled from the sky. The mates had suspended their training as well. Inside the room, Fang Hao lay with his head on Ira's pale and slender thighs, browsing the contents of the Book of Lords and killing time by reading the channel discussions. Holy shit, the aspiring Cloud Society started raiding and got a purple equipment blueprint. They're now gathering materials to start production. Damn, that would at least require a golden chest to get a purple blueprint, right? Look who's talking smart. Now the aspiring Cloud Society is gonna rise. Selling equipment and gathering materials could snowball into wealth. Aspiring Cloud Society is awesome, not virtual at all. Real deal indeed. Real deal indeed. Ah, Fang Hao stared blankly at the chat spamming in the channel. All this fuss for a purple equipment blueprint? Seriously? But thinking about it, it seemed normal. Currently, green and blue equipment were the main items in circulation on the channel. Sets of equipment were rare commodities. Purple ones are indeed considered high-end equipment. No wonder they were hyped up. He could actually sell some purple equipment in his shop to attract some traffic. It would increase the shop's activity. Looking at the regional channel, it was all spam. Fang Hao switched to the world channel to see what everyone was talking about. As soon as he opened it, he saw various advertisements for buying equipment and alliance recruitment. The messages were continuously rolling upwards. For sale, bone powder of undead heroes, containing powerful immortal energy, can treat most internal diseases, and can delay human aging. Purchased directly from the store. What the hell? People actually sell this? If we talk valuable, I can mass produce it on my side, enough to stuff 2 big tubes. Fang Hao clicked on the seller's store. Indeed, there was a product called bone powder, but obviously no one was buying. Anyone who would believe this stuff probably got eliminated in the early stages. Buying precision parts in bulk, contact with a price in private chat. For sale, dwarf royal cutlery, pure gold and silver non-attribute products, perfect to showcase status. For sale, elf clan fruit wine, minimum order of 2 large barrels, available for direct purchase in the store. Information in the world channel was still quite mixed. Various styles of props, goods, and even some strange and curious items could be seen for sale. His scrolling hand paused slightly. Magic book, for sale, magic manuscript, can be studied to gain the skills recorded on it, 1 book in exchange for a purple equipment, available for direct purchase in the store. Magic book? A manuscript? This. Mages could indeed spend time to study and learn. But the ones Fang Hao knew about were complete books. Manuscripts probably meant personal copies, and it was uncertain whether they could be learned. Curiosity piqued, he opened the seller's shop. The shop had a decent number of items scattered about, including pens, paper, and various gold and silver book markers. It was unclear where these had come from. There were only 2 magic manuscripts. One was for defensive earth elemental magic usage and the other was maintaining alertness. One appeared to be earth elemental magic, the other mental magic. Both had the condition of trading for a purple item. Because nobody could be sure what the manuscripts contained. Perhaps you could exchange for them only to find insults written inside. That wouldn't just mean a financial loss but would also cause frustration. And purple equipment, at this time, was top tier. Who would gamble their purple gear to test whether someone was a fraud? Therefore, not a single copy of these 2 manuscripts had been sold in the shop's transaction record. Fang Hao thought for a moment. From the equipment warehouse, he chose a battle-worn, retired purple piece of equipment and exchanged it for a copy of defensive earth elemental magic usage. It was a gamble, but he wanted to verify if a handwritten copy could indeed acquire skills. If effective, he could have the magic books in his possession copied as well. After a successful exchange, he had a new book in his hands, bound with thread. The craftsmanship was rather rough. He opened it and took a glance. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the contents recorded within were normal. Whether or not the manuscript could be used to learn, at least the content was authentic. After flipping through, he caught a few glimpses. He roughly knew what type of magic was inside. Stone skin, a type of earth elemental magic that could enhance one's defense. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It just remained to be seen if he could learn it. Just as he began to look carefully, Angia hurried into the room, bounced onto the bed, and snuggled into his arms, lying on his chest. She poked out her little tongue and licked. A new novel. What novel? It's a magic book. Fang Hao embraced her with one arm. Who uses this kind of paper for a magic book? You're just reading a novel, Angia insisted firmly. At that moment, Little White also ran in and squirmed into his arms from the other side. A new novel? What type is it? It's not a novel, it's a handwritten copy of a magic book, copied directly from the original, Fang Hao continued to explain. Oh, when will you switch to a novel for a change? Little White asked again. Fang Hao suddenly remembered the comic book he had exchanged for last time. He said, I got a comic book, it's in the studies drawer. Did you see it? Nope. Little White and Angia both replied, then hastily got out of bed. They ran towards the study. In the afternoon, the light rain gradually stopped. The air in the town was cool and refreshing after the rain. For the construction of the amusement park, the maids went to the training ground for training under Angia's lead. Fang Hao lay on the bed, no longer with a knee pillow, and had no choice but to lean against the headboard. Ding! The private chat notification sounded. Fang Hao saw that it was a message from Ma Tianyi. Boss, Bai Xian of the Straw Hat Nautical Group has contacted me again. She wants to meet with you to discuss something. Discuss what? Did she mention the matter? Fang Hao asked. Lately, on the regional channels, the Straw Hat Nautical Group could always be seen recruiting. It seemed they were developing well. She wasn't trying to get him to join the alliance, was she? Not sure, by the sounds of it, it's something to do with a treasure. It might be that she wants to exchange an item with you, Ma Tianyi speculated. An exchange? She still hadn't returned the money she owed him last time. And now she wanted to do an exchange. All right, I'll go and see, Fang Hao eventually agreed. Bai Xian was a very capable and daring woman. She managed to lead an alliance and even built a fleet to battle enemies. Going to see what the matter was, even if it was just to exchange some items, was no big deal. He got ready and, bringing Dmitrija with him, headed to the Trade Alliance's tavern. In a private room on the second floor, Fang Hao saw Bai Xian, who had already prepared food and drinks. She wore a leather armor that was embedded with wood chips and marked with scratches. She looked as if she'd just returned from the battlefield. Captain Bai Xian, Fang Hao greeted with a smile, taking his seat directly. Dmitrija also sat down beside him. Bai Xian stared at Dmitrija, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. An orange-ranked hero. She was no stranger to orange-ranked heroes after all, the Federation's generals stationed along the coastal borders were but purple-ranked heroes, and they were the highest-ranked heroes she had encountered. Fang Hao himself actually had an orange guard. It was somewhat terrifying. Captain Bai Xian, what is it that you wanted to discuss by calling me here? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Bai Xian shifted her gaze, squeezed out a smile, and said, I've asked Fang Hao here because I want to propose a collaboration with you. A collaboration? Not an item exchange, but a collaboration? Oh? What kind of collaboration? Fang Hao grew even more curious. Bai Xian took out a somewhat tattered leather map from her bosom and said, a treasure map. Do you still remember the Day of Grace challenge mission from last time? Our alliance cleared the monsters and didn't get equipment or props but this treasure map instead. Fang Hao frowned slightly. During the Day of Grace, everyone was discussing various rewards. They mainly consisted of three types: props, equipment, and recruitment scrolls. Directly receiving a treasure map was unheard of. Can't your group handle the treasure hunt? Fang Hao asked. But he immediately realized something. The Straw Hat Nautical Group had been desperate to buy muskets and cannons, likely because of this map. Clearly, this treasure map was more than the alliance could handle. Bai Xian sighed and said, no hiding it from you, the location on this map is a spot out at sea. Not only did we find a clue to the treasure, but those Japanese also found out about it. She paused, then continued, we've had several battles, lots of people died, and we sank quite a few ships. Meanwhile, the enemy has the support of the Sea Tribe. We really don't have any cards left to play. Fang Hao nodded, understanding the other party's situation. What kind of treasure? Initially suspected to be a huge galleon. Chapter 1091. In this era, ships were actually not considered large. At least, to modern people who have seen various massive ships and aircraft carriers through television and games. It was still significant enough for Bai Xian to mention colossal ship with a solemn expression. The first impression it gave was that it was even bigger than an aircraft carrier. Why are we still guessing? Fang Hao continued to ask. Bai Xian picked up her cup, took a sip, and then continued to explain, the treasure map's target is underwater. We've arranged for people to search underwater at different locations around the area. Based on various clues, we've deduced that it might be a gigantic ship. After saying that, she pulled out several photographs from the Book of Lords and handed them to Fang Hao for inspection. With her explanation, they vaguely resembled parts of a ship's hull. But it's hard to say for sure, it might just be an underwater mountain that resembles a ship's shape. If it really were a ship, it was enormously large indeed. Is there some sort of monster? Why are the pictures so blurry? The Fishman tribe, there's a large settlement of them over there, we can't get close at all. We can only choose some remote locations to take photos and analyze them back here. Bai Xian flipped through the photos. It was a picture of a dead fishman lying on the deck. It looked basically the same as the fishman Fang Hao saw last time. Except the fishmen from the sea had more brightly colored scales. Their appearances were equally ferocious. Fang Hao looked at the picture without responding immediately. A treasure map without accurate information might lead to high-grade treasures or just ordinary equipment. Just on this point alone, Bai Xian didn't seem like a qualified partner for him. The potential benefit was vague, but the cost was clear. Dealing with the human clan, sea tribe, or fishman tribe, none of those were easy tasks. Seeing that Fang Hao didn't speak, Bai Xian continued, if the boss is willing to join, I promise that you can have priority in choosing the rewards. Even if the final reward isn't satisfactory, we can offer some compensation. It seemed that Bai Xian was quite persistent. Even if it really is that colossal ship, salvaging it must be very difficult too, right? With such vague and uncertain rewards, why are you still adamant about wasting financial and manpower? Fang Hao looked at her. One must stop losses promptly when gains are hard to achieve. It made no sense to keep investing more into it. Boss Fang Hao, let me put it this way, if we give up now or let the human clan get this reward, we might not even be able to go to sea later on. Our alliance relies on the sea for its livelihood. Can I back out now? If I do, I'd cut off our alliance's retreat, Bai Xian said helplessly. Fang Hao nodded and also took a sip from his water cup. The alliance was already weaker at sea than others. Giving up this reward would mean they would have no strength to compete with the opponents. Moreover, the human clan had the sea tribe as a backrest, and Bai Xian's side was the Federation. The Federation was good on land but not at sea. So, Bai Xian didn't dare to risk it, fearing that if they stopped contending, the opponents might really pull something valuable out of there. Captain Bai Xian, I can't decide on this matter just yet, I need to go back and discuss it, Fang Hao said tactfully. Of course, you can do so, but I hope that no matter whether you agree or not, you'll give me an answer so that I can make further arrangements, Bai Xian spoke. Fang Hao nodded, indicating that he could do so. Boss, we've met a few times, and you've helped me out several times, so adding each other as friends isn't too much, right? I always feel a bit embarrassed to have to reach out to Ma Tianyi all the time. Bai Xian put aside her serious face and smiled instead. Suddenly, her expression became sunny and cheerful. Of course not, it's exactly what I was planning on, to add Captain Bai Xian. The two added each other as friends and then parted ways. Bai Xian had other matters to busy herself with, and Fang Hao didn't want to linger here either. He left the tavern. What do you think about this matter? Should we get involved? Fang Hao casually asked as he walked. Dmitrija fell silent for a moment, then replied, their information is basically nil. Helping them requires caution. Bai Xian's group didn't even understand what the reward was or what the next plan was. Now, their mindset was just not to let the opponents get it if they couldn't. This was hardly a good foundation for a battle. Yeah, that is true indeed, Fang Hao nodded. He quickly walked toward the teleportation screen. The next day, in front of the Gate of Blood prison, Fang Hao once again signed a slave contract with the three-headed dragon. Now that the precedent was set with the first dragon's compromise, the subsequent contracts were much smoother. Not much persuasion was needed, they signed right away. Even the slightly resistant ones capitulated after a scare. The progress was indeed very smooth. Now, in the main city, there were a total of 10 tier 10 colossal dragons. Have these dragons shown any abnormal behavior? After the contract was completed, Fang Hao turned to Spencer. No, my lord. Spencer said with his hands behind his back, now each colossal dragon leads 10 bone dragons to patrol the skies of the territory in turns. If any dragon tries to fly out of range, they're immediately attacked by the bone dragons and killed on the spot. When can these contracted dragons advance to heroes? Fang Hao inquired. Spencer thought for a moment, my lord, it's much harder for dragons to advance to heroes compared to ordinary races. Most dragons are often unable to become heroes in their lifetimes. So, I'm considering first restoring their bodies to a healthy state before attempting advancement. That made sense, and besides, these dragons had generally low loyalty. In the 30 to 40 loyalty improvement area, this was a good time to increase loyalty. The loyalty of these dragons has always been not very high. Is there any way to increase it? Spencer said, my lord, these dragons are currently only living in simple tents. We could build some suitable caves for them. Before becoming heroes, dragons couldn't transform into human form. They couldn't use the houses built for them. All right, I'll remember this and arrange it when the time comes. Spencer nodded, then I'll take these few dragons to assign them patrol duties. Go ahead. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Fang Hao went directly to the third floor and gently knocked twice on a door. Soon, Lang Qing's voice came from inside, come in. Pushing the door open, he saw Rolina, in her nightgown, lying in the coffin in the middle of the room. She wasn't sleeping but was seriously reading a comic. Aren't you resting? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Rolina scooted over a bit. Fang Hao looked but still refused the invitation. Although he wasn't afraid, he still felt some reluctance to lie in a coffin. Reaching out, he pulled her out of the coffin and lay down with her on the bed. Rolina smoothed her hair and rested her head on his chest, her gaze still fixed on the comic in her hands. Fang Hao wrapped his arms around Rolina, gently stroking her smooth jade back. The recruited dragons need nests. Where do you think is a good place to build them? Fang Hao pinched around the front as his hands found their way to her back. Just do what you think is best. The Bloody Mountains are a natural range that would provide ample space for carving out caves for them to live in, but the distance is a bit far, Fang Hao pondered aloud, gradually increasing the strength in his hand. Rolina remained indifferent. She didn't care about the matters of the main city. Either reading novels and teasing birds or acting as the overseer at the amusement park construction site. Just like in Blood Castle. Unless the enemy was at the gates, she wanted nothing to do with any affairs. Seeing that she still had no reaction, Fang Hao continued, I heard they're building a fake mountain at the amusement park. How about using that as a dragon nest? It's also close to the main city. Rolina's page turning halted abruptly. She turned to frown and stare at him coldly, no. Don't be so stingy. It's part of the landscape anyway. Digging a few caves won't hurt, Fang Hao said with a smile plastered on his face. No, there's a purpose for that in the design. The amusement park is a place for fun, not suitable for rest. Rolina shifted to the side, revealing two crossed, perfectly straight legs beneath the hem of her dress. A special purpose? But upon reconsideration, Rolina was right. Building cave nests for the dragon clan needed to ensure they could rest. Indeed, an amusement park didn't seem fitting for rest. Then I'll think of another solution. Who? Suddenly, the Book of Lords prompted a message. This sound wasn't a private chat but instead, someone had sent a message to the sound-transmitting shell in the storage space. Fang Hao casually took it out, didn't bother to look, and placed it to his ear. Rebecca's voice came through, Fang Hao, what are you doing? Both of them paused their movements. But they quickly realized it was the sound-transmitting shell. Speak, Rolina said. Fang Hao looked at her, hesitated, fearing that the person on the other end would say something like when are you coming over, I miss you, which would be hard to explain. Seeing Rolina's urging gaze, Fang Hao replied, yes, what's up? The other side said, you haven't been over for a while. Come this afternoon. There's something to discuss at the federal conference. We'll talk then. Fang Hao's heart eased. That was manageable. Without hesitation, he quickly said, all right, Rolina is with me right now. We'll both come over later. After a brief silence, Rebecca replied, Fang Hao put the shell away. His hand still embracing her slender waist, later, let's head to Lyss City together and see what the Federation is up to. Lyss City. In the elegantly decorated room. Rebecca's gaze swept over the two of them with a hint of scrutiny. Fang Hao directly asked, did something else come up at the conference? Trouble. I mean, has there been another problem? Fang Hao casually poured himself a cup of tea and continued asking. The Sea Tribe, after several negotiations, has still caused both sides' attitudes to tighten. This time, Doherty has asked LYSS City to represent the conference and go to the coastal areas to stabilize the situation, Rebecca said softly. Damn! Chapter 1092. Last time, the organ guns Doherty had exchanged on their side were sent to the southern border to intimidate the Sea Tribe. Months had passed, and he had thought that the matter was over. Unexpectedly, it had ultimately escalated to a stalemate. What did you say? Fang Hao asked. Rebecca glanced at him, her tone surprisingly even. The Parliament, in these situations, maintains a united front. Presiding over special circumstances is the duty of the upper house members, just as it is for the Hall of Justice and the Church. The implication was clear, the privileges of the upper house came with corresponding responsibilities. There was no way to refuse. This was a duty that members of the upper house were expected to fulfill unless you wanted to renounce your membership. What are your thoughts? Fang Hao nodded in understanding, then continued. The situation with the Sea Tribe and the Federation is actually not as likely to lead to a real conflict as people might think, nor is it as dangerous. After all, the Sea Tribe can't invade the land, and it's tough for the Federation to attack the Sea Tribe's islands. It's mostly about showing a deterrent to the other party and making the Federation's stance and attitude clear, Rebecca explained. That made sense. If a fight were to break out, it would only be each party testing the waters at the edge. Neither side could do much to the other. The Sea Tribe couldn't penetrate deep inland, and humans didn't have the advantage at sea. The likelihood of them actually clashing was minuscule, if not impossible. Oh, that's good. It was quite nice not to fight. The Federation still owed him a large indemnity. If the skirmishes continued, their financial losses would push back repayments. I want you to go. Fang Hao was stunned and immediately replied, I won't go. Why? Rebecca's eyes widened slightly, giving him a look as if he no longer cared about her. Fang Hao explained, a couple of days ago, the Dragon Clan launched an attack on the main city. Although they didn't succeed, they're now looking for every opportunity to kill me. If I show my face on the front lines, it wouldn't be good for either the Federation or myself. Rebecca's eyebrows knitted together. This was the first time she heard about Fang Hao's conflict with the Dragon Clan. She hadn't seen a living member of this legendary race yet. The only ones she had seen were the few bone dragons at Fang Hao's territory. Are you all right? Rebecca's eyes carried a touch of concern. I'm fine. At the time, Rolina was in the city and defeated the Dragon Clan leader, leaving only ordinary dragons behind, Fang Hao continued. I can't appear in public, but I can still help arrange some things behind the scenes. All right, then I'll look for someone else to go, Rebecca thought for a moment, then continued, about the troops, you need to arrange some for me. How many people do you want? Not many, 5,000 will do, no cavalry. Without using the undead, 5,000 was actually not a small number. Okay, I'll have nearby transmigrators relocate them for you, Fang Hao still agreed. Good. Rebecca nodded in satisfaction. By the way, the banner officer position Doherty promised you, when will it be fulfilled? Hope it's not another fraud, Fang Hao suddenly remembered this matter. At the time, Doherty had promised Rebecca the position of a banner officer. The title didn't matter much, but it did come with a chance to enter the Hall Sanctuary. According to Rebecca, those who went in could receive the legacy of once human heroes. Even the worst outcome after leaving would be an orange tier hero. Next week, I'll be heading to the Hall Sanctuary, so I won't be able to appear in public either, Rebecca said helplessly. Fang Hao nodded, all right, I'll arrange a guard for you to ensure your safety. That works. After thinking it over, Fang Hao added, once you've chosen the representative from LYSS City, let me know. Sending a transmigrator along will facilitate message exchange. Sure, I'll instruct them to assign a deputy to the transmigrator when the time comes. Having finished discussing this matter, Rebecca took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. Then continued with the second topic. Now, there are 12 Federation cities planning to order armor from me. There won't be any problems on your end, right? Fang Hao was startled, about how many sets? Around 50,000 sets of armor, blue quality sets, Rebecca said with a smile. No wonder Rebecca had fought tooth and nail to gain entry into the upper house. She could recoup her investment so quickly. 12 cities had ordered 50,000 sets. One set was 4 pieces of equipment, which was no small figure. Even just a thin slice of the profit from that would be enough for the entire LYSS city to earn. No wonder she had been so persistent in setting up trade routes across the entire Federation. Her plans were sound. I don't have a problem with it, but how is the pricing set? Fang Hao continued to ask. 1 set of armor for 350 warfire coins. I'm taking a 2% profit, is that excessive? Rebecca quoted the price they had agreed upon. In the trade alliance, a blue quality piece of equipment was priced between 100 and 120 warfire coins. Private trades tended to be cheaper than those carried out via the trade alliance. Moreover, Fang Hao's side could amplify the price by 100-fold, making any transaction profitable. Rebecca's self-set 2% was acceptable to Fang Hao, essentially a sales commission. Not excessive at all. From now on, for all equipment sold through LYSS City, you'll get a 2% commission, and I'll reward you additionally in private. A private reward? Rebecca looked at him with deep meaning, pursing her lips slightly. Why no weapons in the order? Fang Hao asked further. We'll see the quality of the armor first. Subsequent orders will include weapons and even crossbow equipment. Oh. Having confirmed 2 important matters. The 2 of them also discussed the affairs of the caravan and the future development direction of LYSS City. Rebecca planned to turn LYSS City into a transit station for trade between the Human Federation and orcs, trolls, and the undead. She wanted to facilitate the large-scale movement of goods and capital through LYSS City. Fang Hao thought this was a good idea and encouraged her to give it a try. The 2 had a lively conversation. Rolina, sitting nearby, was still reading her manga. From sitting, she switched to leaning, and finally to lying down. She showed no interest in the topic and didn't join the conversation. On the other side, Sister Xian, has Fang Hao, the big shot, not replied to your message yet? Yet, a whole day has passed, whether he agrees or not, he should at least send a response. Maybe he's busy, after all, he's number 1, he can't be as idle as us, can he? I think he's just pretending, acting all high and mighty because he's the best in the world. A day later, on the Straw Hat Nautical Group's Alliance channel, messages kept popping up. Bai Xian watched the channel's chat but didn't reply. Fang Hao not contacting her was actually a response in itself. It seemed that he too wasn't optimistic about the treasure map's reward. Indeed, without knowing anything, who would want to spend time and energy dealing with it? Even though she had anticipated Fang Hao's refusal, deep down she still felt some disappointment. All the efforts of the Alliance from the beginning had gone to waste. And now, the Alliance had no power to continue to compete with the others for the treasure map's bounty. In the future, they might even lack the strength to challenge him at all. They had effectively become mere coastal fishermen. Taking a deep breath, she still mentioned in the Alliance channel, let everyone withdraw, we won't contest for the treasure map. Whoosh! The channel instantly exploded. Not contesting anymore? We've lost so many people and sunken so many ships, why are we not fighting for it? We can't do that. Let's fight them, it's all or nothing. If we can't get it, why don't we just buy some explosive barrels and blow up the Sea Tribe's area? Let them go mad with revenge, then no one will be able to approach it. How to blow it up? The ships can't even get through above the Sea Tribe's area. Blowing up the edges doesn't do much. It's good to cut our losses now. We can continue to live in the coastal waters, if we're not contesting, then we're not. Bai Xian sighed again as she looked through the messages in the channel. The sun had set, but the city lord's mansion was still brightly lit. In the room, Rolina put on a purple silk nightdress and was carefully drawing a pair of curled eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil. Rebecca was in a beige gown, sitting at the vanity, aiding with her makeup, even her breathing slowed down considerably. Where did you learn this from? It's way more professional than before, Rebecca said, keeping her head still, her lips slightly parting. After dinner, Rebecca and Rolina had left Fang Hao and went to their room to fuss over the makeup. Rolina then demonstrated her newly learned skills, letting Rebecca help her. They began the preparation for the night's adornment. I just followed and learned from watching those rabbits in the main city, Rolina replied without stopping her hand. The mates in the main city, due to light workloads and plenty of free time, had a wide range of interests. Anything novel could catch their attention. Rolina stayed for a few days and picked up some skill. In fact, she didn't really need to learn, she understood just by watching. I knew you were talented, spending so long on a single eyebrow. If it weren't for the mirror, I would have thought you were drawing on my face. Rebecca looked in the mirror and said. The truth was the makeup was pretty good. Rollina gently lifted Rebecca's chin, tilting her head slightly, and said, with a face this beautiful, I have to be more meticulous, especially tonight. Hearing her complimented as beautiful, Rebecca was a bit bashful, playfully smacking her on the buttocks. Maintaining the tilt of her head, she softly spoke, it seems you're getting along quite well with Fang Hao, you look at him differently than before. Rollina's hand stuttered briefly before she hurriedly responded, what are you talking about? On the contrary, you seem to have taken quite a liking to him. Actually, Fang Hao is not too bad. Where have I shown any liking for him? Both suddenly fell into silence. Both felt something was amiss. Rollina put down her eyebrow pencil and took out other tools, beginning to adorn her. Casually, she asked, if you really had to find a man, what kind would you want? Me? Are you saying someone like you? Rebecca smiled lightly. No, seriously, if you hadn't met me and LYSS City truly needed a city lord, what kind would you aim for? Rollina paused, setting down her tool. Rebecca picked up the mirror and checked her face carefully. Without much thought, she said, someone helpful to LYSS City, supportive and assisting to me, not the inflated kind who would compete with me for benefits. You're talking about Fang Hao, aren't you? Who mentioned him? If I hadn't appeared and LYSS City really needed a man, would you choose Fang Hao? Rollina's voice suddenly became more serious, looking earnestly at her. Rebecca's brow furrowed again, puzzled as she looked at her. You're not planning to beat him up, are you? What are you saying, just asking? Maybe. He meets all my requirements. Rollina nodded, again tilting Rebecca's chin up, scrutinizing carefully, satisfied with her own handiwork, tonight, you could captivate any man. Rather, any woman. Returning to the bed, Rollina had Rebecca lie on one side. Then she began to search mysteriously. What are you looking for? Rebecca asked curiously. Quickly, Rollina took out a compact black cloth, waving it in front of her face. What? Rebecca asked again. A blindfold, let's try something different tonight. Chapter 1093. Rollina smiled slightly, I saw something interesting in a novel, let's try it. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hearing this, Rebecca was still hesitant, but she couldn't say much. She could only let herself be blindfolded. Muttering, what on earth do you read every day? Be good, wait a moment for me, don't take it off, okay? After that, she quietly left the room. Next door. Fang Hao lay on the bed, watching everyone chat in the channel. Rollina suddenly entered the room. Thinking she was going to stay with him, he just moved over to make space. But Rollina pulled him out of bed, come here, don't talk. Fang Hao, full of question marks, was led to the next room. When he saw Rebecca with a blindfold, clearly expecting something, his eyes instantly widened, full of disbelief. At this moment, Rebecca was more charming and alluring than ever. Wearing a beige nightgown with thin straps hanging on her rounded shoulders, her arms were smooth, her chest lofty and deep. Her face was also noticeably dressed up, eyelashes curled, lips red and inviting. Of course, his favorite part was the blindfold. Rollina made a stern face, signaling him to be silent. Then, she came to the bed and whispered, I'm going to kiss you now, are you ready? Yes. Rollina turned to Fang Hao, nodded her head, signaling him to go over. Fang Hao was stunned. What kind of wonderful spouse was this? Creating such opportunities for one's own man. Rebecca had even mentioned hooking Rollina and Fang Hao up as a bridge. But Rollina went straight for it. Planning to get the matter done first and worry about the rest later. Looking at Rebecca, then hesitantly at Rollina. Under the urging gaze of Rollina, he still went over, leaned down, and kissed her. The next morning. Inside the room. Rebecca stared seriously at the two people across from her. She straightened the torn, shabby nightgown and said, is this your plan? Actually, Rebecca had recognized it was Fang Hao the moment they started kissing last night. A quick thought through and she understood everything. Just as she had expected. If she and Fang Hao were to become a couple, what about the other person? The best solution was for the three of them to be together. No wonder Rollina insisted on dressing her up late at night, endlessly asking her opinions about Fang Hao. After understanding, she cooperated and acted along. During the final step, she struggled slightly, realizing what was happening. Then, half reluctantly, half willingly, let it happen. I'll take responsibility for this. Fang Hao immediately stood up, speaking loudly. Rebecca glared at him fiercely, now playing hero. Rolina also said, you said it yourself, Fang Hao is the best choice, what's wrong with all of us being together? You're siding with him now, Rebecca said furiously. It wasn't because Fang Hao ambushed her last night. But rather, it felt like the two of them were on one side now, making her the enemy. I planned till now, completed you all? Rolina still wanted to explain, but a knock on the door interrupted. Ding dong. Followed by the maid's voice, Madam, the ministers are already waiting for you in the hall. Today, it was Rebecca's turn to decide on candidates to go to the coastal border with the ministers. Rebecca rubbed her forehead and said to the outside, all right, I'm coming down. After giving them one last glare, she started dressing. Fang Hao immediately came forward to courteously help her, sneaking in a few calming words. After washing up and regaining her composed and authoritative demeanor as the city lord's wife, she whispered to the two, Humph. I'll settle this issue with you later. After that, she directly walked out the door, leaving the two behind in the room. Do you have anything else? Rolina asked. Nope, let's head back. If we stay, we'll only get scolded. Yes. They dressed and teleported back to the main city. Returning to the main city, Rolina returned to her room, while Fang Hao went to check on the ancient blood servant's production site. The only entrance was covered with a thick hide, behind which was a wooden door, ensuring to block out any sunlight. At that moment, the hide was lifted, and a funeral priest happened to walk out. Lord. Seeing Fang Hao standing in front of the door, the funeral priest immediately saluted. How's the progress? When can it be finished? Fang Hao asked. Lyss City had received news regarding the Sea Tribe, making this previously unimportant sea hero suddenly significant. If it could be produced, it would definitely be useful in the coastal areas. Its combat power as a dark gold tier ocean hero was also undoubtedly strong. It's going well, it should be finished in about half a month, the funeral priest replied. That long? Dark gold hero, plus the body is too huge, so it takes longer than normal heroes. That made sense. Moreover, Nelson and the funeral priests weren't the type to slack off. Saying half a month meant they were working at full capacity, no slacking off involved. All right, I understand, continue your work, Fang Hao nodded. The funeral priest saluted again and walked toward the Viscera Museum. Fang Hao didn't leave. Instead, he sat on a wooden bench nearby, opened the Book of Lords, logged into the domain channel. At Fulei, at Lanyang, at Zhongbin, Fulei and Lanyang, assemble 1500 troops each, Zhongbin 2000, arrive at Lyss City within 3 days, under the command of City Lord Rebecca. The previously busy channel suddenly became quiet. The boss was speaking. Fulei was the first to reply, received, boss. I'm close by and can arrange for troops tonight. Lanyang also replied, do beasts count? Can I arrange for more beasts? They are higher level than regular troops. Fang Hao was startled before he remembered that Lanyang was a beast tamer. No, we need people, and not cavalry. If Lanyang doesn't have enough men, just arrange for 1,000, and Zhongbin will make up the rest. At this point, Zhongbin also sent a message, I can arrange it in the next 2 days. It wasn't just the 3 of them mobilizing troops. Each had many subordinate city lords under their command, coordinating troops was not an issue. Good, I'll leave this matter to the 3 of you. Complete it as soon as possible, and don't delay the important matters. Received. The 3 of them replied hastily. After Fang Hao stopped speaking, and some time had passed, a member popped up. Old man predicts a major event is upcoming. Are we going to battle again? I want to take part in it this time. I want to participate as well. It might be to support Lyss City. What use does a few thousand troops have in a battle? What use? A few thousand troops are enough to go several rounds with my city. The members discussed in the channel. Fang Hao then inquired about Dong Jiayi's situation. Learning that she was still caught up with other matters, he did not inform her about the trip to the coast. After all, he also feared any dangers that might occur at sea. Having delegated the tasks, Fang Hao retreated back to the Lord's mansion. In the afternoon, 5 aerial ships from Lyss City entered the main city's territory. City Lord, I am Tefsi, responsible for the Lyss City official trade delegation. Following Lady Rebecca's orders, I am here to first procure 2,000 sets of equipment. Here is Lady Rebecca's letter. Tefsi was a tall, skinny middle-aged man with small eyes and a pair of small, upward-twisting mustaches. He appeared quite shrewd. Fang Hao had seen him during a meeting in Lyss City. He was one of Rebecca's confidants and also came from a noble family. Before coming, Rebecca must have briefed him about the situation here. Even upon seeing the skeletons, he didn't show much emotion. The accompanying escort soldiers were troops from Fang Hao's side, primarily consisting of heavy sword infantry and storm crossbowmen. Thus, there was no worry about information from this side being leaked. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Hao glanced at the letter, which was actually just a document stamped with the city lord's seal. He nodded and then said to Nisbat at his side, arrange some manpower to move the equipment onto these aerial ships. Yes, Lord. Nisbat turned and left, soon returning with a line of skeletal soldiers who began transporting the armor onto the aerial ships. The items sold were Guardian sets, a blue set of equipment. Set properties, movement speed plus 5%, strength plus 5%, morale plus 7%. These 3 attributes were all very useful for combat. Most importantly, the materials for this equipment were relatively common, primarily cast iron blocks and leather. It also had an appropriate selling price. Have those going to the Sea Tribe been selected? Fang Hao casually asked. Tefsi hesitated but still answered, currently, Haber is slated to lead, but whether he will be the final choice depends on Lady Rebecca's arrangements later. Haber, the commanding officer stationed in Lyss City. A purple level 2 hero. Before Fang Hao's arrival, a major reason Rebecca was able to hold her position at the Lord's mansion was the support of this purple hero. Even now, Rebecca still let Haber command the entire army. Well, Haber could indeed work. Fang Hao nodded. Rebecca's choice was decided, but who should the transmigrators send? Soon, 2,000 sets of equipment were loaded onto the aerial ships. After bowing again, Tefsi boarded the leading aerial ship, and the 5 aerial ships soared into the sky, heading south. A few days later, on the coast, in Bai Xian's territory, Bai Xian looked at the bodies covered with straw mats on the ground, her face filled with rage. There were both transmigrators and sailors among them. They had just met the day before yesterday, yet today they were lying here bloated from seawater. Sister Xian, for some reason, Sea Tribe and the Japanese ships have begun approaching the Federation's near seas, and many boats have been attacked, Su Yuanhang said softly beside her. They hadn't planned to compete, but unexpectedly, they were being bullied close to shore now. Sister Xian, we must avenge this. Yes, if we don't avenge this, the brothers won't feel at peace, and they'll end up trampling on our heads and shitting on us. Sister Xian, what should we do next? Please give us your command. The surroundings started to get noisy. To Bai Xian's ears, it buzzed overwhelmingly, making her feel dizzy and disoriented. Didn't she want to take revenge? She did too, but what could she use to fight them? With the Sea Tribe around, humans had no power to retaliate once they went into the sea. Let me think for a moment, we can't let more people die, Bai Xian said weakly. Alliance Hierarch. Sister Xian. Just as Bai Xian wanted to speak further, footsteps approached rapidly, and a guard ran over. Lord, a visitor from Limat Port is here asking for you. The guard said. To see me? Bai Xian was startled, let's go have a look. A group of transmigrators walked majestically out the gates. Outside the city, a cavalryman sat upright on his horse. His gaze swept over the few below. Which one of you is Bai Xian? I am. What does this lord need? Bai Xian stepped forward. It was still necessary to address the native soldier as lord to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The soldier pulled out a document from his chest and said, the Federation's Upper Senate, a representative from Lyss City Haber, invites the transmigrator Bai Xian to participate in warfare against the Sea Tribe. Please follow me to Limat Port immediately. Ah, this. Everyone was stunned. Lyss City, the Upper Senate's invitation? Since when had their alliance hierarch become so influential, to have connections with the Federation's Upper Senate? No way. Lyss City, that sounds somewhat familiar. Holy shit! Isn't that the rich woman Fang Hao is with? Chapter 1094. Just as I sat down on the bench in front of the door, Angia hurried over from the side. She seemed to have caught a glimpse of me in her peripheral vision and came running back, turning her head toward Fang Hao. What are you doing? Angia asked curiously. Enjoying the sun. Are you running? Fang Hao asked her in return. No, they are assembling a pirate ship at the amusement park, and I've come back to get the blueprint. Angia said, lifting the blueprints in her hand. It's finished already. Finished? I didn't really feel it was that quick, Angia commented. Fang Hao also stood up. Let's go, I want to check it out too. Then hurry up. Angia stepped forward, took hold of his arm, and dragged him toward the city outskirts. There was no chance of walking slowly. The construction project for the amusement park was massive. It relied entirely on the sheer number of laborers to compensate for the lack of engineering machinery. At a glance, the area was crowded with skeletons busily working. Standing at the edge felt like looking at a vast mined-out, collapsed quarry. A huge section of land had been dug into a deep pit, and on one side of the pit, some stone carvers consulted the blueprints as they designed and stacked artificial hills. They seemed quite focused. And this was just the location of the amusement park's lake area. Angia pulled him all the way to the nearby site. The pirate ship scene. Not only were there maids, the undead and daughters of the earth spirit, but even some dragons watched from a distance. They seemed not to understand what all the fuss was about with such a large project. The enormous metal framework and variously sized parts were amassed next to the iron supports. The blueprints are here. Angia handed the blueprints over to a few dwarf engineers. The dwarves murmured among themselves for a moment. Then they began directing the skeleton soldiers to assemble the parts. Once it was largely completed, a large-sized pirate ship had already taken shape before everyone's eyes. 2 aerial ships were brought from behind. The ropes were pulled, hoisting the pirate ship into the air. The position was corrected. And with a thunderous roar, the pirate ship was dropped onto the metal supports. Hooray! The mates hugged each other and cheered. The dwarf engineers proceeded with the final touches, connecting and reinforcing all the parts to prevent any problems. Once everything was settled, Fang Hao, still not convinced, had it operate without anyone on board, and feeling it was indeed quite solid, he let the mates board the pirate ship. Whoosh! On one side, 5 skeleton trolls simultaneously cranked their handles. With increasing speed, the pirate ship began to sway. The maids, too, sent up a chorus of cheers. Fang Hao stood below, watching the maids wave and cheer with the movement. They were all just like children after all. He couldn't understand why with aerial ships and bone dragons at their disposal, both more thrilling than this, they were so excited. The transmigrator gave it the name Lyss City Coastal Defense Line, a name fitting for the sprawling wall running along the coast. The towering structure covered the entire coast facing directly south. The wall was lined with a multitude of cannons, large crossbows, and defense forces. Sir, why have all the cannons on the wall been taken down? Bai Xian, mounted on horseback, inquired as she observed the distant cannons being hoisted away. She had already received word that the Sea Tribe was closing in on the Federation. Lyss City couldn't possibly be unaware. Disassembling the cannons now would be like handing the enemy a perfect opportunity. The cavalry atop his horse glanced back and replied, "It's not a dismantling. It's Haber from Lyss City, bringing in new cannons to replace the old ones." Bai Xian was stunned. That was a significant upgrade. His own provided cannons were better than the Federation's? Is this leader Haber that impressive? Bai Xian continued her probing. The guiding cavalry shook his head, not sure. Anyone sent by the Senate usually has a background of some sort. Perhaps realizing he had said too much and fearing trouble, the cavalry fell silent, spurring his horse to quicken its pace. Bai Xian followed closely, making her way toward Lyss City Harbor. In the lavishly decorated hall, Bai Xian met the commander from Lyss City, an elderly hero with a purple aura. "Commander Haber." Bai Xian stepped forward and said respectfully. Haber glanced at her, and with a slight nod, acknowledged, "Yes, you must be Bai Xian. As of today, you'll serve as my aide and will be authorized to enter the barracks." Bai Xian's eyes widened in surprise. She was awarded such authority directly? Now, she was even more convinced that Fang Hao had arranged this. There would be no other way she could suddenly gain the favor of a native commander, especially one sent by the Senate. "Thank you, Commander," Bai Xian said earnestly. Haber nodded and continued, "Now, Bai Xian, as a transmigrator, do you have any intelligence that you could provide us now?" "Yes, Commander," Bai Xian replied. Bai Xian stepped forward and began sharing the information she knew over the sand table map. As evening fell, walking on the main city streets, one could always see groups heading to the amusement park. In addition to the maids, daughters of the earth spirit, harpies, and even some undead craftsmen went to experience it. Instantly, the pirate ship turned into a ghost ship. There were no cheers, no laughter. They just sat rigidly in their seats, accompanied by the creaking and groaning of the machinery. It was somewhat unsettling. Nonetheless, even if there were few people in the main city, long lines still formed at the pirate ship. Harpy, a flying unit, and quite a joy to ride. It just baffles people. He had greeted several of the earth spirit girls who passed by. He had just returned to the front gate of the Lord's mansion when he already smelled a rich aroma floating in the air. He headed to the kitchen. Ira was earnestly stirring with a spoon. Beside her, the maid Red Fruit was also seriously taking notes. These last few days, Ira had been using the gluttonous stew pot to prepare ingredients, and had recorded the types of materials and their effects. Dusk beef soup, green stamina recovery plus 10, focus plus 4%, lasts 120 minutes, Magic snake bird meatball soup, green magic recovery plus 5%, lasts 90 minutes, She had already made 2 varieties. "Master." Seeing Fang Hao come in, the two of them smiled and greeted him in unison. "What did you make today?" Fang Hao took a deep breath of the fragrance, and instantly felt hungry. Ira thought it was about ready and ladled out a bowl for him. "Here, Master, see what effects it has." Fang Hao took it from her. Giant horn beef vegetable soup, green. Category, food. Effect, strength plus 8%, stamina plus 8%, lasts 30 minutes, Description, meatballs made from giant horn beef and various vegetables stewed to create a soup that's flavorful with tender and juicy meat. There were 2 effects in total. Strength and stamina were both increased by 8%, but the duration was only 30 minutes. It could be said to be something used before starting a battle. Thinking about that scene was somewhat amusing. A battle is about to start, and there you are, sipping on a bowl of soup. But it makes sense, being well fed gives the strength to fight. "Master, what effects does it have?" Red Fruit asked from the side. Fang Hao said, "Strength and stamina increased by 8%. Red Fruit nodded and recorded it on paper. Fang Hao picked up the bowl and took a sip. It tasted quite good. The stew was just about done. Ira declared it was time to eat, and with a large pot prepared, the maids gathered to dine together. The dining hall of the Lord's mansion could accommodate so many people. They chatted and ate noisily. After dinner, the maids who trained went to train, those who played went to play. Only Ira stayed, gently massaging Fang Hao's shoulders. "Why didn't you go play with them?" Fang Hao stretched lazily. Ira showed a sweet smile, "To keep you company." "Ah, you're sweet." Fang Hao clutched at his chest. "Really? Let's see," she said, reaching for the clothes on his upper body. After tussling for a bit, they leaned against each other to rest. Fang Hao habitually opened the Book of Lords and glanced at the lively regional channel. Recruiting teammates, Ravine Bridge area, recruiting strong teammates, requirements, Tier 5 or above military units, no fewer than 200, reward negotiable, primary, split evenly, secondary, limited spots, attach a picture of your units. Skywolf Alliance, recruiting transmigrators, brothers who want to join please sign up. Azure Wave Alliance, high price purchase of Warhorn, the higher the quality the better, if interested please contact privately, you'll definitely be satisfied with the price. Azure Wave Alliance's appearance indeed sparked a brief discussion. Is Azure Wave Alliance preparing for the next assault on the fortress? So many died, yet they're still not discouraged, such persistence. Fortune favors the bold, I guess. Who knows if they'll succeed this time? Fang Hao slowed down his reading and more or less understood what was going on. Azure Wave Alliance had suffered a defeat a while ago and incurred notable military losses. But the Alliance's members hadn't lost much. Now they were in the channel purchasing war horns, so everyone deduced that Azure Wave Alliance was organizing a second assault. War Horn, amplifying attributes. Fang Hao murmured. Then, he went back to the message about purchasing horns. He opened the information Yang King Tao. He sent a private message, Alliance Hierarch Yang, are you purchasing war horns to boost your army's attributes before battle? Soon after, the other side replied. Yes, does Fang Hao have any horns to sell to me? Yang King Tao answered. Fang Hao did have war horns. But he had given them to the bronze bull. Of course, he contacted Yang King Tao not to sell horns. But directly replied, take a look at this, see if you can use giant horn beef vegetable soup, green. The enhancement from this bowl of beef soup could easily match the effect of the horns. But unlike the horns, which were special items that boosted the entire army when blown, the soup required drinking. The other side was silent for a while. Before replying, how much do you have? How much will it cost? Fang Hao looked at Ira beside him and asked, Ira, do we have any of today's beef soup left? Some, yes. About how many bowls? Bowls? Well, there should be 5 or 6 left, but it's mostly just the broth at this point. Fang Hao nodded and continued replying to Yang King Tao, there's about 5 or 6 bowls left, if you need them, 5 iron per bowl. The leftovers were not going to be drunk by anyone anyway. If the other party needed the boost, he might as well sell it. Not enough, I was looking to place a larger order. How much do you need? 2,000 bowls. Fang Hao's eyebrows knit slightly. To ask for so much at once, it seemed they indeed were preparing for a major battle. Sorry, but we don't have that many. Chapter 1095. The reason for contacting Yang King Tao was because there was some leftover soup. Being able to trade it away meant it wouldn't go to waste. But to occupy the gluttonous pot just to make it for him, forget about it. The mates needed that pot to cook the soup to enhance training efficiency. The territory itself wasn't short of basic resources. Seeing Fang Hao's firm refusal, Yang King Tao sent over a picture. Nomadic King's Waist Banner, purple, an item obtained on the Day of Grace. If you can get me 500 servings of that soup, I'll trade it for this. Fang Hao opened it. Nomadic King's Waist Banner, purple. Category, Belt. Defense, Level 3 Defense. Effect, Movement Speed plus 5%, Attack Speed plus 3%. Description, a waist banner passed down through generations by the nomadic centaurs, symbolizing the leader's power and authority within the clan. Centaur equipment. To this day, Fang Hao had only seen the deerman, never a centaur. A waist banner. It was categorized as a belt, so it probably wasn't limited to centaur use. He didn't reply immediately but patted Ira's shapely bottom. Ira, how many servings of soup can that big pot make in one go? Ira was lying on her side, her white legs bent at an angle, reading a comic. Startled by the pat, she just flicked her tail, that big pot can make over 200 servings at a time. Fang Hao nodded. Then, he responded to Yang King Tao, 200 bowls is the most I can manage. I can't do any more than that. There was a brief silence on the other side and then Yang replied, okay, book it first. We'll contact each other a few days later when I need it. Sure. A matter of 1 pot. Fang Hao still agreed to it. It probably wouldn't delay anything. He ended the chat and continued browsing the World Channel shops. Ding! At that moment, the private chat notification sounded again. Thinking it was Yang King Tao messaging again, he checked only to find it was Bai Xian. Brother Hao, did you arrange today? Arrange what? Fang Hao was puzzled. The Haber commander of Lyss City has arrived at Riamut Port, and he appointed me as his deputy. Was it you who set this up? Bai Xian was even more curious. Everyone in the regional channel knew Fang Hao had cozied up to a wealthy city lord in Lyss City. She could only think it was Fang Hao's doing that she had been summoned and appointed by Haber. Oh, that matter, yes, I arranged it. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Fang Hao suddenly remembered the situation. Lyss City's team had quickly reached the coastal area. This speed was much faster than the Hall of Justice's army. I guessed as much, thanks a lot, big guy. Bai Xian expressed her gratitude seriously. She really thought Fang Hao wasn't going to help. She still harbored some complaints. Now it seemed, she had been short-sighted. A real big guy plans comprehensively. Federation, Council, Transmigrators, all being arranged simultaneously. Not like her, as a small alliance hierarch, whose vision only reached the few ships and cannons of the opponent, hesitating and unsure. Now, by introducing her to Haber, she had the backing of the Federation. She might get another chance to compete with the Little Devils, potentially even turning the situation around. Right, first coordinate with Haber on the defense. The chances of clashing with the Sea Tribe are not high. Have your people ready, and by then, we'll check out that treasure you mentioned. Understood, big guy. I'm waiting for your message, Bai Xian replied instantly. Right. Closing the Book of Lords, he browsed the World Channel a little longer. Feeling a bit tired, he wrapped his arms around Ira and rested. 3 days flew by. Fang Hao traded the soup for the nomadic king's waist banner. This waist banner wasn't really a belt as imagined. It was to be worn around the waist, hanging in front of the horse's belly. It resembled that piece of cloth hanging in front of a horse's belly. No wonder the other side traded this purple equipment for soup. Normal humans couldn't use it, and neither could regular horses. It was specifically usable by a centaur. Damn it! But this deal had greatly motivated Ira and Hongguo. The fact that their cooking could bring in such a return was indeed a good thing. Their enthusiasm for cooking had also increased. Today, a rich aroma spread around the surrounding area of the Lord's residence. Any living creatures passing by, upon smelling this tempting aroma, would involuntarily swallow their saliva. Constantly, maids came by asking, "What are we eating today? What's in it?" Ira didn't answer but just told them to wait at the door. Fang Hao had just returned from outside the territory. He too was drawn into the kitchen. Looking at Ira, whose forehead was sweating, he curiously asked, "Ira, what are you cooking today? I saw Lori and Yuan squatting at the door with their bowls waiting." "Master, please wait, it will be ready soon." After a while, Ira finally served a bowl of meat soup and handed it over. Fang Hao took it, noticing the meat chunks in the soup had clear edges, unlike the previously stewed beef. Cloud Sea Dragon Meat Delicacy, Purple. Category, Cuisine. Effect, after consumption, there's a chance to enhance one's strength, constitution, stamina, and magic resistance, and once enhanced, the effects will not disappear. Description, a tender, delicious dish meticulously stewed from a dragon's breast meat, consuming it will result in special effects. Seeing the properties that appeared with the ingredients, Fang Hao wore a look of surprise. Dragon meat. The meat chunks in the bowl were from a dragon. In the territory, over 80 dragons had been slaughtered. Scales and blood were all collected, and the dragon meat from the body was also sent to the warehouse for storage. However, Fang Hao never approached the meat. He always felt that, as intelligent species, eating one another was morally troubling. Unexpectedly, Ira and Red Fruit were more open-minded than he thought, directly cooking it into dishes. And it reached a purple rating. The effects were even more astonishing. After consumption, it would enhance one's own strength, physique, stamina, and magic resistance. And it wasn't the kind of temporary boost. Once increased, the effects would not disappear. This effect was simply a low-grade version of the Demon Dragon Potion. The Demon Dragon Potion involved slaughtering an orange hero dragon and spending millions of warfire coins to hire an anonymous alchemist, laboriously produced. This gave him a stronger body. As for the meat soup, it had the same effect, just not as powerful as the potion. But it was plentiful, one pot came out, and everyone in the city could eat and drink their fill. "Master, how is the effect?" Ira, wiping the sweat from her forehead, waited expectantly. "It's fantastic, Ira, Red Fruit, you two are meritorious." Fang Hao praised outright. Both women were delighted, and even more curious about the effects of the soup. Fang Hao continued, "After consumption, there's a chance to enhance one's own strength, physique, stamina, and magic resistance, and the effects won't disappear once increased." "Oh!" Ira responded, and Red Fruit was also taking notes beside her. It seemed neither took it too seriously. Fang Hao changed his wording, "This kind of meat soup, put outside can sell for at least 1,000 warfire coins a bowl." "Wow! Really?" "Of course it's true," Fang Hao said, picking up a bowl and taking a sip. The soup was delicious, but the meat in it was not softly palatable as described, but particularly chewy. Like chewing beef tendon, it required some effort. But the taste was quite good. "Let's let everyone eat," from now on let everyone drink more of this soup, it's beneficial for everyone, Fang Hao continued. Okay, master. Ira responded, while red fruit had already run out, shouting, dinner time. Clatter, clatter. The maids rushed in, lining up at the door. One by one, they came in. Like getting meals in a cafeteria. After dinner. The maids, their cheeks flushed. Asking them how they felt, they said their bodies were warm, as if their blood was burning. In the evening, nobody went to compete over the pirate ship or training. They all returned to their residences early to soak in the hot springs and adapt to the energy in their bodies. Even the hot spring in the backyard of the Lord's mansion was crowded with maids, recovering here. When he previously drank the demon dragon potion, it also tormented him. Now, the maid's condition also indicated that the soup was effective. Sitting on the white bone throne, Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords again. He privately messaged Zhang Bin, Fu Lei, Dong Jiayu, Lan Yang, and a few other city lords directly subordinate to him. He traded the dragon meat soup to them. Damn, dragon meat, boss you rock. Boss is mighty. Received, thanks to brother Hao. Did the dragon get eaten? Can you save it next time so I can practice taming? Thanks, daddy. Love you. Everyone was surprised when they received the soup. A fearsome species to everyone else, but to Fang Hao's side, it was directly turned into soup. And it had properties simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. This half-month for Fang Hao was calm and stable. Nothing too significant happened. On regular days, he read books and exchanged wishes for some dragon crystals. The maids continued their usual training. With the playground now, they also had a place to play. After dinner, if you headed to the east of the city, you could hear bursts of laughter. At the Blood Prison, 21 giant dragons had all signed slave contracts with Fang Hao. The initial 3 also participated in the hero trials, but unfortunately, they were not successful. Spencer explained that it's normal for dragons to have difficulty advancing, otherwise, for a species that grows to level 10 simply by maturing, advancing too smoothly would be too extraordinary. He also visited the silver dragon Beata a few times. Mainly to persuade them to work for him, feeling that they were starting to relent. After all, continuing the standoff wasn't a solution. Regarding the dragon clan, Fang Hao also specifically asked the goblin cricketer. From his response, after Beata's disappearance, the dragon clan lost Fang Hao's location for a while and couldn't find this place. He told him not to worry for now. For Fang Hao, this was also very good. At the very least, it gave him time to accumulate bone dragons. In the lobby of the Lord's mansion. Tap, tap, tap. Slow footsteps approached. Fang Hao looked up and saw Nelson walking in. A joy instantly surged in his heart. Nelson, scholar, you've come out. Fang Hao smiled, accompanying Nelson to sit down. Sir, the body of the dark gold hero has been completed, Nelson said. That's great, take me to see it. Right this way, sir. The two walked out of the main gate of the Lord's mansion. Immediately, the Nisbet hero followed behind, heading outside together. Passing several undead buildings, beside a flat-layered building, they saw the giant body of Gulrakubagu. Like a small mountain, it blocked the sunlight from above. Gulrakubagu Dark Gold Tier 5. Chapter 1096. Faction, Undead, Living Corpse. Template, Dark Gold. Racial traits, Living Corpse, Visceral Replacement, Weak against Light Magic, Innate Scale Armor, Amphibious. Legion Talent, Merfolk Hero, Temple Guard, Deep Sea Tyrant. Skills, Water Poison, Multiple Strikes, Wave Cleaver, Dual-Bladed Axe, Innate Casting, Fury of the Sea. Innate Skills, Mastery of Domain Combat, Mastery of Domain Magic, Mastery of Domain Swimming. Innate Scale Armor, Merfolk Scale Armor, Defense plus 25%, Magic Resistance plus 15%. Amphibious, this unit can move freely in water and on land. Merfolk Hero, this unit leads merfolk troops, all attributes plus 50%, Physical Resistance plus 15%. Temple Guard, this unit leads troops, enhances all attributes of troops by plus 35 and attack power by plus 15% while guarding a specific location/structure. Deep Sea Tyrant, this unit commands troops, unaffected by deep sea environments, movement speed plus 50%. Water Poison, Passive, this unit's close-range attacks include water toxins that reduce wound healing by 25%, lasts 120 seconds. Multiple strikes. Active, this unit performs 2 battle axe attacks. Wave Cleaver, active, increases cleaving speed by plus 30%, quickly performs 3 cleaving actions. Dual-bladed axe, active, deals an additional 120% weapon damage. Innate casting, this unit is a natural water element spell caster, capable of casting spells such as Water Vortex, Mist, Water Dragon Sting, and Water Prison, and possesses a strong ability to learn magic. Fury of the Sea, active, creates a wall of water like a tidal wave that crashes into enemies, dealing 500% water elemental magic damage. Description: a creation of the immortal corpse which, unacknowledged by the god of undead, this hero cannot be promoted, nor advanced. After all, being a dark gold hero, its attributes are certainly not disappointing. In traits, it possesses innate scale armor and amphibious. This is also a characteristic of the living corpse. If, hypothetically, it was made into a skeleton hero, innate scale armor would definitely not be retained. Legion talents, 2 are related to underwater troop bonuses, and another, Temple Guard, relates to fixed location enhancements. The best choice would be for the Ancient Blood Servant to command the Merfolk Legion, guarding some structure in the deep sea. Skills are mainly divided into 2 categories: Close Combat and Magic. For Close Combat, he uses his huge dual-bladed battle axe, with 3 close combat skills. Water Poison includes water toxins in close combat attacks, making wounds difficult to heal. The remaining 2 increase damage, enhancing his close combat prowess. Magic, actually only one ability, Innate Casting, was elaborately introduced. He can release numerous water elemental spells, and during the battle, Fang Hao saw several AoE, area of effect, spells. Magic, truly, is where the Ancient Blood Servant's real power lies. On the battlefield, it's various magics that cause massive damage. The last is Fury of the Sea, with 500% magic damage. This is his ultimate move. Fang Hao was also not sure whether it was cast during their battle. The scene was too chaotic, with various water elemental magics flying around, so he didn't notice. In any case, a dark gold hero once again greatly enhanced the overall strength of the territory. Gulrakyu Bagu, this is the Lord, come up and pay your respects, Nelson said, looking up. The Ancient Blood Servant bowed its enormous head. He bowed to Fang Hao. I've seen you, the exalted Lord, Gulrakyu Bagu is at your service. His voice thundered overhead. Fang Hao looked up at him and said, all right, welcome to the team, Gulru. Gulrakyu Bagu. The name was a bit long. Fang Hao checked the attribute prompt before pronouncing it. Thank you, my lord. Perhaps due to its size, his speech was very slow. Not as fluent as a normal human. Fang Hao nodded, then told Nisbet, who followed behind, arrange for some men to bring over his weapons and armor. Yes, my lord, Nisbet quickly departed. Fang Hao sat down to introduce the Ancient Blood Servant to the city's situation. The main city areas, what races were there, and what he was supposed to do. The Ancient Blood Servant, huge as a small mountain, sat cross-legged nearby. Listening to Fang Hao's narration, continuously nodding. I understand, my lord, the Ancient Blood Servant pondered for a moment, then asked, my lord, what are my next tasks? Start by guarding the main city. If there's any important action in a few days, I'll inform you, Fang Hao thought for a moment and replied. All right, my lord, the Ancient Blood Servant agreed. At that moment, Nisbet returned with several skeleton warriors. Several skeleton warriors came carrying a huge battle axe and various armor pieces. Nisbet reported, my lord, the previous armor has been melted by the blacksmith, and we have found armor from a bone giant. Fang Hao looked at the Ancient Blood Servant. Your armor is damaged, wear these for now, and we'll replace them with better defense gear later. Yes, my lord. The Ancient Blood Servant, extending its webbed hands, began to don the equipment. Then, holding the giant axe, he stood up imposingly. Good, Ancient Blood Servant, head over to the East City Wall first and find Frederick, he will assign you tasks, Fang Hao added, be careful when walking, don't damage the surrounding buildings. Yes, my lord. Having said this, the Ancient Blood Servant took strides towards the East City district. With every step he took, the ground around him trembled slightly. Fang Hao watched his leaving figure. Somewhat worried, he wondered how to arrange his accommodation. Lys's port. Several wooden chairs were placed on the coast. The human clan and the sea tribe were positioned at opposite ends, engaged in a fierce standoff. Have your humans come to a decision yet? Meet our demands, and the sea tribe will immediately withdraw their troops, and your fishing boats can continue to go out to sea, otherwise, those cities of yours that rely on the sea, just wait to starve. The half-human, half-snake Hirosh scoffed. The sea tribe were not the least bit afraid of the human clan. Firstly, humans couldn't reach the sea, so there was no fear of their territory being threatened by war. And these coastal cities of humans relied on the sea for their livelihood. Thus, in a situation of conflict, humans were the first to likely compromise. But this time, it seemed the other party was holding out a bit longer. Leading the human camp was an old general with an imposing presence. Haber, the appointed general from Lys's city. The sea breeze howled by his ears as Haber surveyed the sea tribe before him. He spoke calmly, the Federation's stance is very clear, there will be no concessions. If the sea tribe wants to continue this strife, they may proceed. The sea tribesmen were slightly taken aback, this old man was indeed resilient. You're quite spirited, but how long can you humans last? It's just a matter of compromising sooner or later. The sea tribe remains firm on the previous terms, 50 million resources, just agree to it, and the sea tribe will immediately withdraw its forces, and will not disturb the borders for 3 years, Hirosh said as his serpent tail swayed. Shameless! A bunch of robbers! The human camp began whispering, cursing as the sea tribe started their blatant demands again. This was no different from robbery. The only difference, if you insisted, was that they were still negotiating, allowing for some bargaining. Haber extended his hand backwards, and Bai Xian, clad in shining silver armor, handed him a piece of parchment from the satchel. For the losses of life and ships caused by the sea tribe in this incident, the Federation formally demands that the sea tribe hand over the troublemakers and the 72 mentioned transmigrators, and also pay a compensation of 35 million warfire coins, Haber read from the parchment. The sea tribe's people were all taken aback, confusion and incomprehension were apparent in their eyes. Swoosh! Hirosh snatched the parchment, tore it into pieces, and threw it on the ground. He angrily said, "Old man, are you out of your mind, thinking we are joking with you?" Haber responded, "If the sea tribe is unwilling to compensate, the Federation will consider defending the dignity of the human clan through war." The sea tribe's people were briefly stunned. Then they all burst into laughter. Launching a war against the 100 Cities Federation by the sea tribe might be plausible. After all, they could also land an attack. But how could humans wage war against the sea tribe? Attack the islands by boat? What a joke! Old man, since you don't know better, there's no point in discussing any further. I can tell you clearly, any human ship that goes to sea will be attacked, whether it's a civilian or a government ship. Let's see how long you can last." Hirosh stood up, his eyes cold like a beast's, staring at Haber. Haber nodded and said, "On behalf of the Federal Conference, I give the sea tribe 3 days. Once the time is up, we will immediately attack Giant Claw Island." Giant Claw Island was Hirosh's territory. Hearing this plan, Hirosh's expression grew even uglier, feeling insulted. But on land, the sea tribe was not necessarily stronger than the humans and had to suppress the urge to start a direct conflict. Coldly, he said, "Fine, I'll be waiting, but remember, today you made the Federation lose a chance for negotiation. The coastal humans will never again sail to the sea." Finishing his statement, he didn't wait for a response from the humans. He turned around and led the sea tribe's people, diving directly into the sea. Haber, with the unchanged expression, stood up and walked back. Other accompanying officials also rose and followed. They were all local officials or delegates from the conference. Some weren't quite clear about Haber's intentions. But it must have been a decision by the conference. Flattery and boasting were naturally forthcoming. "Commander Haber, you were truly imposing just now. In the several rounds of negotiations, this was the most humiliating for the sea tribe. Yes, the Federation has made its stance clear. Once they go back, they will surely lower their demands. Then, we will simply make some minor compensations. That's all we can do, whether it's the coastal fishermen or the maritime trade. If stopped for too long, the Federation will suffer greater losses." The officials, gathered together, discussed in low voices. To them, Haber's performance was just a bargaining ploy with the Sea Tribe. They didn't believe humans would actually go to sea to battle the Sea Tribe. Haber glanced sideways at the people behind him. He said to an adjacent deputy, "Issue the command, the entire army to prepare. We attack Giant Claw Island in 3 days." Whoosh! The previously chatting officials stumbled. All nearly fell over. Are they really going to fight? At sea against the Sea Tribe? Commander Haber, we shouldn't speak lightly of this matter. Chapter 1097. In the empty hall. Doherty's angry roar echoed. "Rebecca, who gave you the permission to declare war on the Sea Tribe on your own? This is a significant matter, how can you mess around like this?" Even with the door tightly closed, the whole corridor could hear the bellow. The guards standing watch were also startled. What's happening? Why is Doherty so furious? Rebecca declared war on behalf of the council, against the Sea Tribe? Damn, this woman is fierce, even the council can't restrain her. Inside the room. After his roaring, Doherty angrily sat down, waiting for a response. Negotiations at Limmat Harbor had ended by the coast. That's when he received the news. Upon learning that Haber had declared war and ordered an attack on the Sea Tribe within 3 days. He was also taken aback. Is declaring war something to be decided so casually? Moreover, such a decision was made without going through the council, how could it not infuriate him? After a long while, Doherty almost wanted to use a scroll to go to Lyss City at that time. Only then did the sound-transmitting shell send back a message. The tone was unusually calm. "They've bullied us to our doorstep, should we not be tough and simply welcome them in with open doors?" Hearing this, Doherty's fury surged again. What an attitude! He continued to shout, "Is this the reason you decided to attack on your own, without even discussing it with the Senate? Doherty, what do you mean? Wasn't it you who insisted on Lyss City arranging someone? You said they'd have on-the-spot decision-making power, and now that we're being tough, you're backing down." Hearing Rebecca's reply, veins were throbbing on Doherty's forehead. An aide by his side quietly wiped off sweat. Too wild. This Rebecca, is she insane? The Senate just had a show of hands vote. You immediately order Haber to stop subsequent actions and prioritize negotiation. Doherty didn't want to waste words with her, speaking directly. Can't stop. What did you say? Can't stop, and why should we stop? Did the Sea Tribe bribe you? That's why you're backing off. Rebecca, watch your language. The Federation isn't your Lyss city, it's not your place to create chaos, Doherty said loudly. He felt like she was going to be the death of him. Last time, the reason for letting Lyss city arrange someone to go to Limmat Harbor was mainly because she had an aerial ship, which could be a legitimate reason to transport troops along the coast. Now it seems, they made a fatal mistake. They couldn't control this woman. The Federal Conference was ineffective. Once she has an idea, it's hard to stop her. I have the confidence and ability to attack Giant Claw Island. Winning this battle could deter the Sea Tribe from further wanton provocation. What confidence and ability do you have? Is war a joke? You must stop. 3 days later, we must attack the Sea Tribe. If you have doubts, come over, I'll explain my plan to you, Rebecca continued. I am the leader, you are just a member of the Senate. Don't want to listen? Fine then. Evening. In the Hall of the Lords. Lying in bed, enjoying a massage from Ira and Little White, while explaining the special abilities of the ancient blood servants. In simple terms, strong on land, even stronger in the water. The three chatted back and forth. The private chat notification sounded again. He picked up the Book of Lords to open it. It was Bai Xian's private chat. Fang Hao, leader Haber is too bold. Today he directly confronted the Sea Tribe and ordered an attack on them in 3 days. Tell me in detail. Bai Xian immediately explained everything about today's negotiations with the Sea Tribe, from beginning to end. Then asked, is the council so bold? Daring to fight the Sea Tribe at sea? The council might not be that bold. But this time the council representative was appointed by Lyss City, so it was possible. As a later addition to the Senate and an undervalued member. Lyss City needed a battle that others dared not fight, to establish their own prestige. And, treating the Sea Tribe this way was the best opportunity. Let's fight then, dragging this on wouldn't benefit the Federation either, Fang Hao thought for a while and said. No, dude, fighting the Sea Tribe at sea, isn't that a joke? The sea tribe could just breach the sea vessels along the way, no matter how strong the hero, it wouldn't help, Bai Xian explained again, fearing Fang Hao wasn't familiar with the sea tribe. Haber will arrange it well, when do you have time? Let's discuss the subsequent plans too, some things need to be made clear in advance, Fang Hao continued. Seeing Fang Hao's confidence in Haber, Bai Xian didn't know what else to say. She could only reply, tomorrow morning? The earlier the better, then I need to report to Leader Haber. Okay, 7 AM then, still in the tavern's private room. Okay, see you then. The next day, at the Trade Alliance Tavern. Brother Fang Hao, thank you for your help this time, Bai Xian expressed her gratitude once again. Fang Hao smiled and waved his hand, indicating that she should not worry about it. Transmigrators and natives still had their differences. Haber really did need a transmigrator to provide some assistance. For example, a transmigrator's ability to manufacture could even directly produce ships, which greatly enhanced efficiency. And the ability to record maps was also very practical. Rather than saying Fang Hao was helping her, he was also finding a good assistant for Haber. Brother Fang Hao, what is the plan you mentioned? How are we going to compete for that treasure? Bai Xian asked eagerly. Fang Hao paused for a moment and then asked, how did you get to know Ma Tianyi? Hearing this, Bai Xian was puzzled. Why suddenly bring up Ma Tianyi? After a moment's thought, she answered, we both formed an alliance, so we had some contact, but I wouldn't say we're very familiar. Right, do you know about the demon appearing in Ma Tianyi's territory? Yes, when it happened, Alliance Hierarch Ma even asked me for help. Unfortunately, we were too far apart to be of aid, but fortunately, with your support, there was no significant loss. At this point, Bai Xian paused in her speech. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. Her brows furrowed slightly. She suddenly remembered that Ma Tianyi had later announced the dissolution of his alliance and had directly joined Fang Hao's territory. This. Brother Fang Hao, do you have something else to say? Bai Xian asked directly. Fang Hao nodded and continued, let me put it this way, for certain reasons, I need to keep the military situation of my own territory confidential. Oh. Bai Xian nodded. So, you can choose to cooperate with me, but you would need to join my territory, becoming a subjugated city lord, or alternatively, you can sell me that treasure map and continue to fight against the sea tribe with Haber. Ah, this. Bai Xian was stunned. So, that was the situation. It appeared that Ma Tianyi had been presented with the same terms. If she wanted to accept Fang Hao's help, she had to become a subjugated city lord under him. Her situation was slightly better, she had a second option to sell the treasure map. Brother Fang Hao, this is quite sudden, I need to think it over carefully. After all, this isn't just about me. Bai Xian said with a serious expression. Selling the treasure map was a way to preserve the alliance. But, the more she interacted with Fang Hao, the more she felt the difference between him and a common transmigrator. A man who could sway the Federal Conference, casually placing her by his side as a deputy. That was a tremendous amount of power. Perhaps even Su Haid, who was often talked about in the channels, didn't have this capability. Thus, she was hesitant. Given the current situation, was it better to cling to Fang Hao for support, or to preserve her own alliance, continuing as alliance hierarch? Fang Hao nodded, that's fine, but I need your decision within 2 days, before Haber officially launches an attack on the sea tribe. Yes, that's certainly not a problem, Bai Xian acknowledged, then asked, is Haber really going to attack the sea tribe? The sea tribe can attack underwater, and ships simply cannot pass. Even though Haber had already issued the orders. Bai Xian was still somewhat reluctant to believe that humans could attack the sea tribe. He's an old general, he wouldn't issue orders lightly. Bai Xian pouted. She felt that Fang Hao was brushing her off. You definitely know something, but if you don't want to say it, fine. That afternoon, upon returning to the main city, Fang Hao went straight to the skeleton conversion field. Dimitrija. My lord, Dimitrija replied softly. Go to the troop hiding cave and check how many fishmen undead we've transformed recently, just give me an approximate count. Yes, my lord. Dimitrija took the order and headed for the troop hiding cave outside the city. Fang Hao then stood in front of the conversion field, checking the available sea creature troops. He recalled, during his last visit to the Trade Alliance's undead shop, that he had bought quite a few fish bones. Skeleton Bottom Dwelling Giant Fish, Tier 4, Skeleton Pincer Fishman, Tier 5, Skeleton Sawfish, Tier 6, Skeleton Steel-Toothed Shark, Tier 6, Skeleton Wyrm Guardian, Tier 8. Except for some ordinary fish bones thrown in by someone unknown. The available underwater combat troops were the 5 types in front of him. The first, bottom-dwelling giant fish, was the monster fish that had guarded Rolina's underwater silver sarcophagus, which Dimitrija had slain and then transformed into a skeleton. Pincer Fishman was transformed the day before yesterday, determined to be a Tier 5 troop. The remaining 3 were bought from the Undead store last time. Back then, he hadn't even thought about waging war against the Sea Tribe, he just thought that, since he had made the trip, buying them counted as expanding his troops. Now, it seemed they could really be used. Skeleton Bottom Dwelling Giant Fish, Wriggling Spine 4, Death Trace 1, Sea Scale Stone 1. Skeleton Pincer Fishman, Wriggling Spine 5, Death Trace 2, Sea Scale Stone 1. Skeleton Sawfish, Wriggling Spine 6, Death Trace 3, Star Silver 1, Sea Scale Stone 3. Skeleton Steel-Toothed Shark, Wriggling Spine 6, Death Trace 3, Star Silver 1, Sea Scale Stone 3. Skeleton Wyrm Guardian, Wriggling Spine 8, Death Trace 5, Star Silver 3, Sea Scale Stone 5. Chapter 1098. Tier 4 and Tier 5 troops both required a piece of Sea Scale Stone. Under the enhancement of a hundredfold boost, they offered the highest cost-performance ratio. The subsequent Skeleton Sawfish and Skeleton Steel-Toothed Shark belonged to large fish species that could have effects in the ocean that merfolk troops couldn't achieve. The Skeleton Wyrm Guardian was Tier 8, the highest tier but also the most consuming, not only requiring 5 pieces of Sea Scale Stone but also 3 pieces of Star Silver. Within the territory, Star Silver could only be produced in small quantities at the Webweaver Camp's Mithril mine. When spending, one still needed to be cautious. He confirmed the quantity of Sea Scale Stones, 420 pieces. 310 of them were obtained from treasure chests, 110 were from items sold in the shop, and the rest were exchanged by transmigrators. Just as Fang Hao was pondering which troops would be best to recruit, Dimitrija came back and said, "My lord, there are over 3,000 transformed skeleton merfolk. More than 3,000 merfolk, indeed a sizable number. This way, fewer merfolk needed to be recruited." Fang Hao nodded and then began the recruitment. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited Skeleton Bottom Dwelling Giant Fish 2020. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited Skeleton Merfolk 6060. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited Skeleton Sawfish 505. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited Skeleton Steel-Toothed Shark 505. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, recruited Skeleton Wyrm Guardian 4040. Fang Hao confirmed the recruitment, and swathes of light flickered across the sky. Countless fish bones scattered on the empty ground around him, flopping ceaselessly. He spent all the Sea Scale Stones. The recruitment materials were prepared for battle readiness. Having them all recruited would prevent any situation where there might be insufficient forces in times of danger. By then, it would be too late to recruit more. Looking at the flopping fish bones on the ground, Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Skeleton Merfolk and Skeleton Wyrm Guardians, carry these fish bones to the troop hiding cave outside the city." Splash! The Merfolk and Wyrm Guardians began to move. Picking up the legless fish species, they carried them towards the troop hiding cave. The skeleton bottom dwelling giant fish were almost 2 meters in length, with sharp sawtooth-shaped teeth in their mouths. The skeleton sawfish were between 5 to 6 meters long, their most distinctive feature being the 2-meter-long sword-shaped extension from their upper jaw, with hard protrusions along the edges, resembling an electric saw. The skeleton steel-toothed shark, by estimation, were close to 8 meters long, their large, sawtooth-shaped teeth, after becoming white bone, were nearly 15 centimeters in length, exuding danger. These 3 belonged to the category of fish. If classified on land, they would be considered fierce beasts. Their own attack method was tearing and biting, and the sawfish had an additional attack method of sword saw, that is, attacking with the protruding sword-shaped saw teeth. Afterward, Fang Hao specifically looked at the attributes of the skeleton Wyrm Guardian. Skeleton Wyrm Guardian, Tier 8. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness, Amphibious. Skills, Multi-Attack, wave breaker combat, tear and bite, water resistance. Fixed skills, intermediate combat mastery, advanced swimming mastery, advanced war halberd mastery. Note, the skeleton troop type converted from corpses still retains the characteristics and attack patterns from before death. WIRM Guardians. From a skeletal standpoint, they were closer to the Biahu of the Sea tribe. A human body with a serpentine tail for the lower half. Their appearance might be a bit odd, but as long as they could display combat power when the time came, that was what mattered. With the newly recruited skeletons, Fang Hao left the city. He also crafted blue-quality agile white steel sets for the merfolk and WIRM Guardians. This equipment was obtained from treasure chests after slaying merfolk. A perfect trial for these troop types. Once everything was arranged, Fang Hao then returned to the Lord's mansion. Night fell. Fang Hao brought Rolina and went to Lyss City again. Different from last time. This time, the three of them had done what they needed to and felt more relaxed. In the spacious study, a screen divided the room into two spaces. On one side were Fang Hao and Rebecca, on the other side of the screen was Rolina, who felt their conversation interfered with her comic reading. The mates training seriously, Fang Hao also swapped out many sets of comics and novels for them. To serve as leisure reading. Rebecca's marshmallow-like buttocks sat on his thighs. "Do I need to arrange some guards for Haber?" asked Fang Hao as he bounced Rebecca in his lap. "Arranging guards for a hero, wouldn't that be laughable?" Rebecca turned her head, looking at him. Then I'll just allocate more troops," Fang Hao continued. As long as there were enough people, no enemy was unbeatable. Rebecca pecked his lips. "All right, don't worry, I've arranged everything." "Okay, as long as you have a plan." Rebecca responded with another smile and continued, "You didn't see it today, Doherty was so mad, smoke was practically coming out of his hair. He just wanted to use your aerial ship to reinforce the coast quickly. Who would have thought you'd just throw down the gauntlet?" Of course he's angry, Fang Hao could understand Doherty's feelings. If he were Doherty, he surely would have been fuming too. The plan was to use deterrence in the negotiations, but you went over and flipped the negotiating table. Who wouldn't be angry? It doesn't matter now, what's done is done. Did he agree to your plan? Agree my ass, we argued for half a day. In the end, we decided that the Federation army would still focus on holding the defense line, and the matter of attacking would be solely the responsibility of Lyss City, Rebecca said, her tone somewhat irritated. Shall I help you? Rolina's voice came from behind the screen. No need, it wouldn't be good for the Federation to discover your identity, and besides, I've already arranged everything, there will be no problems. Rebecca's gaze, however, was on Fang Hao, but I do need those transmigrators of yours to assist with their troops. The upper house of Lyss City will look after them in the future. Fang Hao frowned and said, helping you is fine, but don't screw them over, I have a pretty good reputation out there. What are you thinking? Would I even do that? Come to think of it, Rebecca would con the council, con Doherty. But she surely wouldn't swindle her own people, right? All right, I'll talk to them about it. After a slight pause, Fang Hao continued, the Hall Sanctuary, they still haven't let you go there. Once the matter with the Sea Tribe is over, I will leave, she replied. Their conversation about Federation affairs ended, and suddenly there seemed to be nothing left to talk about. After a moment of silence, Rebecca glanced at the screen. Carefully, she stood up in front of him. With her fair jade fingers, she placed them to her lips and made a SHH gesture. Quietly, she lifted her skirt hem, revealing smooth and shiny silk stockings, the black fabric wrapped around her skin, outlining her round and full legs. The hem of the skirt was raised just right, teasingly covering the crucial spots. The dignified Rebecca, making such a seductive gesture. It was the first time he had seen her like this, and his eyes nearly popped. Rebecca, holding the hem of her skirt, turned around and swayed her hips slightly, silently asking, how's that? Pretty. Pretty, Fang Hao nodded earnestly and motioned her over. Rebecca flashed a sultry smile and sat down on a sofa nearby, tensing her tiptoes, draped her slender black silk-clad feet atop his chest. Just when the two thought their actions were very secretive, a lazy voice came from behind the screen, that's enough, you'll have plenty of time later. The morning sun shone through the windows into the room. It was like scattering bunches of shining gold on the floor. On the bed, Fang Hao lay flat with a beautiful woman and a cold-eyed girl lying on either side of him. Rollina lay on his left arm, a thin blanket covering her from the waist down, revealing a large patch of pale skin, showing no signs of fatigue, still holding a book and occasionally wetting her fingertips to turn a page. Rebecca lay on the other side, covered by the same blanket, exposing her lush body and glancing annoyingly at the man next to her, pinching him under the cover. The slight movement caused the blanket to move, revealing a fuzzy rabbit tail. Rebecca had been with Fang Hao longer than Rollina. The two had plans and had tricked Rollina into joining them. But who would have thought that, in the end, they would team up to tease her, subjecting her to an indescribably embarrassing treatment. Fang Hao, pinched lightly, did not get angry. He pulled her into his embrace, his arm reaching behind to stroke the fluffy tail. Thud, thud. Just as the three were enjoying the leisurely morning, the door was knocked on once more, and still, it was the maid's reminding voice, "Madam, the officials have arrived in the hall." Rebecca's alluring gaze cleared up as she observed the light outside the window. She immediately rolled out of bed and began to hustle. Under the watchful eyes of Fang Hao and the other, Rebecca dressed and took out the rabbit tail, hiding it in the drawer. With a look full of warning, she glared at the two of them and walked straight out the door. Fang Hao stretched lazily. He moved to embrace the delicate body at his side. 2 days later, on the open sea, a fleet composed of 6 ships was swiftly sailing. "Everyone, keep a sharp lookout. If any ship appears, sink it immediately. We can't let any Federation ship show up on the open sea." "Yes." The crew responded in unison on the deck. "Are the people from the Federation stupid? Actually threatening the Sea Tribe to compensate, even saying that if the Sea Tribe doesn't pay, they will attack the Sea Tribe Islands. It's all just posturing. Having lost so many ships, they surely want to save some face." "I think so too. It's nothing but a ploy to drag things out, to make the Sea Tribe lower their prices." "Humph. Whatever they are planning, this venture with the Sea Tribe has earned us quite a lot of benefits, much faster than developing slowly. If they really want to send troops, today would be the last deadline, but there's not a single ship on the sea." "That's right, the Federation doesn't have that many ships to attack islands. It's just nonsense. This time, making the Federation suffer a loss is also avenging Shi Himing. May he have seen today's scene." A few transmigrators stood on the deck, chatting happily. Suddenly, they felt a shadow loom overhead. Had it become overcast? Chapter 1099. The group lifted their heads, and their hearts suddenly tightened. They saw, directly above them, the massive hull of a ship bearing the Human Federation flag emerging from the clouds. Shocked, fantastical. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. After confirming it wasn't an illusion, their complexions all changed at once. A flying ship? An aerial troop type? I haven't heard of such a vehicle. Is it the Federation's? Their planned attack, could it be from the air? Could it? Just as everyone was discussing and guessing, more and more aerial ships drilled out of the clouds, covering the entire sky. The expression on everyone's face was no longer shock. It was terror, an uncontrollable fear. If one ship didn't clearly reveal their purpose, then so many ships, all heading in one direction. There was no need to guess their purpose. Attacking Giant Claw Island. The Federation wasn't joking, they were truly launching an attack, and they'd chosen this method. The Sea Tribe's advantage lay in the sea, not including the airspace above the ocean. This way, the Federation's forces could directly attack the island opposite, unstoppable by anyone. Quick! Inform the Sea Tribe, and also alert the others on Giant Claw Island, the Human Federation is attacking. Return to ship, leave this place, don't draw their attention. Quick, turn around, leave this place. Keep quiet, quietly leave. The deck was in chaos. Patrol, sinking enemy ships. Now, roles were reversed, the Human Federation held the advantage. All they could do was pass the message along while quickly and quietly leaving this place without attracting attention. The ships below started to carefully turn around, praying while planning their leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air above. Looking up rapidly, they saw a black cannonball falling from the sky. Boom! The cannonball plunged into the sea, exploding and sending up waves, tilting the ship to one side. Damn it! The cursed Federation has found us, everyone to action, get out of here at full speed. Damn pig lovers, fire the muskets in retaliation, the ships leave at full speed. Screams echoed on the deck. The helmsman began to steer the ship, attempting to increase the speed of their departure. And others, pulling out various dwarf muskets, started to half-squat and shoot towards the sky. The pop-pop of gunfire sounded densely. But muskets couldn't possibly reach the clouds. At most, they were just giving themselves some confidence, a bit of deterrence to the enemy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Perhaps the musket retaliation had drawn the attention of the aerial ship fleet. Sound after sound tore through the air. A dense shower of cannonballs, like black raindrops, fell from the sky, smashing into the fleet. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs fell into the sea, raising swathes of waves. The deck was battered with huge holes, masts were broken, and wood shavings and debris flew in all directions like bullets. People scrambled, crying and wailing loudly. After 3 volleys, the once proud fleet had become drifting wreckage. The disintegrating hulls and crew members were scattered across the sea's surface. On the aerial ship, the transmigrators and the soldiers they brought along clung to the railings, peering downward. Looking at the enemies struggling in the sea, they let out a series of excited cheers. The cheering waves even drowned out the sounds of the ship's machinery. These dumb fucks, they've got what's coming, wait to be shark food. Exactly, get what they deserve. Don't worry, they won't survive. The sharks in the sea are even more sensitive than wild beasts, they'll feast soon enough. Finally, revenge. This was the ocean. Even close to the shore, it wasn't somewhere one could swim to relying on human power. So, unless boats came to rescue them, survival would be difficult. Looking down at the enemies struggling to survive, the resentment that had built up in everyone's hearts for so long was somewhat alleviated. But this didn't signify the end, for the aerial ships hadn't yet reached their destination. Thud, thud. Bai Xian knocked on the command room door. Come in. Pushing the door open, she saw people gathered around the map inside. Commander Haber, 26 ships below have all been sunk, not one escaped, Bai Xian said proudly, hand on the hilt of her waist sword. Haber nodded, good, since they've been sunk, there's no need to pay them more mind. Inform your people to stay vigilant by shifts, and report immediately at the first sign of danger. Yes, Commander, Bai Xian nodded, not leaving but pulling out the Book of Lords to pass down the orders. Haber, too, began to consult the map, discussing upcoming plans with the other commanders. The journey to Giant Claw Island required several days. The news couldn't be hidden, caution was needed, for potential dangers might arise along the way. Thornfin Sea area. Located at the center between the Federation and the Sea Tribe. It was also the only place that neither side acknowledged as their own territory. Because this was one of the few gathering places for large groups of fishermen in the vast ocean. Even the Sea Tribe, blessed by the Sea God, dared not tread lightly here. At this time, numerous ships lingered at the edge of the Thornfin Sea area. But none dared to truly venture deep into the region. Hirosh lay on the deck, his sharp teeth tasting the food brought by human transmigrators. The taste was quite good, very much to his liking. Hirosh, the treasure map we spoke of is under the waters of this sea area, but we are unable to dive down to investigate, said a transmigrator kneeling beside him, speaking softly. Hirosh looked at him and snorted coldly, I've told you many times, this area belongs to the fishmen, unless you can make sure there's something precious below, the Sea Tribe will not risk fighting the fishmen. The transmigrator frowned in thought, then continued, if we obtain detailed information, might you send troops, Lord Hirosh? With just the force of Giant Claw Island, we can't fight the fishmen. Hirosh glanced at him, considering he would have to send these fellows on errands in the future. He chewed on his food and continued, wait a few days. After we get compensation from the Federation, I will bring this matter up with the Sea Tribe's inner circles. Then, it will be up to you to prepare the treasure's information and whether you can make it happen. The transmigrators immediately rejoiced, thank you, Lord Hirosh. These past days, not a single Federation ship has come out. They probably won't last much longer and will soon propose new terms. Humph. They just want to drive down the price, nothing new to their tricks, Hirosh continued. That's right, how can the Human Federation compare with the Sea Tribe? The most ordinary faction, with no advantages at all. While some were praising the Sea Tribe and guessing when the Federation would compromise on compensation. Ding ding ding. Several transmigrators' private messages went off one after another. They looked at the messages. Their faces changed. With some panic, they said, "Lord Hirosh, the Federation has attacked the Sea Tribe." Hirosh abruptly sat up and looked all around the ship, but there was no sign of any vessels. Just as he was about to scold them, the transmigrator immediately handed over the Book of Lords and said, "Lord, it's not on the sea, it's in the sky." Hirosh looked doubtfully at the item handed to him. It showed image after image. Ships flying above the clouds stood out conspicuously. Hirosh's eyes also widened in disbelief. Then, he immediately thought of what the Federation's leader, Haber, had said, "In 3 days, the Federation will attack Giant Claw Island." When did this message come? Hirosh asked with some urgency. Just now, it came over as soon as it was sent. Hirosh's expression changed, and he removed a conch from his waist and blew into it. The deep sound of the conch echoed in the area. The Sea Tribe members on the ships leaped into the sea one after another. Hirosh, without time to explain anything, dived into the sea too, leading his people quickly toward Giant Claw Island. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Suddenly, the deck that had been full of people was left with only the transmigrators and sailors. They looked at each other, some unsure of what they should do next. "Mr. Uchida, what should we do now?" a transmigrator walked over and asked. Uchida looked in the direction of Giant Claw Island. "We can't help much with Giant Claw Island," he said. "You all heard Hirosh. To get the Sea Tribe to help us retrieve the treasure, we need detailed information. Let's stay here and continue to figure out the treasure's location." "All right, let's do that." Ship, the White Gauze Queen, purple. Category, ship. Attributes, defense level 4, power level 5, carrying capacity level 5. Skills, RAM, quick start. Accessories, giant tooth shark, ship's totem, white steel armor, ship's hull, first generation battle cannon 6, mounted cannons, sturdy sail, ship's sail. Description, a large ship designed and built by Limat Port. Looking up at the tall ship's body, there was still some awe. Previously, the only time I'd seen such retro-style ships was in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I never thought I'd have the chance to see one in person. The sense of awe was even more intense than through a screen. The ship was called the Limat Sailing Ship, but Bai Xian had named it the White Gauze Queen. The ship's attributes reached purple, and while it was made of a wooden structure, it had added protective planking to reinforce the hull. At the prow was a wooden carving of a shark with exposed sharp teeth. This ship's totem, Fang Hao had seen it once in a Sea Tribe shop, boosting sailing speed and sea monster deterrent attributes. "Come on, come aboard." On the deck, Angia and Lori peeked over the railing, waving excitedly down below. Their faces were full of excitement. This time Fang Hao had brought 3 people with him, Dimitrija, Angia, and Lori. Lori had already reached level 9 and was just 1 step away from hero advancement. As for the Sea Tribe's Biahu and Ancient Blood Divine Servant, they were not brought over for now. The Sea Tribe's appearance here would easily cause trouble. They'd be summoned over after setting sail. Hearing the shouts from above, Fang Hao just waved his hand, signaling he'd be right there. Then he turned to the sailors nearby and said, "Take down the totem at the bow and replace it with mine." Fang Hao patted the totem beside him. Fishman Divine Servant Totem, ship sailing speed plus 35%, sea monster deterrent plus 30%, Fishman Edict. The giant tooth shark totem could, at most, be considered green, while his own was purple. "Yes, sir," the sailors immediately got busy. Fang Hao boarded the ship, ready to explore Bai Xian's sailing ship. Chapter 1100. Boarded the deck. Field artillery was fixed in place on both sides. These were sold to Bai Xian by Fang Hao. The artillery wasn't of high grade, but it was powerful enough to kill and destroy ship hulls without any issues. However, compared to the popular artillery, its attributes were still somewhat lacking. Walked around the deck for a bit. Entered the cabin, which had shells, vegetables, food, and fresh water. For the transmigrators, these things could be exchanged, but just in case, they would usually store some on the ship. To avoid situations where they couldn't be exchanged, leaving the ship's crew to die of thirst or hunger. Finally entered the captain's cabin. A large desk lay there, with a chart spread out on top. A silver platter filled with fruits was nailed to one side of the desk. It was probably to prevent it from moving when the ship swayed. A nightstone chandelier hung from the top of the desk, emitting a dim glow. The entire captain's cabin still had that pirate ship captain's cabin vibe you see in TV dramas. Angia came running over with Lori, tapping across the deck. Holding onto the door frame, she poked her head in and asked, "When are we setting off?" Living on land, they were a bit excited about going to sea. "Soon, as soon as we replace the ship's bow, we'll set off," Fang Hao answered while sitting in the captain's chair. "Are those people coming with us to sea?" Angia continued to ask. "No, they're Bai Xian's people. Once they're done with their work, we'll let them leave," Fang Hao replied. At that time, it was very likely that the use of the undead would occur at sea. These living creature units would be troublesome at that time. Moreover, only these jobs required them, the rest wouldn't even be needed. "Oh," the two replied and ran off again, not sure where they went off to play. Fang Hao also didn't stay in the captain's cabin. He made his way onto the deck, watching the busy crowd. Soon, the new bow totem was replaced. "Sir, it's been replaced," a sailor came over. Fang Hao nodded and said, "Great, there's nothing for you here anymore, go back and rest." "Yes, sir." The sailors saluted, then turned and disembarked together. This place wasn't Bai Xian's city but a place by the sea where ships were moored. After the sailors left, there was hardly anyone left, just the empty shoreline. Fang Hao had Lori climb the watchtower to look around and found no suspicious signs. He then directly opened the Gate of the Worlds. A huge, ancient stone gate opened, revealing a dense army of white skeletons on the other side. Only this time, it was different from the last. Looking at it, there were all sorts of skeleton marine units. "Biahu, Gulrakubagu, and the rest of you, all come out," Fang Hao said. Two heroes waiting on the other side immediately stepped out. At the same time, about 200 skeleton WIRM guardians came out as well. "Sir," the two heroes, one large and one small, saluted Fang Hao. "Okay, Gulrakubagu, take your men and drag the ship into the sea, and let's set off immediately after," Fang Hao instructed. "Yes, sir." Fang Hao and his group boarded the ship, while the ancient blood god servant Gulrakubagu, at nearly 10 meters tall, looked even larger than the ship. With over 200 skeleton WIRM guardians in tow, they manually pushed the sea vessel from the shore into the sea. Some of the WIRM guardians got on the ship while others followed the ancient blood god servant, swimming along with the ship in the water. According to the sea tribe or mermen, they would also have stamina. In the water, they couldn't follow ships over long distances. The undead, however, had no such notion, fatigue was never a concern, which was the characteristic of the undead. The ship sailed with the wind. The speed wasn't slow, it even felt faster than a horse carriage. Fang Hao and Dimitrija stood on the deck, while the pirate origin Biahu was at the helm in person. Angia and Lori climbed to the top of the mast's watchtower, holding a monocular, continuously scanning the surroundings. Fang Hao opened the map to confirm their location. The map shared with him by Bai Xian marked the location of the treasure map. He had specifically been reminded about the potential enemies they might encounter. The first was the Little Devils. They had also obtained the location of the treasure map through some means and were searching for clues. Their fleets had already had a confrontation. The second enemy was the mermen in these waters. According to the Federation's map division, the treasure map's location was called the Thornfin Sea, which was a large merman habitation area. Whether merchant ships or official ships, human clan or sea tribe, they would all actively avoid this area, fearing to cause themselves unnecessary trouble. "There's a fleet ahead. More than 20 ships." On the watchtower, Angia and Lori each shouted, their intel complementing each other. Fang Hao immediately looked into the distance, faintly seeing some small black dots ahead. If they hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have noticed even if he saw them. He immediately took out his monocular and looked again, finding that they were indeed sea vessels similar to the Queen of the White Sands. On the side of the sea vessels was printed the emblem of the sea tribe. Sea tribes? Haber's fleet had already set off, why are they still here? Aren't they going back to support? He set out later than Haber, considering this time difference. The sea tribe would return to support Giant Claw Island, saving him some trouble. But it seemed things weren't going as planned. Why hadn't these sea tribe vessels left? It shouldn't be like this. Through the monocular, he continued to observe. In the next moment, he saw people on the deck opposite also looking over with their own telescopes. Transmigrators. They were transmigrators, and judging by the people poking their heads out from the railing, no Sea Tribe member was to be seen. It seemed the Sea Tribe might have gone to support, leaving these transmigrators behind. The opposing fleet is approaching, Angia shouted again. Fang Hao nodded, let's approach them too. Prepare for battle. On the Sea Tribe emblazoned vessel. Hey, hey! A lone ship dares to come out. Hurry, don't let him escape, hopefully it's a fat sheep for the taking. I guess they're here to scout out the treasure map, don't let him get away. Can you identify which ship it is? Seems like it's the enemy's flagship, I recognize the flag on the ship. Is this a suicide mission? Hurry, approach them, capture them alive. The once quiet fleet suddenly bustled with activity. The channel buzzed with intense discussion, and the entire fleet began to change directions, aiming to close in on the one single sea vessel. They're coming, quickly, load the shells, Angia called out as Lori hugged a cannonball and loaded it into the muzzle. She simply aimed in the direction, lighting the fuse without much precision. Boom! The cannon spewed fire, but the cannonball only made it halfway before splashing into the sea, creating a wave. A shot with no lethality still startled the people across. They thought this side might have replaced the artillery with something new. At the moment the cannon sounded, they had ducked down. But upon seeing the cannonball fall halfway, they stood back up and laughed loudly. Stop messing around, Fang Hao remarked. How are we going to fight? Angia lost interest after missing one shot. Lori also widened her eyes, waiting for Fang Hao's next plan. For these two, going out to sea with Fang Hao didn't raise any concerns about danger, it was more like a sightseeing trip. Of course, we attack, Fang Hao said as he moved to the ship's side railing and opened the Gate of the Worlds. Seeing the dense array of skeleton soldiers, Fang Hao continued, throw out the bottom-dwelling giant fish and sawfish. The skeleton mermen behind the gate immediately took action. They hauled the bottom-dwelling giant fish and sawfish to the gate and tossed them into the sea with splashes. On land, these fish bones couldn't move, but once in the sea, they instantly became agile. Swimming as they wagged their tails. Beginning to move forward alongside the ship. The ship's speed increased significantly. As the gate closed, the sea around the ship was already teeming with shadows. Fang Hao stuck his head out and said, destroy the fleet ahead. Swoosh! The moment the order was given, the sea surface suddenly surged with waves. Swarms of shadows rushed forward. The rocking ship caused everyone on board to stagger. Sir, do you need me to go over? The ancient blood god servant poked his gigantic head out of the water. No need, these small matters are fine for the ordinary units, Fang Hao replied. Yes, sir. Saying that, the ancient blood god servant once again submerged underwater. Fang Hao turned to look at Angia, who had already climbed onto the railing to peer outside. Get down, or you'll fall in and feed the sharks. The sharks are yours, who are they feeding? Still, get down, go inform Biahu to maintain a distance from the opposing fleet, Fang Hao said, pulling her down. Oh, Angia agreed, swaying with the rocking of the ship as she walked towards the helm. The opposing fleet. Everyone frowned slightly. As the distance between the two fleets closed, they no longer needed binoculars to see the opposing ship. However, the distance was still a bit vast, and some things were not very clear. But everyone noticed one thing. Something whitish had just been thrown into the sea in groups. Moreover, each piece was quite large. As they took out their binoculars to get a closer look, the opposing ship vanished again. What did they throw into the sea? Did anyone see? Looked like torpedoes. Torpedoes are thrown into the sea. Watchtower, did you see what it was? Someone asked the upper platform. The watchtower shouted, it seemed like a lot of fish bones. Fish bones? While everyone was still puzzled, not knowing what skill could spawn a vast number of fish bones out of thin air. The watchtower cried out in alarm again, there's an enemy approaching underwater, be careful below. Everyone immediately peered into the water, witnessing the dense black shadows quickly closing in on the fleet. Turn around, the mermen are coming, hurry and turn about. Wow! Panic spread immediately among them. Why were the mermen coming out? The fleet attempted to turn around, but it was evidently too late. Thud! A deep thud sound rang out, and the hull seemed to be struck by something, tilting to one side. Thud, thud, thud. One thud followed another. The vessel rocked back and forth like a topsy-turvy doll. The hull is leaking, someone come quickly. Patch up the hull, everyone, repair the hull. Underwater. A vortex formed by the dense skeletal school of fish. They circled around above the enemy fleet.